Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. I was live streamed while taking the Chunin exams. 1 CE, Chapter 001, Naruto's Contemporaries. The so-called ninja refers to people who can endure. What is truly powerful is not how many ninjutsu he has learned, or how many chakras he has, but whether he has someone behind him who he wants to protect. So, who is the person I want to protect who appears here? A black-haired boy on his way to a ninja school began to think about life. His name is Kitahara Kaede, an ordinary celestial traveler. Sudden death while staying up all night doing questions. And when he woke up, he found that he had traveled to Konoha, and his strength directly surpassed Kage level. Simultaneous identity is the only successful experiment in Wood Style's lab. After that, I accepted the third generation purpose and arranged to study Wood Style. And Wood Style itself exists to control Nine Tails. So he was sent to the side of Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto by third generation, and became the same period as Naruto. Naruto goes to school and he goes to school. And now is the beginning of the story, the timeline of ninja school graduation. I am leaving. He leaves the bachelor pad. Most of the characters in the world of Hokage are orphans, and the identity of Kitahara Kaede here is the same. They are all experimental products, naturally they are the orphans of the war, and finally accepted by Konoha. Probably considering that he knows Wood Style, third generation treats him quite well. Ordinary orphans only have a small room of 45 square meters, but he has 90 square meters. Ordinary orphans receive 30,000 taels of aid per month, but he has double that. The basic life is guaranteed, and if you are more frugal, you can buy good ninja tools. Kitahara Kaede has no complaints. For him, it was too tragic to die suddenly after staying up late writing questions in his previous life. So in this Hokage world, it is a good experience to survive the finale by touching fish. There is only one ninja school in Konoha, covering an area of 1,500 square meters, which has continued from the second generation era to the present. The school has provided Konoha with thousands of ninjas, ensuring the normal operation of Konoha's ninja system. The ninja school will teach theory, basic ninjutsu, and taijutsu, etc., and you will become a genin as soon as you graduate. In the past war era, they would be directly thrown into the war and become cannon fodder, but the current era is relatively peaceful, so the students often have smiles on their faces. Kitahara Kaede stopped thinking because he noticed some classmates in front of him. They chatted and walked to school. Among these girls, the most outstanding one is a girl with black hair and white eyes. That's Hyuga Hinata, the heroine of the original book. The current Hinata-san is quite a cute child. She has beautiful short blue-black hair, and a pair of pure white eyes prove her blood. The facial features are exquisitely beautiful, timid and weak. The skin is quite white, and for a moment it reminds people of the beautiful Snow Girl. Although it is only a fledgling now, people can look forward to what she will look like when she grows up. Accompanying her at the moment are Ino and little Sakura. Not good. Today, apart from the written test and the ninja test, my Kanai is at home. I have to go home quickly. As expected of an Ino pig, my memory is still so bad. Wait a minute. I'm still wearing slippers. I'm too nervous because of the exam. I'm going home too. Sorry, Hinata, it's rare for you to wait for us, you go to school first. No, it's fine. The girl with black hair and white eyes shook her head lightly to express that it was okay, and it was at this time that she became a person. She has no sense of presence in school, and there are very few people who can be called friends. So all of a sudden I was alone. Kitahara Kaede passed by Hinata. Wait a minute, but Hinata stopped him from behind. Kitahara Kaede turned her head. Kitahara Kaede-san. Have you brought all the ninja tools for today's exam? Hinata watched Kitahara Kaede turn around, and said with some stuttering. If you don't bring ninja gear, I have prepared 2 copies here. As for the pens for the written test, I have also prepared double copies. I have prepared black pens and blue pens and pencils. Saying so, she held up a small backpack with both hands. The backpack is indeed bulging from the outside, so maybe there are actually double copies of test equipment inside. Kitahara Kaede gently folded her hands. I've already brought the exam-related things with me. Next time you don't have to prepare my share. Taking care of yourself is the most important thing. Well, I see. Hinata seemed to have been hit, holding the backpack in both hands as if he had entered the shadows. Kitahara Kaede. Hinata is Hyuga Hinata, the heroine in the original book, and now she has another identity, his childhood sweetheart. Kitahara Kaede was discovered by third generation at the age of 4 as a wood-style experimenter. Then he was put in the village. Kitahara Kaede happened to see some children from the same village bullying Hinata, and drove them away. But he didn't expect anything in return, not even telling Hinata's name. But he was recognized by Hinata when he was sent to the ninja school to be the same as Naruto. Then it became what it is now. After Kitahara Kaede forgot to bring a pen to make a joke in an exam, Hinata, who was more delicate in mind, took care of him too much. She therefore always prepared double the utensils. Seeing Hinata's depressed look, Kitahara Kaede reached into the ninja bag, and then seemed to search for it. I seem to have forgotten to bring a black pen. Kitahara Kaede said. Really? Here. Hinata hastily opened the small bag she was holding in her hands. And Kitahara Kaede found that her backpack contained not only exam-related items, but also hand towels or gloves specially for boys. He felt that there was no need to prepare for these. Here, Hinata quickly handed the black pen to Kitahara Kaede. Watching Kitahara Kaede put the black pen into his pocket with a serious look, Hinata's mood seemed to change. Quote. Kitahara Kaede. Chapter 002. The whole class has no vision. Ninja School. A young man in a green vest with his hair tied up is holding a book. His palms are wide, and there is a long scar on the bridge of the nose on his face, which doesn't look ugly but also gives people a very gentle feeling. This is Iruka, the Chūnin teacher in the ninja school. Iruka teaches all subjects, and he has been teaching for several years, so it is not an exaggeration to say that the current students are his painstaking efforts. Today is the graduation exam for ninja school. You all have to give me a little bit of confidence. If I fail, my face will be dull. Then, let's roll the roll now. Why does it feel like there are fewer people? Iruka is holding the roster. In fact, he is also a little nervous. Although it is an era of peace, it is not as scary as when he was young and had to go to the battlefield after graduation. Therefore, the school's requirements for the students have been lowered a lot, but if there are still students who fail in this relaxed situation, his teacher's evaluation will also drop. But, there are really problem students in the class. Where is it? What's the matter with you? Obviously I knew I was going to take the ninja test, but I forgot to bring the ninja bag. Iruka exploded directly. He was reprimanding the tail of the crane in the class, Uzumaki Naruto. This scene caused laughter from the students in the class. For them, they thought the exam would be very nervous, but watching Naruto make a fool of themselves seemed to be relieved. Naruto, the tail of the crane, will definitely fail the graduation exam this time. And when Iruka was teaching Naruto, the students had already started talking about fishing. Speaking of which, Naruto can't even do 3-body technique well, how can he graduate? He told me that he wanted to be a Hokage that surpassed all Hokages. So funny, he is the only one who failed to pass this year's graduation. Ha ha, in an instant, the class was full of joy. So, almost no one in the current class will believe what Naruto said. I will become a Hokage that surpasses all the Hokages of the previous generation. Closing square bracket. And these people, Kitahara Kaede propped her chin with her hands without expression. As far as he is concerned, these people who are laughing at Naruto now, are all fools. Kitahara Kaede is a time traveler, and even if he wasn't a time traveler, he wouldn't deny Naruto. Naruto's performance in the class is the tail of the crane. But Naruto has a heart that never gives up. Whether it is blackening or insisting on the will of fire, it will become stronger. Not to mention, Uzumaki Naruto, the heroine of the original work, the reincarnation of Ashura, the son of Sage of Six Paths, Chakra, and then Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the future master of 7th generation. So, these people, all have no vision. Do they know how much benefit they can get from gaining the favor of the Virgin Mary hero in the early stage? Naruto. While Iruka was still scolding Naruto, Teacher Iruka, Kitahara Kaede stood up with her hands raised. If it's a ninja tool bag, I'll bring an extra copy here. So you can lend it to Naruto. Naruto, who was being reprimanded, raised his face instantly, and he looked at Kitahara Kaede with gratitude. It was like seeing hope. He wants to be Hokage, to be recognized by everyone, so the first thing he has to do is, graduate from ninja school. If he repeats a grade because of failure, his dream will probably be shattered directly. Moreover, Naruto also felt that the students in the class would not lend him ninja tools. Since there is a backup, then it's fine. Iruka said. Naruto was finally not reprimanded. Then he trotted in the direction of Kitahara Kaede. Naruto is here to get ninja tools from Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede looked at Hinata who was sitting on his right. Hinata, you said you brought 2 sets of ninja gear, right? Lend me the extra ninja bag. Hinata, does this mean, to give Naruto the ninja she prepared for Kitahara Kaede-kun? Hinata seemed to be hesitating holding the backpack in her small white hands. Although the ninja tools she prepared were ordinary ninja tools, they were not ordinary. Considering that it will be used by Kitahara Kaede-kun, she has polished and cleaned every kunai and shuriken. It took her a long time. But that's for Kitahara Kaede-kun, now. Good. Finding that Mr. Feng was looking at her, Hinata finally handed over the backpack, and then put his hands on his lower abdomen, facing his fingers. The mood seems to be down. And Kitahara Kaede put the ninja kit from Hinata on the table, and handed Naruto the complete ninja kit hanging on his lap. It's all part of the exam requirements. Use it well. Feeling the weight of the ninja bag in his hand, Naruto looked at Kitahara Kaede with emotion, and patted Kitahara Kaede's shoulder. Thank you for your help. Don't thank me for your kindness, I will come wherever I am used in the future, even if it is a mountain of swords and seas of fire. Then he ran back to his seat in a hurry, because Teacher Iruka would definitely lose his temper if he stayed there any longer. Kitahara Kaede took the ninja bag that Hinata specially prepared for him, and hung it on his body again. Thank you Hinata, said Kitahara Kaede. An extra copy is prepared for me, and then I can sell favors to Naruto. No, that, Hinata said, as long as you like it. She patted her chest lightly, as if she felt that her heart had become smoother. And I also feel that the hard work these days has paid off. But, Hinata was curious, Kitahara Kaede-kun cares about Uzumaki-san. Yes, Kitahara Kaede said, because I exist for him now to suppress him when he goes berserk. Oh, is Uzumaki-san so important? Hinata was hit hard in an instant. Shikamaru, what have you been looking at? As for the last two tables of Kitahara Kaede and Hinata, Choji gently pushed Nara Shikamaru beside him. Shikamaru seems to have been staring at Kitahara Kaede and them. I always feel that falling in love is troublesome. You have to worry about gains and losses. Shikamaru said. Choji. Oh, huh. Who in the class is dating whom? Chapter 003 10,000 Realms Chat Group. Seeking data. Konoha's graduation examination is divided into written examination, ninja tool assessment, physical examination, and ninjutsu assessment. Among them, the written test is very simple, because they are all poorly done questions, and memorization is enough. The ninja tool assessment is to assess the attack, range and so on of the shuriken. In terms of physical skills, it is to fight against ordinary Chūnin, and you can pass it after getting an evaluation. And ninjutsu is simpler, just draw one from the three-body technique. Kitahara Kaede extracted the transformation technique from the three-body technique. You can pass the exam by changing into Iruka. It's almost exactly the same, but the scar on my face is not as deep. Pass. Iruka nitpicked and handed the forehead protector to Kitahara Kaede. Students who have passed the exam can leave school directly, but they still have to come to school at 9 o'clock in the morning the next day. Because according to the convention and tradition, they get the title of Genin directly after graduation, but they have no practical experience of Genin yet, so they need new teachers to bring them. And the new teacher is not Iruka, who has more than 40 students in a one-person contract class, but a Jonin to guide 3 students alone. But the specific class information still needs to be reported to Master Hokage, so everyone will not know the specific class and team situation until tomorrow. Kitahara Kaede, who got the qualified forehead protector, did not leave immediately. He waited at the school gate for a while. Soon, a girl with black hair and white eyes trotted out of the school. This is Hinata, with a post-workout flush on her face. And Hinata also passed the graduation examination. The evidence is that there is a forehead protector with the pattern of Konoha on her neck. Congratulations on passing the exam, Hinata said after running out. I secretly saw teacher Iruka's score registration form. Feng-kun is so powerful, the score in the ninja test is only lower than Sasuke's. The Sasuke mentioned here is Uchiha Sasuke, the male second pillar in the original book, who is still a survivor after Uchiha was exterminated. He has always maintained a cool and excellent appearance. Then Sasuke is the genius and head of the class. But these have nothing to do with Kitahara Kaede. He is more concerned about the famous scene in the original book, the interesting scene of Sasuke and Naruto's first kiss, which has not happened yet. But Kitahara Kaede also found that Hinata's mood seemed to become depressed. If I hadn't forgotten 2 shurikens at home, then Kitahara Kaede-kun would have scored a perfect 10 in the ninja test. Hinata said, pointing fingers. Obviously Feng Jun's shuriken is the best. She polished the shurikens she prepared for Kitahara Kaede one by one, but, because she took them out to polish, she forgot the quantity. Then Kitahara Kaede lost 2 shurikens in the ninja equipment test, so he couldn't get full marks. Don't worry about it, Kitahara Kaede said. I don't really want to be number 1. Don't you want to be the chief? Hinata felt Kitahara Kaede comforting him. Yes, Kitahara Kaede said, because that would probably be sought after by many people. Everyone likes to go after number 1. But they didn't consider the mood of the first place, and didn't consider whether they would be annoying. This was the case in Kitahara Kaide's previous life, and he has always been sought after. Then time is forced to deal with them. In the end, I didn't even finish my homework, so I stayed up late to do my homework, and then nothing. Hinata felt the emotion of Kitahara Kaede, but she doesn't quite understand. And Kitahara Kaede went on to say, at that time, the girls will also line up to ask for guidance. They only come at night, and then go to bed while writing. Don't let people do their homework at all. I waited until I could finally do my homework, but I didn't have the energy. Then don't be the chief, Hinata said hurriedly. Kitahara Kaede watched Hinata get nervous and blushed, and according to this rhythm, as long as he pushes forward a little, then Hinata will be devoted to him. Coupled with the status of the only successful wood-style experimenter, even the proud Hyuga clan will not prevent him from contacting Hinata. Or maybe this is the peaceful life he wants. Then be more calm. Beep. And when Kitahara Kaede escorted Hinata back to Hyuga's house, the entire ninja world changed drastically. A voice exploded in the minds of each selected person. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Might Guy was originally working with Kakashi on a joint mission, but found that his teammate suddenly passed out. Kakashi felt like his mind was about to split open, he felt like his spirit had entered a unique space. Welcome to Wanji Chat Group. This group is also known as Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Kitahara Kaede, Kakashi was a little confused because he knew the name Kitahara Kaede. When executing the Anbu order of the 3rd generation, he visited Orochimaru's research institute, and found Tianzong who knew wood style, and then learned from Tianzong that there was another successful experimental body. Together, with the support of the 3rd generation, they took Kitahara Kaede back from Orochimaru. His eyes widened as Kakashi was confused, because a new message appeared on the void screen in front of him. Kitahara Kaide's observation group has been established successfully. Welcome 6th Hokage to join the group. Start to screen candidates. Initially extract the search range from past generations of Konoha Hokage. This time draw 3 past generations of Hokage to join. D. Closing square bracket. Welcome 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato to join the observation group Kitahara Kaede _. Namikaze Minato. Huh, am I not dead? Where is this? Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, is that you or you dead too? Welcome 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama to join the observation group Kitahara Kaede _. Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, Shodai. Am I dreaming? Senju Hashirama. Who are you? Namikaze Minato. Shodai, I am 4th generation, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Senju Hashirama. Ah, Konoha is already 4th generation, that's great, so how is Konoha now? Namikaze Minato. Well, sorry, I'm dead, so I don't know much. Senju Hashirama. Are the leaves gone? Welcome 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama to join the observation group of Kitahara Kaede _. Senju Tobirama. Where is this? Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, I miss you so much, you are here too. Senju Tobirama. Brother, don't be too enthusiastic, where is this place? I remember they died protecting Sarutobi in the contract I signed in 2nd Raikage. Could this be Impure World Reincarnation? Kakashi. Shodai, Master 2nd Generation, Mr. Minato, this should not be Impure World Reincarnation, because I am not dead yet. Everyone. Who are you? Kakashi. I am Kakashi. Senju Hashirama, I haven't heard of it, but if you call me Shodai, then it's Konoha's cub. Namikaze Minato. Kakashi is my disciple. Well, let me introduce again, I am 4th Hokage. Senju Tobirama. 4th generation, so Sarutobi is dead. Kakashi sweated instantly. Why are you dead in the greetings of Shodai and Nadaime? Kakashi. It seems that our souls have all come to this space, but I don't know exactly what happened. But I'm pretty sure I'm not dead because I can feel the changes in my body. For example, I am now being carried by Guy, but I can feel that I am still breathing on my own. Senju Tobirama. Is that so? Then it is a more advanced ninjutsu. But it is indeed powerful to be able to connect the living and the undead. Beep. However, the sound of a magnetic field colliding appeared in everyone's minds. Reintroduce, and only introduce once, welcome to Wanji chat group. Closing square bracket. This group is also called Observation Kitahara Kaede _, small group. Currently there are 4 members in the group. Complete the daily Observation Kitahara Kaede small task to unlock and limit newcomers into the group. Remarks. You come from all ages, this small group specially gathered you together. On the one hand, let you see the truth of the times, on the other hand, I hope you have a good death. Closing square bracket. Chapter 004 So this kid knows wood style. Wait, brother, you cheated. Remarks. You come from all ages, this small group specially gathered you together. On the one hand, let you see the truth of the times, on the other hand, I hope you have a good death. Closing square bracket. Kakashi, Minato, 1st generation, and Senju Tobirama checked the information on the void screen that appeared in front of their eyes. Except for 1st generation, all of these people are intellectually responsible. Senju Tobirama. Hee, it's okay if we talk about the truth of the times, but what about a good death? We all died except Kakashi, and then the dead still don't have a good death. Namikaze Minato. The dead are not safe either. Senju Hashirama. Why? Namikaze Minato. Master 2nd generation developed Impure World Reincarnation, a ninjutsu that can bring out the dead. It can also erase consciousness and use it as a tool man. Senju Tobirama. So what? This ninjutsu was created by the old man, and the old man also wanted Konoha to win. This ninjutsu is not foolish. And one of the important conditions is a part of the body of the person who needs the dirt. Kakashi. Well, Nadaime, in fact, 3 years ago, the graves of the Senju clan were stolen. Then both your body and Shodai's body are gone. Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama. Whoa, so does anyone still want to play tricks on me? This is disrespectful. I can't even look at the old man's tomb. What does Sarutobi think? Namikaze Minato. In short, 2nd generation, please calm down, let's discuss how to use this chat group. The past cannot be stopped, so all we can do is try to save it, right? Senju Hashirama. You are a good boy. The head is great. Namikaze Minato. Thank you for the compliment. Senju Tobirama. Then let's study this Wanji chat group. Oh no, it is to observe the Kitahara Kaede _, small group. Just now the screen in the group shows that you need to observe Kitahara Kaede every day, right? So who is this kid named Kitahara Kaede? Namikaze Minato. I have no impression either. Is it our Konoha people? Kakashi. I know, this is the one who knows wood style. Senju Hashirama. Wow, finally someone from my Senju family has awakened wood style again. Second brother, you can't say that you have been eating alone for your brother, right? My Senju clan is awesome. Kakashi. That, Shodai, Nadaime, Mr. Kitahara Kaede is not from the Senju clan. Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama. This is impossible, I have done so many experiments, my Senju clan can't awaken the wood style of the big brother, why are people from other races awakened instead? Senju Tobirama. Wait a minute, could it be, brother, you cheated? Have an illegitimate child. Senju Hashirama. Huh, I'm not, I'm all for Mito, I'll be killed if you say that. Senju Tobirama. Brother, you are stupid, you are already dead, how can you kill me? Senju Hashirama. Yes, hey, it's time to observe Kitahara Kaede. The group members haven't started the observation yet, so a random person will be given a special title. Closing square bracket. The system's notification tone suddenly sounded. The capture object is Senju Hashirama, given a special title. Dazu Hanhan, the title of Senju Hashirama has been worn. Big Zuzi Hanhan, huh? I've been named. Wait, what's this? I do not want. Senju Hashirama suddenly called out. He is called the god of ninjas. What is he called? Dazu Hanhan. The title cannot be cancelled, it can only be superimposed. Closing square bracket. Senju Tobirama. This small group is interesting. Brother, you are a fool, but you once actually gave away all the tailed beasts. No smart guy can do such a thing. I think this title is worthy of the name. Big Zuzi Hanhan, huh? Tobirama, you are my younger brother, and you actually say that about me. Senju Tobirama. These are two different things. So let's get to the point. Brother, just now is because we haven't started to observe this kid named Kitahara Kaede, and then he was assigned the title, so let's start to observe. So the four people in the group found that a unified option appeared in front of their eyes. Do you start observing Kitahara Kaede? Closing square bracket. There are yes and no options. All four people took the option of yes. Everyone noticed that the interface in front of them had changed, and a picture appeared in their vision. At the beginning of the day, the table lamp was turned on, and a young man was sitting at the table with tea brewed on the side, while he was reading a book quietly. And everyone paid attention to the boy's appearance. Black shattered hair, golden pupils. With delicate features, he is a handsome guy. Kakashi had seen Kitahara Kaede a long time ago, and even in the past Kitahara Kaede had just been brought back from Orochimaru for close protection, so he knew exactly what Kitahara Kaede looked like. But the other three were different. Big Zuzi Hanhan, This kid named Kitahara Kaede looks like this. Look, this cub doesn't look like me. Dazuzi Hanhan, so I haven't cheated. Senju Tobirama. Indeed, but he is much more handsome than the eldest brother, and especially the indifference and calmness between the eyebrows, which suits my taste. Big Pillar Hanhan. Senju Tobirama, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, this guy has a high IQ, and he belongs to the same intellectual responsibility as me. Big Pillar Hanhan, why? Namikaze Minato. What Nadime said should be the book that Kitahara-kun is holding. If I read correctly, this is game written by Nadime. When I was still in school, I saw this as a supplementary textbook that the teacher gave out. Ah, Shodai doesn't know yet. Master second generation established a ninja school, established Konoha hospital, and then integrated the security team to maintain order in the village and so on. Big Zuzi Hanhan, ah. So Tobirama has done so many practical things. Senju Tobirama. Hmph. Senju Tobirama. But why did this chat group allow us to observe him? He has been reading too. Tobirama was puzzled. When everyone was thinking this way, they suddenly found that the window of Kitahara Kaede's room was pushed open. With a bang, an orange figure rolled in. Ah. Landing failed. Wrong. Rolling in is Uzumaki Naruto. Student Bayuan, I got something good. Naruto rolled in a circle and got up again. He stood up and held a large bright yellow scroll half the height of a person. I got the sealed book. And, there are many powerful ninjutsu recorded on it. I thought, you lent me the ninja tool for the exam, so now I have something good to share with you, Naruto said. Saying so, he directly placed the sealed book on Kitahara Kaede's desk carelessly. Then the scroll was opened with a swipe sound, and the page recording forbidden technique was immediately revealed. Observing Kitahara Kaede's small group, the air stopped momentarily. Chapter 005 Third Generation. Kakashi, don't tell others that Naruto is the son of the fourth generation. Watching Uzumaki Naruto open the sealed book, the air of observing Kitahara Kaede's small group stopped instantly. Big Zuzi Hanhan, the Book of Seals, ah, is this thing called the Book of Seals? Isn't this a scroll that I used to prohibit Tobirama from indiscriminately inventing various ninjutsu scrolls? Look so nostalgic. Senju Tobirama. Big brother, you are ashamed to say that I thought you were just thinking about improper use and other problems. As a result, in the end, all my forbidden techniques except water style were banned. Namikaze Minato. Mama, after all, Nadime's forbidden technique is very powerful, and it is difficult for ordinary ninjas to learn it. Wait a moment, Minato seemed stunned for a moment. Dazuzi Hanhan, fourth generation, what's wrong? Namikaze Minato. When I was the fourth generation, the sealed book seemed to be kept and viewed only by Hokage. And even learning the forbidden technique above must be in wartime and be specially allowed. Now that these years have passed, has the sealed book been read casually? Happened, Kakashi, Minato asked suspiciously. Kakashi. No, my current body was carried to Konoha hospital by Guy, so the time there is about the same as here. Referring to the exam in Uzumaki Naruto's discourse, then it should refer to the graduation exam of the ninja school. Therefore, the sealed book is still listed as Konoha's treasure and taboo. Kept and learned to use by Hokage. So, Kakashi's tone seemed dull for a moment. Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto, either stole the sealed book, or was used by someone. Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato. Huh, Minato seems to have lost his composure in the chat group. Big Pillar Hanhan, Minato, what's wrong with you? Namikaze Minato. That, Kakashi, is this Uzumaki Naruto Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Kakashi. Yes, Namikaze Minato. This is my son. When Nine-Tails invaded Konoha, I sealed Nine-Tails on my son. But isn't Naruto called Namikaze Naruto? But his mother's surname is Uzumaki. Is this Naruto? So small, so cute. Kakashi. This, teacher, Calm down. Big Zuzi Hanhan, what are you talking about? Nine Tails can invade the village. And Minato, did you die because of this? Namikaze Minato, I'm very sorry, it was like this at that time, I couldn't find a way to protect the village, and then my wife Abina died trying to seal Nine Tails. Senju Tobirama. Look, Onijia, simply sealing Nine Tails is not enough, you should have listened to me from the beginning, it takes time to tame Nine Tails, isn't it safer to keep this kind of tail beast as a pet? What? Dazuzi Hanhan, it seems that Konoha is not as peaceful as I thought. Special reminder, 4 group members have been disconnected, if they do not come back within 30 seconds, then a group member will be randomly grabbed and given the title of lacking blue Hokage. Closing square bracket. Big Pillar Hanhan. I'll go, lack of blue. This is slander, I have as many chakras as Nine Tails. Senju Tobirama. Let's focus on the present. So now it's Minato's cub, Naruto stole the sealed book, and then share it with this Kitahara Kaede. Everyone's attention was quickly refocused. But everyone found that Kitahara Kaede lifted the scroll at this time and then closed it. Naruto, this is the sealed book, a forbidden item. You stole it, right? Bei-Yuan said. This. Naruto froze for a moment. Then, don't you learn? I don't want to learn. Bei-Yuan said, but you can learn. Naruto froze for a moment. Everyone in the group was also taken aback. And Kitahara Kaede went on to say, the sealed book is Konoha's treasure, and it can be stolen to show that it is Hokage's tacit approval. Oh, that means Grandpa 3rd generation knew I was going to steal this. Naruto was stunned for a moment. High probability, Kitahara Kaede said, and he might still be peeping here. I can feel someone's presence. Observe the small group of Kitahara Kaede. Senju Tobirama. This kid has a strong perception ability. Namikaze Minato. Could it be that he sensed that we were peeking at him? Dazuzi Hanhan, didn't he say that he felt that the 3rd generation was watching, or that Sarutobi Hiruzen was watching it? Senju Tobirama. It seems that Sarutobi is still okay, deliberately let Naruto read the sealed book and learn something. Kakashi. Well, there is a sentence that I don't know if I should say it or not. Senju Tobirama. Say it. Kakashi. Well, actually, I only recently found out that Naruto is the son of Sensei Minato. Namikaze Minato. Minato froze for a moment. Namikaze Minato. No, Kakashi, didn't you always protect Naruto before he was born? So you don't know Naruto. Is your brain hurt? This is a more polite way of saying it. The correct way to say it is that you have lost your memory. Kakashi. I don't know about this, because after the Nine Tails rebellion, the teachers passed away, and Konoha also lost a lot of Jonin and Chūnin. And Naruto is the one who was told in the village as Nine Tails Jinchuriki. But no one knew he was the teacher's son. I was also recently transferred from Anbu and was informed by 3rd generation. Senju Tobirama. In other words, Sarutobi took care of the son of the 4th generation in this way. The 4th generation couple died for the village, and Sarutobi took care of it like this. Senju Tobirama is an old man who knows how being a Jinchuriki will be treated by the people of the village. This is the inferiority of human beings. Most people fear and loathe Jinchuriki, so Jinchuriki was hard work, and according to Minato and Kakashi, the Nine Tails attacked the village before it was resealed, and then most of the Chūnin Jonin were lost. This shows that Nine Tails is hated. But ordinary people would definitely not dare to hate Nine Tails, then they would hate Uzumaki Naruto who looks small. So, Naruto was the one to blame. Namikaze Minato. Not necessarily. How should I put it? I sort of understand why 3rd generation is doing this. The village has lost 4th Hokage, and most of the Chūnin and Jonin, and if Nine Tails is not announced to be still in the village, then other villages will definitely be watching. So it's a stopgap. Kakashi. Teacher, you may be too optimistic. Namikaze Minato. Minato has a bad feeling. And Kitahara Kaede here, he handed the sealed book to Naruto. Chapter 006 Adamantine Sealing Chains. Kitahara Kaede handed the sealed book to Naruto. He has super shadow strength, the sealed book is of no use to him. However, it's not the same for Naruto. Kitahara Kaede said, since the 3rd generation tacitly allows you to steal the sealed book, then you can choose what you can learn. Naruto touched his head, as if he had made up his mind. He sat down with his knees tightly closed. Actually, I failed my graduation exam today. Naruto said. Then, Teacher Mizuki said that if I can steal the sealed book to him, then he can use the authority to let me pass the exam. You passed today's written test in ninja equipment. Kitahara Kaede said, so the clone technique failed here, right? Naruto nods. Although I've tried very hard. But I'm really bad at ninjutsu, and I don't know why all the clones are crooked. Then you lie down, Kitahara Kaede said. Then take off your shirt. Observation of the Kitahara Kaede group. Big Zuzi Hanhan, what are they doing? Namikaze Minato. That's right, why did Kitahara-kun let Mingbao take off his clothes? Senju Tobirama. This is called Mingbao. Tobirama sweated one. In fact, looking at Minato like this, he also thought about what is going on with Genga now. Since Sarutobi is not dead yet, it means that Genga is still alive. I kind of want to see her. Kakashi. According to Naruto, his ninjutsu is difficult to use, maybe there is a problem with the chakra system. Namikaze Minato. Then I understand, it should be the influence of chakra from Nine Tails. I hope that Naruto can grow with our hope, but but looking at it now, sealing 9 tails on him will actually harm him. With Minato's sigh, everyone continued to watch. Then, they saw that Kitahara Kaede's right hand was clawed and pressed against Naruto's stomach. Bump. A seal pattern appeared on Naruto's abdomen. Senju Tobirama. This kid is really amazing. Kakashi. Why did Nadime say that? Senju Tobirama. Look at Kitahara Kaede here, he is changing the style of the seal, however, the seal will not loosen, but adjust from a seal, which requires very high manipulative ability. His manipulative ability surpassed the person who was sealed at the beginning. Namikaze Minato. Awesome. Minato praised it, because he was the one who sealed 9 tails, so he was the one Tobirama mentioned here. And in their trio, the seal of Naruto's belly has changed. At first, it was a pattern of characters spreading around, but now it has changed into a cross. Ah, what is this? Only then did Naruto realize that there was a pattern on his stomach. This is what affects the functioning of your chakra, said Kitahara Kaede. Naruto, there is something inside you. Is there something? Naruto was surprised, but Kitahara Kaede was not going to tell him about 9 tails now, so he continued. Now try running chakra again. Good. Naruto sat up quickly, and began to make mudras with both hands. Clone technique. Well, boom. An identical Naruto appeared. The two Naruto looked at each other at the same time, tilting their heads. I made it. A gleam appeared on Naruto's face sitting on the bed. Kitahara Kaede sat back to the original position, just cleared and reshaped Naruto's chakra system, some consumption, but it's not a big deal. Kitahara Kaede said, your ability is more than that, right? Of course, Naruto said, I've been training hard. Clone technique, clone technique, clone technique, clone technique. In an instant, the room was full of Naruto. There are 23 of them. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, 4th generation, your son is not bad, he can actually create a group of people. Senju Tobirama. Although it is not a shadow clone, it is very good to be able to clone so many clones at once. Given time, he may even be able to figure out multiple shadow clone techniques. After fixing the chakra system, your performance is really good. Kitahara Kaede said, yeah, because I only sleep 4 hours a day, and the rest of the time is spent on training. 24 hours a day, and then sleep for 4 hours, so is it 20 hours of hard work? Although Naruto said it easily, the emotions of those who heard it were very subtle. Namikaze Minato. Minato sighed, that is to say, because his 9 tails Jinchuriki, then Naruto has been sealed all the time. Then you have to work so hard, 100 times harder than ordinary people. So it's all his fault. You have a bit too much chakra. Kitahara Kaede stared at Naruto, I heard that people from the Uzumaki clan can use a seal technique. What's that? Naruto asked curiously. Obviously now that the chakra system has been restored, there is also the sealed book that is regarded as the treasure of the village. But Naruto is now more interested in Kitahara Kaede's jutsu. Kitahara Kaede said, it's called adamantine sealing chains. For the chakra in the body to materialize, and then transform into a state of golden iron chains, chakra must be very abundant. That's right, Kitahara Kaede said, suddenly looking towards the window. And Naruto turned around quickly, only then did he realize that Mizuki-sensei was actually sitting there at some point. It seems that you have found me. Mizuki-sensei said, have you got the Naruto sealed book? It seems that you have learned the clone technique. But, it's a pity that you are going to die here. Mizuki threw out a huge shuriken without any hesitation. The target was directed at Kitahara Kaede. And the space at this moment is small, and there is no ninja tool that can defend. Adamantine sealing chains. At this moment, Naruto unknowingly exploded with strength, blocking in front of Kitahara Kaede, and 3 diamond chains emerged from his back at an extremely fast speed, directly binding Mizuki. Chapter 007 Naruto has been conquered. Chūnin was shocked. The shuriken was held back by a chain, and Mizuki himself was bound by 2 chains and then hung up. What is this? Mizuki was surprised. Kahara-kun. Naruto was also surprised. These are the adamantine sealing chains of your Uzumaki clan, said Kitahara Kaede. Naruto, you might be a genius. In the original book, Naruto learned multiple shadow clone techniques in 10 minutes, and multiple shadow clone techniques not only require a large amount of chakra, but also require a talent bonus. So maybe Naruto is really talented. Yes, is it? Naruto patted the back of his head and gave a smirk. Then it's easy, Kitahara Kaede said. The sealed book, then Mizuki-sensei, and then this huge shuriken. It can be deduced that Mizuki stole the sealed book and was captured by us, Kitahara Kaede said. Naruto froze for a moment. So, is this okay? Because he was fooled by Mr. Mizuki to steal the Book of Seal, but now, Mr. Mizuki is responsible for it. Of course, Kitahara Kaede said, just now Mizuki made such agitation, Anbu on patrol will come over soon. I can testify to you. Then captured Mizuki, and also protected the sealed book. Kitahara Kaede said, you can apply for rewards in the 3rd generation project, then, choose to learn multiple shadow clone. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto blinked slightly, it sounds very strong. Of course strong, this is the skill you use from the first episode to pass on Boruto. Kitahara Kaede grumbled inwardly, although I think this skill is very low, Naruto who can't use shadow clone is not called Naruto. As if to verify Kitahara Kaede's words, Anbu arrived soon. Then Kitahara Kaede and Naruto spoke according to the original words, and the people in Anbu didn't dare to hesitate to go back and report to the third generation project immediately when they saw Naruto's adamantine sealing chains. But Mizuki had fainted and couldn't speak. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Tobirama. Kitahara Kaide's solution is good. This situation is the best solution. It was originally the pot called Mizuki, so let's return the pot now. Namikaze Minato. Phew, then my family's Minato is a blessing in disguise this time. Not only the chakra system was restored but also learned the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan. Big pillar Han adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki family, this trick is pretty good. I kind of understand why Mito named the Uzumaki family as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in the past. If the training is good, I am afraid that even the Nine Tails can be tied. Namikaze Minato. Yes, my wife Abina tried it and it can be done. Kakashi. Namikaze Minato. What happened to Kakashi? Kakashi. A little confused. I always feel that Kitahara-kun knows a little too much. Senju Tobirama. What's strange about this? He is wood style, he has awakened wood style. Sarutobi probably deliberately put him in contact with Naruto. Because wood style can restrain Nine Tails. So naturally I will tell him a lot. Senju Tobirama's thinking is very simple, but it is also very close to the truth. Because Kitahara Kaede really appeared in third generation's heart to restrain Nine Tails. Kakashi. Maybe, but I always feel a little strange. Namikaze Minato. Mama, Kun Kitahara is a lifelong friend of my Namikaze family. Minato is very optimistic here. He didn't know that the seal of Nine Tails restricted Naruto's development before, but now Kitahara Kaede not only touched the restriction, but also gave Naruto the direction of development. Now even adamantine sealing chains can be mastered, and then he can get rid of the guilt of being cheated into stealing the sealed book, and finally he can get rewards. Minato feels that Mingbao really met a noble person. So, Kitahara-kun is not a friend of their Namikaze clan, so who is a friend? If it weren't for being unable to appear in front of Kitahara Kaede and Naruto now, he would really like to thank Kitahara Kaede seriously. Naruto, it's really great to meet Kitahara Kaede. Namikaze Minato felt his eyes moist for a moment. Sure enough, Naruto obtained the permission to watch the sealed book to learn multiple shadow clone technique. And Kitahara Kaede returned to the room, straightened the chair that had been tilted because of Mizuki's arrival, then turned on the desk lamp and wrote today's diary. XX day, night. Naruto came to visit, Mizuki-sensei attacked, and Naruto revealed adamantine sealing chains, a skill he had never used before. He could instantly understand that he must have wanted to protect me without even thinking about it. Closing square bracket. It's normal to write here. It seems that he is still very moved by Naruto's actions. But, looks like if I block Naruto again in an actual battle, then Naruto will be dead set on me. Closing square bracket. The future Otsutsuki era is coming, Naruto is definitely a good fighter. Has value to be cultivated. Closing square bracket. Above. Quote. 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 Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Han gone, so this kid is black. Kakashi. Ha, I was shocked. Senju Tobirama. Ha, I was also shocked. Big Zuzi Han Tobirama, are all of you people who play tricks so dirty in their hearts. Namikaze Minato. Ah, this. Minato, who just said he was grateful and happy that Naruto met Kitahara Kaede, felt the pressure. But, Namikaze Minato, what does the Otsutsuki era mean? Senju Tobirama. Otsutsuki, I don't know too well, but it seems that the surname of Sage of Six Paths is Otsutsuki. Big Zuzi Han, Sage of Six Paths, then maybe we will appear here, and it has something to do with it. Kakashi. It is possible, ah. Kakashi suddenly called out, Namikaze Minato, what's wrong? Kakashi. Third generation came to the hospital to see me. It seems that I am going to be the tutor Jonin. Senju Tobirama. Teaching Jonin, it's really a familiar saying, this is my original creation, every Jonin must bring 3 genin. This is passing on the torch. Big Zuzi Han, as expected of my younger brother. Senju Tobirama. Hmph, it's Onijiya who only cares about sending other tailed beasts and Madara together. Dazuzi Han, don't say it so strangely. Me and Madara are clean. Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, can you do me a favor? Minato made a request here. Kakashi. Tell me, teacher. Namikaze Minato. I hope you can take over my Naruto's team. It's best to bring Kitahara-kun into it. Kakashi. Are you worried about Kitahara-kun? Namikaze Minato. No, although he has a purpose, it is a fact that he helped my Mingbao. And this small group can observe Kitahara-kun every day, then. If Naruto and Kitahara-kun are together, I can also see my family's Mingbao. 12 years, he has grown so big, I have not given him any love, and then I have caused him trouble. Minato sighed softly. This made the 3 people present feel very uncomfortable. Because they, more or less, have regrets in their hearts. Could it be, the smartest Senju Tobirama suddenly thought, maybe this is what this small group said at the beginning to tell them the truth of the times and fulfill their wishes. So, Kakashi thought, is it possible for him to meet his dead father here? Chapter 008 Hinata. I am the third party. Seeking data. Konoha Hospital. Sarutobi Hiruzen of the third generation is wearing a pure white Hokage robe. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is already very old, close to 70 years old, belonging to the oldest ninja. Compared with the youth, the whole body has become dry, and there is an old Madara on the face. He opened it gently and said, Kakashi, there is only one reason for coming to you this time. You also know that today is the graduation time for the students of ninja school. Guy asked me to let you go back to normal life. I allowed it, so this time, I want you to be the tutor Jonin for issue 47. Lead Naruto, that is, Uzumaki Naruto. I told you before that he is Minato's son, and I can only feel at ease if I hand him over to you. Then Kitahara Kaede will be given to you as well. Any objections? Third generation asked. Do you have any objections? Of course not. I accept the mission, Kakashi said. Because this means that the task assigned by Mr. Minato can be completed, not only Naruto but also Kitahara-kun are brought over. In this way, the small group observing Kitahara Kaede can continue. Or so it should be. After all, Kitahara-kun is known to have awakened wood style, and the third generation has arranged for him to learn wood style, in order to restrain the tailed beast and prevent Naruto's 9 tails from going berserk. And if you become a small class, you can do things conveniently. Besides, Kakashi's mouth opened, he was hesitating whether to report to the third generation about the observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. But, it is forbidden to disclose to unrelated people the observation of the Kitahara Kaede, small group. Kakashi found himself unable to speak with his mouth open. But the mind has subtitles and prompts. Thinking of your first violation, wear the title of Kidney Deficiency Son, and draw 9 points of chakra at the same time. D. 6th Hokage was awarded the title of Son of Kidney Deficiency. Whoa groove, it's okay. Kakashi was just shocked when he suddenly felt, his body became empty. The whole person subconsciously went limp. This movement was too fast, and the old man in front of third generation hurriedly supported him. Your health is still not very good. Third generation said, the side effects of Sharingan are still too strong. Kakashi, although the Sharingan that Obito gave him was the chakra that was absorbing him all the time, but now it is not caused by the Sharingan. However, Kakashi chose to acquiesce to this result. Take a good rest. Third generation said, tomorrow you will be back under the sun again. Kakashi was in Anbu before, and he served in Anbu for 10 years, and has always been required to wear a mask, so it is not wrong to say that he is back in the sun now. Kakashi sighed as he watched the back of third generation's eyes leave. So, is it good or bad to join this watching Kitahara Kaede, small group? And, Kakashi recalled the prompt that appeared when he first joined the group. Welcome 6th Hokage to join. So, where do I go from here? Kakashi's heart is complicated, while Kitahara Kaide's mood is very peaceful. At 8:20 the next morning, Hyuga Hinata showed up at the door of his apartment. If you come to my house, you can ring the bell directly. Kitahara Kaede said. After waking up in the morning, he sensed someone outside the door, so he came to open the door. And Hinata actually sat at the stairs and stayed quietly for half an hour, which seemed a little scary. I'm a little nervous, Hinata said. I said, it would be great if I could be in the same class as Feng-kun. Yes, Kitahara Kaede said, but no more. Why? Hinata felt that Feng-kun should not hate himself. I'll definitely play with Naruto, Kitahara Kaede said. Hinata was confused. Didn't teacher Iruka say that the result of class placement will be known only today? So, why Feng-kun always has such a good relationship with Uzumaki? Hinata just thought so. Yo, she found a sun-like greeting coming from Kitahara Kaide's house downstairs. Bayuan-kun, good morning, let's go to school together. It's Uzumaki Naruto, ... Hinata, Uzumaki-san, even came to Feng-kun's house on purpose now. And Kitahara-san is very concerned about Uzumaki-san. So, is she actually the third party? ! Shocked, Hinata passed out directly, and Kitahara Kaede pressed down with both hands to catch her. And Naruto climbed up the stairs and saw this. Naruto was a little taken aback. What happened to Hinata? ... Kitahara Kaede, probably made up some strange things in my brain. It's okay. Kitahara Kaede carried her on his back and headed to the ninja school with Naruto. The first class, Class 7, Ninja School, only 2 students of Iruka are left behind. Most of the students are still in the classroom, but everyone is wearing a forehead protector, which means that everyone has passed the exam. Naturally, before Mr. Iruka announced the class division, everyone found that Naruto at the end of the crane also got the forehead protector. This is the performance of passing the test. Naruto's high-profile appearance made the chief Sasuke very dissatisfied. Because, as soon as Sasuke came to the classroom, he saw Naruto showing off 23 clone techniques. Doppelganger is a little more amazing. And, if someone else's clone technique is a little more, then Sasuke won't have any mood swings, but Naruto is the tail of the crane, but the clone technique shown now, is the strongest in the class. As the head of the class, Sasuke is more disdainful. Then, Class 7, Iruka read the class placement information from 3rd Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Kitahara Kaede. You go in groups of 3. ... Sasuke, ... Naruto, ... Kitahara Kaede, cut. Sasuke bared, But Naruto got up. He is very grateful to Kitahara Kaede, so it is really reassuring to be in a group now. And Kitahara Kaede's performance is very calm, because this is something that has been known for a long time. The normal operation is, Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura. But, he will appear in wood style to restrain Naruto, so he will definitely act at the same time as Naruto. On the other hand, Sasuke is still a vengeful sophomore boy, very immature, and needs to be beaten by the society. In this way, then little Sakura would be redundant. It is just a little bit of attention that Ms. Hinata, who was brought to the classroom by Kitahara Kaede, just regained consciousness, and she was lying limply on the table as if she had been hit. It looked really pitiful. Chapter 009 Minato, your son has a talent for women's clothing. Seeking data, Class 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. Class 9th, Class 10, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji. Teacher Iruka also finished reading the other classes quickly. While Iruka read it, Kitahara Kaede paid attention and found that it was basically the same as in the original book, but the young lady of the Hyuga family he recited was in a bad state of mind. Are you okay? Kitahara Kaede moved the back of her hand lightly. Woo, Hinata looked depressed. This is impossible. She already felt that Uzumaki and Feng-kun were very close. And now, not only came to find Feng-kun in the morning, but also stayed together in different classes. Isn't it like she is the redundant one? Hinata knows that there are also cute girls in the class, such as Yamanaka Ino, and little Sakura is also prone to development. If it is lost to these two people, then although it is very sad, it can only be accepted. But, now why lose to a boy? Hinata gently lifted her head from her arms. Iruka continues to divide classes. There are more than 50 of their classmates in total, so the class division is not over yet. Kitahara Kaede held down one of Hinata's hands and pulled her under the table. Hinata's slender eyelashes fluttered slightly. She didn't understand what Feng Jun wanted to do. But she soon realized that Kitahara Kaede had brought her hand under the table, and told her to spread it out and write on it. Right, Naruto's relationship with me is not the same as yours. Closing square bracket. It's different, it's not the same. Call. Hinata's mood seemed to be comforted suddenly. Classes continue. Iruka glanced over to Kitahara Kaede and Hinata. As teachers, they can see all the small movements of the students from the podium where they are. So Iruka noticed that Kitahara Kaede was holding Hinata. But instead of reminding him, he was a little envious. Because he is still single now. He is thinking, if he had been smarter when he was in school, maybe he would not have to go home alone now. The notification of class placement ended soon, and Iruka told everyone where they were going, and their teacher Jonin would be waiting there. And Kitahara Kaede, Naruto and Sas were left in the classroom together. On the other side, Kitahara Kaede observation small group has also been activated. Dazuzi Hanhan, it seems that the class division is stable, and Kitahara Kaede Naruto are all together. The appearance of this Sasuke impresses me, isn't he really Uchiha Izuna? Senju Tobirama. Anika, don't mention that disgusting name. Big Pillar Hanhan, Ma. We have obviously made peace with the Uchiha clan. Kidney deficiency Hokage, although it is relatively early, I have to get over it. My physical strength is relatively weak, so I will not be able to chat in the group anymore because I will act later. Kakashi said. Senju Tobirama. Go ahead. Senju Tobirama seemed to be nodding, but suddenly stopped Kakashi. Senju Tobirama. Wait a minute, who are you? He asked and glanced at the number of people in the group. 4. Yes, 4 people. Then this kidney deficiency Hokage is. Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, is that you? Kidney deficiency Hokage, yes, teacher, it's hard to say. Kakashi, who said this, seemed unwilling to discuss further, but he was immediately sympathized. Dazuzi Hanhan, poor, kidney deficiency so early. Namikaze Minato. The title of this group is a bit scary, I hope I don't. Therefore, in the discussion of Kakashi's kidney deficiency at such a young age by Hokage in the past, when Kakashi closed his eyes and opened them again, he had already gained the initiative of his body. He couldn't control his body while talking. But now is the time to appear. Jingle. Kakashi came to the classroom with 2 bells on his waist, and saw Kitahara Kaede, Naruto and Sasuke at a glance. Kitahara Kaede and Sasuke were sitting at the table, but there was a little distance between them. And Naruto jumped directly onto Sasuke's table. Then, probably because Sasuke was dissatisfied, Naruto moved the table, and then Naruto's body lost its balance and directly stuck to Sasuke's body. The two exchanged their first kiss, and the small group continued to get the opportunity to observe. According to Minato's proposal, the requirement in the group is to observe Kitahara Kaede, and now Naruto is also with Kitahara Kaede, so he can see everyone by the way. But, now imprinted in everyone's eyes. Naruto pro Sasuke. Ha, Naruto and Sasuke seemed to be very confused, so they posted more in panic. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. This, not only the beginner Kakashi was stunned, but everyone in the group was also stunned. Dazuzi Hanhan, I think I seem to be in the wrong era. Is it so open now? Senju Tobirama. Even in another 100 years, it is impossible to become like this. Must be a misunderstanding. Namikaze Minato. Huh, just a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. 2. How could Naruto be with boys? Damn Sasuke. And Naruto finally separated from Sasuke, wiping his lips with his hand quickly. It's disgusting, Naruto complained. Quote. Sasuke, you're disgusting. Sasuke, as the cold and handsome guy in his class, has no interest in nympho girls and even finds them annoying. But now that he's kissing Naruto suddenly, I feel, it's better to talk to the girl. Otherwise, the first kiss would not have been given to a boy. Ha, and Naruto seemed stimulated. It's the first time in 3 days, so I'll look at you with admiration. Now I have the help of classmate Bayuan, hehe. Ninjutsu is unimpeded. Saying so, Naruto immediately began to seal. You actually said I was disgusting. Then come, ninjutsu seduction technique. Boom. Naruto's hands were quickly sealed, and he replaced a super cute girl with golden double ponytails, improperly dressed clothes, and a zipper opening to the sternum. This is Naruto's signature skill, seduction technique. Look, is this disgusting? Naruto put his hand lightly on Sasuke's shoulder. Namikaze Minato. Even the gentle and refined Minato was stunned. Big pillar Hanhan. Minato, your son is amazing. Senju Tobirama. This is really indecent. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Huh. Tobirama, are you not interested in girls? Wait a minute, you're not unmarried. Senju Tobirama. Huh, it's not that Onijia threw Konoha to me. I'm busy every day, how can I have time to fall in love? Big Zuzi Hanhan. Ah, this. Namikaze Minato. However, Naruto's women's clothing is quite nice. Minato is Minato after all, and although he was shocked at first, he felt sorry for Naruto. So even if Naruto has this tendency, he will support it. After all, this is the only thing his father can do. Scared me. Hokage, who had just entered the classroom with kidney deficiency, expressed his opinion. Peas, babies, flowers, reviews, and monthly passes are all needed. Everything you need for a new issue. There will be a power outage later, and we will continue to update after 1900 in the evening. Chapter 10 Class 7, got it, this is the orphan class. Seeking data, Kakashi held onto the wall with one hand and leaned there. What are you guys doing? Kakashi raised his voice slightly by a decibel. Ah, X2. Seeing Kakashi appear, Sasuke and Naruto react quickly. And Naruto hastily unlocked the seduction technique with a bang. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Kitahara Kaede. Kakashi held a roster in his hand. Here, Naruto quickly responded. Here, Sasuke also responded quickly, and Kitahara Kaede, who had been watching the show and finally waited until Zuo-Naru hit the kiss, also began to respond. Originally, the exams were over, and he thought that this world-famous scene would be gone, but it turned out that these two people really have an inseparable bond. First, let me introduce myself, said Hitaki Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi, elite Jonin of Konoha, is in charge of leading you to practice. Of course, this leadership will continue all the time. Be a teacher for one day and be a teacher for life. I will do my best to train you, Kakashi said. Even though he said so, everyone looked at Kakashi curiously. Because Kakashi's appearance is very unique. His forehead protector was worn obliquely on his head, covering his left eye. Then wearing a mask, only the part of one right eye is exposed, which looks very delicate. Is it so dangerous to be a ninja? Naruto said, having so many injuries and then it's all on the face and then having to cover it up. Quote. Kakashi, I'm not very good at expressing emotions, so if the whole face is shown, it will be very subtle. That's why it's covered, Kakashi explained. I see, if it is XP, then it is easy to understand. So it's your turn to introduce yourself, Kakashi said. In fact, he got the information of the three of them last night. But now is giving these three people a chance to get acquainted with each other. Then I will come first, said Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede observes _small group. Senju Tobirama. Kitahara Kaede is not the type who likes to strike up a conversation. It is a bit novel that he takes the initiative to strike up a conversation. Big Pillar Hanhan Tobirama, you care about Kitahara Kaede very much. Senju Tobirama, of course, it can be confirmed that his IQ was not lower than mine. Then also wood style, which is very important. For Konoha, such a person is even more powerful, can be well cultivated. Big Pillar Hanhan. Tobirama has worked hard on you, and you still worry about Konoha after death. Senju Tobirama, speaking of this, I am angry, brother, you left so easily, and then leave Konoha to me. Big Zuzi Hanhan, sorry. While chatting among the crowd, they heard the voice of Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede, the holder of the wood-style blood inheritance boundary. Because he was experimented on since he was a child, he doesn't know the information of his parents. Judging from the judgment, he should be an orphan. Kitahara Kaede said, quote. Ex-Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke. Sasuke touched his head. Uchiha Sasuke, a survivor of the Uchiha clan, both parents died, although, there is an older brother, but, my only goal now is to become stronger and kill him. Quote. Ex-Kakashi, Naruto, it's Naruto's turn. Uzumaki Naruto, I was born alone and didn't know who my parents were. Orphans. Ex-Kakashi. Quote. Kakashi, then let me reintroduce you too, Kakashi said. Hitaki Kakashi, my mother died when I was born, and my father committed suicide. He lives alone and is also an orphan. Quote. Ex-Naruto, Sasuke, Kitahara Kaede. Observe Kitahara Kaede. There is silence in the small group. Then, Big Zuzi Hanhan, why are these orphans? The main reason why Senju Hashirama founded Konoha was for peace. Hope the kids grow up and the ninjas don't die at 20. Then don't have so many orphans. But, now class 7 is all orphans. It's too embarrassing. Senju Tobirama. I don't know too well. Namikaze Minato. After the death of Master First Hokage, the First Ninja War broke out, and then Nadim died in order to cover the younger generation when he won. These are all written in textbooks. But, after that, the Second Ninja War broke out, and the Third Ninja War broke out. Then, in the year Naruto was born, someone who claimed to be Uchiha Madara attacked Konoha, and Nine Tails was released. In this way, Konoha's strength was greatly lost. Big Zuzi Hanhan, how could this be? Senju Tobirama. Hey, this is the truth. In the past, those ninja villages were just a hypocritical piece. They were afraid of the strength of the big brother, so they went to war immediately after the death of the big brother. So it is conceivable that there will be a lot of battles afterwards. Big Pillar Hanhan, I'm very sorry, we have caused so much trouble to the juniors, even on Madara's side, I didn't deal with it. Namikaze Minato. First Hokage, these things are over, we can only move on. And although the guy from the Nine Tails Rebellion called himself Uchiha Madara, I don't think it might be. So this has always been a suspicious point in my mind. I marked that guy with Flying Thunder God, and maybe I can start to trace the clues from here. Big Pillar Hanhan, that's right. Thank you Minato. Senju Tobirama. Minato, have you learned Flying Thunder God? Namikaze Minato. Well, it's very easy to use. Senju Tobirama. That's okay. This is my own creation, I used this move to kill Uchiha Izuna in the past. Against Uchiha's pupil, speed is very important. Namikaze Minato. Yes, but, Uchiha Sasuke said just now that he is also an orphan. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Regarding this point, I also find it strange. But the information I got is that Uchiha Itachi killed the same family 6 years ago. So the Uchiha clan was wiped out. Senju Tobirama. Are the little ghosts of Uchiha so evil, directly exterminate the family? What I didn't do, he did. Big Pillar Hanhan. Tobirama, what are you talking about? Do you always look at Uchiha with this look? Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Although I don't like Uchiha, I didn't slaughter them either. Brother, you misunderstood me. After your death, I assigned the Uchihas to the Konoha Guard. You also know that Uchiha, these neurotics, will open their eyes as long as they are on the battlefield, kill red eyes, and then become paranoid, full of negative emotions. So in order to protect them, I let them serve as the guard, farther away from the battlefield, and less open eyes, less dangerous. Big Zuzi Hanhan, that sounds okay. But how did it develop into this? Kidney deficiency Hokage, I don't know, but, there must be some reason. And now the situation is that Sasuke has become a survivor of Uchiha. Namikaze Minato. Hey, Fugaku discussed Uchiha with me before, but I didn't expect to use this method. Wait a minute, Kakashi, can you come to the group? Kidney deficiency Hokage. Yes, according to the rules, I need to give them a small quiz to snatch the bell. Only after passing the quiz can they officially become Genin, otherwise they will be sent back to the ninja school to continue their studies. But, everyone is an orphan. I let the water go. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Hey, the senior Hokage's side, yes, they clearly had such an ideal goal at the beginning, but in the end, the descendants are still orphans. So their ideals were not realized. Senju Hashirama is saddened to know this decades past. Today's share observation Kitahara Kaede time has come. Get a chance to draw Konoha Hokage into the group. Closing square bracket. A reminder suddenly appeared in the group. Senju Tobirama. Then let Sarutobi come in. I want to ask him, how did Konoha become like this? Seeing the elder brother sigh, Tobirama felt uncomfortable. What he thought was that his brother's ideal had not been realized, so his choice was also wrong, and the Sarutobi he chose did not manage Konoha well. Didn't pass it on. Closing square bracket. However, the system prompts. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot join the small group. Because he doesn't deserve it. Closing square bracket. X4 Chapter 011 Naruto's Miserable Life, Minato is numb. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot join the small group. Because he doesn't deserve it. Closing square bracket. The 4 people in the group looked at the system prompts and were a little confused. Isn't third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen still alive? Why don't you deserve to join the small group? Senju Tobirama. What happened? Namikaze Minato. I am also very confused. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Dazuzi Hanhan. Kakashi, tell me, you posted, do you have any clues? Senju Tobirama. Brother, you will be sensitive at this time. So, Kakashi, what do you know? Is Sarutobi unable to reach the level of shadow? Or, Senju Tobirama seemed to pause here, and then added, or is it that what Sarutobi has done over the years, can't match Hokage? Kidney deficiency Hokage. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Actually, I assassinated Lord 3rd Generation 10 years ago. Namikaze Minato. Assassinate 3rd Generation. Minato has the right to speak, because he has worked with 3rd Generation and created the 2 Shadow Co-governance together. He saw how 3rd Generation worked, and felt that they were meticulous and serious. There is no sign of dereliction of duty. So Kakashi said that he had assassinated the 3rd Generation, he was the most ignorant one. Kidney deficiency Hokage. 10 years ago, Teacher Minato passed away, and I was bewitched by Danzo to assassinate Lord 3rd Generation, but he forgave me and left me in Anbu. Then Danzo was also forgiven by him and continued to reuse. Big Zuzi Hanhan, isn't it good to see third generation in this way? There is tolerance. Like I was assassinated by a guy called Kakuzu before, but I let him go too. Senju Tobirama, big brother, it's exaggerated for you to let go. It's obvious that you used the big move, and they scared away before they even started. Senju Tobirama. But things can't be viewed in this way. If the amount of people can't give Sarutobi extra points, then it is that other things lose too much points. Like, Kakashi, why are you being seduced by Danzo? By the way, Danzo is actually bewitching. I used to think he was quite smart, but in the end, he went wrong. Kidney deficiency Hokage, my father is Hatake Maushuo, known as Konoha's White Fang, but he committed suicide. Namikaze Minato, I know about this. Kidney deficiency Hokage, when Danzo came to me, he told me that my father's death was related to third generation. It was the result of third generation's deliberate connivance, because the father at that time made a lot of contributions during the Second Ninja World War. Some merits outshine the master. Senju Tobirama. Great achievements. Then the Uchiha clan was also exterminated during Sarutobi's administration, right? Kidney deficiency Hokage. Yes. Senju Tobirama. Well, then I probably understand. Although Sarutobi has tolerance, he is not decisive. And decisiveness is the requirement of a superior. As for Kakashi, your father's matter, I'm not too clear and I can't give you an answer. However, coupled with the direct extermination of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi did not do well. Namikaze Minato. After all, the composition of Konoha is very complicated. No one wants to become like this. Kidney deficiency Hokage, but, if it is said that Master Third Generation cannot join this group, I think I may know the real reason. Namikaze Minato. Do you know why? Not because of your father, or because of Danzo or Uchiha. Kidney deficiency Hokage, yes, it should be related to Naruto. Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato. Kidney deficiency Hokage, I said before that I just found out that Naruto is the son of the fourth generation. But before that, Naruto was only told the identity of Jinchuriki. Namikaze Minato. That must have been a lot of trouble. Kidney deficiency Hokage, I have been to Naruto's room, he has a small single room of 13 square meters. There is also food in the refrigerator. But it is expired. Naruto's character is careless, but it doesn't mean he will buy expired things. And, he has no money. The people in the village wouldn't sell him anything. Even if it was sold to him, it was always expired or very bad. Namikaze Minato. That is to say, my Mingbao is actually hasn't even eaten food that hasn't expired. Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, is what you said true? Namikaze Minato. Kakashi. From Minato's remarks before, we can know that he is a very kind person with a gentle heart. But, gentle doesn't mean stupid. Being able to understand others doesn't mean I can accept everything. As it is now, it was told that Naruto was only announced as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and that the identity of the son of the fourth generation was hidden, for the sake of the village. In order to deter other ninja villages. But, Namikaze Minato. Before Ebonai and I passed away, I asked Lord Third Generation to take care of Naruto. But, why did it become like this? In his mind, little Naruto touched his hungry belly, and then he could only watch the smell of rice from other families from a distance. The scene where little Naruto was thrown out because he simply ran into the shop appeared in his mind. And then there came to his mind, the picture of Naruto being bullied and scolded for not having parents. Namikaze Minato. I am very emotional now. Senju Tobirama. If what you said is true, then I am also very emotional. Namikaze Minato. Nadaime, are you? Senju Tobirama. Because I can't figure it out. If starting from the direction of the village, it is necessary to announce that Naruto is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, then Sarutobi is right. But then, if it is to protect Naruto and not tell the identity of the son of the fourth generation, then Sarutobi's approach makes me unable to understand. Dazuzi Hanhan, why did you protect Naruto and not tell the identity of the son of the fourth generation? Namikaze Minato. Well, because I was more active during the Third Ninja World War and the Third War. So there are more enemies. Senju Tobirama. Minato passed away at that time. If Naruto's identity is exposed, it may lead to assassination. But they all announced that Naruto is the identity of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If he should come to assassinate him, he will still come. After all, getting rid of the opponent's Jinchuriki is also an attack method of the major ninja villages. And, even if Sarutobi used this excuse to conceal Naruto's identity, then, why didn't Naruto arrange an identity since it was concealed? He can arrange to be his grandson or something like that. In this case, can't you take care of it? After all, Naruto's parents are you who gave their lives for the village. Minato, how old were you when you died? Namikaze Minato. Me, I am 24 years old. Big Zuzi Hanhan, hey, so young. Senju Tobirama. Right, Minato sacrificed at such a young age, for the sake of the village. But is this how the village treats his orphan? You must know that Naruto's self-introduction said that he was born as a person, which means that he encountered indifference from others when he was very young. What a disservice to a young child. Looking at it this way, what Sarutobi did not meet the requirements of a Hokage. So, he doesn't deserve to be part of the flock. Dazuzi Hanhan, Minato, kidney deficiency Hokage. The remaining three were silent. And Minato just felt numb. Listening to Nadime's analysis, he felt more and more that his sacrifice for the village was meaningful. Master third generation failed to do what he promised, and his Mingbao. Not only is it 100 times more difficult to practice ninjutsu than ordinary people, but even the quality of life is the lowest. His whole body was numb. Senju Tobirama. Calm down, Minato. Namikaze Minato. Sorry Nadime, I got too emotional. Big Pillar Hanhan. Minato, you have worked hard. Senju Hashirama has already sighed 3 times. Originally, I was very happy to join this group to learn about Konoha's development after death, but now I feel that, my sacrifice seems to be worthless. There are still a bunch of orphans in the village. It completely refuted the ideal that he had declared that the children in the village could grow up normally, that they would not have to fight in childhood, and that young people could live to old age. Could it be that Madara's direction is correct? Senju Hashirama doubts himself for the first time. At this time, a new reminder appeared in front of everyone. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen could not meet the requirements to join the small group, the conditions were relaxed, and changed to randomly pull a shadow to join Kitahara Kaede to observe the small group. Everyone's eyes quickly converged on the screen. Chapter 012 5th Mizukage Terumi joins. The Hokages in the small group immediately set their sights on the system prompt. Randomly pull a shadow to join Kitahara Kaede to observe small group. Senju Tobirama randomly pull a movie, so does it mean 5th Hokage? Yes, probably. Because now 1st generation, 2nd generation, and then 3rd generation are eliminated, 4th generation is here, and Kakashi is identified as the 6th generation by observing Yifeng. Xiaochun. So, isn't 5th Hokage missing now? The new member is randomly grabbed, and his identity is the current Hokage of Kurigakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Iwagakure among the 5 great ninja villages. Closing square bracket. The system replied Tobirama, but Minato frowned. Namikaze Minato. In other words, maybe it's not from our Konoha village. Dazuzi Hanhan, it's just that our group is to pay attention to Kitahara Kaede, a kid who has awakened wood style, and has a unique identity, and now Kitahara Kaede and Naruto are in a group, so. 1st generation didn't go on, but the other 3 people already understood. This shows, as long as the new additions are shadows from other ninja villages, isn't it possible to obtain their Konoha secrets in an instant? Will Kitahara Kaede from Wood Style, then Nine Tails Jinchuriki, plus survivors from Uchiha. This is Konoha's best kept secret, and it's about to be exposed. The system has given Konoha a chance, but Konoha failed. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen does not qualify for the group. Closing square bracket. So only one shadow can be randomly selected from other ninja villages. Closing square bracket. Alright, everyone had to wait silently for the arrival of the new members. What about new members? Kurigakure, Mizukage-sama, Chojuro, who only had a cropped head, carried a stack of documents in front of 5th Mizukage Terumi. Terumi is a beautiful woman with beautiful long red hair. Danfeng has slender eyes and brows, and his facial features are dignified and upright. Smiling makes people feel like spring breeze. This is quite a beautiful woman. She is 27 years old this year. Although she looks great, she actually missed her wedding date for ninja. So I am always very concerned about words like marriage wedding date. Chojuro piled up the documents on the table, and he found Mizukage-sama sleeping on top of the documents. Mizukage-sama is obviously good looking. As long as you pay attention to your image, it will be easy to marry. Chojuro said softly. However, Terumi woke up suddenly as if she had a nightmare. What did you say? She asked immediately. No, I didn't say anything. Chojuro hurriedly shut up to save his life. He felt that he underestimated the popularity of Mizukage-sama who missed the wedding. There is also a reason why Terumi has never been married, because she is taking over a mess. She is 5th Mizukage, but the worst Mizukage. They are Kurigakure weather beaten. In the era of 4th Mizukage, talents were withered, coupled with various wrong commands, etc. Kurigakure directly made all the 7 ninja swords trained by 2nd Mizukage into rebellious ninja. Now, although there are still some Jonin, their strength is greatly reduced. This is the information log of the ninjas of Kurigakure that you asked me to put up. Chojuro delivered the materials. Terumi Jonin has 33 people, Chūnin has 68 people, and Genin has 100 people. Terumi had some headaches. This data looks pretty strong in a ninja village, but this is our Kurigakure. The ninjas of Kurigakure, the weak ones stay, are parallel imports. But the strong all rebelled. It's not that they don't have good seeds in Kurigakure, but they are all rebellious. I managed to beat 4th Mizukage to get Kurigakure. But, the twisting aspect, is so difficult. She put her head on the table. At this time, he suddenly found a screen appeared in front of him. Wanji chat group is also known as Observation Kitahara Kaede. _, the small group invites you to join, do you agree? Closing square bracket. A line of words jumped out. Terumi blinked lightly. She looked in the direction of Chojuro, but found that Chojuro didn't seem to see it. Could it be that only she could see it? Well, at this time, of course. I choose yes. Terumi is a man who knows how to seize the moment. She is from Kurigakure, but in the era of blood mist before her, 4th Mizukage carried this cruelty to ultimate. During 4th Mizukage's administration, all the 7 ninja swordsmen rebelled. Kurigakure's foundations were hit directly and violently. She didn't want to see Kurigake ruined, so she took over and defeated 4th Mizukage, and then became 5th Mizukage, which is tolerance and opportunity. So now that I find this kind of super daily thing, of course I accept it directly. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Welcome 5th Mizukage Terumi to join the observation group Kitahara Kaede. The number of this group will increase to 5. Because Terumi is the first female member of this group, the title is specially added. Congratulations to Terumi for her new title, Unmarried Leftover Girl. Closing square bracket. The scene before Terumi's eyes had changed. If you just wanted to seize the opportunity at the beginning, then you chose to join this group. But she found that her current state was very delicate. I can feel that my body is still in Mizukage's office, but my spirit seems to have entered a very wonderful space. She could sense that there were other people here. But the words prompted by the system kept popping up in front of her eyes. The system has automatically given the title to 5th Mizukage Terumi, the leftover girl who can't marry. Terumi, the old leftover girl who can't get married. What title is this? I don't want it. Take it down. 013 Whoa, did I stab Konoha nest? Seeking data. The old leftover woman who can't get married. What kind of title is this? I don't want it. In the small group, Terumi immediately went berserk as soon as she appeared. Dazuzi Hmph. At first I thought it was necessary to be on guard, at least to pay more attention, but now it seems that there is no need. Namikaze Minato. It seems so. Kidney deficiency Hokage. The commentary just now was Kurigake's 5th Mizukage. This is the new Mizukage, and Junin has not yet reached 1 year. I haven't shown up to the outside world, but it turned out to be this type. I have seen it for a long time. Senju Tobirama. It looks miserable. But I can understand her mood. But she couldn't find it. I didn't want to look for it, and I didn't have time to look for it. Big Zuzi Hanhan. I'm sorry, Tobirama, it's the big brother who got you down. Senju Tobirama. Well, it's all Uchiha Madara's fault. If it wasn't for him, then you wouldn't have died early, big brother. Big Zuzi Hanhan. In fact, I can't say that. After all, the usage condition of my wood-style sage art is not only to consume chakra, but also to consume lifespan. So, as long as it is used, it will be short-lived. Namikaze Minato. This is the first time I have heard of it, so it is really a dangerous line of blood succession. Senju Tobirama. But it's strong enough, isn't it? Namikaze Minato. Yes. The old leftover girl who can't get married. The old leftover girl who can't get married. The old leftover girl who can't get married. Who are you? Terumi was a little stunned. Her attention was attracted by the titles that were suddenly distributed by the system just now, but what happened to these people? Although Dazuzi Hanhan, Kidney Deficiency Hokage, such a title looks pitiful. But Hokage, is this Konoha? And, wood style, Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama isn't Konoha's second Hokage, has it been dead for decades? Senju Tobirama. There was an instant intense pressure here at Tobirama. It made Terumi instantly feel the absolute gap. She thought she was 5th Mizukage, and she has worked very hard. She is good at using water-style ninjutsu, and has, lava-style, and, boil-style. She felt that her strength was pretty good among the 5 shadows. But now, he instantly felt his own insignificance. Dazuzi Hanhan, don't frighten people. After all, this is a girl. Senju Tobirama. Big brother, you are sympathetic. Having said that, Tobirama withdrew the pressure, and the pressure from the absolute gap finally disappeared. This allowed Terumi to catch her breath for a while. This is the Wanji chat group. The group members come from all over the world, regardless of time and space status, so even dead people can stay here. Closing square bracket. Remarks. This group is also a small group for observing Kitahara Kaede, and will observe Kitahara Kaede for 3 hours a day. Closing square bracket. A systematic explanation appeared in front of Terumi. And watching these commentaries, Terumi knew what happened. In other words, my choice was indeed right. Came to an incredible place. So the current Senju Tobirama is that Senju Tobirama. Konoha's second Hokage. Kurigake is familiar with him because he is good at water style, but is called Sea Shield by Kurigake. The same ninjutsu, the opponent's use speed and range are stronger. It is said to have made a contract with the sea. It can be said, the idol of every new ninja in Kurigake. But, as soon as she appeared, she was oppressed by idols, and Terumi was a little discouraged. The old leftover woman who can't get married. I'm 5th Mizukage, Terumi from Kurigake. 27 years old, just took over from Kurigake. It's a cute new Mizukage, see you guys. But what are the identities of the bosses? Terumi began to speak, and she seemed very humble. Of course, as soon as he came in, he was shocked by Haidun. Can you not panic? And for the group she just joined, she found out that she is the 5th group member, which means that the first 4 are all seniors. She doesn't quite understand these rules, so humility is a must. Dazuzi Hanhan, it seems that this girl can do it. Very polite. Senju Tobirama. Hmph. Namikaze Minato. Well, it would be great if she could not target us Konoha. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Big pillar Hanhan. Mizukage. Right, let me introduce you. That kidney deficiency Hokage is our Konoha's 6th generation order Hitaki Kakashi. Big pillar Hanhan. Namikaze Minato is 4th Hokage. Big pillar Hanhan and Tobirama, as you perceive, he is a water style, he is a 2nd Hokage. And I am 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama. In other words, the current 4 members are all Hokage. Maya, or the Hokage of the past dynasties. Wait a moment, first Hokage, isn't it the super strong Hokage who dared to start a war without Ninja Village alive? Tsurumi froze for a moment after sorting out the news. Because, did you stab Konoha nest? It's all Hokage. But after sorting out the news, Tsurumi found a strange place. That is, poisonous, you Konohas. First Hokage is good at wood style. Second Hokage is good at water style. Third Hokage full property. Fourth Hokage is good at wind style. Then this kidney deficiency is Kakashi, who is good at earth style. None of your Konoha Hokages are good at fire style. Chapter 014. The Land of Waves mission begins. Seeking data. Today's 3-hour Kitahara Kaede observation has ended, and new members can join in tomorrow. Closing square bracket. Observation of Kitahara Kaede, _, small group temporarily retreating. Closing square bracket. Tsurumi put her hands on the table, and she felt that her soul was returning to her body quickly. After a while, the eyes opened. Regain control of the body. Watch the Kitahara Kaede, group. Tsurumi tapped lightly on the edge of the table with her slender, white fingers. Her fingers are beautiful and make rhythmic sounds. Mizukage-sama, it seems that something good has happened to you. Ching pushed the door open and said, Tsurumi belongs to the position of 5th Mizukage who rebels took out 4th Mizukage and took. And during this period, because most of Kurikager's ninjas were very repulsed by 4th Mizukage's bloody rule, so after she killed Yagura, most of them all surrendered. People called Kurikager other than Yagura look forward to peace. And Ching, who is speaking now, is one of them. Chojuro is the 3rd batch of 7 ninja swordsmen, and he is a genius. And Ao is the old and reliable Jonin. And also has a white eye captured on the battlefield, so it is also called White Eye Killer. Etc. Roll eyes. Question mark. Ching, Tsurumi said, I will give you a holiday recently, so you should take a good rest. Don't come to report to me again recently. Understand? Or how about you go to our ninja school in Kurikager to support? Ching opened his mouth wide. Question mark. He doesn't understand. Because doesn't that mean, I was alienated by Mizukage-sama? Mizukage-sama, did something wrong. Everyone considered Tsurumi to be the genius in hope of ending the bloody 4th Mizukage reign. We all hope to work together to revitalize Kurikager. So is he, but, was transferred directly. I have some things that are inconvenient to say. Tsurumi said, but I still believe in you. But you need to go to the ninja school to support for a while. This is an A- level mission. Forehead. Ching hurriedly knelt on one knee to express her agreement. Because this is a mission. But, so, Mizukage-sama, how long will I stay in the ninja school for? Ching asked cautiously. He is the one who supports Tsurumi, but he doesn't want to be alienated. He also wanted to do something about this broken Kurikager. I don't know yet. Go there for half a year first. Tsurumi said. Besides, you really don't want to take it to heart. It's really not alienation. Tsurumi said, and then hurriedly added as if thinking of something. Then, you don't have to come over to say hello when you see me. Quote question mark. Now Ching is full of question marks. You are not even allowed to say hello, and you still say this is not alienation. Question mark. Ah, Ching is very autistic, but the current Mizukage-sama is Kurikager's hope, and everyone wants reform, so, he cannot be an obstacle. So after putting down the materials, Ching had no choice but to quit and say goodbye. Then, I haven't seen you for half a year, Mizukage-sama. I can't help it either. Tsurumi clearly sensed Ching's depression, but she shook her head slightly. Ao is loyal and, like her, expects changes in Kurikager. But, Ao's left eye is Konoha's white eye. She just poked the Konoha nest, which contains the Hokage of all generations. If it is normal, then Ao can show off that she snatched a supercilious look from Konoha. This is a medal and a record. But, she is now weak and helpless and pitiful. If the Hokage adults in the group know that there is another person on her side who has taken away the white eyes, then I'm afraid she will be bullied to death. So be a little bit cowardly. But the value is also there, or very high. Because, this small group observes Kitahara Kaede for 3 hours every day. Closing square bracket. Her fingers tapped lightly on the table. Kitahara Kaede. According to information obtained from side-by-side information, this is Konoha's wood-style holder. As expected of Konoha, I have first generation in my hands. Many people say that if first generation and Uchiha Madara join forces, then wouldn't it be the 2 of Susanoo Buddha who will destroy Shikoku? Then there is nothing about their Kurikager. But, there is already Shodai in the group, and this kind of super daily thing has happened, so. Perhaps one day first generation Senju Hashirama may also reappear in the world. So, her choice. Sure enough, let's give it a try. Maybe if you obey Konoha earlier, then you can still be pulled by the other party in the future. Because first Hokage is notoriously stupid. No wonder his title is Dazuzi Hanhan. In the past, I almost gave it to each ninja village tail beast for nothing. Thinking about it this way, Tsurumi has found her niche. Become a little transparent and observe Kitahara Kaede, small group. After all, she is the weakest inside. Think about it this way. 10:30 in the morning the next day. Observe Kitahara Kaede, small group start. Welcome all group members to log in. Closing square bracket. Today's observation of Kitahara Kaede's 3 hours will begin in 10 minutes. Members, please be prepared. Those who are disconnected will be given a new title. Closing square bracket. Terumi Mei looked at the system's prompt, and then hurriedly completed it. She knew it was coming. Kitahara Kaede is a person who even the Hokages of the past generations have to watch together, so, what kind of person is it? Terumi Mei is full of curiosity. Then she saw kidney deficiency Hokage Kakashi led the students to accept the mission of the Land of Waves. Chapter 015 Water Dragon Bomb. Do you seal it? I do not. Superior. The mission of the Kingdom of Waves, which is to escort Mr. Dasna from the Kingdom of Waves to the Kingdom of Waves. This is just a C-level assignment. It doesn't look too difficult. Because it is very simple, so kidney deficiency. No, Hatake Kakashi directly led the students to take this task. The students in his class are elite. Sasuke is elite Chūnin after graduation, and Naruto is the diamond chain and the son of the teacher. In addition, the chakra system that cannot use ninjutsu due to the influence of Nine Tails has also been repaired by Kitahara Kaede. So Naruto's strength is naturally also Chūnin plus. Then there is Kitahara Kaede. His strength is not yet known, and it is not low. After all, he learned wood style. Like Shodai, people don't want to fight you when they see your face. Because I know I can't beat it. So, in summary, Kakashi quickly accepted the task. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Namikaze Minato. This is Mingbao's first mission, so I'm a little nervous. As an old father, coupled with the fact that he has been unable to accompany and take care of Naruto, Minato's emotions have always been high. Both first generation and second generation are grandfathers. They have a granddaughter Senju Tsunade in common, and they dote on a gang very much. So I understand Minato's mood. Senju Tobirama. Minato, can you accept some things about Naruto before? Namikaze Minato. Unacceptable. If there is a chance, I would like to ask Mr. Third Generation to clarify. Minato's attitude is very clear. He is a very gentle and generous person who dedicated his life for the village. This is the duty of being a Hokage. But I'm fighting in the front and you're abusing my son in the rear. And fart. His current emotional stability is largely due to the fact that the little Naruto is not in such a bad state. After Kitahara Kaede relieved the problem of the chakra system for little Naruto's face was also full of smiles and enthusiasm. This reassured him a little. So, as he said in the past, although Kitahara-kun used Naruto, but he is also a real friend of their Namikaze family. Senju Tobirama. Hey, I know this, and I will confront Sarutobi if I have the chance. That's not what I gave him the village for. Minato, I support you on this point. Namikaze Minato. Thank you Nadaime. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Hey, my ideal. The big pillar was hit again. What he hopes is peace in the ninja world, that ninjas have a normal life and don't have to sacrifice early on the battlefield. As a result, decades later, this ideal is just empty talk. So the saddest person in the group was actually him. Senju Tobirama. 5th Mizukage, what do you want to say after seeing the secret of Konoha? Older leftover women who can't get married. No, I just think that every village is not easy. We Kurigakure have experienced iron and blood rule, and the 4th Mizukage directly corrupted the village, and all the newcomers cultivated are rebellious. And 4th Mizukage still has signs of being controlled by others long ago. So I, Kurigakure, are not qualified to speak. Now I have gathered the rest, but, it's hard to say. This is a mess. Terumi Mei spoke quickly. Terumi Mei, as she had imagined at the beginning, immediately showed a miserable state of being a little transparent and a weak village in the group. It's actually really weak. The rest of the mist shinobi ninjas, she can take them all down by herself. Because all the high-quality ones defected, the rest, I won't talk about it. Namikaze Minato. That is to say, even if you join this group, you Kurigakure will not be enemies of our Konoha. Minato was smart and immediately sensed Terumi Mei's state of mind. The old leftover girl who can't get married, of course. I, Kurigakure, wish peace with Konoha for 50 years. Senju Tobirama. Then you go back and write the peace agreement. The older leftover girl who can't get married. This, good. Terumi Mei turned his back in an instant. At the same time, she also breathed a sigh of relief. It is a good thing that the Hokages of the past generations are willing to let her express their attitude. At least, Mayor, who fought with your first Hokage Ninja God, second Hokage Ocean Pact, and fourth Hokage Golden Flash. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? And thinking about it, she found a new change on the screen in front of her. Daily observation Kitahara Kaede 3 hours open. Closing square bracket. A picture appeared in front of her eyes, and then, finally saw Kitahara Kaede. Kidney deficiency Hokage Kakashi. This is consistent with the data. Wear a forehead protector covering one eye, then wear a face shield. Then there is the one who was called Mingbao by 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Naruto. This is Minato's son. Listening to their conversation, Naruto appears to have been told to be the Jinchuriki, but the identity of the 4th generation's son was withheld. And as Mizukage, she got information that Uzumaki Naruto is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. And Nine Tails Jinchuriki was not informed of the identity of the son of the 4th generation. It must have been miserable. Of course, Kurigakure is the worst, even the tail beast is gone. 3 Tails was released with the death of 4th Mizukage. Then, her eyes fell on the face of the handsome black-haired boy who was proudly holding his hands. This is Uchiha Sasuke, a survivor of the Uchiha clan. When Tsurumi found out that 4th Mizukage Guro was under control, Tsurumi considered whether it was the Uchiha clan, but the Uchiha clan wiped out the clan by itself. So this becomes a place of confusion. And Tsurumi continued to look forward, and then saw a boy with short black hair and golden pupils. The boy's interest didn't seem too high, and he always had a calm look on his face. And when Tsurumi was staring at him vigorously, Tsurumi found that he raised his head and glanced at her in an instant. Tsurumi hastily lowered her head subconsciously, then gently lifted up. Is this boy so sharp? Besides, this calm posture, and the peaceful eyes. 10 years older must be her favorite. And now Kakashi is questioning the students. What do you guys think of this mission? Kakashi asked. He noticed something was wrong. Chapter 016 Water Dragon Bomb. Do you seal it? I do not. Down. Kakashi asked if there was anything wrong. Naruto answered directly. Something's wrong. Isn't this a protection mission? According to the task level, it is divided into Super S level, A level, B level, C level, and D level. The requirements are also different. The Super S level requires other Kage level strong people to participate, while the S level and A level are all joined by Jonin, the B level Chunin, the C level Chūnin, Genin, and the D level Genin. And the protection task is at the C level. Then, this is just a guard, no other ninjas from Ninja Village are involved. Master Dezoner also said that they don't even have ninjas in the Kingdom of Waves. So, this task is super easy. But I have never left the village, and I really want to go outside to see it. Naruto looked excited, but it has to be said that Naruto is soaring into the sky, and he still remembers the contents of this kind of textbook. Certainly, it may also be that he suddenly awakened, and after a long period of interest, everything went smoothly. In other words, Naruto's side is actually developing in a good direction. As Naruto's bodyguard who protected him before he was born, Kakashi's heart is relieved. So what do you think, Sasuke? Kakashi felt dizzy looking at Sasuke. Because he has an indissoluble bond with the Uchiha clan. His left eye is the Sharingan of fellow Obito. So some people call him Uchiha Kakashi. Not only that, when he was Anbu, his junior Uchiha Itachi was his subordinate. And now Itachi has slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, leaving only Sasuke alone. And Sasuke has only hatred in his heart, so he is also difficult. He thinks Itachi is not that kind of person. Itachi even asked him. Is it necessary to respond to the wishes of friends? Closing square bracket. Asked him not long before Itachi massacred the Uchiha clan, and it made Kakashi wonder, was he involved in something? It made him feel very guilty. But the current Sasuke still can't match Itachi's level, so hatred that cannot be won is useless. I just want to get stronger quickly, Sasuke said. This answer is a bit aggressive, and it also shows his hatred for his brother Uchiha Itachi's genocide. Kakashi paused, then he turned his gaze to the last student who needed the most attention. Then what do you think, Kitahara-kun? Me, Kitahara Kaede stood in the distance waiting to go, and then Dasna who drank with one hand. If it's from the perspective of the village accepting the mission, then the client Dasna must be lying. And if we take our 3 new genins to participate in the mission, it is obvious that this mission has the value of continuing to perform. Catching cats, petting dogs, and harvesting rice are not insulting, but they have no value in self-improvement. It can be done without a ninja license. I do not want to do. Don't want to do it. I don't want to do low-level tasks. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, oh, this kid is quite interesting. Senju Tobirama. I think this understanding is correct. It's not easy to train ninjas. If all ninjas are allowed to do this kind of thing, then what's the point of training them? You must know that there are only a small number of people who can become ninjas. If these few people are allowed to do the work of the masses, it is really a waste. Senju Tobirama supports Kitahara Kaide's view. Older leftover women who can't get married, I think so too. The cultivation of ninjas is not easy, and the investment is not small. It is a waste to do these low-level jobs directly. Dazuzi Hanhan, so what is the current scale of your Kurigakure? Older leftover women who can't get married, it's miserable. After the war and the bloody rule of 4th Mizukage, the total number of ninjas is less than 500. Dazuzi Hanhan, isn't this worse than when I was still alive? The old leftover girl who can't get married, yes, after your death, the 5 major ninja villages fought directly. I was not in that era so I couldn't make a choice, but now that I am Mizukage, I will not consider going to war again. I'm not afraid of your jokes, if you hit me again, Kurigakure will be gone. Namikaze Minato. This is a bit miserable. But after the war, it was like this, and the vitality of the major ninja villages was severely damaged. Big Zuzi Hanhan, hey, my ideal. Senju Hashirama found once again that the path he had chosen seemed wrong. Because, not just Konoha, even the other ninja villages are not doing well. While everyone sighed, they found that the Kitahara Kaede team had already set off. According to Kitahara Kaede, since there are no ninjas in the Land of Waves, Dasna has to find ninjas to protect him, which means something must have happened to him. Kakashi also agrees with this statement, but they continue the task. Because, if it's all rubbish tasks, it really can't make the students grow, so what's the practice? So the crowd set off. Then, the attack was swiftly encountered. Two renegades from Kurigakure attacked their team. Wood style, 3 bedrooms and 1 living room technique. And Kitahara Kaede also used the first ninjutsu. His hands formed seals, and a wooden house appeared from the ground in an instant, trapping the 2 Kurigakure traitors inside. And Kitahara Kaede is standing here at the door of the house. Let's begin, then, he said. Those who want to hone themselves can sign up for the challenge. Kitahara Kaede observes _small group. The old leftover woman who can't get married, this exercise method is really fashionable. Big Zuzi Hanhan, yes, it's very interesting. Wood style can also be used in this way, which is very interesting. It's actually not protecting yourself but tying up the enemy. This is a very interesting way to use it. Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato. Nadaime. Minato saw that his precious son went in first to challenge and made some progress, and then found that Nadaime, who usually loves to analyze, was very silent. Senju Tobirama. This kid just did some seals blindly. Senju Tobirama explained. Senju Tobirama. I looked at his hands carefully, he just made a casual gesture of nodding, not nodding at all. Big Zuzi Hanhan, isn't it unnecessary to use wood style? Senju Tobirama. That's your bug. Normal ninjas need seals. Like water dragon bomb, I want to make 4 seals. The old leftover girl who can't get married, Didn't the water dragon bomb just spit it out? Senju Tobirama. Chapter 017. 44 seals, Kakashi lost his life. Seeking data, Senju Tobirama froze for a moment when Terumi-Mei said that water dragon bomb was vomiting. Senju Tobirama. When you use water dragon bomb, you don't get seals. The old leftover woman who can't get married, well, it's still a seal. Terumi-Mei responded quickly. In fact, she was a little excited inside, that is to say. Senju Tobirama of Hayden actually needs seals for water dragon bomb. Oh, so she is still a veritable 5th Mizukage without seals. At least it's pretty good in water style. Senju Tobirama. The normal knot seal is 12 seals, but I simplified it to 4 seals. The old leftover girl who can't get married, it's amazing. Dazuzi Hanhan, I don't understand what you are talking about, and I don't know how to make a seal. Senju Tobirama. Shut up, Anika. You are a liar just like this Kitahara Kaede. Senju Tobirama. You liars who obviously didn't get seals and pretended to get seals. The old leftover woman who can't get married, Master Senju, calm down, you are already very powerful. Namikaze Minato. Yes, Nadaime, you are very strong. Senju Tobirama. Stop flattering, Minato, do you get married? Namikaze Minato. Well, I still do mudras, but I have also considered simplifying mudras, such as one-handed mudras. Senju Tobirama. This is fine. This shows that decades later, you will all make progress. This sentence shows that Tobirama's heart is still very open. And everyone continued to stare at the screen. Just now Kitahara Kaede opened the door and put Naruto into the 3-bedroom 1 living room. There are 2 renegades of Kurigakure in it. But Kitahara Kaede also entered the house together. It can be regarded as insurance for Naruto. And everyone also noticed the scene inside the house. The house covers an area of about 150 square meters, with 3 rooms and a hall close to 60 square meters. 2 Chūnin are also in the hall. Then Naruto is cold. Pain. Is this the real fight? There is also a Naruto outside the house. All he put in was his clone, the clone from the multiple shadow clone. Naruto, your basic physical skills are not strong enough, and physical skills can only gain experience points when you go through life and death battles. At this time, the gain of experience points may be several times. Kitahara Kaede explained. His training plan for Naruto is to use multiple shadow clone and let the avatar learn from it. Multiple shadow clone is a good ninjutsu. Ordinary clones will disappear when you touch them, but multiple shadow clones are copied based on the main body. This clone can resist certain attacks. Even if it is destroyed, it will bring back what happened and experience points. It is a necessary skill to open and hang. And Naruto's rapid promotion is naturally inseparable from this hang. Then can I also learn multiple shadow clone? Uchiha Sasuke said. He found that Naruto's martial arts level is growing rapidly. So I can't help being a little envious. After all, he needs power now, he has to get stronger. Probably not. Kitahara Kaede cast a glance at Sasuke and declined. Big Zuzi Hanhan, why not? Hashirama and Madara have a bond, so now that there is only Sasuke left in the Uchiha clan, I want to pay attention. As a result, can't learn multiple shadow clone. Senju Tobirama. Brother, do you think everyone is like you? Chakra is like a tailed beast. Senju Tobirama. The principle of multiple shadow clone is to distribute your own chakra equally to shadow clone. Then this shadow clone must be a high-quality shadow clone, which needs to be copied to the entire body. So this shadow clone can not only perform body skills to resist the attacks of others but also ninjutsu. So it's very difficult. The first thing you need is plenty of chakra. And the chakra content of Uchiha's kid is very low, how could it be possible to use the multiple shadow clone I invented? Namikaze Minato. That's it, no wonder I can only divide 5 or 6. Older leftover woman who can't get married. However, since this is my Kurigakure's rebellious ninja, then, according to the information that has been obtained, among Kurigakure's rebellious ninjas, those who are outstanding are all working alone, while those who are weaker and are generally devoted to Kurigakure's other rebels. So, now these 2 rebels who are locked up as sparring partners are only at the level of Chūnin, so where is their leader? Senju Tobirama. You don't want to include them, do you? Tobirama, who was in charge of intelligence, immediately discovered the new member's idea. The old leftover woman who can't get married, you saw through it. Our Kuritaker's experience was very rough, not just me. There were many people who wanted to save Kuritaker's assassination of the 4th Mizukage before, but failed, so they can only become rebels. So I also want to bring them back to Kuritaker. This is the truth from Terumi Mei. It should be said, I made a lot of money. Kuritaker is basically a master who can defect, and the most are the 7 ninja swordsmen. If they can be collected, her Mizukage will be more stable. Otherwise, Kuritaker doesn't have anyone to fight except her. It's like fighting the landlord, there is only one king bomb, and the rest are all lagging cards. She is also very desperate. So now if he can reclaim the traitorous ninja, then for Kuritaker it will be a big profit. And now, is there really a big name traitor? As soon as she thought about it, she noticed a big knife flying from a distance, straight into the corner of the 5-meter-high 3-bedroom and 1 living room built by Kitahara Kaede. The broadsword, which was as thick as a beheading, was stuck on the roof motionless, but a figure had already appeared on the sword. His body is long, but slightly emaciated. Wearing Kuritaker's rebellious forehead protector on the head, with short black hair, the forehead protector is worn to the left, the lower half of the face and neck are wrapped with bandages and there are sharp teeth. The old leftover girl who can't get married, I really made money. Terumi Mei gave a cheer. Namikaze Minato, the old leftover woman who can't get married, well, this person is the holder of Kuritaker's beheading sword. He once assassinated 4th Mizukage, but failed. Then he went missing, and he didn't expect to meet here. The old leftover girl who can't get married, please delay him a while, I'm going to come here from Kuritaker immediately. Terumi Mei's statement is obviously to take back Zabuzan. Big Zuzi Hanhan, can it still be like this? Senju Tobirama, she seems to be offline. Namikaze Minato, that's great, if there is a body, then we can also participate. Right Kakashi, although Minato was calling Kakashi, kidney deficiency Hokage was now looking at Zabuza. Then, water style water dragon bomb. Water style water dragon bomb. People on both sides started fighting. Zabuzan took the lead in using ninjutsu, but Kakashi didn't dare to take it too seriously and used his own skills directly. Sharingan plus copy. Zabuzan Jain is fast, and Kakashi's copy using Sharingan is also fast. So the two sealed at the same time. Water dragon bomb. Namikaze Minato. Kakashi is indeed a genius, and the speed of sealing is so fast. 2 prints per second. Big pillar Hanhan, this is the knot seal, I have seen it for a long time. Senju Tobirama. Dazuzi Hanhan Tobirama, why are you silent? Senju Tobirama, water dragon bomb originally had 12 seals, how could they produce 44 seals? Tobirama felt ashamed and humiliated. Fortunately, Kuritaker's daughter Mizukage is offline, otherwise, I would be ashamed and ashamed. Wrong, it should be embarrassing for Kuritaker, how can you learn 44 if you don't cut 12 seals? At this time, Zabuzan and Kakashi's seal has been completed. Water dragon bomb, 2 6-meter-high water dragons collided together. Not exactly the same, but exactly the same. Chapter 018 On-site teaching, I don't want to lose face. Seeking data, water waves appeared under Kakashi and Zabuzan's feet, and the water waves gradually formed the surface of the river, and 2 water dragons rushed out of the water surface. It quickly stretched from half a meter high to several meters high. The 2 water dragons are exactly the same, no matter in size, speed or power. Boom, the 2 water dragons overlapped and impacted, but their strength was the same. After the impact, both of them turned into mist and disappeared. This can only be done if the forces of both parties are fully aligned. This shows that although Kakashi is copying the water dragon bomb that is no longer cut, the completion of the copy is 100% similar. And this way of using Sharingan is awesome. Sasuke sat slumped and watched the scene. Is this the copy ninja Kakashi? Uchiha's Sharingan. He probably didn't know that Kakashi had a Sharingan gifted by Uchiha Obito. But, he could sense that. Kakashi is obviously an outsider, but he is better at or uses Sharingan better than himself. Sasuke was shocked. Ah, water dragon bomb is so handsome. I want to learn too. Naruto said. Naruto also stayed on the ground, but he was sitting on the ground. And Naruto noticed that Kitahara Kaede was also on the side. Kitahara Kaede stood gently watching a rainbow emerge from the cross-mating of 2 water dragons. Naruto said, by the way, Kitahara-kun, don't you have any yearning for water dragon bomb? Longing for. Listening to Naruto's voice, Kitahara Kaede looked at the riverbank left after the 2 6-meter water dragons collided. Yes, I am looking forward to it. After all, it is AB rank ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is also graded, namely SABCDE. The division is based not on the power of ninjutsu and the amount of chakra-sized seals needed to release ninjutsu, but on the difficulty of learning this ninjutsu. So rank B is already an impressive type. Kitahara Kaede observes _small group. At this moment, everyone is still in the observation time of Kitahara Kaede for 3 hours a day. Terumi Mei, an older leftover girl, is offline, but everyone else is there except Kakashi with kidney deficiency. Big Pillar Hanhan, can a water dragon bomb make them so happy? Namikaze Minato. Sorry, my Mingbao has never seen the world. Naruto was so happy. Minato was both happy and a little embarrassed. Because neither he nor Naruto have water attribute chakra, so this ninjutsu has nothing to do with them. Big Zuzi Hanhan, that's not what I mean, I think this water dragon bomb is different from my younger brother's water dragon bomb. Big Pillar Hanhan, it seems a little small. Senju Tobirama. I don't even know what to say, the full version of water dragon bomb only has 12 seals, how did they form 44 seals? Namikaze Minato. Then, Master Second Generation, how should the full version of the 12 seals be concluded? Senju Tobirama. Then you are asking the right person. Senju Tobirama. At Kakashi. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Nadime. I am in a battle right now. It's dangerous to lose focus for a moment. Senju Tobirama. Change the way of printing. Senju Tobirama. Change to Yucho Wu CZ Yin Shu Yin Si Cho Wei Si Hai. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Nadime, this is. Senju Tobirama. Let you see the real water dragon bomb. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Understood. Kakashi hurriedly struggled to wake up from the state where his soul was about to be sucked out. Then he yelled, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kitahara. Looking good. What was just now was a wrong demonstration. The 44 stamp water dragon bomb is not the water dragon bomb. The normal version of water dragon bomb is 12 seals. And now, if you don't cut it again, you are the tail of the crane, learn a lesson. With that said, Kakashi began face-to-face teaching. Question mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. As soon as these words were said, Byuzan became a little confused. He is the tail of the crane. You must know that he is taking Kurigakure's own Chūnin exam, and Kurigakure's Chūnin exam has only one exam rule, kill his own companions. And he, not only killed his companion, but even killed everyone in the same period. It can be said that Kurigakure's brutal strategy has long been his brutal adaptation. So he is still the tail of the crane. But Kakashi had already raised his hands. Zabujan's eyes were fixed, and then he found that Kakashi was making a mudra. Yucho Wu CZ Yin Shu Yin Si Cho. Yucho Wu CZ Yin Shu Yin Si Cho. Sorry, there is a wrong knot in the middle. Yucho Wu CZ Yin Shu Yin Si Cho Wei Si Hai. Kakashi made 3 mistakes in a row, and then kept the knot gesture with both hands. The ground of the lake trembled, and a water dragon twice as thick as the water dragon summoned by Zaibushu rose up. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Nadime, is that so? Senju Tobirama. Kakashi, your strength is a little bit bad, let's say it's a normal water dragon bomb, but this kind of water dragon bomb with 12 seals has 3 seals. Senju Tobirama. Are you trying to make people laugh to death? Compress 10 stamps to 8 stamps for me. Senju Tobirama. Water dragon bomb with 8 seals is qualified, that is, barely cleared. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Ah, this. Senju Tobirama. Hurry up. Big Pillar Hanhan. Kakashi, take responsibility, Tobirama will be like this as soon as he is in the top, he hates other people being too bad. Namikaze Minato. Minato, who was called a genius, sweated. He was looking forward to having his own body. But now I see Kakashi serving as Kakashi teacher, and then serving as kidney deficiency Hokage in the group, and then being scolded, and then being spectated for his poor performance. This is really too miserable. Senju Tobirama. Kakashi, aren't you the Jonin of Konoha? You still want to be a Jonin with such procrastination. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Who did he provoke? Originally, I wanted to express my name and copy the title of Ninja Kakashi, but the result. But he was caught and trained as a poor student. Think so. Kakashi glared sharply at Zabujan when he returned to his body mentally. Quote exclamation mark quote. By no more chopping. Zabuza has been overwhelmed by Kakashi's simplification of 12 printed water dragon bombs twice the size. Obviously he is the holder of water style, why can Kakashi's plagiarism be better than his original one? And thinking this way, he found that Kakashi actually started to seal again. Yucho Wu CZ Yin Shu Yin C _ 10 seals. The water dragon bomb 2 spawns. So the 2 dragons stood there. But what Tobirama asked for was 8 passing marks. Yucho Wu CZ Yin Shu. Kakashi can only continue to practice. Water dragon bomb 3 spawns. Senju Tobirama. Are you proud of only having 8 seals? I have 4 prints, what did I say? Kidney deficiency Hokage. Alright, so Kakashi continued to simplify the knot seal under the threat of overdraft. And the other side, Kitahara Kaede, Naruto, and Sasuke were already sitting side by side. In a small group, having a common enemy unites people. And having a common goal also unites people. However, there is one exception that can also make people unite, that is, everyone sits down and eats melons together, which can also make people unite. Thus, in the self-abuse of Kakashi's poor students Cradle-Tail Normal General Elite, the relationship between the 3 students in the 7th class reached a rapport. I don't know how long it has passed. Probably because he was pushed too hard, Hatake Kakashi detached himself for a moment. Zichen Mao Yin. His hands made 4 seals in 1.5 seconds. And these 4 seals end. Roar. A water dragon rises to heaven. Bujin raised his head in surprise. Are you still coming? But the huge water dragon had already charged down, trapping him in an instant. Water dragon bomb duel. If you don't cut the tail of the crane, you will lose. Chapter 019 Look good, you can use it like this if you don't cut it. Seeking data. Hatake Kakashi is a total not seal. Then in the process, 21 Bingliang pills were kryptonized. For the ordinary Mungshin Genin, he gained a lot of experience this time. 1. Bingliang pills, made by specialized medical ninjas, eating 1 pill can ensure short-term energy without eating, and at the same time can quickly replenish chakra. 2. Water-style water dragon bomb is not 44 seals, the correct seal is 12 seals, and 44 seals are poor students. 3. The 8 seals of water dragon bomb can be said to be qualified. 4. The 4 seals of water dragon bomb are high-quality goods, and the person who can do it now is Tobirama from 2nd generation. 5. Second Mizukage of Konoha village. No, second Hokage signed a contract with the sea, and even in places without water, they can perform large-scale ninjutsu as magnificent as places with water. 6. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama is suspected of being from Karigakure. The 3 of Kitahara Kaede stayed where they were and started taking notes. And their leader, Jonin Hitaki Kakashi, has collapsed due to lack of mana. According to him, he needs to lie down for a long time to recover. Being a ninja is a dangerous thing. Naruto confirmed this again. It's very difficult to be a boutique ninja. Uchiha Sasuke also fell into autism. He has hatred in his heart to avenge, but his own strength has not improved. And now watching Zabujan's one-sided battle with Kakashi-sensei, he immediately realized that he was still very shallow. So how could such a weak self beat that brother who was called a genius since he was a child? The current Kakashi can print water dragon bomb with 4 seals in 1.5 seconds, but according to Sasuke's understanding, his brother Uchiha Itachi also has chakra with water attributes. And Itachi is a genius. In the past, he would use any ninjutsu after seeing it once. So, my brother can also do 4 seals to release water dragon bomb. Life. Uchiha Sasuke began to shut himself up, and Kitahara Kaede took out the palm-sized notebook that he carried with him and started to record. Naruto looked at him and could see the record above. The use of ninjutsu is related to the manipulation of chakra and the not seal. If you are proficient at ultimate, you can omit the not seal. It is not even necessary to seal. Closing square bracket. This is a cheat sheet that Kitahara Kaede wrote after watching Kakashi-sensei collapse. That is to say, Naruto became interested. Is it possible for me to simplify ninjutsu and make it instant? It's possible, Kitahara Kaede said. Naruto is the male protagonist of the original work, and at the same time is the Great Virgin. This kind of male protagonist has its own bugs. However, Naruto's IQ was not very high, so he didn't develop in these directions, so if you remind him to rush in these directions, maybe he can get more growth. Then I'll give it a try. Naruto really became excited. If I can simplify the multiple shadow clone technique, can a bunch of clones fight instantly? Then multi vs 1 will have an unexpected effect. It was a surprise indeed. Do you think there is only one of me? Actually we have a group. This is the battle mode suitable for Chakrado. However, I suggest you improve your physical skills first. Kitahara Kaede said. After all, multiple shadow clones are copied based on your ontology as a template. Naruto thought it made sense. In other words, he felt that the people in the village didn't like him, hated him, or even held malice towards him. But from Kitahara Kaede he got warmth and respect. So he believes in his training methods. And, after discovering that ninjutsu can be used smoothly, Naruto has a premonition that he may become stronger. And if you become stronger, strong enough, then you can protect the people you care about. The first is to help my classmate Bayuan. I understand. Naruto nodded. His hands formed mudras, and 10 Naruto rushed into the 3-room building made by Kitahara Kaede. There were 3 men inside. To be precise, Zabujan and his 2 rebellious Chūnin subordinates. Originally, only 2 Chūnins were locked in as a training room for the new Genin, but Kakashi's 8 water dragon bomb blasted them, so naturally there are too many in the room now. No more chopping. Rebellious subordinate X2, Uzumaki Naruto is here again. Don't use shadow clone on the main body if you have the ability. Let's take a break. The house became very lively. As Karigakure's traitorous ninja, Zabujan and the 3 never imagined that there would be such a day that they would become the targets of other people's training. And outside the door, there is a Naruto body who is quietly meditating and waiting for the harvest of experience points from the shadow clone being blown up. His physical skills are not strong, but he found that he is really improving by doing so. And, the progress is very fast. If it's an evaluation, then it should be that it has reached the level of elite Chūnin. This progress can almost be said to be divine speed. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Namikaze Minato. Naruto is working hard. I can feel his fanatical desire to become stronger. Dazuzi Hanhan, I also feel that he is getting stronger. That being said, this method is very powerful. Dazuzi Hanhan, it was the first time I discovered that ninja taijutsu can be trained like this. I want to learn it. Senju Tobirama. I am the same. I originally thought that the multiple shadow clone technique was used for espionage activities, but I didn't expect that it can also be used to practice physical skills. Senju Tobirama. Kitahara Kaede's physical training mode is very strong. If it can be promoted, Konoha's combat power can be increased by at least 2 times. Tobirama complimented. On the other hand, Kakashi fainted because of lack of mana, but it doesn't matter, his spirit can come to the small group. Kidney deficiency Hokage, Sasuke looks a little pitiful looking at the Kryptonian food pills desperately on the side. All eyes turn to Uchiha Sasuke. It can be seen that Naruto's physical experience is increasing rapidly, and these are all due to the effects of multiple shadow clone. But Sasuke's chakra is not enough, so he can't learn multiple shadow clone techniques, so naturally he can't open it like Naruto. Although he tried to use Bingliang pills can only supplement your chakra, but not increase chakra, so, he still can't reach the amount of chakra required by Shadow Clone. Finally, watching Naruto keep going into the room with only 3 men, and after becoming stronger, Sasuke stood up. Bayuan-kun. Sasuke came to Kitahara Kaede. I am the chief graduate of the ninja school. It's just a false name. Sasuke actually said honestly, now I recognize you as the strongest. Please give me a plan to become stronger. Sasuke's hands were on his knees, it could be seen, that he was anxious. I want to become stronger, no matter what the price is. 020 Sasuke's request. Seeking data, I want to become stronger, no matter what the price is. Sasuke came up to Kitahara Kaede, and bent down. Sasuke put his attitude down very low. The relationship between Kitahara Kaede and Sasuke can only be said to be average or even have intervals. In ninja school, Sasuke has always been proud and chief. After all, he is excellent in every way. This is the tradition of the Uchiha family, and the Uchiha family is the easiest to produce geniuses. Although not as good as his elder brother Itachi or Uchiha Shisui, Sasuke's strength is also there. But Sasuke is very cold in class and basically ignores people. He didn't say more than 10 sentences a day at school, so he is separated from all his contemporaries. It is also now that he has become the 7th class, and he has spoken a little more. Sasuke doesn't speak. Kitahara Kaede forgets him. Sasuke is the male lead in the original work, so it is worth cultivating. Sasuke's Sharingan can develop Senju power, which is a very meaningful move. Whether it is to frame the enemy or save people, it is very useful. And, the Uchiha clan of Sasuke is all extinct, and they are still in the village, indicating that they are affected by the will of fire. Then, there is no need to instill ideas in him, he will spontaneously fight against the Otsutsuki era. So, Sasuke can also be bred to face Otsutsuki. Yes, Kitahara Kaede said, I'll lend you the chakra. You and Naruto go into the 3 rooms and 1 living room to train. Zabuju's taijutsu is at the level of elite Jonin. If you face it directly, you may die, but if you use Shadow Clone, then it will be fine. Understood. Thank you so much. Sasuke saw with his own eyes that Naruto went from a genin with unqualified physical skills to a Chunin and then even an elite Chunin. So, he knows very well how strong the training mode of the 3-room 1-room technique created by Kitahara Kaede is. He has been unable to enhance his body since last year, and the amount of chakra cannot be expanded. That's showing he's stuck, and this state can't take revenge on Itachi at all. So, Kitahara Kaede made Sasuke come over and he put his hand on Sasuke's back. Chakra was passed into Sasuke's body by hand. Oh, Sasuke made a sound. He could feel the huge amount of chakra coming from his back. Is this someone else's chakra? He just bought more than a dozen Bingliang pills, but Bingliang pills can only return to his own chakra limit, and it doesn't work at all if he wants to break through. But, if someone else gave him chakra, then it would be different. A lot, it's almost full. He quickly opened the Sharingan. Sharingan can see chakra. He saw his chakra go from a small clump to a big clump. And with so many chakras, he suddenly felt, as if everything was fine. Multiple Shadow Clone techniques, practice open and hang, become stronger. He came. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Pillar Hanhan. Oh, the kid from the Uchiha family has become obedient. Big Pillar Hanhan. Aren't the Uchiha clan all arrogant? Senju Tobirama. Hmph, brother, you have such a good sense of them. Jiao is engraved on the DNA of the Uchiha clan. Big Pillar Hanhan. Well, Tobirama, you seem to be at odds with Izuna all the time. Big Pillar Hanhan. I can only talk to you if Madara is not here. In fact, Izuna is gone, so don't worry about it all the time. Dazuzi Hanhan. I also feel very disappointed. Senju Tobirama. Big brother, whose big brother are you? You don't know how arrogant that bee was when I fought Izuna. Senju Tobirama. So it is very comfortable to see Uchiha Sasuke, the little ghost of the Uchiha family, so humble. Dazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama, you are still like this, a little narrow-minded. Namikaze Minato. Ah, this. Minato just showed his presence. He found that the god of ninja and the Hayden ninja were different from the legends, and they also had their own personalities like ordinary people. But now Mingbao is indeed becoming stronger, and it is becoming stronger at a high speed visible to the naked eye. Kitahara-kun's 3-bedroom house is really very useful. Minato is satisfied with that alone. And after Sasuke got chakra from Kitahara Kaede, he immediately came to Naruto to learn the multiple Shadow Clone technique. Because the opening is that the 3 are orphans, the relationship between Sasuke and Naruto is not as bad as the original. It would be better to say that the 2 still have the bond of their first kiss, and in addition, they found that each other was the weakest in the team, and they were just lagging behind, so the relationship was okay. Naruto didn't mind teaching him directly. Multiple Shadow Clone technique does not limit chakra attributes, anyone can learn it as long as you have enough chakra. It took Sasuke more than half an hour to learn it. As for the amount of chakra in Kitahara Kaede, it has long been ignored by people in the group. After all, Kitahara Kaede is the one who awakened wood style. And the previous wood style person is Senju Hashirama. This guy is chakra comparable to 9 tails. So everyone defaults to the terrible amount of chakra in Kitahara Kaede. Of course there is no problem in giving a little bit to Sasuke. In the small group, another hour passed by watching the time. Sasuke's taijutsu ability has also been upgraded from Chunin to Jonin's skill. Everyone once again affirmed that this practice mode can be promoted. Senju Tobirama. This mode can be recorded. Senju Tobirama. Put dangerous objects in the space and let our ninja go in. Senju Tobirama. Because it is shadow clone, there is no need to worry about damage. Namikaze Minato. Yes, Namikaze Minato. Naruto has also improved. Big Pillar Hanhan. Minato is really only his son. Senju Tobirama. But watching Uchiha Sasuke become stronger is a delicate feeling. Senju Tobirama. He looks too much like Uchiha Izuna. Dazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama, these things are over. Don't always turn it up and say it. And you ended up killing him, didn't you? Big Pillar Hanhan. It is very good that Madara can forgive us. Senju Tobirama. If I don't kill him, then I will be killed by him, but after awakening Mangekyo Sharingan keeps mocking me for not having blood succession boundaries. Senju Tobirama. So if that guy shows up, I'll beat him up again. Today's 3-hour observation of Kitahara Kaede has ended. Closing square bracket. This observation Kitahara Kaede, because one person dropped out, the system automatically added another person. Closing square bracket. Invite Uchiha Izuna to join the observation group of Kitahara Kaede __. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama. Nani. Chapter 021 Izuna name scene. Senju Tobirama. Come out. Seeking data. Invite Uchiha Izuna to join the observation group of Kitahara Kaede __. Senju Tobirama. Nani. Looking at the system prompt, Tobirama was stunned. Because he was just discussing with his elder brother about Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Madara's younger brother. As a result, Uchiha Izuna just joined the group chat. Big Pillar Hanhan. Terrible. This shows that Madara may also join the group. Dazuzi Hanhan. I haven't seen him for a long time, I miss him very much. But, don't meet again, I'll kill him. Senju Tobirama. Namikaze Minato. This relationship is really complicated. Lord Tobirama killed Madara's younger brother Izuna, and then Shodai killed Madara. It is indeed complicated. Minato felt that he was already very conspicuous in the Third Ninja War, but in order to protect the village, he could only stand on his own ground. Even so, he has many enemies. But, nothing like the complicated relationship between Shodai and Nadaime and Uchiha Madara brothers. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Uchiha Izuna. Does he look the same as Sasuke? Kakashi, who was short of mana, still abandoned his tired body, and then entered the small group with spirit. He recalled that Nadaime mistook Sasuke for Madara's younger brother Izuna at first. And now the person who joined the group is the rightful owner. Dazuzi Hanhan. Yes, very similar, and I almost got it wrong. Uchiha Izuna. So who are you all? Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama. Is that you? Uchiha Izuna. Damn guy, deliberately threw 10 kunai at me, and then used Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Izuna. You are so insidious, you must be dead now. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Tobirama didn't answer, and Izuna was still very confused, but he saw a system prompt appearing in front of his eyes. Welcome to Wanji chat group. This group is also known as Observation Kitahara Kaede __ small group. This group has 3 hours a day to observe Kitahara Kaede. Closing square bracket. Currently there are 5 members in the group. Closing square bracket. Group members include Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama, Hitaki Kakashi, Namikaze Minato, Terumi Mei. This group spans the realm of time and space. The goal is to let you understand the truth of the world and make up for your regrets. Closing square bracket. Opportunity to join the group is not easy, but you can do it and cherish it. Izuna read each line. He didn't quite understand, but he could read. Know that there are 2 important points now. 1. Need to observe the person called Kitahara Kaede every day. 2. The goddamn Senju brothers are here too. So, Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama, come out for me. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama, I know you are here, don't hide and keep silent. Uchiha Izuna. If you have the ability to kill me, then you have the ability to come out. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama, come out for me. The group instantly became lively. And Kakashi and Minato already knew the grievances between the Madara brothers and the Senju brothers, and the one who was killed now came to the door. They really couldn't find an excuse to help. I can only look at Nadaime as a turtle. Nadaime became a turtle, of course. After all, he knows very well that in the past when the Senju clan vs Uchiha clan, the eldest brother, Hashirama, fights exclusively against Madara, while his side fights against Izuna. Izuna is very talented and opened Mangekyo Sharingan before he was 20 years old, so both dynamic vision and insight are very fast. If he didn't bully Izuna when he threw the kunai, that's why he could mark the Flying Thunder God on the kunai, and then swayed in front of Izuna in an instant, beheading him with a knife. But also because of this time, Uchiha Madara's power decreased instantly, and finally their Senju clan gained the upper hand. It can be said, if Izuna hadn't been killed by him, then history would not have appeared. But, looks like a lot of credit, but Izuna is in the group now, like a troll. Senju Tobirama is a headache. Dazuzi Hanhan. Izuna, it's really great that you can come. Hashirama is quite happy, because this chat group brought Madara's heart disease, Izuna. He has always felt indebted to Madara in the past because Izuna's death was irreparable. But now that Izuna is also here, then this part of the collapsed mood can be made up. It would be even better if Madara came over. Big Pillar Hanhan, you don't know, I made peace with your brother Madara after you died, so the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have formed an alliance. Together we built a village named Konoha. This village was named after your brother. Konoha now has a 6th generation order. The other 2 people in the group are 4th generation and 6th Hokage. Uchiha Izuna. Izuna didn't seem to have fully digested the message Hashirama said. Uchiha Izuna. Who are you? Big Pillar Hanhan. Senju Hashirama. Dazuzi Hanhan, although your brother has gone astray, but, you can also treat me as your brother. Uchiha Izuna. Congratulations to Uchiha Izuna for his new title, Brother of Senju Hashirama. Title already worn for Uchiha Izuna, Brother of Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Senju Tobirama. Ah this, Senju Tobirama. Then I'll go. Chapter 022 Mizukage Terumi Mei, Big Sister doesn't mind. Seeking a monthly ticket, the atmosphere in the small group instantly became awkward. But in the outside world, after Kakashi cut off the spiritual communication, he found that the outside scene was very harmonious. Sasuke, you are so weak. Sasuke, can you do it? Sasuke, are you going to beat me? With so little strength, how can you take revenge? Naruto is casting Love's Whip on Sasuke. The translation is that Naruto is teaching Sasuke to use multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto's talent is very strange. If the seal is very demanding, Chakra's ninjutsu with strong control and operation is not good at all, and he can't even remember the seal. But the multiple shadow clone is different, he will know it in seconds. So, it's weird to see some of Sasuke's normal behavior. Kakashi thinks this is Versailles. As for Versailles, Naruto's mouth is also very strong, and Sasuke's face is already flushed. It's not shyness but shame. It's a shame to lose to someone you once looked down upon. Especially the haughty Uchiha, it's either a genius or a group of geniuses, so Sasuke's performance is very lame. Kakashi. Kakashi wondered if he should make Naruto less proud. But it's okay to be proud. Naruto is the tail of the crane in the school, and Sasuke is the chief, so it is false to say that Naruto has no idea. But seeing that the standards of these two are desperately rising, Kakashi feels that he doesn't need to worry. After all, although I don't know what Kitahara-kun meant by the Otsutsuki era, he should be able to nurture Naruto and Sasuke to grow up. Then he, the tutor Jonin, can relax. To be honest, Kakashi has been very busy these 2 days. It wasn't because I joined the group suddenly and then I communicated with Shodai Nadaime and even Minato-sensei. And today was asked to teach and learn about the water dragon bomb, and he has lost a drop. So, then I can't watch Intimate Paradise, which is usually used to relax and soothe my mood. But now that Mr. Bayuan is in charge, his time will be free. So, Kakashi was thinking about whether he should look at the Emperor Uncle because he was resting now, and then found that Kitahara-kun seemed to be walking towards the forest. What did you find? Kakashi chased after him and said. Kitahara Kaede glanced ahead. I felt like someone was watching here just now, Kitahara Kaede said. Looking here, Kakashi froze for a moment. That is to say, Momochi no longer has accomplices. Kakashi said. It's possible, Kitahara Kaede said. But the other party probably escaped now. Kitahara Kaede rests his fingers on a tree, his eyes resting on a puddle of water on the trunk. There is a lens half the size of a palm under the water stain. Then look at the water stains. This is not ordinary water, but melted ice. It can be deduced that someone placed ice-fixed lenses here. The mirror can reflect light under the light, but it can also be used as a device for surveillance. Kitahara Kaede traveled a few hundred meters further, and sure enough, the same device was found on the trunk of a tree. Therefore, it can be deduced that there should be someone nearby when the other party was acting again, but after being caught, the other party was very smart and used this kind of monitoring device, but the real body kept a long-range distance. Probably the other party find out that this is not something she can win. A person who can possess this kind of wisdom, Kitahara Kaede immediately has a figure in his mind, Shiro. Water without moonlight, but now it is different from the original book. In front of Kakashi with 8 water dragon bombs, Zaibi Yuzan has no ability to attack, and Bai Zheng has no ability to resist. So it's okay to ignore her. Then are we going to catch up? Kakashi asked. What he says now doesn't sound like he's guiding Jonin. You must know that his task is to teach Jonin and then guide the 3 new genin, so everything should be centered on him. Only, stay in the observe Kitahara Kaede group and let him know that the person in front of him is a big shot. In front of the other party, he may be Mongshin. So Kakashi is still very humble. After all, he has been reprimanded by Nadaime today, and he is used to M. No need, Kitahara Kaede said. The other party's vigilance shows that he knows how to measure. Also, our mission is to give special training to Naruto and Sasuke. Yes, Kakashi nodded. Although the task is to escort Dishonor to the Land of Echoes, the core is to train the new genin. So now a house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room is the core of the mission this time. Kakashi has no comment. So, Kakashi and Kitahara Kaede return to the hut. The special training belonging to Sasuke and Naruto is still going on in the old man Kazner's complaint about why he has not been sent back to the Land of Waves. Wood-style 3 bedrooms and 1 living room technique. Kitahara Kaede single-handedly reinforced the manufactured house. And this time, Naruto Sasuke entered the hut together. There is a flaw. It actually came in. Are you underestimating us? X2. Two rebel Chunin jumped from the beam. But this is just a feint. But Sasuke and Naruto are already prepared. Multiple shadow clone technique. 10 Naruto appear. Multiple shadow clone technique. 2 Sasuke appear. There is no way. Sasuke's chakra capacity is not comparable to Naruto. But this is their first cooperative attack. The two rebellious nin Chunin are not scary, but what really needs to be vigilant is Zabujan, who has the level of Jonin. And Kitahara Kaede supported the wooden house with one hand to prevent it from being destroyed, while looking up. It's below. A female voice sounded. Kitahara Kaede found that after the fragrant wind passed, a blue figure appeared in front of him. This is a high-value woman. Green eyes, reddish-brown curly long cross hair, right eye covered by hair, pink lips. But plump, with white and tender skin. Then in great shape, wearing a blue tube top dress, a white belt around the waist, and dark blue nail polish on the nails. Overall, this is a very beautiful mature woman. Are you Kitahara Kaede? She said. Kitahara Kaede had already recognized the identity of the other party, from Kurigakure's 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. That's right, Kitahara Kaede heard her voice, and then felt, being placed in a soft place, and then, the breath seemed to be forcibly stripped. 023 Terumi Mei's ambition. Girl's privilege. Seeking data, Kitahara Kaede directly experienced a wave of breathlessness. This is when something stops you from breathing. And the object is the current 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. But he was very clear that the other party was not malicious. Because if it was malicious, I wouldn't use this posture. Quote. Feeling that if he didn't react, he might be the first ninja to suffocate, Kitahara Kaede pushed her away. Well, Terumi Mei looked at him curiously. Then take the initiative to introduce. 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei of Kurigakure. 27 years old. As a Mizukage, I will naturally have water style, but I still have lava style and boil style. My favorite food is tomato, but I hate coriander. I don't like reading very much, but I like to use my brain. I have made achievements in knitting sweaters. Terumi Mei introduced herself. Wait a moment. Kakashi was looking at the emperor's uncle, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't exist. He has been witnessing Terumi Mei's appearance and started to get acquainted with Kitahara Kaede. At the same time, it's all a small group of people, and he has seen Terumi Mei's message in the group. She is going to run to catch her before killing her. Under 4th Mizukage's rule, a Kurigakure in Noda is collapsing, spawning a lot of rebellion. After Terumi Mei took over, she always wanted to find the strength to come back, so of course she rushed to arrest people when she saw that she would not be cut again. And she did. Kakashi is also very face-saving. After Zaibuchi was bullied by Water Dragon Bomb, he agreed to put Zabujan in the 3 rooms in one hall as a sparring partner for Naruto and Sasuke. The purpose is also to wait for Terumi Mei to come and take away before slaying. And Zabuza will definitely give Naruto and Sasuke more experience points during this period, so, this is a win-win move. But, the current situation is that Terumi Mei is coming, but, isn't your goal not to kill again? Bu Zan is now in the house, why are you tempting Bei Yuan-kun outside? Kakashi. Terumi Mei raised her beautiful eyes to look at Kakashi. But she quickly refocused on Kitahara Kaede. Looking at it this way, I feel that the eyes and face of Kitahara Kaede on the spot are much more real than those seen through the screen. These indifferent and ascetic golden pupils are so beautiful. Terumi Mei belongs to the kind of slightly physique, so she doesn't have much resistance to this kind of gaze. But she also complains secretly in her heart. Is Konoha a place of good geomantic omen? How to produce handsome guys? So, do you remember my name? Terumi Mei showed a dignified look. North Yuan-kun. Kurigakure is a place with a beautiful view, which is very suitable for tourism in the misty atmosphere. Don't you think it would be nice to hang around there after finishing the mission? We Kurigakure will treat you as our most honored guest. And Kurigakure's girls are pretty cute too. Water nourishes another person. The girls in Kurigakure have fair and juicy skin. Terumi Mei circled around Kitahara Kaede and said. And Kakashi also appeared confused for a moment. He didn't understand what Terumi Mei was doing so proactively. But listening to him, he finally realized that something was wrong. Terumi Mei, Kakashi said hastily. UBD. Kakashi came to his senses. Could it be that percent you used Zai percent as a cover, but actually came to percent? The real reason here is for #W $. Kakashi found that his voice seemed to be silenced by the system. Really, a prompt appeared in front of my eyes. It is forbidden to discuss and observe the information of Kitahara Kaede, small group. Ahem. Kakashi hastily rearranged the language. Since 5th Mizukage is visiting, what's the matter? And please don't pester our cute new Genin. With that said, Kakashi quickly stood between Terumi Mei and Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede tilted her head and looked at Kakashi. Since it's 5th Mizukage-sama, then he must have come here for the message of rebellious ninja and never beheaded. Kitahara Kaede said. Then the golden pupil stared at Terumi Mei. The female Hokage in the original book has a somewhat different impression from the original book. It seems to be more active now. Yes, Terumi Mei nodded quickly. She also knew that her performance was a bit explicit. But there is no way not to be explicit. Must be quick and fast to show up in front of Kitahara Kaede. It must be the fastest to leave an impression in his eyes. And the goal of the small group is 3 hours of daily attention to Kitahara Kaede. So, no matter from which angle you look at it, this is a boss. Even if it doesn't show up now, it will definitely soar into the sky in the future. And the evidence is that even the super scary super ninja gods like First Hokage are just group members who need to pay attention to Kitahara-kun together with her. So, although the bosses in the group make people feel terrible, but, she felt that the living Kitahara Kaede was the real boss. Kurigakure's Omura's reputation and quality have collapsed, and it's useless to rely on her alone. So, how about approaching Kitahara Kaede directly, perhaps for a chance to rebuild Kurigakure's prestige? Big sister is in business, but she can make direct investment. So, Tsurumi-mei is showing her kindness. Of course, if there is a chance, it is best to poach directly. Wouldn't it be nice for Kitahara Kaede to go straight to her Kurigakure? 024 Mizukage-sama's kiss. Seeking data. Because of Tsurumi-mei's interruption and arrival, during lunch at noon, a big sister with orange hair was added to the team of the 7th class. But it's different from Kakashi, who has been in the group for a long time. It was the first time that Sasuke and Naruto saw shadow other than 3rd generation. Cage level strength. Sasuke stared at Tsurumi-mei. But the current Sasuke is similar to the original book, and has no interest in girls, so I don't know that the big sister is actually a very beautiful creature. What he cares about is the opponent's strength. It seems that I have been questioned. Tsurumi-mei sat beside Kitahara Kaede blankly, then let's show it a little bit. Hatake Kakashi, you cast a water dragon bomb and see. Kakashi. He felt a headache. He now feels disgusted when he hears water dragon bomb, mainly because Nadime's high-intensity training made him have a shadow of this ninjutsu. However, thanks to this training mode, he gained a very strong casting speed. Water style, water dragon bomb. In the beginning, 44 seals were needed to complete seals together with Zabuzan, but now only 4 seals are needed. CZ Yin Shu, Kakashi completed the seal in 1.5 seconds. And at the moment of sealing, a huge water dragon sprang out from the ground. This is the real water dragon bomb. Even if it is not on the water, then the water dragon bomb can be knotted. It looks good. Tsurumi-mei smiled lightly. The charming red lips parted slightly, and then her hands began to seal. Her printing speed is also very fast. Water barrier. Water dragon bomb technique. Wave-like water instantly envelops Kakashi's 18-meter water dragon. However, when the water dragon seemed to be slightly stunned, a 26-meter large water dragon surged up from below it. Swallowed it in one gulp. And this is also the water dragon bomb. When Tsurumi-mei sealed the water barrier, she had already wrapped the water dragon bomb. This shows, her understanding of water style has surpassed her predecessors. Is this the ninjutsu released by others at cage level? Sasuke opened his mouth wide in surprise. This is so handsome. Naruto was also instantly stunned. As a new genin, the only ninjutsu that Naruto came into contact with was 3-body technique, water dragon bomb, but now the real cage level other water dragon bomb came out, and he was immediately attracted. Use the water barrier to envelop the enemy, then the water dragon bomb will devour them. The coordination is ingenious and the scope is extremely wide. Boom. The ninjutsu ended, and the entire lawn instantly turned into a small lake that stretched over a person's knee. This is absolutely impossible for ordinary ninjas. Even if it is the same ninjutsu, different people use it, because the amount of chakra output is related to proficiency, so the range is completely different. Closing square bracket. Kitahara Kaede took out a small notebook and recorded it. It's so handsome. Naruto praised immediately. Hey, Tsurumi-mei smiled, but her target was not Naruto, so she immediately ran to Kitahara Kaede. The purpose of Tsurumi-mei is to claim to be Mizukage who was Kurigakure, and she came here after receiving the news that there are rebels haunting. In other words, she came to take away and not beheaded. It's like the various gods in Journey to the West picking up their pets. Baba apologized in a few words for his laxity, etc., and then left. It's just that now is obviously not the time to let her take it away and not chop it up again. As a standard jonin with rough skin and thick flesh, it is still very meaningful for Naruto and Sasuke to practice with. So Kitahara Kaede asked her to wait at least a few days. Tsurumi-mei has no objection. But, Brother Bayuan, don't you plan to train yourself in physical skills? Tsurumi-mei asked. Now she is accompanying Kitahara Kaede to scout the surrounding scene. After a few days of delay, they had already arrived in the Kingdom of Waves. Except for the 7th class and the extremely low sense of being protected, Mr. Dezoner who always thought he was non-existent along the way. Tsurumi-mei, Zaibujin and his 2 exhausted subordinates also followed. According to Zaibujin, he wanted to counterattack Kurigakure after becoming a rebellious ninja. But, he gave up when he saw how fierce Tsurumi-mei's water style was. He's Jonin level at best, close to elite Jonin at best. But it's still too far away from cage level. So after getting the news that Tsurumi-mei's 4th Mizukage was gone, he chose to come back. For Kurigakure, it's an extra boost. After all, apart from Tsurumi-mei, the most famous ninjas are Ao and Chojuro. So Zabuchi joined as the owner of the beheading broadsword, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and Kurigakure increased his power. Not so shabby. According to Zaibujin, he would attack Kakashi because he accepted the employment after becoming a rebellious ninja. The employer is Kado. Kado controls the economy of the small fishing village of the Kingdom of Waves, and Dasna wants to build a bridge for trade, which will undoubtedly affect Kado's hegemony. So it was arranged to assassinate Dasna again. And now, after a day off, Buja has to accompany Naruto and Sasuke to train taijutsu, but Kitahara Kaede is not with them, but came to walk around the land of Naruto at will. They had just passed the pier. Because of the inability to do business with the outside world, the aquatic products of the wave country are very cheap, but the daily necessities are very expensive. Kitahara Kaede took out his notebook to record while listening to Terumi Mei's voice. Terumi Mei just asked him not to train taijutsu with Sasuke, Naruto and the others. I'm a wood-style holder. I only need to consider amplifying moves instead of studying physical skills. Kitahara Kaede responded casually, you really don't worry about me. Terumi Mei said, anyone with knowledge knows how precious people who know wood-style are. That's why I'm afraid I want to abduct you if I don't see you. Terumi Mei said, and she found Kitahara Kaede looking at her while saying so. Quote. Terumi Mei, okay, in fact, she has this idea, but the current method is very soft. And now, her slender fingers suddenly slid across the commoner's thigh, and the moment she lifted it up again, she already held a handful of kunai in her hand. Kunai slid directly against Kitahara Kaede's cheek. Kunai's point is less than 0.5 centimeters away from Kitahara Kaede's face. It's really dangerous, Kitahara Kaede said. Quote. Terumi Mei, it wasn't that she slipped past on purpose, but when she was about to stab Kitahara Kaede turned her head to avoid it. This shows, his physical attainment is not inferior to hers. You must know that she is Kage level, don't worry, her shadow is not filled with water, and she may even be stronger than Mizukage of the previous generation. So, no wonder Kitahara-kun doesn't participate in Sasuke and Naruto's taijutsu training. Because he doesn't need it. Sorry, Terumi Mei said, I just thought you could get away with it. After all, you Konohas are all geniuses. Nah, are you really not thinking about coming to Kirigakure? Terumi Mei said, I can directly appoint you as the next Mizukage. Direct Mizukage alternate. But Kitahara Kaede's expression didn't change. Do you think I'm going to go with someone who just pointed a weapon at me? Ah, sorry, Terumi Mei said, immediately lifted the kunai, and then blew a breath towards the kunai. Lava style came out, kunai was instantly melted away. The ground was sunken in a pit due to lava. Quote. Kitahara Kaede looked at her a little embarrassed. Can feel that Terumi Mei's actions are licking him, but, this guy is too delicate. Bai has a good figure, if she kisses him uncontrollably, then, he will be melted immediately. So Terumi Mei may feel like she's making amends, but here at Kitahara Kaede. Going to Kirigakure is already X. Chapter 025 isn't the kingdom of waves just a wallet. Seeking data, your seafood can only be sold to Kado. Hey, yes, the price is too low, and some people want to use their own small fishing boats to smuggle them out, but the boats will be attacked. So we have no way out. They're all half dead. Ordinary villagers have great risks in fishing in the sea, but the purchase price of the fish they catch is also very low, but the price is still high. So the people in the land of waves seem to be full of hatred. It's just that this is a country without ninjas, plus it's generally poor. As for the country, it is actually the size of a small island, so there is basically no hope. And the source of all of these is the merchant Cardo. Cardo has a monopoly here. Not only does he price the materials, but he also purchases the seafood of the villagers. And Kitahara Kaede visited in 4 weeks when Sasuke and Naruto continued their special training along the way. What are you investigating this information for? Terumi Mei asked curiously. Finally got Kitahara Kaede's permission, so she stayed by Kitahara Kaede's side and watched Kitahara Kaede record without interruption. And now that Kitahara Kaede stopped writing, she stepped forward. My 7th squad took over the task of escorting the shipbuilder Dazna back to the land of waves. Now he's home. This task has been completed. Kitahara Kaede said, and 5th Mizukage nodded slightly, she knew about it. Because she just followed along. However, why don't you leave now that the mission is complete? Kitahara Kaede asked back. This is Kitahara Kaede taking the initiative to talk to her. Terumi Mei squeezed her hands lightly, thinking quickly to respond. Kitahara Kaede is unwilling to go to Kirigakure with her, and has no interest in Mizukage alternates or the next generation of Mizukage, but it is definitely right to have a good relationship with him. And now, it was time for her to be admitted to the school. Quote. Terumi Mei, so why? Is it because I still need to continue to improve the physical skills of Sasuke and Naruto? Or is there anything in this small fishing village that can attract him? Probably not. There are few people, and it is said to be the country of waves, but it is an island. And Dazna, as a bridge builder, must be planning to directly build a bridge to the outside world. So is there anything in this land of waves that can attract him? Quote. Terumi Mei, woo, obviously she is 5th Mizukage, but now she feels more nervous than assassinating 4th Mizukage Yagura. Her eyelids lifted slightly, and she sneaked a peek at Kitahara Kaede's expression. It is a pity, she couldn't see the change in the other's expression. So, could it be that? Terumi Mei tried to say, do you want this land of waves? That's pretty much it, Kitahara Kaede said. I'm staying for 2 things. 1. Stop Dazna Bridge Builder from building a bridge. 2. Get rid of Kado. Ninjas run away for missions and fight for missions, isn't it just for the thousands of dollars? Although I'm just a new genin, there's nothing wrong with having more money, Kitahara Kaede said. And Mizukage nodded slightly. It turned out to be like this. Then her answer should be barely qualified. Kitahara Kaide's approach was to remove Kato and replace him himself. Isn't that how Kato got his money? I thought you were a dragon slayer, but you turned out to be a dragon. Tsurumi Mei complained. This is the story of the boy who slayed the dragon and finally became a dragon. It can't be said to be a dragon. Kitahara Kaede said, if I control it well, they will only regard me as a hero. Hero. Tsurumi Mei blinked. Kato is hated by everyone in the village. In the end, you are going to replace Kato, and then, you still think you will be regarded as a hero. I will increase the price of some fish. Kitahara Kaede said, the person who admits me first can get a reward purchase that is 50% higher than the price given by Kato. And I won't stop items from the outside world coming in. It will only prohibit them from taking seafood outside. This, Tsurumi Mei thought about it carefully, and found that if it was implemented in this way, it might really be worshipped as a savior. After all, the basic living environment has been guaranteed. Then, the income has been increased and the enthusiasm has been mobilized. Then, the villagers naturally wouldn't hate him like they hated Kaduo. But, Tsurumi Mei was curious. Why are you telling me this? Because I lacked a partner, Kitahara Kaede said. I can't stay here forever, can I? Konoha won't allow it either. After all, I am the holder of wood style. Kitahara Kaede said, but you are Mizukage, and you have a lot of people under you. Following things can also be arranged properly. Quote. Tsurumi Mei, all right, so it's not her answer and companionship that add points, but her usefulness to him. Quote. Tsurumi Mei, so what is the purpose of her stickers along the way? Are you mean? Mizukage-sama felt a little withdrawn. But there are things you need to do now. Kitahara Kaede continued, Kato will leave it to you. Quote. Kato handed over to you. Kato to her, you actually let a Mizukage kill people. Tsurumi Mei complained, because Mizukage-sama is very strong. Kitahara Kaede reassured her, besides, you have always wanted my kindness, so, you can feel at ease with a joint cooperation, right? Of course, Tsurumi Mei said directly, the people in the small group are all from Konoha, and Konoha has such a genius. If her Kurigakure doesn't do anything, it may really be cold in her hands. So befriend Kitahara Kaede, which is the most important. So, killing Kaduo is her vote. Although it is a bit overkill, it also shows that the cooperation between the two has really begun. This is an opportunity. Tsurumi Mei squeezed her hand. I'm taking on this task. I will also arrange for someone to handle the matter of the Kingdom of Waves in the future. There is a Jonin in my village named Shing, who once captured the eyes of the Hyuga clan, so he is on Konoha's kill list. But he's absolutely gifted with that kind of handling. I arranged for him to come and take over. So, the Land of Waves is your wallet, is this okay? Tsurumi Mei said. Tsurumi Mei was just thinking about how to arrange out, so that he can still meet often in the ninja school, so it's better to transfer him here. On the one hand, it will not add disgust to the big guys like Konoha's first Hokage, second Hokage in the group, and then you can make friends with Kitahara Kaede. It really kills two birds with one stone. Kitahara Kaede thinks that Tsurumi Mei is more upright. It was originally, although he received Konoha's subsidy, no one would dislike his life becoming more refined. Kitahara Kaede glanced at Tsurumi Mei, and the two smiled tacitly. Mizukage-sama stared at Kitahara Kaide's face. This was the first time she saw an expression on his face. If Edelweiss is spring, she feels that she is in spring now. What bathes is the spring breeze? Hateful, are the boys produced by Konoha so attractive? Mizukage-sama felt his heart pounding. Peas. Woo woo woo. The data sucks, please ask for the data. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Monthly ticket 0 AW, 0 AW, there are no evaluation votes of 250. Autistic. Chapter 026 Uchiha Izuna, why is this Sasuke so cute? Seeking a monthly ticket, Squad 7 successfully escorted the bridge builder Dazna back to the Land of Waves. Mission completed. At the same time, the next day, Mr. Dazner's family was relocated to Kurigakure. According to Tsurumi Mei, her Kurigakure also wanted to build a bridge, so she invited Mr. Dazoner over. And the other party's family was moved there because they were worried that the old man would not be taken care of when he was old. So the whole family is neat and tidy. And this statement is okay for ordinary people, but for Kakashi, it must be problematic. But, quote. Kakashi. Regarding Mizukage's practice, Kakashi has no right to interfere. After all, Tsurumi Mei is a Mizukage. It is shadow. Only the village chiefs of the 5 great ninja villages can be called shadows, and those who are generally called shadows are also the strongest in this village. Even the 3rd generation show courtesy to Tsurumi Mei, so it goes without saying that he's just an elite Jonin below 3rd generation. Although observing Kitahara Kaede, Xiaochun introduced him to Konoha's 6th generation. But, the 3rd generation is not dead yet, and the 4th generation Minato teacher is dead, but the 5th generation is still missing, isn't it? So no matter how you look at it, he is not eligible for BB. As long as Tsurumi Mei can't abduct Kitahara Kaede away, Kakashi also thinks that Kitahara Kaede must be a giant, but the other party is a giant, so of course he can't BB. So we can only cooperate. Kakashi felt that his life had become difficult. And this time, today's Kitahara Kaede observation, group starts. Daily observation Kitahara Kaede. Group members 6 can speak freely. In addition, at the end of today, 2 unique cage level experts will be randomly selected to join the group chat. The extracted attributes are honesty, foolish loyalty, peace, pornography, gambling, poison, strongest. Choose 2 out of 5. Then, watch the Kitahara Kaede small group open today. D. Accompanied by the sound of the system, Kakashi first felt a tightness in his chest, and then his spirit began to withdraw from his body. He glanced at Kitahara Kaede and Sasuke, then sat down against the corner. The spirit has entered into a special space. Dazuzi Hanhan, ha, I can finally speak. It's been a long time. Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato. Yeah, I've been waiting to see Naruto. Yesterday his physical skills have reached Jonin. I think he might be able to challenge elite Jonin today. Isn't it my family's Mingbao? Talent is high. After discovering that the small group had restarted, the first generation, second generation, and Minato, who had died, immediately became active. The world after their death can feel the passage of time, but people cannot move forward. So waiting for the activation of the small group every day is a hopeful wish for their peaceful afterlife. Dazuzi Hanhan, by the way, Izuna hasn't arrived yet. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I don't know what to say. This title is very strange. Dazuzi Hanhan, well, don't you see that I also wear a title? It's just a title, don't worry about it, then it's fine. But seriously, you can think of me as your brothers. Madara and I made an alliance. Although we have taken different paths, our goals are the same. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Senju Hashirama no. 1. Uchiha Izuna doesn't seem to know how to respond to this rival of his older brother Uchiha Madara. He didn't know anything about what Hashirama said, the only thing he knew was that his brother would often sneak out from the group to meet this Senju Hashirama. Therefore, the elder brother may really be able to shake hands with the other party. But, how could my brother shake hands with them? Because, he was killed by Senju Tobirama. Could it be said that for the elder brother Madara, the hatred of killing his younger brother is not mortal? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Senju Tobirama, come out for me. Senju Hashirama no. 1. Don't be silent. Senju Tobirama, you are really noisy. I didn't want to argue with you. All these years after my death, I finally found a place where I can be active, and I don't want to quarrel with you at all. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, it seems that you are the victim. What a quibble. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, if you have the ability, fight me one-on-one again. Senju Tobirama, you are so troublesome. In the eyes of everyone, Tobirama and Izuna have already faced each other. This is a wonderful space. It seems that not only conversations and chats, but even battles are possible. But, it seems that they are all just mental bodies, without substance. The old leftover woman who can't get married, shut up. It's time to start observing Kitahara-kun soon. Terumi-May jumped out to remind them. Namikaze Minato. 5th Mizukage, your tone seems to be different from the previous 2 days. Minato is a careful person who found the difference in Terumi-May. Senju Tobirama. Could it be that he took the opportunity to contact Kitahara Kaede while he was catching and not beheading? Senju Tobirama. Women, I knew they were duplicity. The older leftover girl who can't get married, hehe. Terumi-May just smiled and didn't continue to answer. But it seems to be tacitly accepting Tobirama's statement. Anyway, I have already cooperated with Kitahara Kaede, so it is equivalent to hugging Kitahara Kaede's thigh. Her intuition told her that Kitahara Kaede's thighs may be thicker than the legendary super masters of first generation second Hokage. So, she feels fearless now. Dazuzi Hanhan, hey, I also want to get the entity. Although Senju Hashirama is called stupid, he is not so stupid in other places. I immediately realized that Kakashi was in the group and Konoha, so I could bring Naruto and Kitahara Kaede with me. Then Terumi-May who joined the group can naturally also contact Kitahara Kaede. It's all because she and Kakashi are both alive and not dead yet. And thinking about it this way, Senju Hashirama sighed momentarily. Big Zuzi Hanhan, I want to see Ah Gang. She was spoiled by me, and now she doesn't know how. Senju Tobirama. Bear with me, brother, this day may come. So, in the midst of everyone's uproar, today's 3-hour observation of Kitahara Kaede began. But today's Kitahara Kaede is very quiet, he just watched the progress of Naruto and Sasuke. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, huh, and Uchiha Izuna exclaimed directly. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, this guy looks like me. Dazuzi Hanhan, they are very similar, and I almost admitted my mistake at first glance. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, but it's definitely not me, it's too weak. I am trying to catch up in speed, but I haven't reached my strength yet, and... Senju Hashirama's younger brother, what the hell is this one-tomo Sharingan? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, I opened my eyes and saw the double hook jade, okay. Sasuke was spiated wildly by Izuna, but everyone listened to the fun but didn't make fun of it. Minato also accepted Naruto's strength. Taijutsu is really improving, and now has the strength of Jonin, but there is still a short threshold for elite Jonin. But he believes Naruto can move on. D. Closing square bracket. Then today's 3-hour observation period is over. Closing square bracket. 2 new group members will be drawn. Closing square bracket. Due to the well-behaved performance of the group members today, random selection was changed to free choice. People with high attributes of democratic choice votes will be called into the group. Closing square bracket. Currently selectable attributes are honesty, stupid loyalty, peace, pornography, gambling, drug, strongest. Now, the people in the group started to get busy. Chapter 027 The Strongest Physicist and Honest Man. Seeking a monthly ticket. Currently selectable attributes are honesty, stupid loyalty, peace, pornography, gambling, drug, strongest. Now, the people in the group started to get busy. Everyone found that a red button appeared in front of them. It seemed that if they were selected, they could be photographed directly for system statistics. The above attributes are all Kage-level strong people, and they are all living people, so please be careful. The system prompts. And Tobirama nodded. He felt that this was to remind people who are big liars like Tsurugi to be careful. After all, everyone is watching Kitahara Kaede, which is equivalent to putting out the secret core of Konoha. So, now you want to add someone again, no matter how you look at it, you have to choose a better one. For example, to have a good sense of Konoha. Tobirama quickly looked at the 5 attribute options. Honesty, stupid loyalty, peace, pornography, gambling, drugs, strongest. In terms of quality, to be honest, peace is pretty good. Foolish loyalty will definitely not work. Also, pornography, gambling, and drugs are not acceptable. How can pornography, gambling, and drugs be taken? It's enough for a big brother to like to gamble. Tobirama doesn't believe that PN gamblers drug people can achieve anything, and they are probably garbage ninjas. So, he already has a candidate. He immediately pressed the honest peace 2 buttons. Unlike his younger brother, Hashirama's thinking mode is much simpler. What he expected was peace. But he has despaired of peace. So now the choice is honesty, strongest. Hashirama also had options. As for Minato, he is also simple. He thinks anything is fine, but he should be polite and choose some good qualities. So he chose honest peace. Then there is Kakashi. Well, Kakashi, he looked at the 5 attributes honesty, stupid loyalty, peace, pornography, gambling, drugs, strongest, and probably knew who it was. First of all, the strongest point, he has ideas. It should be his gay friend Might Guy. Might Guy practices 8 inner gates, a very dangerous and powerful ninjutsu. Guy learned it from his father, and Guy also passed 8 inner gates to him. But Kakashi can only open 1 door, after that it's all talent. But Guy can drive to 8 gate. If the 8 gates are fully opened, Kakashi feels that Might Guy's strength is a terrifying level. So, of course, choose teammates. So he directly took the strongest. Then he chose randomly. He chose pornography, gambling, drug. 5 members have selected 3 members. That leaves Tsurugi and Uchiha Izuna. Tsurugi has already hugged Kitahara Kaede's thigh, so it doesn't matter who joins in this time. As long as you don't compete with her for Kitahara Kaede's thigh, it's over. So she hugged her thighs with her heart and chose with her feet. Directly photographed Junyang the strongest. Because 4 members have already made their selections, the data is already reflected. PN gambling drug 1 vote. Honesty 2 votes. The strongest 3 votes. Stupid loyalty 1 vote. Peace 1 vote. Among them, the ninja with the attribute of strongest can already pass. Then there is the choice of Uchiha Izuna. And Uchiha Izuna's choice is of course, strongest honesty. He just chose blindly. Then, after the 5 members have voted, we will soon invite living ninjas with the strongest and honest attributes to join the group. Closing square bracket. Everyone welcomes Konoha's blue beast, Might Guy into the group. Everyone welcomes Kuritaker's rebellion honest Hoshigaki Kisame into the group. Closing square bracket. And at the same time, a shark-like blue man in Rain Shinobi Village raised his head. His facial features are also related to ninjutsu sharks. A man with a watermelon rind in Konoha received the invitation at the same time. The same message appeared before their eyes. Congratulations on becoming the selected Kage-level powerhouse. Welcome to join the Kitahara Kaede observation group. There will be 3 hours a day to observe Kitahara Kaede. Closing square bracket. There are already 5 members in the group. If you don't want to be alone, come in quickly. Closing square bracket. Cute first Hokage. High cool second Hokage. Sexy 5th Mizukage. Fastest man Namikaze Minato. First technician 6th Hokage Kakashi shaking people online. Question mark question mark question mark question mark. The 2 of them were a little confused when they saw the message that popped up suddenly. However, there are people they know here. Hoshigaki Kisame was born in Kuritaker. He himself is a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Because he has been doing the work of disposing of his companions, he was finally invited by Pain to join the Akatsuki organization. So it became a traitor. But he knew he was from Kuritaker. And Might Guy's side, Kakashi, 6th Hokage, just by looking at it, he was drawn in. Then, neither of them hesitated and chose to agree to join the group. Closing square bracket. Welcome honest man Hoshigaki Kisame into the group. Hoshigaki Kisame's famous quote Mr. Itachi, I did all the co-authoring tasks alone. Give the title of Hoshigaki Kisame honest Basam. The old leftover girl who can't get married this. Honest Basha. But the system prompt did not end. Closing square bracket. Welcome Might Guy, the first person under 6 paths to join the group. Might Guy's record almost kicked out of the grand finale. Might Guy's famous saying if you are not good enough, work harder. Might Guy's famous saying Konoha's blue beast disappeared, and turned into a red beast in an instant. Closing square bracket. Specially endow Might Guy with the title of Blue Beast and the man who Uchiha Madara approves which can be worn or not worn at will. Closing square bracket. Might Guy felt very confused. Because these system prompts seem to be that he is very arrogant. But is he really so awesome? And when he entered the arena, he found that there were still flashing words surrounding him. The morning is a peacock, the day is a tiger, the evening is like a night guy dances. Peas. Woo woo woo. The data sucks, please ask for the data. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Monthly ticket 0 aw. 0 aw. There are no evaluation votes of 250. Autistic. Chapter 028. Let's be honest. Seeking data. The morning is a peacock, the day is a tiger, the evening is like a night guy dances. Might Guy found that just after his spiritual power entered this wonderful space, a surprising scene surrounded by flying words appeared around him. Might Guy. Kakashi, what happened? Where is this place? And these words. Although Might Guy didn't go on, Kakashi, who is a good friend, has already discovered that what Guy is surrounded by is his 8 inner gates moves. For example, when opening the 6th gate, there is a supporting move, towards the peacock. Then the 7th gate is Day Tiger. As soon as the 8th gate dead door opened, it was Shishong and Yi Guy. So the words around Guy are actually a complement to his 8 inner gates accomplishments. And this kind of entry method with its own special effects is not available to everyone on the scene. This shows observation Kitahara Kaede, small group, attaches great importance to and affirms Might Guy. After all, the 2 titles of Guy that were just prompted by the system, Blue Beast and Man approved by Uchiha Madara. This is what everyone has seen. Compared with the title of Hoshigaki Kisami's Honest Basam who just entered the venue, Guy is also the first person who can choose to wear the title or not. In other words, Guy's achievements are so great. Kakashi, who is still wearing Kidney Deficiency Hokage, bit his lip lightly. Kidney Deficiency Hokage. Guy, I'm a little jealous of you. Kakashi said sourly. Yes, because Guy can choose a title at will, but he doesn't even have a choice. Might Guy. This tone seems to be Kakashi. Kakashi, why do you wear this title? Might Guy, I see, it is the influence of Sharingan. Might Guy. Speaking of which place this is, I always feel that there is a lot of atmosphere. Kidney Deficiency Hokage. Didn't you just read the explanation by yourself? This is a special small group, whether the dead or the present living and even people who may come from the future gather here. Kidney Deficiency Hokage, there are Shodai from Konoha, Nadaime, Master 4th Generation, me, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Madara's younger brother, and 5th Mizukage Terumime from Kurigakure. Then there's the newcomer Hoshigaki Kisame. This is Kurigakure's betrayal. The above is the introduction that Kakashi is doing. Honest Basha. Hoshigaki Kisame carefully checked Kakashi's. As an honest person, he felt amazing that he came to this place. Although there was a systematic partial explanation, he still couldn't believe it. It wasn't until Kakashi re-explained that he didn't understand what happened. It turned out that my luck exploded. Namikaze Minato, it seems that you are the Might Guy. Guy, I think that although you have been following Kakashi, you must have achieved something. Might Guy. Is it Master Minato? Really, I can actually communicate with you. Might Guy. This group is too lazy. Might Guy has been chasing Kakashi since he was a child. Kakashi is a genius, and they are the tail of the crane. He has been looked down upon and ridiculed, but he has been working hard. Because he knows, if talent is not enough, then work harder. It was finally approved by Kakashi. Dazuzi Hanhan, it seems that we in Konoha still have a lot of talents. This is a comforting place for me. Dazuzi Hanhan, but I am very concerned about your title of the man approved by Uchiha Madara. Isn't Madara dead yet? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, is this Konoha? Might Guy. Brother of Senju Hashirama, do you mean you are Nadaime? Senju Tobirama. That guy is not me. That guy is Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. I'm Uchiha. I'm Senju Tobirama. 2nd generation at Konoha village. Tobirama quickly began to speak for himself. It was all the broken title given to Izuna by the system, which made him feel redundant or fake. Because the people who join are from Konoha, people from Konoha in the 1st generation and 2nd generation projects feel very at ease. Especially Kakashi. With Might Guy joining, he is not the loneliest at all. Moreover, even if it is impossible to talk about the small group to outsiders like 3rd generation, Guy is a companion and then a member of the group, so the two can communicate. In this way, even if you want to talk in the group, you can ask another person to help take care of your body, which is really very convenient. But, the morning is a peacock, the day is a tiger, the evening is like a night Guy dances. Kakashi doesn't want Guy to really open the 8th gate, the 8th gate is a dead door, he will die. Might Guy figured it out, but there is still a small force in this group, that is Kurigakure. The old leftover woman who can't get married. Hoshigaki Kisame, you are Kurigakure's rebellious ninja. From today onwards, I will revoke your title of traitorous ninja. Honest Basha, you are the old leftover woman who can't get married. I am Kurigakure's 5th Mizukage, and the 4th Mizukage has been defeated. I'm finishing Kurigakure. 4th Mizukage has traces of being controlled. Of course, it is useless to say these things now. I hope you can come back and assist me. I've found the owner of the beheading sword and never cut it. Honest Basam, you mean, let me go back. The old leftover woman who can't get married, yes. The village's darkest days are over, and I hope that together we can bring it back to light. Honest Basam, that's it. Then I refuse. The older leftover girl who can't get married, why? Honesty Basam, when I was in Kurigakure, I always followed the orders of my superiors, whether it was to perform tasks for other villages or tasks for my own village. Honest Basam, in one experience, I was in charge of disposing of my fellow villagers, the reason being to block the news. So, I kill them all. Honest Basam, at that time, a companion looked at me, she did not complain, but told me, Mr. Kisame, you have had a hard life in your life. I'm wondering why this is happening. Honest Basam. In Kurigakure, I can't find a solution. So, I betrayed. Honest Basam, someone stretched out his hand to me, and he will lead me to stand on top of the village for the peace of the world. So I can't reply you. Honest Basha. Kisame fell silent after speaking. Quote. Kisame was expressing his aspirations to Terumi-me, but everyone else present was silent. Konoha is rubbish, yes, many people in the village know it. But Kurigakure's side sucks too. Rotten is rotten. In order to keep the news, he had to deal with his fellow villagers. This kind of thing is really disgusting. No wonder there are not many people left in Kurigakure now. Listening to these words, Terumi-me was also silent. Kidney deficiency Hokage, so Mr. Kisame, you know Uchiha Itachi, right? What Kakashi remembered was the introduction of Kisame when he joined the group. Kisami's famous line is Mr. Itachi, I did the co-authoring task alone, right? Closing square bracket. Honest Basam, sorry, I can't reveal it. Although I don't know how I joined this group, I can't disclose any information. Honest Basha, so you can treat me as a dumb person. Everyone, this guy deserves to be an honest Basha, he is really honest. Chapter 029 just returned to the village, the 5.5th generation Hokage came. Seeking data, although Kisame has joined the group as a mute, everyone's sense of him is okay. After all, no one hates honest people. Instead, he will feel sorry for his experience. Might guy, interesting, I want to fight with you next time. Honest Basha, to be honest, Basha is really dumb. Big Pillar Hanhan, so, the strongest new entrants represent Might guy, and the honest attributes represent Hoshigaki Kisame. Big Pillar Hanhan, so the other attributes are peace, pornography, gambling, drug and stupid loyalty represent who? Senju Tobirama asked a question. This is where Dazu is very interested. Certainly, he is interested in gambling and pornography and drug gambling. Although first generation has made great achievements, one of his hobbies is to gamble, a small gamble for fun, and then he brought his granddaughter to ruin. Are you sure you want to know? Closing square bracket. The system prompts a bit. Senju Tobirama. I want to know who Junyang is. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I don't care. Senju Tobirama. Of course you don't care, after all you died early. Didn't even see Konoha. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Senju Tobirama, I found that you have become rampant. Tailong will die. Senju Tobirama. I am already dead. What are you afraid of? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, are you bullying my elder brother? Big Pillar Hanhan. Tobirama, stop bullying Izuna. His death contributed to Konoha's predecessor, if not, we would not have been able to form an alliance with the Uchiha clan and form Konoha. Senju Tobirama. Anika, who is your younger brother? Okay, stop arguing, and now announce the answers to the attributes of the existing cage-level powerhouses. Closing square bracket. The system prompts a bit. Minato and the others looked over quickly. You know, they are all talking about people who have cage-level other strengths and also have their own attributes. So who are these people? Peace Pain of Heaven. Honest Basha. Kisame, who just said to shut up, made a sound. This is a very unexpected performance. You must know that when the Senju brothers quarreled just now, he restrained himself. So, this Tiandao Pain is someone he knows. Terumi-me paid attention immediately. Because before Kisame refused to come back, he joined a new organization, but now it means. Is this Tiandao Pain a member of Kisami's organization? Not only Terumi-me, but Kakashi also paid close attention. After all, in Konoha where he is now, it can be said that there are people with Kage's strength. There are only those 3 adults in 3rd generation. So even for the safety of your own village, you have to pay attention to the cage-level powerhouses of other ninja villages. So, he wrote down the name of Tiandao Pain. However, the system does not seem to introduce it in detail, but directly skips to the next attribute. The cage-level powerhouse with the attribute of Junyang is Uchiha Itachi from Konoha. Kidney deficiency Hokage, it's actually a ferret. Honest Basha. And Kisame made another sound. Everyone reacted immediately, so the current Itachi is also in this new organization where Kisame is. Hoshigaki Kisame, Uchiha Itachi. Kidney deficiency Hokage, is the ferret actually the attribute of stupid loyalty? Might guy. Uchiha Itachi has been wanted by Konoha's traitors since 6 years ago. Although Might guy spends most of his time on cultivation, it doesn't mean that he is not careful. After all, he has been by Kakashi's side all the time, and Kakashi has encountered such and such things since he was a child, so he pays attention to Kakashi carelessly. Then Kakashi has long since died because of his father, Obito's death, Lin's death, and then it must have collapsed and been completely closed due to the death of Master, Mother and Master. Big Pillar Hanhan. This Itachi is the one who slaughtered the Uchiha clan. Is he actually the attribute of foolish loyalty? Is there any secret to this genocide? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. What, my Uchiha clan was slaughtered? Izuna snapped back quickly. He already knew that after his death, eldest brother Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama allied and then founded Konoha village together. The era of always killing each other is over, and the ninja world has come to the ninja village era. And now, decades have passed in a flash. And knowing that his brother could bear to form an alliance with Senju Hashirama after his death made him unhappy enough. As a result, the Uchiha clan is still exterminated. What drug did brother Uchiha Madara take from Senju Hashirama? Isn't the Uchiha clan directly ruined? Izuna felt very incomprehensible. Namikaze Minato. Master Izuna, calm down, calm down. Minato gently told Izuna the information about the Uchiha genocide that he had learned before. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, so it is. However, what Izuna was told was not only that the Uchiha clan was exterminated, but also that although his brother Madara shook hands with Hashirama, he left Konoha halfway, and even attacked Konoha in turn. It shows that this kind of weak alliance is not what my brother expected. And the elder brother Madara left alone, which shows that the Uchiha family did not follow the elder brother and indulged in ease. So, the ending now, Izuna chose to ignore it. Izuna shut up and the others started a discussion. Namikaze Minato, according to my understanding, since Uchiha Itachi is Fugaku's son, and Fugaku and I have talked about the Uchiha clan, I think they are all thinking people. Might guy. So is there any secret about the extermination of the clan? Senju Tobirama. I would like to ask the monkey to know about this point. Might guy, monkey, Senju Tobirama. It's your third generation project Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi, what are you doing? Second generation side, D, closing square bracket. Today's Kitahara Kaede observation 3 hours start. The system started to prompt. And everyone also found that a picture appeared on the screen in front of them. Kidney deficiency Hokage Kakashi hastily went off the assembly line. After all, he is the instructor Jonin of the 7th class, and now he is going to act with Kitahara Kaede and the others. Now they are at an intersection. Then, let's leave here. Terumi May also got offline from the small group. She is going back to Kurigakure with Zabujin and her group. I'm looking forward to meeting you next time. Terumi May waved to class 7. Kakashi took a look and knew that Terumi May was waving at Kitahara Kaede. So, several people moved in the direction of Konoha. After these days of training, Sasuke and Naruto's physical fitness and physical skills have been ultimately improved. Ordinary Jonin have no advantage at all in front of them. Even Kakashi struggled against both of them. Even Senju Tobirama was surprised by the speed of this super progress. And Kakashi was also appointed by the 2nd generation, and he was going to return to the village to report to the 3rd generation and promote this physical training model. This also shows that multiple shadow clone technique needs to be popularized. I just don't know if 3rd generation is willing to accept it. It is the 3rd generation's business not to accept it. Kitahara Kaede returned home. There was no ventilation for several days, and the air was a bit stuffy. So he pushed the window open, but at this moment a figure flashed in from the window. Let everyone watching the screen tighten their spirits. Because this person is none other than the boss of Konoha's root organization. As a backup, always supporting the dark side of the 3rd generation's purpose is Shimura Danzo, who once bewitched Kakashi and was hailed as a wrong disciple by Senju Tobirama. What everyone was curious about, though, was a new prompt popping up over Danzo's head. 5.5 Generation Hokage Shimura Danzo. Chapter 030 Take off the Danzo bandage in public. Seeking data. 5.5 Generation Hokage Shimura Danzo. In the eyes of everyone in the group, it was a man with his right eye and his right arm wrapped in bandages, turning around and coming in through the window that Kitahara Kaede opened. Because only half of the man's face is exposed, this outfit makes him stand out. Bandages wrapped around most of his head, but only his short, dark hair was exposed. Everyone saw the prompt on his head. 5.5 Generation Hokage Shimura Danzo. Seeing this reminder group instantly became lively. Senju Tobirama. As this. Shimura Danzo. When Tobirama was still the purpose of 2nd generation, he accepted disciples and established a system that Jonin must bring Genin. But he is not so perfect here, he brought 6 people by himself. They are Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagami, Akamiki Tekas, Shimura Danzo, as well as Midokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu. And Danzo has a logo, a scar with 2 X's on his chin. And now this middle-aged man who is close to an old man still has a scar of X on his chin, so the probability of this as Danzo is very high. After all, decades have passed since Konoha's death. Senju Tobirama. Might guy Nadaime. Indeed, this is Master Danzo. I applied to join his root organization, and was rejected. Senju Tobirama. Root organization. Kidney deficiency Hokage. This is an organization very close to Anbu, but it is not under the management of Hokage, but controlled by Danzo, or even independent, with the goal of developing Konoha. Responsible for espionage or various things. But, from my own experience, that may not be the case. Like Kitahara Kaede, which was found in the root organization's secret laboratory. So Danzo has been hiding. Might guy. There is such a thing. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Guy, you are in the sun. Senju Tobirama. Hey, you say that, I feel like my disciple is going to be cold again. Before Senju Tobirama always wanted to find 3rd generation, and felt that his choice of 3rd generation might have been wrong. As a result, now. Senju Tobirama. Then my disciples, Akamiki Chikas, Uchiha Kagami, they. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Now the only disciples of Nadaime left are Master 3rd generation, Danzo, and then there are 2 advisors, Midokado Homura and Kaharu. Senju Tobirama. I see. Tobirama feels that things are different. Kidney deficiency Hokage, but Nadaime, Why does the 5.5th generation Hokage logo appear on Danzo's head? Senju Tobirama. Hokage. In fact, I considered Danzo as a candidate for Hokage in the past. Or in fact, the person I value most is him. Tobirama explained according to his own understanding. Senju Tobirama. But he is not as decisive as Sarutobi. Senju Tobirama. After the First Ninja World War ended, when I went to Cloud Shinobi Village in the Land of Thunder to sign an agreement, I was ambushed. At that time, I tested them, and the result was that Sarutobi was very decisive. But what Kakashi you said, I don't think it should be so one-sided. I still understand Danzo, after all, I have valued him a lot. Therefore, he may have his own considerations. In other words, although Senju Tobirama is disappointed with third generation, he thinks Danzo is still okay. And even Kakashi's sense of Danzo is not very good, but he doesn't want to deny Danzo completely. So everyone continued to look down. This is the person from Konoha. As a member of Kurigakure, Terumi is also online, but she only needs to eat melons now. I thought I could persuade Kisame to come back, but if Kisame doesn't come back, then she will continue to pretend that she doesn't exist. Anyway, she has hugged Kitahara Kaede's thigh, and she feels that she has done a good job. So in the sight of everyone, Danzo turned into Kitahara Kaede's apartment. How did it feel to go out on a mission? Danzo said, it looks like he has a good relationship with Kitahara Kaede. But people in the group also think it is normal. After all, Kitahara Kaede came out of his laboratory before. Average, Kitahara Kaede said, but I don't really like people breaking into my house. Is that so? It looks like your wings are stiff. You know, if it wasn't for me and Orochimaru, you wouldn't be able to awaken Wood style. Danzo said, don't be fooled by the hypocrisy of the third generation. That guy is too indecisive. I'm here this time to work with you. The Chunin exam will start soon. Do you want to join forces with me? Once something goes wrong in the Chunin exam, the third generation will definitely be to blame. I'll be fifth generation, and you'll be Hokage, Danzo said. I will be the fifth generation, and you will be the sixth generation. And this statement immediately aroused the interaction in the group. Dazuzi Hanhan Tobirama, can you do it? Your disciple actually wants to fight in the nest. Kidney deficiency Hokage, this feels so familiar. Master Danzo used to fool me like this. Might Guy, Kakashi. Might Guy doesn't know that Kakashi was assassinated by third generation. The older leftover girl who can't get married, oh huh. Terumi couldn't help but froze. Because the conditions given by Shimura Danzo are the same as those given by her. As long as Kitahara Kaede comes to Kurigakure, then she is 5th Mizukage and he is 6th generation. But because she is still in the position, so he was wrong to be Mizukage's alternate first. Add some experience. Turns out, Kitahara Kaede is not the only one who has taken a fancy to Kitahara Kaede. Namikaze Minato. It seems that Mr. Third Generation is very unpopular. And Minato was finally not gentle enough at this time. What he thought of was the miserable life of his son Mingbao. And these are all the arrangements of the third generation. So if someone is willing to pull Lord Third Generation down, he should support it. Senju Tobirama. Tobirama sighed. Senju Tobirama. If that's the case, then it doesn't matter if Danzo pulls Sarutobi down. Senju Tobirama. Although I don't want to admit it, I may have been wrong at the beginning. Senju Tobirama. I also like Sarutobi's talent, but Sarutobi may only be general rather than handsome. And in terms of personality, I was also wrong. If I am not mistaken, the son of the fourth generation will not have a hard time. Tobirama sighed because his disciples were weak, and even felt that he had a great responsibility. Big Pillar Hanhan then watched Danzo pull Sarutobi Hiruzen down. Senju Tobirama. Sarutobi is not suitable, so Danzo can only be used. I still have a little hope for Danzo. Kidney deficiency Hokage, is that so? What Kakashi was thinking was that when he entered this group, he was prompted 6th Hokage, and if Danzo succeeds, then the 6th generation should be Kitahara Kaede, so, why the system prompts that he is the 6th generation woolen cloth? Isn't this a violation? Kakashi was just thinking about this when he noticed that Kitahara Kaede, who was looking at the screen, suddenly moved. I refuse. Kitahara Kaede said, I'm slightly interested in the Hokage position. But you are not the one who can assist me. Haha. Danzo suddenly laughed. His face was the unsmiling type, but this time he really smiled. Because Kitahara Kaede not only rejected him, but also put his Danzo position on the support instead. Really, it's really unruly. Do you really think Wood style is invincible? Danzo said, but a flash of light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and then the light flashed across the bandages on his right hand and the bandages on his right cheek, all of which collapsed due to the flash. But his eyes looked hard, and what he saw was Kitahara Kaede holding a kunai in his right hand at some point. And the flash he saw just now was kunai scratching his bandage. The bandages are removed, revealing the scene under the bandages. So you think your hiding is so good? Kitahara Kaede said coldly. The wrist of his right hand was lifted slightly, and the kunai used to cut the bandage flew out, sinking deeply into the concrete wall. But this time Danzo's secret was revealed. Chapter 031 So third generation is old, why can you Danzo be young? Seeking data, snapped. Where Kitahara Kaede's kunai slashed, Danzo's right hand and the bandage wrapped around his face immediately snapped. All the bandages broke apart with a snap. And this is what Kitahara Kaede said Danzo is hiding. It is indeed a secret. After the bandage is removed, The right eye is a scarlet blood eye, and it is still in the shape of Mangekyo. And the skin color of his right arm is different from that of his body, as if it was transplanted. But this hand has 10 Sharingans on it. The quality of the Sharingan on the arm is not very high. There are only 2 or 3 Guyu, no Mangekyo, but the sudden explosion is still surprising. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _, small group. Big Zuzi Hanhan, let me go, can one person have so many Sharingans? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, I am shocked. The old leftover woman who can't get married, I'm also surprised. Honest Basha, Kisame, who said he was dumb, was also surprised. Kidney deficiency Hokage, I was very surprised. Might Guy, it's too explosive. Could it be that the Sharingan that the Uchiha clan was wiped out all belonged to him? I have to say that Guy's words are very impactful. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, so the destruction of the Uchiha clan is a conspiracy. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, damn Guy. Izuna was annoyed, although he said that when his brother left Konoha, the Uchiha clan broke with his brother Madara, but for Izuna, he is also a member of the Uchiha clan. So even though they looked down on the clan that betrayed their elder brother, but they were wiped out like this, and then their eyes were taken away. It's really embarrassing. Very annoying. Senju Tobirama. Doubt in life. Suffice it to say, innocent or not now, Danzo feels he's seeing people wrong again. Not only is Sarutobi weak, but even Danzo is wrong. Because, no matter what, I can't do anything to put the eyes of the Uchiha clan on my body. To know, even if it can increase strength, this kind of thing will only bring contradictions. So it's the worst thing to do. But Danzo did just that, and then directly mounted 11 Sharingan on his body. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Sure enough, Danzo is this kind of person. Kakashi was the fastest to recover now because he was cheated. Kidney deficiency Hokage. But Danzo has embedded so many Sharingan, how can he not consume it? This sentence made everyone pay attention. Everyone in the village knows that Kakashi would go to the hospital for a week after a fight. Because he lacks blue, his Sharingan was given to him by Uchiha Obito, but requires consumption of chakra. Whether you use it or not, it is absorbing your chakra. For Kakashi, this directly kills his talent and genius. Many ninjutsu and opportunities for further education will also be stopped due to lack of mana. According to him, this is the eye given to him by Obito, always reminding him to protect his companions. And after hearing these words, no one continued to persuade him. Because remembering the past is not shameful, but respectful. But, the problem of lack of blue has always been there. Kakashi's ultimate skill is not Water Dragon Bomb but Reikiri or Chidori. In the past, he can use Reikiri 10 or 20 times, but with Sharingan he can only use it 4 times a day. 4 times is the limit. Say in his cognition, Sharingan is a very troublesome thing, desperately absorbing your chakra. So, Danzo's 10. No, how did the 11 Sharingan do it? Big Pillar Hanhan is Sharingan consumed. Senju Tobirama. Because the Uchiha clan is an important part of the village, I didn't dare to do experiments in this area. Senju Tobirama. However, what can be judged is that Sharingan does not work well on non-Uchiha people, and even has strong side effects. Senju Tobirama. Just like the Kakashi you see, the amount of chakra is so pitiful. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Kakashi wants to complain now, even without Sharingan, the amount of his chakra is pitiful compared to the Senju brothers. It's not that he is pitiful, but that you Senju brothers are very evil, okay. Might Guy, if you are discussing this issue, I have always been curious about one question. Namikaze Minato. What is it? Facing the death of Danzo, another disciple of Nadaime, Minato's mood is relatively calm. Because he doesn't have much affection for third generation in his heart, so Danzo also pulls the same way, and he doesn't think there is a problem. After all, he had given up hope. So it's bad, and Danzo's move is still really bad. He inlaid so many Sharingan, plus the Uchiha clan was exterminated. As long as he used it, he would be infamous forever. This is so stupid. To put oneself in absolute danger in pursuit of power is foolishness. Might Guy. Mr. Third Generation is 69 years old this year, but his hair is white. He is going bald, and Danzo is the same age as Third Generation, but why doesn't he look so old? Might Guy. Not only does it not consume mana, but it also looks young. Senju Tobirama. Tobirama has a reaction here. Yes, although this Danzo has a serious face, but his hair is still black. Is this the face that an old man who is close to 70 years old should have? Could it be that? Big Pillar Hanhan. Tobirama, what did you think of? There is no better brother than a brother. Senju Hashirama discovered the anomaly. Senju Tobirama. Hey, Senju Tobirama. I suddenly feel that I am a villain. I think the reason why Danzo can mosaic so many Sharingan is okay. It should be that they got the Hashirama cells that I was researching. Senju Tobirama. After you passed away, Anika, the First Ninja World War broke out. At that time, the 4 major ninja villages all besieged our Konoha. I just wanted to study the power of your wood style. And then the only finished product at that time was the Hashirama cells. Senju Tobirama. So Danzo's current appearance should be equipped with Hashirama cells. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Are my cells so strong? Senju Tobirama. So why don't you have ambition, big brother? If you have ambition, then maybe it's a different path now. Big Pillar Hanhan. Woo. Senju Hashirama shuts himself up for a moment. The information he got in these days in the group has shown that, his great ideal of peace in the past has not been established, and the ninja world is still that ninja world. It's all just for his self-satisfaction. So, now, it's really autistic. Chapter 032 Hesitant Third Generation, This is Why You Failed. Seeking Data, UBD. Danzo was instantly annoyed when he found that his bandage had been cut and Sharingan was completely exposed. But, he found himself incomprehensible, because he can't see through Kitahara Kaede's movements, which means that just from the point of view of physical skills, Kitahara Kaede has surpassed him. Then, it is not something he can control. If you reject me, you will only bury your talent in third generation. Danzo said, it's just the status of Hokage candidate, and other ninja villages can also open it to me. Kitahara Kaede said, any other ninja villages? Danzo was silent for a moment after hearing Kitahara Kaede say that. I'll prepare something better. Saying so, he threw a small bottle towards Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede catches with one hand. Inside is a small culture bottle, and inside the bottle is a Sharingan of 3 Go Jade. While Kitahara Kaede was looking at the small bottle, Danzo quickly put his jacket over his left arm, and after getting dressed quickly, he covered his right eye with one hand and ran away quickly. Kitahara Kaede came to the window, and Danzo's subordinates were standing not far away. After seeing Danzo appearing, the subordinates immediately prepared bandages. Danzo hurriedly tied the bandages and left, but the single Sharingan he gave stayed with Kitahara Kaede. It seems that he also considered the facilitation fee left after the failed negotiation with Kitahara Kaede. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Everyone was relieved to see Danzo leave, especially the people on Konoha's side. After all, they all agree that Kitahara Kaede has strength or a talent for growth. It would be such a pity to be lured away by such rubbish as Danzo. So sticking to your heart is the most reassuring thing. But, sure enough, following Kitahara Kaede can always see different scenery. This scene is too scary. Senju Tobirama glanced at the single Sharingan left by Danzo. Senju Tobirama. It seems that Uchiha's genocide was really counted. Senju Tobirama. It's my fault. The disciples I taught are not good. Senju Tobirama. 4th generation. I'm sorry, the 3rd generation I taught also has this kind of virtue, so your Naruto's life is also very miserable. Namikaze Minato. Hey, I'm really sad about these things. Senju Tobirama. Speaking of Kakashi, why did you get disconnected just now? Tobirama asked. Because they had a discussion and it turned out that Kakashi was not there. Senju Tobirama at Kakashi. Big Pillar Hanhan at Kakashi. Namikaze Minato. At Kakashi. After a while, Kidney Deficiency Hokage. I'm sorry, I just got disconnected because 3rd generation sent someone to find me. Kidney Deficiency Hokage. I stopped by him. Kidney Deficiency Hokage. I didn't talk about Danzo's affairs. Because I don't know if 3rd generation and Danzo are the same way. Kidney Deficiency Hokage. I was deceived by Danzo in the early years, and now I even suspect that I assassinated 3rd generation and was forgiven by 3rd generation. Is it because he and Danzo deliberately made a play to make me loyal? Kidney Deficiency Hokage. Sorry, Shodai, Nadaime, and Mr. Minato, I am very confused now. Does that mean, is Kakashi suspicious of everyone now? Of course, Danzo fooled him, and as a result, Danzo used Uchiha in this way. 3rd generation forgave his assassination, but 3rd generation was sorry for Naruto. So, Kakashi found that his 3 views had collapsed, and he could no longer find anyone he could trust. However, facing Kakashi like this, the 3 previous Hokage masters at the scene were not qualified to persuade him without confidence. Because, things have developed to the present, and they are already very ashamed when they find out that the younger generations have developed in this way. Kidney Deficiency Hokage. But one thing is very clear. Nadaime, your ninjutsu proposal to promote multiple shadow clone failed. Kidney Deficiency Hokage. Lord 3rd generation rejected the promotion, saying that this kind of ninjutsu chakra is sufficient and can be used, but if it is promoted, it may be leaked. If it is learned by other ninja villages, then we will be very dangerous. So he said no. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Sure enough, I was wrong. Sarutobi is not suitable for Hokage. According to what you said, Konoha has gone through the Nine Tails Rebellion, and it is weak, and this kind of time is when it is weak. Senju Tobirama. Use heavy codes in troubled times. Only the weak need to become strong. Senju Tobirama. As a result, he still doesn't have such decisiveness. Senju Tobirama sighed as he spoke. He was obviously young when he died, but now he speaks like an old man. This is the heart has experienced too much vicissitudes. The disciples who were given the heavy responsibility were not only not successful, they were even dragging their feet, and they were also very stupid. Then they caused such and such consequences. It made him feel that his life was in vain. Senju Tobirama. A hit. Kidney Deficiency Hokage. Kakashi didn't know how to comfort Nadaime at this time. Tsurumi-mei and Kisame outside Konoha village are quiet eaters. Kisame remained silent. Tsurumi-mei is purely eating melons, and even feels in a good mood. Because Kitahara Kaede rejected Danzo. This shows, he still has her Kurigakure in mind. Also, her Kurigakure actually has potential. Because, the strong are dead. There are not so many messy things, so there is a response to everyone. But Konoha's politics, why is it so chaotic? It is said that people from Cloud Shinobi village came to Konoha before and were killed by Hyuga Hiyashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, but they were forced to take Hiyashi's life. It's just bullying to the top. But 3rd generation held back. The reason is that they are worried that Cloud Shinobi Village will use this as an excuse to start a war. It can be said that third generation is too tolerant. And here it is, a turtle. She is also forbearing, but she will definitely not be like third generation. The indecisive third generation, you know. This is the biggest reason for your failure. 033 Meet Hinata again. Seeking data. Danzo has left, and Kitahara Kaede separated two shadow clones to clean the house. He has always felt that Ninja World is quite convenient. Like this, you can work separately and you can read in bed. But speaking of books, Kitahara Kaede glanced at the single bottle that Danzo threw over. Inside the bottle is a Sharingan of Ergo Jade. There is a culture medium in the bottle, which can ensure that the Sharingan will not suffer from necrosis due to long-term non-transplantation. In fact, there is no need to worry so much. This is the world of Hokage, and the quality of things like blood succession boundary is still very strong. But Kitahara Kaede didn't use it right away. Not worried about Danzo playing tricks on this eye, but Danzo probably wishing he could use it. Because Danzo gives Sharingan, but it should be worn like Kakashi and there will be disadvantages equals non-Uchiha people have huge side effects. And the calming method is, Hashirama cells. And what Danzo still has in his hands should be Hashirama cells. Danzo wants him to use it and then compromise with him, and then get the Hashirama cell in Danzo's hand. But Danzo probably thought too much. His side is wood style, and Sharingan is not a waste at all for wood style holders. So Kitahara Kaede took it as a hush money. Although eating the food of the third generation, the character of the third generation will die sooner or later according to the development of the original book. So it's right to leave more ways for yourself. Kitahara Kaede tidied up the house and came to Konoha's library. This is also one of the amenities built by second generation. Snare has collected a large number of books, from general books to ninjutsu related. The common saying is to provide villagers with a place to increase their cultural accomplishment, but the real saying is some books related to ninjutsu, etc., hoping that ninjas can come and learn by themselves. The library has 3 floors in total. The first floor is generally open to villagers, and the second floor contains a little ninjutsu related content, but there are not many ninjutsu related books. So students of ninja school can also come here to borrow. But on the third floor, there are basically all kinds of ninjutsu books, which cannot be taken out of the library, and copying is also prohibited. The original books of this library required each family of Konoha to contribute part of the content. Although the core was not contributed, it also made this library the place with the most information of various ethnic groups of Konoha. But it is open to Konoha's ninjas. Kitahara Kaede lightly pointed to the forehead protector on his forehead, and the librarian in charge of guarding him immediately let him go upstairs. After Kitahara Kaede was brought out of the laboratory, the third generation trained him for a period of time before throwing him into the library. There is some wood-style knowledge in it, but for ordinary ninjas, it is useless without the wood-style blood inheritance boundary. So he is teaching himself. But Kitahara Kaede didn't come to find wood-style's information. He walked along the bookshelves, and what he was looking for was information related to the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. While walking around the bookshelf starting with L, Kitahara Kaede suddenly stopped. Because a girl with white eyes is returning a book to the shelf in front of her. Slim as Jade. Hinata. Kitahara Kaede called out the opponent's name. The girl with short black hair turned her head suddenly. Then her face is like a flower that has bloomed buds, and people can immediately feel that her mood at the moment is like a flower blooming, which is very pleasantly surprised. Mr. Feng, you came back from the mission. Hinata said in surprise. During this period, she passed Kitahara Kaede's apartment several times, only to find that there was no one there, and then she knew that his 7th squad was out to do a task. Unexpectedly, Kitahara Kaede came back today. If she knew she wouldn't go out and went directly to his house, she might be able to meet her. Just came back, Kitahara Kaede said. Then I want to check some information. So, Kitahara Kaede paused. So what have you been doing in the village these days? Do you get along well with the members of the new class? Will the teacher be very strict? It's like ordinary small talk. But Hinata has been satisfied. The students in the new class are easy to get along with, and the teacher is. Teacher Shiha Hong. Teacher Hong's illusion is very powerful. Hinata said. She took good care of me too. Is it? Kitahara Kaede listened to her. Probably because we haven't seen each other for a while, Hinata is also much talkative. So Kitahara Kaede listened to her. Kitahara Kaede observes small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, this is really a bit jerky, it reminds me of the days when I just came into contact with Mito. Big Pillar Hanhan, at that time, Konoha and Uzumaki had just formed an alliance, and then they arranged for Mito to come here. Dazuzi Hanhan, I didn't know what to say to her at that time, I told her everything in detail. Senju Tobirama. Shut up, Anika, I'm still single. Big Zuzi Hanhan, sorry Tobirama, I won't give you dog food anymore. Senju Tobirama, it seems that I finally did one thing right. Senju Tobirama, this library was also built by me, and the materials collected from various families in the past were finally developed for future generations to use. Kidney deficiency Hokage, indeed. Culture passes quickly. Might guy. Kakashi, you are lying again, what book are you reading? You are not. Kidney deficiency Hokage, hush. Namikaze Minato. Pro Hot Day Tang. Might guy. This is Jiraiya's. Namikaze Minato. Is it Teacher Jiraiya's book? Is he still writing books? The name of my Mingbao is taken from Teacher Jiraiya's, Strength and Perseverance. I was very moved by that book, and this pro-hot paradise must also be very touching. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Kakashi seemed startled, and Minato continued, Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, I also like Teacher Jiraiya's book, why don't you bring this latent heat paradise with you when you go to see Kitahara-kun tomorrow, so that I can also read it during the 3 hours of observing Kitahara-kun arrive. Dazuzi Hanhan, that's good, I want to read too. Kidney deficiency Hokage. The face of Kakashi's spirit body was about to turn red and smoke. Senju Tobirama. Kakashi, can't you do it? Can such a simple thing not be done? You don't know our dead people, except for small group chats, only time seems to stand still. Very boring. Kidney deficiency Hokage. This, that. Kakashi's mental body was bubbling straight away. Kidney deficiency Hokage, well, I may have to log off the assembly line early today. Having said that, Kakashi is really forced to go offline. Might guy oh who. I seem to have caught Kakashi's handle. Big pillar Hanhan. Senju Tobirama. Kakashi ran away. Minato, what happened to your disciple? Namikaze Minato. I'm sorry Shodai, Nadaime. Kakashi was not very gregarious before, maybe he was more introverted. Where is Kakashi introverted? %. Big head. Kakashi put his head in his hands as soon as he got out of the group. Isn't it okay to tell them directly? Might Guy came to his side. Just say you look at the Emperor's uncle. I can't say it, Kakashi said. Everyone seems to think that I am a good boy, but who knows that my essence is actually a person who hides under the covers and watches making out in heaven. My image will be directly destroyed. Oh, that's it. Might Guy thinks it's okay for Kakashi to look at the Emperor's uncle, because Kakashi has always been his opponent all his life. He doesn't need to maintain his image, he also thinks Kakashi is a genius and handsome. Then, the opponent for life. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* say so, you Uchiha lose face. Seeking data. While Kakashi went offline to escape reality, Kitahara Kaede continued to listen to Hinata. He thought about it. The world of Hokage ninjas is very dangerous. If you want to be safe, you must have absolute strength. And how to become stronger? Protect others. If you have someone in your heart that you must protect, then you can become stronger. His object of choice is Hyuga Hinata, so there is nothing wrong with cultivating a relationship with Hinata now. In other words, are you feeling uneasy right now? Kitahara Kaede asked. There's a little problem on Hinata's side. After graduating from the ninja school, she joined the 10th class led by the special Jonin Yuhi read, just like the original book. Teammates are Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino. And special Jonin is a special existence between Chunin and Jonin. It belongs to the ability that cannot fully meet Jonin standards, but is very talented in some aspects, so it is specially promoted. And the reason why Yu Hahong was promoted is, her illusion. She has a perfect score of 10 in illusion, and then she has a score of 10. After the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the strength of Konoha's illusionist plummeted instantly, so she was promoted. In fact, she is quite strong. She doesn't have the limit of blood inheritance, but she has cultivated illusion to the highest level of ordinary people, which is already worthy of praise. It's just that Yu Hahong is not suitable to lead the 10th class. Even though she tried very hard to impart knowledge to her disciples, it was useless. Hinata and the others couldn't learn her illusion at all. So from taking over to now, everyone is practicing the secret technique of their own family. This is also unique to Konoha. It is said that it is a ninja village. There must be a village without a family, but the major families still hide their secret arts tightly, and only members of their own family can practice their own family's secret arts. No one else can intervene. In other words, their future is to use their own family secrets. Refer to the young girl family, refer to the Nara family, and refer to the Yamanaka family. These are fixed, so teaching Jonin is useless. Hinata's surname is Hyuga, the Hyuga clan, and is also the daughter of the patriarch Hyuga Hiyashi. Of course, what she practices is the secret art of the Hyuga family Gentle Fist, which needs to be used with Bian. She is learning the 64 palms of Gentle Fist. Although I know how to play 64 palms, I don't have enough time for training. And half a month before the Chunin exam, she felt Alexander. That is, if you are not strong enough, you may lose face by taking the Chunin exam. But if you don't participate, you will lose face. Because everyone participates, and if you don't participate, the evaluation will be very low. She is also the daughter of the patriarch, and she has attracted the attention of the Hyuga clan. So, Hinata is in trouble. Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede didn't respond immediately. Because of his appearance, Hinata is slightly different from the original, that is, Hiyashi didn't give up on her. After all, if Hinata has a good enough relationship with him, then the Hyuga clan will have the goodwill of the Wood-style Awakeners, and may even change their Hyuga clan's bloodline from now on. Make it possible for future clansmen to awaken Wood-style. Everyone knows that Wood-style can conquer the world. So, the temptation is too great. After the Uchiha clan disappeared, the Hyuga clan claimed to be the first clan of Konoha, so their ambitions suddenly rose. In this way, Hinata is not abandoned like the original, but cultivated. And the younger sister Hanabi became the next head of the branch house and was raised like this. Also already planted caged bird at 4 years old. This is completely different from the original book. In the eyes of the Hyuga family, Hinata has no choice but to maintain her fertility, so they don't care about the level of ninjutsu. But this kind of words, It's too cruel to say to Hinata. Think about it. That is to say, as long as you have a little more time, you can fully master the 60 palms of Gentle Fist, right? Kitahara Kaede said, but, maybe, it will take another month. Hinata said with some embarrassment. She knows that her talent is not strong. Brother Neji, who is 1 year older than her, not only has 64 palms, but even has mastered Revolving Heaven. And Revolving Heaven is not a branch house can learn, so it is Neji's own understanding of Gentle Fist and then comprehended the trick. That's genius. Of course she doesn't compare with Neji. She thinks, if she takes the Chunin exam, then Feng-kun will also take it. Then, if she acts too badly in front of the person she likes, she will feel very ashamed. 1 month. Kitahara Kaede tapped lightly on the table with her fingers. It's not that difficult, Kitahara Kaede said. I'll fight for you for a month. Strive for 1 month. Hinata was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the Chunin exam is to be postponed? Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Tobirama. This little guy wants to change the rules for the sake of a woman. Dazuzi Hanhan, I think it's pretty good. Dazuzi Hanhan, in love, I just want to give the best to each other. Senju Tobirama. Brother, shut up. Big Pillar Hanhan, woo. Sorry, Tobirama, I brought up your sadness. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, I see. Senju Tobirama, did you guys die as a single virgin? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, I am ashamed to death. Senju Tobirama. Shut up, Izuna. What do you know, a person who dies without even a chance to fall in love. Senju Tobirama. It's not that I don't talk, but I have too many things. There are too many things, you know. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Cut. Namikaze Minato. Seniors, I think we can wait a little longer. Kitahara-kun doesn't seem to want to stop the Chunin exam. Senju Tobirama. So what are you doing? Older leftover woman who can't get married, he took out the Sharingan. It was only then that everyone discovered that Kitahara Kaede installed the Sharingan of the double hook jade left by Danzo on it. Senju Tobirama. Wait a minute. Senju Tobirama couldn't help being shocked. Senju Tobirama. Ordinary people can't just pretend to be this thing. Sharingan is very repulsive to people outside the Uchiha clan, which only brings side effects. Shame like Kakashi's kidney deficiency is dead. Tobirama values Kitahara Kaede very much. I think this guy is very similar to me, and he also has the power of a big brother. When he grows up, he must be Konoha's leader. But, isn't it hard to think about installing Sharingan now? Namikaze Minato Nadaime, please calm down, the eyes have been installed, but Kitahara-kun seems to have no problem. The old leftover girl who can't get married, it's really like this. There was no evidence of kidney deficiency and inability to stand up straight. Dazuzi Hanhan, so, I said that we would style people must be fine. Namikaze Minato, but if he doesn't prevent Chūnin from taking the exam, what can he do to make time for his girlfriend to practice? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, I seem to understand. Senju Tobirama, what do you understand? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, I don't want to talk to you guy. What I'm saying is, I think I understand Kitahara Kaede's purpose of playing Sharingan. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. The Sharingan of our Uchiha clan is divided into single hook jade, double hook jade, triple hook jade, Mangekyo, and eternal Mangekyo. And when you drive to Mangekyo, you can get a special power. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, what I obtained is the ability of illusion. Then the illusion can be deceiving when it arrives, even if you feel that a whole year has passed in the illusion, but only 1 second outside. Honest Basha, then isn't it Mr. Itachi's Tsukuyomi? Kisame spoke subconsciously, and this also broke his dumb oath, so he had no choice but to shut up quickly. But his interjection let people know that the illusion of Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan can really deceive people in time. So Izuna continued with his speculation. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. So, Kitahara Kaede's idea should be to open the Sharingan to Mangekyo, and then get Tsukuyomi. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. But, Izuna snorted softly, Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Some people from the Uchiha clan cannot open their eyes for life. It is even more difficult to upgrade after opening the eyes. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Not everyone can drive Sharingan to Mangekyo. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Especially Kitahara Kaede, he is not from the Uchiha clan. Although Izuna's tone was a little haughty, everyone knew he was right. Tobirama is the clearest, what Izuna said is right. In his observation, there are very few people in the Uchiha family who can open Mangekyo, and the Sharingan who noticed Danzo's arm before only has a Mangekyo in his right eye, and the others are 2-go or 3-go jade. Danzo is definitely the best for yourself, so it shows that even among the Uchiha clan, Mangekyo is very precious. So, how could Kitahara Kaede, an outsider, open his eyes so easily? Namikaze Minato. However, Minato snorted again. Everyone looked over immediately, and found that the Sharingan had been installed in Kitahara Kaede's left eye, but he sat down and opened the introduction book of the Uchiha clan. Start with the first page. See page 10. See page 20. The pages stopped, but the Sharingan of his left eye has changed. Ergoyu began to turn. He closed his eyes, but when he opened them again, what imprinted in everyone's eyes was Sangoyu. No, the 3-pointed jade is still turning, and finally condensed into a Mangekyo that is like a 3-star bead. Quote. Everyone was silent after seeing this scene. Is it difficult to evolve after opening the eyes? I just read Mangekyo on page 20 of your Uchiha clan book right here. Then, everyone looked at Izuna in silence. Is it difficult to open your eyes to Mangekyo? Just flip through the book and pass the level. You Uchiha family lose face. Chapter 035 The correct usage of Sharingan Tsukuyomi. Seeking data, Kitahara Kaede pressed down the information books of the Uchiha clan with his left hand. He just read 20 pages and collected information related to the Uchiha clan. He thought about it. Uchiha's eyes were opened through emotional stimulation. But only negative emotions. Why can't it be replaced by other emotions? Negative emotions will only make people crazy, so the Uchiha family has always been called paranoid. So, Kitahara Kaede switched angles. He adopts the method of learning, and he feels clear through understanding, and when he feels clear, he will feel satisfied in his heart. The same can stimulate the brain to form a certain substance and finally stimulate the Sharingan to change. And now in practice it really works. Then, you can continue to upgrade. Mangekyo can be upgraded to become. However, Sage of Six Paths is gone, and if you want to get it, you have to pass on the soul, but the two sons of Sage of Six Paths, Ashura and Chakra of Indra, have been passed on continuously. And the Indra and Ashura of this generation are Sasuke and Naruto. Now Sasuke and Naruto have a good relationship with him, so borrow chakra from them, then it can be Rinneganized. But now it is obviously not needed. All Hinata needs is Tsukuyomi. Kitahara Kaede lightly covered her left eye. After Sharingan reaches Mangekyo, it is a blood-spitting thing that bleeds when used. Mr. Feng, your eyes. Hinata didn't see Kitahara Kaede pretending to be Sharingan just now, but she saw Kitahara Kaide's left eye bleeding now. Yet Kitahara Kaede watched her. Exclamation mark. Hinata's body stopped for an instant. It's as if the soul has been sucked away. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Older leftover girl who can't get married. Does this mean she's already using Sharingan? Namikaze Minato. It should be. During Minato's reign, the relationship with Fugaku was okay, so I also know some performances of the Sharingan of the Uchiha family. Honest Basha. Kisame fell silent. Senju Tobirama. It's a pity that Kakashi is offline, or let him see how others use Sharingan. Big Zuzi Hanhan, forget it, he seems to be very weak after wearing the Sharingan. Namikaze Minato. Hey, it's because I didn't protect them well. Kakashi's Sharingan was given by another student of mine, Uchiha Obito. Namikaze Minato. At that time, in the Third Ninja World War, I rushed to the front line, and they supported in the rear, but they were in danger. Namikaze Minato. In the end Obito died, and then gave Kakashi an eye before he died. This is really a sad story for me. But besides Konoha, there are also Kuritakers here, and Kuritaker's blood mist has made them accustomed to it hard heart. The old leftover woman who can't get married rather than recalling the tragedies of the past, I hope that the future can be brighter. Terumi Mei's words are very true, and these words silence the three Senju brothers. Because they are all dead people, there is no past, so the future, is there any extravagance? In Tsukuyomi space, Hinata looked around in surprise. Here it is. What appeared in front of her was a dark place. And she stayed here, but if it wasn't for Kitahara Kaede beside her, she would have cried out in fear. This is the Tsukuyomi space. You can treat it as an advanced illusion. It can be ranked in the top 3 on the illusion ranking list. Kitahara Kaede said. He snapped his fingers lightly, and the surrounding darkness disappeared instantly, turning into the scene of Konoha's training ground. As the sun went down, the training ground was empty without anyone. This is the 1 month I prepared for you, Kitahara Kaede said. In this space, both the quality of time and space are controlled by me. So, Hinata, Kitahara Kaede turned around. You can train here. 1 month has passed here, so it's only a second outside. Is it so amazing? Hinata was surprised. This is Sharingan after all, said Kitahara Kaede. It was only then that Hinata discovered that Kitahara Kaide's left eye was not just red, but a scarlet and 3-star Guyu. Is this the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha clan is not popular in the village, and it was exterminated 6 years ago, and Sasuke is weak, so Hinata really hasn't seen the Sharingan. Hinata's cheeks flushed suddenly. Thank you, Feng-kun. I am also grateful to you, who took good care of me in the past. Kitahara Kaede read it with a stick. Then you start training first. I will help you, said Kitahara Kaede. Hinata tilted her head cutely. What does assistance mean? But she obediently came to the training ground and began to put on a posture, and began to play the 64 palms of Gentle Fist that she had learned. Gentle Fist is a very unique body art. It can directly seal the acupuncture points of the human body to transplant the enemy's chakra system, or directly destroy the enemy's chakra system. Although Kitahara Kaede didn't like it, he respected it. And Hinata felt that it was more difficult to punch a set, but now Mr. Feng is watching her. She can't just lose face like this. Hinata went all out. The 63rd palm. The 64th palm. After hitting the last palm, Hinata found that it was smoother than before. I seem to be able to do it. Hinata was surprised. She turned around in surprise. But suddenly froze. Hmph, is this enough? However, a girl who looked very similar to her but wore an overly bold black-haired fishnet outfit appeared in front of her. The other party was only wearing a fishnet outfit, and then draped a small shawl, allowing her cute belly to be revealed. Also wearing shorts. Dress very boldly. Hinata was surprised. This is the Tsukuyomi space. I pinched your flipped body. Kitahara Kaede said, she's 2 tiers higher than yours, Hinata, and if you can beat her, you can go 1 step higher, Kitahara Kaede explained. 036 Blackened Hinata 2000. Seeking data, 8 trigrams, 48 palms. 8 trigrams, 63 palms. In Kitahara Kaide's Tsukuyomi space, little Hinata and her reverse black Hinata are fighting. If you practice gymnastics, it is very troublesome to train alone. The black Hinata created by Kitahara Kaede using Tsukuyomi's authority solved this problem. He created it with reference to Hinata's own strength. Then adjust black Hinata's ability, so although he just told Hinata that black Hinata's strength is only 1.2 times hers, in fact, he has adjusted black Hinata's strength to 1.5 times hers so far. Hinata is subtly becoming stronger. But this is obviously not enough. Hinata, Kitahara Kaede greeted her, I'll teach you a way to improve efficiency. After Kitahara Kaede brought her over, he put one hand on her shoulder. This is, Hinata blinked her eyelashes lightly to realize it. A powerful chakra poured into her body and enveloped her, sending you part of the chakra. Kitahara Kaede said, the method I teach you requires a lot of chakra. Hinata seemed a little hesitant, will it hurt you? This is the world of illusion, Kitahara Kaede said. So everything can be changed by my mind. As if to confirm, Kitahara Kaede glanced ahead, and the day was instantly changed into night. Like a god in this Tsukuyomi space. Seeing what he said, Hinata felt relieved. Professor Kitahara Kaede gave her multiple shadow clone technique. Use clones to train at the same time, split as many shadow clone as possible, and then gain experience together, this is the fastest way to improve. It is also through this mode that Naruto and Sasuke can advance by leaps and bounds. After Kakashi returned to the village, it seemed that he was going to promote this learning method to the 3rd generation project. However, Kitahara Kaede does not think that the 3rd generation project will agree to promote the multiple shadow clone technique. But, in the Tsukuyomi space, the method of adding experience to Hinata is very practical. After all, whatever happens can be attributed to illusion. And he just lied, not to mention that Tsukuyomi is an illusion, and it needs to consume a lot of chakra when it is cast, and the chakra he just wanted to distribute to Hinata is also from him. However, these amounts did not reduce him, so he could ignore them. So, let's start now. Kitahara Kaide's fingers turned slightly, and the number of black Hinata reached 2,000 at once. This, Hinata was surprised, since it's going to be a sparring partner, then of course it's better to have more people, isn't it? Kitahara Kaede said, and saying this, Hinata was immediately overwhelmed by the black Hinata who obviously had the same face, but gave her a completely different feeling. I don't know how much time has passed in Tsukuyomi's space, which ranks 3rd in illusion, but to the outside world, only a moment, only a second. And now, a second is over. Well, Hinata, who was frozen in the library, suddenly trembled. An unbelievable momentum surged from her body and spread out. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Zuzi Hanhan, interesting. This girl from the Hyuga family has a completely different aura. Dazuzi Hanhan, only a second has passed. Dazuzi Hanhan, the strength of physical skills should be close to that of Kakashi with kidney deficiency. Big Pillar Hanhan, oh no, maybe even stronger than Kakashi's. Kitahara Kaede, this little guy, really is willing to part with his sister. Dazuzi Hanhan, I don't know how long he spent in this Tsukuyomi space, it must not be just a month. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, of course, it is the skill of my Uchiha clan after all. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, it's a pity. If I had thought that Tsukuyomi could be used as a training ground, then my strength would definitely improve. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, both are Senju Tobirama. At that time, I was just Mangekyo, and I was killed by you before I had time to adapt. Then he just missed out on becoming the strongest. Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Hey, Tobirama, what about you? If you kill me later, maybe history will change. Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama's younger brother, every time you say this, you are playing dead. Hand in hand with Hashirama's brother, just bully me, if my elder brother Uchiha Madara comes in, he will definitely avenge me. The old leftover girl who can't get married, speaking of which, Master Izuna, is your brother Uchiha Madara really super strong? Terumi Mei was curious. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara are all close to legends. And Terumi Mei has been intimidated by Tobirama, so she understands that the 5 cages of her own era are not in the same dimension as the 1st generation 2nd generation. So, I remembered that the might guy who entered the group before was also called the title of the man recognized by Uchiha Madara, so I was very curious. Of course, she found herself more and more at ease in this group. She praised her previous trip to the Land of Waves. If she hadn't caught up with Kitahara Kaede at that time, she would have missed a lot now. Look, a taijutsu achiever who instantly trains a genin's taijutsu into several Kakashi units in 1 second. Is this something ordinary people can do? So, the impulsive move to hug Kitahara Kaide's thigh was really right. Terumi Mei is at ease, so now 8 trigrams starts. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, of course. My brother Uchiha Madara is the strongest. Not yet defeated, except Senju Hashirama. Big Zuzi Hanhan, well, Izuna, you don't need to call me by my full name. Dazuzi Hanhan, you can call me brother Hashirama. Senju Tobirama. Anika, who is your brother? While making noise in the group, everyone found that a person from Anbu had come to the library. The member of Anbu looked warily at Hinata first, then at Kitahara Kaede. Master third generation is looking for you. It seemed quite respectful. Of course, after all, Anbu is the direct subordinate of the third generation, and the third generation, as the successor of the Will of Fire, has been taking special care of him since he discovered that Kitahara Kaede awakened wood style since he was a child, and wants to inherit the Will of Fire. Chapter 037 Will of Fire. If I can't empathize with you, you can't brainwash. Seeking data, Kitahara Kaede closed the door, and followed Anbu, who came to make an announcement to the Hokage office building of third generation. Kitahara Kaede has a legitimate identity in Konoha, and the key Konoha upper layer also knows that he is the identity of the wood-style experiment, so there is no hindrance on the way to Konoha's Hokage building. Then, I can only follow you here. Anbu speaks of this announcement, and in front of him stood another Anbu. It seems to be handing over. Konoha has 3 executive divisions, from Konoha Guard to Danzo's root organization, and then to only Hokage directly under Anbu. However, the Konoha garrison is gone because of Uchiha's genocide, and Danzo's route is just tricking people into joining under the guise of the Anbu Reserve Department, so it is not here. But even so, the number of members directly under Hokage to Anbu is large. The minimum threshold is Chūnin, and the identities of the vice-captain captains are all Jonin. Divided into 6 classes, each class has nearly 20 people, so this is a force of more than 100 people in Chūnin. No matter which village it is placed in, it is very deterrent. Kitahara Kaede calmly followed behind Anbu, the handover woman. The female Anbu has purple hair. Although she wears a mask on her face, judging from her actions and demeanor, she should not be ugly. If you want to guess the identity, it should be the beauty Anbu Uzuki Shiin in the original book. The reason is that she has 2 knives on her back. There are not many people who use knives in Konoha's Anbu, and they are women, so it can basically be confirmed that this is Uzuki Shiin. Uzuki Shiin's appearance is very high, and among the girls in Konoha's 20s, she is probably only below Yuhihong. Master third generation is inside. Her voice was undisguised, with a bit of cold taste. Kitahara Kaede nodded slightly, but Yuzuka Uzuki did not follow him into the room. But Kitahara Kaede observes small group, they all focused their attention. Mainly Konoha's people, because, first Hokage, second Hokage, and fourth generation Minato are all thinking about, and third Hokage is thinking about it. Now that Kitahara Kaede is being called by third generation, how can we not look at third generation? Pushing the door open, you can see that third Hokage is earnestly correcting the documents in front of the desk. There is 1 stack on the left, and now there is another stack under my hand. He looked at Kitahara Kaede as if he had just discovered it. Ah, Mr. Feng, you are here. Third generation stood up with his waist supported. It seemed to be a little laborious, but there was a smile on his face, showing a loving expression. It doesn't look like Hokage's majesty, but more like a grandpa next door. It makes people feel quite amiable. But Kitahara Kaede deduces that this is probably fake. The reason is that the Hokage approval is not the fountain pen that is commonly used now, but the quill pen. And the inkwell of the quill in front of third generation's desk was empty. And some of the ink in this empty bottle has dried, which means that he didn't seriously correct it at all just now, let alone corrected a stack and then pressed the stack. Just pretend to be hardworking and kind. Kitahara Kaede knows that third generation spends a lot of energy on herself. But it's not a relationship, but wanting to convey the will of fire. Yes, after all, he is the only successful wood-style experimenter. Although there was Yamato before this, Yamato only had 3 bedrooms and 1 living room and was not successful. And wood style is not only Konoha's weapon but also a weapon that can restrain 9 tails. If controlled well, 9 tails can become the absolute weapon of the village, just like 1 tail. But Konoha has experienced 9 tails being controlled by Sharingan and 9 tails attacking the village, so third generation has never considered making 9 tails a weapon, but just restraining it. In this way, the object of his attention is not Naruto but Kitahara Kaede. Wood style restrains 9 tails. 9 tails is a problem. This is the general idea of Konoha's senior management. And how to grasp wood style. Then there is the will of fire. The will of fire is to lead you to protect the village and regard the village as the most important thing. Then even give everything. Then, the purpose of the third generation is accomplished. Kitahara Kaede is very clear that third generation has been expressing and showing kindness and deliberate cultivation of Kitahara Kaede's affection for Konoha. But some people are just born unable to empathize. People's emotions are not the same, so naturally they will not be in common. So it doesn't matter how much you brainwash. And Kitahara Kaede is exactly that kind of person. Kitahara Kaede was calmly analyzing third generation's actions. And there was movement in the small group. Kitahara Kaede observes small group. Big Pillar Hanhan. Is this the third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen? Dazuzi Hanhan, sure enough. Danzo looks black-haired, but this third generation. Well, Sarutobi is already so old. Senju Tobirama. Even though I am old, I still want him to come to see me. Senju Tobirama. I want to ask, how did he manage Konoha like this? Dazuzi Hanhan, I also want to, forget it. Senju Hashirama also wanted to question, but he has heard a lot of his secrets in this group. What is the extermination of the Uchiha clan? Why are everyone orphans? And then Danzo actually installed Sharingan directly and used his Hashirama cells. He really has no confidence in this Konoha that he once built. Chapter 038 Chūnin Exam, Third Generation's Request. Seeking data. Mr. Feng, how does it feel to be out of the village this time? Third generation showed a gentle expression, like a grandfather next door. It's more novel, Kitahara Kaede said. But it's also a good experience. Ms. Kakashi said that the 3 bedrooms and 1 living room I created have great prospects for development. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Third generation smiled. Well, your strength is more than that, but it's okay to promote 3 bedrooms and 1 living room like this. That way other people won't pay attention to you. It's a protection, said third generation. This makes sense, but it doesn't matter. Kitahara Kaede is the holder of wood style, and anyone in the ninja world who has a brain knows what wood style means. Means strong, and if you are weak, then others may not be afraid of you, then you are safe. After all, if you're strong, but the enemy is scared, they'll be stupid enough to gang up on you. It's like a brave man defeats a dragon, but when he returns to the kingdom, he is bestowed with death by the king. You are too strong, the king is afraid. So, it doesn't matter, since you are so weak, why don't I take you away? Therefore, security is not guaranteed at all. Kitahara Kaede is just eating the food of the third generation, completing the tasks assigned by the third generation normally. So he said, in this mission, Kurikager's rebellion appeared. And then there was 5th Mizukage. She took the rebellious ninja back without beheading it, Kitahara Kaede said. How did 5th Mizukage appear? Third generation hesitated. It seems that it is really troublesome. But I'm relieved that you can come back safely. Third generation continued, I'm looking for you this time because I actually have a troublesome thing to ask you. I know, it's been hard for you to be by Naruto's side. However, there's one more important thing now. Third generation put his hands on his knees. Kakashi should have told him about the task report, so he remained calm. As you know, the Chunin exam is 2 weeks away. In the ninja world, the 5 major ninja villages will take over the Chunin exam every year. This is recognized by the whole ninja world. And this year it's Konoha's turn. Every time we hold the Chunin exam in Konoha, there are always the most candidates. And this time I have already received applications from other ninja villages. Then I hope you can take a look at this document. Third generation pulled out a piece of material from one side of the material and handed it to Kitahara Kaede. The information was wrapped in a yellow leather bag, and there was a secret sign on it. This means that only Hokage is allowed to watch, so third generation's approach is very popular. Kitahara Kaede hesitated and opened the file. Because if the inference is good, it must be troublesome. It's just that the third generation is watching him now, so he opened the file. Is a document. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Namikaze Minato, Genin village. When I was 4th Hokage, this ninja village didn't exist yet. Senju Tobirama. It's time to at Kakashi. Namikaze Minato. At Kakashi, please explain. Kakashi did not respond for a while. In front of Kitahara Kaede, third generation continued. The few people you see now are the participating teams of Genin village this time. But, the news I got indicates that the person behind Otoshi village is my former disciple Orochimaru. He betrayed Konoha and used Konoha's ninjas for experiments. He is unforgivable and has become Konoha's rebellious ninja. I was soft-hearted and didn't deal with him. Now he actually arranged for his own people to come to Konoha. I'm worried he might do something. I don't know if he will come this time. I will consider the safety of the village, and I can't interfere with the candidates. Third generation seems to sigh the boss. And Kitahara Kaede didn't answer. He knew that the troublesome task given by third generation was the core. Really? Third generation continued. So, this time I can't be sure that Orochimaru won't sabotage the Chunin exam if he's among the candidates. Help me. He seemed to hesitate for a moment. Hold him. Then I'll deal with him myself. I made mistakes in the past, and now I must make up for it. Third generation said seriously. Even this time it might cost my life. Feng-kun, become Hokage, responsible for the entire village. As long as the village is behind, I can't retreat. And it is my duty to die for the village. Third generation is really a very responsible Hokage at this time, no wonder. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Tobirama. Sarutobi is getting better at acting. Big Zuzi Hanhan, huh? How did you get it? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, you can't see it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement is very strange. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. First, his disciple Orochimaru used people from the same village to do experiments. Then it must have killed the people in the village, but he let Orochimaru go. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, his disciple's life is his life, but the life of the people in the village is not his life. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, as the shadows in your mouths, at least you must treat them equally. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, so this is not qualified. So, I think he is acting. What Izuna said was right. Terumi Mei, who eats melons, also nodded. As Kurikager in Blood Mist, her village is also a mess, but there is a problem with third generation statement. From the perspective of letting go of Orochimaru, it is not in line with the current practice of showing willingness to sacrifice for the village. Because, it's not fair to those who got fed by Orochimaru. And this is where this third generation lord was sprayed the most by the Hokages of the previous generations. Because of this character, he keeps making mistakes. Therefore, Konoha is also so miserable. Namikaze Minato, wait a minute. Minato suddenly called a timeout. Everyone looked at him quickly. Namikaze Minato. Master Orochimaru, betrayed. Senju Tobirama. Minato, you are a bit cute. Then, Kitahara Kaede looked at third generation and returned the information to third generation. I will do my best to do my job well. Hearing Kitahara Kaede's response, third generation nodded in satisfaction. You do things, I don't worry. However, if I am unfortunately killed, then Konoha will have to ask you to come. Third generation said seriously. This is a bit heavy to say. It's like saying again, if the third generation dies in this Chunin exam, then the next Hokage will be named Kitahara Kaede. 039 Orochimaru is coming. Kage Orochimaru, seeking data. However, if I am unfortunately killed, then Konoha will have to ask you to come. Third generation said seriously. As soon as this sentence came out, the small group immediately became lively. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, Sarutobi still did a good thing. He finally knew he was going to be replaced. Senju Tobirama. So Kitahara Kaede is 5th Hokage. Kidney deficiency Hokage, it is very possible, because it was not Danzo 5.5 that appeared before, and then I am 6th generation. Kakashi is finally bubbling. He has been it so many times, he thought he was caught by the Hokage bosses of the past generations, but luckily he was not. That's why it's actively bubbling. Dazuzi Hanhan, if that's the case, it's pretty good. Dazuzi Hanhan, Kitahara Kaede is not the same as me, but very similar to Tobirama, with a brain. The old leftover girl who can't get married, if this is the case, it may not be good. Terumi May began to think deeply. Because if Kitahara Kaede becomes 5th Hokage, isn't her Kurigakure meaningless? Kurigakure had to come up with something to attract Kitahara Kaede. Senju Tobirama, why not? The old leftover woman who can't get married. Look, if Kitahara-kun is 5th generation, but Danzo is 5.5, why? The old leftover woman who can't get married, doesn't this mean that there will be some problems? If it's okay for the 5th generation project to give way, I'm afraid something big will happen. Big Zuzi Hanhan, that makes sense. Namikaze Minato. I also became nervous when I said that. Senju Tobirama. Hey, Shimura is unpopular. Might Guy. By the way, Kitahara Kaede has left. Guy reminded me. Might Guy found that Kakashi suddenly lost his spirit and immediately felt that he had entered the small group, so his spirit also entered the small group to talk. Sure enough, I found that Kakashi had already run in. Everyone quickly looked at Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede. When third generation hinted that you are the target of the next 5th generation, Kitahara Kaede returned the information to third generation. If this is the case, then I will go back first. I will try my best to do my best during the Chunin exam. It seems that Kitahara Kaede didn't understand third generation's hint, but third generation still kept smiling and kindly. That's good, then go back and rest first. So Kitahara Kaede went out from the main gate. Third generation is to remain in the office. However, everyone in the small group found that although Kitahara Kaede had left, his vision had not changed. Still in third generation's office. About a few minutes later, when everyone was feeling puzzled, the side door of the office opened, and 2 people actually walked in. Also old age, a man and a woman. They are all old people. The woman has wrinkles on her face while the man wears glasses. Senju Tobirama. The appearance of these 2 people seems to be Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. Dazuzi Hanhan. Oh, aren't these your other 2 disciples? Kidney deficiency Hokage, Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura are 2 consultants. Kakashi is easy to use and is a living knowledge base. Take the initiative to introduce to the people in the group. And Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Kaharu came in front of third generation. Is it okay for you to tell him that directly? Kaharu asked. He seems to have declined. Mitokado Homura said. I refused, but that's good, it means that he will protect me in this Chunin exam. I watched him grow up. I know, he is someone who doesn't like trouble. So, even if Orochimaru does come, I can save my life. Third generation said. Hey, I'm getting old, and I'm also cowardly. Third generation said with a sigh. And this sentence also conveyed the reason why Konoha under his current management is like this. Because he was cowardly. He doesn't want war anymore, he just wants to pursue short-term peace, even if there will be sacrifices of one kind or another. I see. Kaharu nodded. Sarutobi still thinks so much. But third generation went on to say, I'm getting older, and I have to think about the future. Generally speaking, Hokage's next incarnation is taken over by his own relatives. For reference, the 3rd Raikage and 4th Raikage of Rain Shinobi Village are father-son relationships. Moreover, they are both called But Asuma probably won't work. Third generation sighed and said, as you all know, Asuma was a bad boy when he was young, and he also served as one of the 12 guards of the Fire Country Daimyo. Although our village relies on the daimyo, there are 2 kinds of power after all. Isn't it messed up to have a daimyo as a guard? Asuma's thinking cannot rise to the concept of a village. So he can't. Then Naruto that, and Kaharu suddenly mentioned, you also know that Naruto is the son of the 4th generation. Naruto doesn't work either, although everyone in the village rejects him, I am close to him, and he is close to me, but I really owe him, and he is finally standing on the opposite side of the village. It is impossible to get everyone's approval, let alone he is still 9 tails. Third generation shook his head, but these words directly made the small group furious. Big Pillar Hanhan Tobirama, your disciples really are a lot of circles. Dazuzi Hanhan everyone hates Naruto, and Sarutobi kisses Naruto, which is what he dared to do. Senju Tobirama, I don't want to recognize Sarutobi anymore. Namikaze Minato, I really want to have a body now. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Teacher Minato, calm down. Namikaze Minato, how can I be calm, even if I am making excuses for myself, but third generation has said so. Explanation, he did it on purpose. Namikaze Minato, on the one hand, I revealed the identity of my Mingbao, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and then deliberately led the village's dissatisfaction with Mingbao, bullying Mingbao. As a result, the contrast turned out that he was kind to Mingbao, just wanted Mingbao to be grateful to him. Namikaze Minato, too much deception. Might Guy, is Naruto the son of the fourth generation? Ah, Guy is belated. Kakashi hurriedly told him, Might Guy, I'll go. No one told me, how can this kind of thing be admitted? The fourth generation sacrificed for the village, but Naruto doesn't even have a rectification. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Guy, calm down too. At this time, there was a voice of reporting from outside the door. Master third generation, Kazekage-sama of San Shinobi Village is here. I'll be there right away. Third generation said, San Shinobi Village is quite troublesome. Third generation said, let's go and have a look. Kaharu said, after all, he is our ally of Konoha. Everyone has been silent for too long and cannot accept war, so it is best to maintain peace in the 5 great ninja villages of the 5 great nations. Mitokado Homura said, too, so the 3 of third generation walked out of the office. The people in the group watched this scene silently. Emotions exploded because the third generation just admitted its attitude towards Naruto. But it is also dissatisfied with the concept of seeking stability and seeking peace expressed by the third generation. Senju Tobirama. I used to think that Sarutobi was very decisive, but now I realize he is so pedantic. Senju Tobirama. So I did pick the wrong guy. Senju Tobirama is autistic. Namikaze Minato. But isn't our small group observing Kitahara Kaede? And why is the picture just now still in the office? When Minato said this just now, everyone found out that there was a bang. The folder that Kitahara Kaede handed back to third generation was deformed and became Kitahara Kaede. Big Zuzi Hanhan, that's why he didn't leave. Senju Tobirama. Hmph, I knew that this kid is actually very slippery. Senju Tobirama. But I am also a little worried about this. Kidney deficiency Hokage. What is Nadaime worried about? Senju Tobirama. I think Kitahara Kaede may not want to accept Konoha. Dazuzi Hanhan, kidney deficiency Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Makes sense. Because this Konoha, under the third generation's thinking of refusing war and just trying to survive, it's rotten. It's a mess and no one wants it. Chapter 040, Uncle Hyuga Neji. Kitahara Kaede exits from third generation's office with a bang using the body flicker technique. But he didn't go far, but walked around the village. According to third generation, he was probably trained as a candidate for Hokage. Sounds like it's okay, but the current Konoha is not tasty, it can even be said to be a mess. In a normal plot, the Chūnin exam third generation will die. Then came the era of Danzo at 5. Kitahara Kaede doesn't like Danzo, and he doesn't like third generation either. Third generation is too pedantic. If you pick one, third generation is slightly better than Danzo, but only slightly. Kitahara Kaede is not afraid to change the plot, or the plot has changed when Naruto's chakra system was restored. So, the appearance of Terumi Mei, the inclusion of Zabuza, and the possible invisibility of Minazukashiro are all different from the original. But as long as it develops in his favor, then there is no problem. Kitahara Kaede continued to walk around the village, and ahead he could see members of a squad running towards him. That was a member of the first class where Hyuga Neji, the head of last year's ninja school, was. Hyuga Neji, Xiaoli and Tien. Xiaoli, slow down. The 3 of them seemed to be in penance. Take a break, Tien said to Xiaoli, who took the lead. Every day, it's not good to rest, it means your practice is not enough. Xiaoli immediately turned his head and said solemnly. Judging from his tone, and judging from Xiaoli's appearance, his appearance is not very good, and this kind of personality is a straight male personality. So it makes people think about how he got married in Borutoden. While Xiaoli was talking, he suddenly stopped. Neji, he stopped his companion. The 3 have been training to run 30 laps around the village, with Lee's lifelong rival, Hyuga Neji, at the front. Neji is a genius, but he's not. But Xiaoli believes that hard work can defeat genius. So he always wanted to surpass Neji. But now Neji's target is not him. Kitahara Kaede. Neji stopped. Wait a minute. Kitahara Kaede. The atmosphere seems to be a little bad. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Might Guy. How could Neji be so aggressive? Might Guy. Sorry, this is the first class of students I led. Might Guy. Hyuga Neji, a handsome guy with long black hair, then Xiaoli with thick eyebrows, and Tien. Tien is good at space ninjutsu. Although Might Guy looks big, and he is always talking about youth or something. But he is a very careful person. Although I just joined the small group, I don't know much about it, but hey, even the Hokages of the past generations are together to watch Kitahara Kaede for 3 hours a day, and just now the third generation program also said that Kitahara Kaede may be the next generation Hokage alternate. So, isn't Neji offending someone? The old leftover woman who can't get married, let me ask, isn't this Xiaoli your son? Might guy. Might guy. Although I pay close attention to Xiaoli and appreciate him, he is not my son. Kidney deficiency Hokage, in fact, I have always had this doubt. Might guy. Why do you always say that, Kakashi? Don't you know that I'm single? Kidney deficiency Hokage, after all, Xiaoli looks a lot like you. Might guy. Well, I feel very proud. I am very proud to have Xiaoli as a disciple. Might guy. Let alone, Neji has a stubborn temper, so I have to go offline first. Just as Might guy said that, his avatar turned black. And everyone also found that in the field of vision of observing Kitahara Kaede, a cloud of mud was flying from a distance. It was Might guy who just went offline. Ah, the weather is so nice. Alright, let's continue our youth training. Ah guy started to interrupt. And Neji stopped Kitahara Kaede. I won't approve of you, Neji said. This, Tiantian and the others were instantly distressed. Quote. Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede looked into Neji's pure white pupils. Neji is a person of branch house, and father Hyuga Hazashi. And Neji is an absolute genius for the Hyuga family, but because of the branch house system, he can't learn many of the Hyuga family's tricks, plus his father's affairs, so he hates the Hyuga family very much, but he maintains it morbidly. So I can't understand Kitahara Kaede as a person who is not from the Hyuga family, contacting the Hyuga family. After all, in the past, all of the Hyuga clan only intermarried within themselves. So in Neji's eyes, contact between Kitahara Kaede and Hinata is a big taboo. Your target is not me. Kitahara Kaede looked at Neji's face calmly. What you really want to oppose is the Hyuga family. If you don't have the courage to fight against the Hyuga family, don't call me anymore. I'm telling you this for Hinata's sake. There will be no next time. Kitahara Kaede said so and left immediately. Hyuga Neji, who stayed where he was, held his hand tightly. The nails of the fingers of his right hand had reached the palm of his hand, and blood had already oozed out. But the people in the small group don't know why. Kakashi, the know-it-all, explained it. Kidney deficiency Hokage. This is about Neji's father, Hazashi. Kidney deficiency Hokage. At the end of the Third Ninja World War, the representative of Cloud Shinobi Village came to Konoha to sign the contract. Kidney deficiency Hokage. All the ninjas went to welcome them, but the goal of Cloud Shinobi Village is not a contract, but a sneak attack on Hyuga's house. Kidney deficiency Hokage. They kidnapped Hinata, the eldest daughter of the head of the Hyuga family, and wanted to roll their eyes. Kidney deficiency Hokage. In the end, he was stopped by the patriarch Hyuga Hiashi, and he missed and killed the opponent. Kidney deficiency Hokage. But Cloud Shinobi Village prevented peace on the grounds of Hyuga's family hurting people, and wanted to start a war. Kidney deficiency Hokage. The price of not launching a war is to make the Hyuga family hand over Hyuga Hiashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga family who killed someone. Senju Tobirama. Another few days at Cloud Shinobi Village. Tobirama's death was the signing of Cloud Shinobi Village at the end of the First Ninja War, and then Second Raikage was rebelled by his subordinates. As a result, Tobirama sacrificed himself to protect the retreat of the apprentices. So, he didn't like Cloud Shinobi Village. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Amount. Kakashi was taken aback when he saw Tobirama say something rude, but continued to reply. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Then the solution at that time was, Hiyashi's younger brother died in the branch house's Hyuga Hazashi. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Hazashi died instead of his brother. And this Neji is the younger brother's son. Kidney deficiency Hokage. This is what Guy told me. Neji has always hated the relationship between the main family and the branch house. He thinks Hazashi died because of his greed for life and fear of death. Kakashi paused at this point. Everyone knows from the remarks made by the third generation just now. The third generation has no determination to put all the eggs in one basket or fight a war. It only chooses to forbear. And so, the victims appeared. Like this Hyuga Hazashi, the patriarch's younger brother died instead. Big Zuzi Hanhan, hey. Senju Tobirama, hey. Understand the passing Senju brothers sigh. As seniors, they can't do anything, they can only make the juniors back down. And Tobirama sighed that Sarutobi could not choose. At this moment, Tobirama really hopes that third generation will directly position Kitahara Kaede as the next Hokage. But judging from the current situation, Konoha is really not fragrant. It's not a fragrant bun but a hot potato. Chapter 041 Cage. Have you been looking at me politely? Seeking data, Kitahara Kaede took the third generation objective quest, watch out for Orochimaru during the Chunin exam. And then, keep him. In other words, although the third generation said it was normal, the subtext really didn't want to die. As people grow older, they become more and more afraid of death. This is inferiority but also nature. Kitahara Kaede walked forward while thinking, and soon arrived at the shopping street. In addition to shops related to life, there are also ninja-related ninja shops on this street. And Kitahara Kaede also saw the members of the Hyuga Neji team of the first class that he met just now, the Tiantian ninja shop of Tiantian's family. Her father should also love her a lot, even the name of the ninja shop is named after his daughter. After a little hesitation, Kitahara Kaede was about to go inside. Hinata is also taking the Chūnin exam this time. According to her habit, she should give him ninja tools to prepare for the exam. But there are some things you have to prepare yourself. Kitahara Kaede was just about to enter the shop when he turned sideways. Because he saw someone walking in together. It was a man wearing a bamboo hat and a thick white cloak that was resistant to heat and dust. And there are several people behind him. Kitahara Kaede found the eyes of the man who covered most of his face with gauze and only his eyes were on him. Let's go. But the guard ninja behind this man is a famous person. Baki from San Shinobi Village. Baki is the Jonin of San Shinobi Village. It belongs to the backbone of San Shinobi Village. And the person who can use him as a bodyguard is naturally his boss, Kazekage-sama of San Shinobi Village. 4th Kazekage Luo Sand. This is the Kazekage of San Shinobi Village. Baki also said directly, and then began to clear the field. There were still quite a few people in the shop, but most of them retreated when they heard Baki's voice. Quote. As for Baki's domineering move, 4th Kazekage didn't move. 4th Kazekage just wore a bamboo hat and a heavy coat, and stood straight. But he seemed interested in Kitahara Kaede who was standing still on one side. A pair of piercing eyes peeked out from a canvas-wrapped face stared at Kitahara Kaede. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. The small group became lively again. Just now they saw the face of Konoha's 3rd generation, and now they saw the heads of other ninja villages in the same period. Older leftover women who can't get married, this 4th Kazekage is still the same as before. Said Terumi Mei, who has a low sense of presence. Actually the reason why she speaks first is that her Karidakar is weak, and she found that San Shinobi Village is weaker. If Karidakar is the only one who can fight, then there's Chojuro and Ao, plus a Karidakar elder or two. Then San Shinobi Village is even worse. First of all, San Shinobi Village's 4th Kazekage Luasha is relatively low level, and his strength cannot withstand the Kage level category. It is probably the weakest one among the Kazekages of all dynasties. And the backbone is a Chiyo mother-in-law and a Jonin Baki. But they also have a weapon that can intimidate the surrounding Shounen village, that is the one-tail Shuhei. In contrast, Terumi Mei's Karidakar's 3 tails has long since been released as a wild free due to a problem with 4th Mizukage. But, she still has the confidence to kill these San Shinobi Village people by herself. The reason is simple. During the 3rd Ninja World War, San Shinobi Village also had an elite Jonin named Hakura, but San Shinobi Village sold Hakura to Karidakar for a contract. So, this kind of village that can even sell its own elite will not even have cohesion. So how can we have the strength to fight? Namikaze Minato. Can't 4th Kazekage work? Minato is 4th Hokage, so he is still interested in other films of the same generation. Older leftover woman who can't get married, of course. First of all, her combat power is not enough, and then she betrayed her own Jonin to seek peace. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. So isn't it the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen from 3rd generation? Although Izuna died before Konoha was established, he had not been in the group for a day or two, and he was still desperately watching the show, so he also had certain information. So I asked out of curiosity. What is being asked now is the purpose of the 3rd generation, to get the Hyuga clan to hand over the head's body in order to seek peace. Senju Tobirama. Hey, the descendants of the movie, are so lame. Dazuzi Hanhan. Yes, when the tailed beasts were split before, the 1st generation of movie theaters in San Shinobi Village dared to grab the land, but now they are just begging for perfection. Senju Tobirama. You can shut up Anika, you are obviously the most powerful, but in the 5 shadows meeting, you kowtow to the other 4 shadows for peace. Senju Tobirama. If I brought the motor here, it would definitely not be the case. Big Pillar Hanhan. Oh, so Tobirama, you don't really hate motors either. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Tobirama, you guys want to snatch my big brother. Senju Tobirama. You all shut up. Senju Tobirama. I hate Uchiha Madara, it's true. You won't have a good impression of him. Senju Tobirama. I just feel that Anika is sometimes too soft. Everyone already understands the grievances between the Senju brothers and the Uchiha brothers. It is constantly cutting, and the reasoning is still chaotic. Kidney deficiency Hokage, but this Kazekage just stared at Kitahara-kun several times. Kidney deficiency Hokage, I always feel that his eyes are a little eager. The old leftover girl who can't get married, of course, gold shines no matter where it goes. The old leftover girl who can't get married, but it's useless to look too much. This kind of ninja who will betray her ninja village doesn't even have the guts to rob others. Although what Terumi Mei said was exaggerated, everyone believed it. Just look at the 3rd generation project. Cloud Shinobi has been bullied to the face, and he will only bear with it, and the words he said to Kitahara Kaede just now are also to give himself a life-saving talisman. Cowardly one. Can you count on him to rise up? Unable. But Kitahara Kaede has left the ninja shop. He didn't even look at 4th Kazekage. He went back to his apartment. Kitahara Kaede put aside a book she had brought from the library, then opened the drawer and took out the diary. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan. He's writing a diary again. Dazuzi Hanhan, the previous diary shocked me greatly. This is to say that everyone paid attention to Kitahara Kaede and helped Naruto, so, the result was that Naruto was trained as a thug. It's too dark. So at that time, it was shocking. Senju Tobirama. Shock +1. Kidney deficiency Hokage, shock +1. Namikaze Minato, +1. The members who were there at that time complained one after another. And the new members don't understand much, but this time they can see what Kitahara Kaede wrote. On July 10th, the 3rd generation gave Otoshino village the task of guarding against Orochimaru. This task seems to be a bit difficult. But just now Orochimaru took the initiative to join us, and the goal has become clear. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Orochimaru took the initiative to come forward. Everyone is a little confused. They were watching Kitahara Kaede all the way, but where is Orochimaru? Just when everyone was thinking this way, I saw Kitahara Kaede continue writing. Orochimaru acted as Kage, presumably replacing 4th Kage. Then you have mastered the Sand Shinobi Village card. Sand Shinobi Village is still a garbage place. Above, one word stirred up waves. Big Zuzi Hanhan, damn it, so the 4th Kage just now, is it a fake? Namikaze Minato, is that Mr. Orochimaru? Senju Tobirama, I was wrong too. Kidney deficiency Hokage, no wonder I think that Kage's eyes are a bit weird, it's Orochimaru. Older leftover woman who can't get married +1, I'm also surprised, is 4th Kage so weak? Say replace and be replaced. And at this time, today's share of observation Kitahara Kaede 3 hours is coming to an end. Closing square bracket, because 2 members keep going offline, a new member will be pulled in. Closing square bracket, everyone welcome new member, 4th Kage Luosha from Sand Shinobi Village. Closing square bracket, Chapter 042 The 4th Kage Luosha joins, the worst shadow. Seeking data, observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Everyone was silent for a while. Then, everyone welcome new member, 4th Kage Luosha from Sand Shinobi Village. Closing square bracket, at 4th Kage Luosha took a bubble to say hello to everyone. 4th Kage Luosha, is it like this? Where is this place? 4th Kage Luosha, there are many people. 4th Kage Luosha, wait a minute, is this the world after death? Damn Orochimaru, using the excuse of cooperation negotiation as an excuse, unexpectedly attacked me. 4th Kage Luosha, I won't let him go even after I die. The others fell silent again. Then, it seemed to be confirmed that it was Luosha himself. Then I also confirmed, 4th Kage Rosa was really replaced by Orochimaru. And this replacement is the bloody kind, not imprisoning 4th Kage or something, but killing and replacing it. Not only that, the current elite Jonin Baki of Sand Shinobi Village is here in the fake 4th Kage Orochimaru, which means the folks at Sand Shinobi Village have yet to find out that Orochimaru is a fake. The older leftover girl who can't get married, so, 4th Kage. The old leftover woman who can't get married, let's have an interview, what's your mood now? 4th Kage Luosha, who are you? The old leftover girl who can't get married, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. 4th Kage Luosha, 5th Mizukage. What do you want from me? 4th Kage Luosha. Yi Kang has been handed over to you before, you can't overthrow the contract of 4th Mizukage now that you are newly appointed. It seems that Luosha's tone seems to be a little stronger. But, everyone, I said before that Luosha's practice of sacrificing his own Sand Shinobi Village's Jonin in exchange for peace has just been cast aside, and it turns out. Now this is reality, it really happened, the old leftover girl who can't get married. The old leftover girl who can't get married, Yi Kang of your Sand Shinobi Village is indeed a good ninja. The old leftover girl who can't get married, following you, it's really, a pity. 4th Kage Luosha, what do you mean? Luosha finally realized that there seemed to be a problem here. This 5th Mizukage should be alive, so isn't this the afterlife? And at this time, here is observing Kitahara Kaede, small group, also known as the Wanji chat group, it can communicate with the living and the dead, and talk across time and space. Closing square bracket, welcome 4th Kage Luosha to join the group chat. Closing square bracket. Congratulations to 4th Kage Luosha for winning the special title, Worst Kage Pseudo. Alright, 4th Kage Luosha, you are welcome to join this small group. Closing square bracket, have you understood your situation? Closing square bracket, you are a dead person. Closing square bracket, a system prompt pops up suddenly. And after it pops up, everyone can see it. 3 points of information, Luosha was an official group member, and then, died. Then, got the title of the system. People who have already obtained titles can show that the titles of this system seem to correspond to certain characteristics of each group member. For example, Kakashi lacks mana because he carries Obito's Sharingan, which absorbs chakra all the time. So he got the title of Kidney Deficiency Hokage. And Senju Hashirama, although he is the god of the ninja world, is a bit cute, so he won the title of Dazuju Hanhan. As for Mizukage Terumi Mei, in order to endure the pain and go to Mizukage to liberate Kuritaker, she missed the marriageable age. In this way, the old leftover girl who can't get married is her title. And so on. In the system's evaluation, this Luosha is rubbish. So it is called the worst wind shadow. 4th Kage Luosha, is it? This place, so many people now are. Luosha started to speak, but the title was already worn. Worst Kage Pseudo, what title is this? Senju Tobirama. I think this title is quite real. It goes well with you. Dazuzi Hanhan, I think so too. Kidney Deficiency Hokage, +1. Namikaze Minato, +1. Older leftover girl who can't get married, +1. Honest Baker, +1. Kisame also joined the discussion, although he claims to be dumb, but +1 is still okay. He has his own 3 views, but just looking at the information in the group, he also thinks. 4th Kage sucks. What he did in the past was the cruel work of destroying his companions, and this 4th Kage pushed his companions directly in exchange for peace. They are all objects that need to be transformed. Worst Kage pseudo, you people. Worst Kage pseudo, wait a minute. Who are you people? Luo Sha was very annoyed at first, but suddenly became dumb. Because he saw 2 names. Worst Kage pseudo, Namikaze Minato. Senju Tobirama. I am not wrong, right? Namikaze Minato, yes, you read that right, I have fought against you in the past. Senju Tobirama. You read that right, I am 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Then, the big pillar Hanhan is my elder brother. Worst Kage pseudo, so, then it is Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. Luo Sha seemed to be surprised. Dazuzi Hanhan, it seems that I am quite famous. Although Dazuzi's naive tone was a bit naive, but suddenly a strong momentum erupted from his body. This awe-inspiring aura directly hit Luo Sha. Luo Sha was instantly crushed. Mouth opened, but nothing came out. This is the coercion from the soul. Absolute horror. The older leftover girl who can't get married. Konoha's Hokage is still so fierce. Apparently, she remembered being overwhelmed by Tobirama the moment she came in. So I directly persuaded to be a little transparent. But, I didn't expect that the strength of the god of the ninja world is not many times that of Tobirama at all, but can directly use Senju Tobirama as the unit of measurement. The worst seal, false this. What kind of terrifying place is this? 2 CE. Chapter 043 Naruto's miserable life, 3rd generation and 4th Kage are worse than each other, right? Superior. Luo Sha was intimidated by joining the group, so Luo Sha behaved himself. He decided not to speak. At the same time, I finally understood the meaning of this group when I was preparing to close the group in observing Kitahara Kaede. Small group. The purpose of this group is to let you understand the truth of the world, and at the same time give you the opportunity to fulfill your wishes. Closing square bracket. In this group, most of them are Konoha's past Hokage, and then there is the current 5th Mizukage Terumime from Kurigakure. But it's not all that. There is also 6th Hokage Hitaki Kakashi. This means, this small group is not only able to connect with dead people, but also people who are alive now, and even people with future identities can join forces. This surprised Luo Sha, because this Senju Hashirama's younger brother is not Senju Hashirama's younger brother, but Uchiha Madara's younger brother. As the 4th Kage, he has been exposed to the relics of the 1st Kage. One such relic is a diary from 1st Kage. That's what 1st Kage wrote back then. Konoha's 1st Hokage is strong, but he is gentle and makes people feel no pressure. But Uchiha Madara is different. A fight will start if there is a disagreement. If Uchiha Madara becomes Konoha's Hokage, then my Sand Shinobi village will definitely be gone. Fortunately, in other words, Uchiha Madara is not only strong in character, but also strong in strength. You must know that Kage-sama of 1st generation is known as the strongest Kage, but he is still so afraid of Uchiha Madara. So, just how terrifying this Konoha place is. He thought Sand Shinobi village was similar to Konoha, but, is Konoha's background so terrifying? And now 3rd Hokage actually treats Konoha like this, making him feel that he can take advantage of this Chunin exam to attack. Yes, he wants to attack Konoha. He has 3 children who have been raised since childhood. The youngest of them, Gaara, was raised by him as one-tails Jinchuriki. It has become a qualified tail beast weapon. The other 2 children Tamari and Konkuro, one inherited the wind style of Sand Shinobi village, and the other inherited the puppet art. The strength has reached the level of elite Chunin. But he never let them take the Chunin exam, because now, he wants to attack Konoha when Konoha is holding the Chunin exam. Konoha is in decline, and his Sand Shinobi village is also in decline, so the weak can only eat the weak. But when he was cooperating with Konoha's traitor Orochimaru, he was assassinated by Orochimaru, and then he came here. It can be said that fetching water from a bamboo basket is in vain. Luo Sha continued to read the instructions before Xiaochun closed. Then one more thing was discovered. That's where it's not just the multitude of strong men, and then, the core purpose of the small group is to observe Kitahara Kaede. This Kitahara Kaede is a person from Konoha. So, what kind of existence is this person who even the Senju brothers have to observe together for 3 hours a day? Luo Sha's consciousness soon ended with the closure of the small group. Back to the one that neither advances nor retreats, but just gets lost in the middle. Finally, when he experienced the silence of the afterlife, he found that observing Kitahara Kaede. _small group was turned on again. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Big Zuzi Hanhan, the seal is finally unsealed today. Namikaze Minato. Yes, you can speak now. Namikaze Minato. Kitahara-kun hasn't seen Mingbao for a long time. I didn't see Mingbao either. Namikaze Minato. Kakashi. Senju Tobirama. Kakashi. Big Pillar Hanhan. Kakashi. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Kakashi. By the way, take a look at that Uchiha Sasuke, don't use my face to be so embarrassing. Blue Beast. Might Guy, Kakashi. Worst Cage pseudo. Rosa remained silent. The experience of being rubbed on the ground by Senju Hashirama yesterday was a deep memory for him, so let's be a little transparent now. Just thinking about it, he was also full of curiosity. Kidney deficiency Hokage, I'm taking a rest today, forget it, since it's everyone's wish, then I'll get up. Kidney deficiency Hokage, but Nadaime, you can't let me learn water style anymore. Senju Tobirama. Kakashi, you guy, you really are only interested in earth style. Senju Tobirama. I saw you guys carve dog heads on the mud flow wall. I actually spend my mind on this aspect instead of learning water style from me. Senju Tobirama. Are you looking down on water style? Kidney deficiency Hokage, of course not, it's just. Kakashi didn't have the nerve to say, your teaching is too inhuman. Do you think that everyone is Hayden like you? Think so. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Alright, then I will call the 7th class now. By the way, let me know about the Chūnin exam. After a while, Kakashi's profile picture went dark, and everyone also received a picture from Kitahara Kaede. But, when Kakashi went to gather the 7th class, Kitahara Kaede had already gone out, and then came to a relatively dilapidated apartment as if he was familiar with the road. The apartment is divided into 3 floors, except for people on the 2nd floor, the 1st and 3rd floors are empty. And Kitahara Kaede jumped directly to room 302 on the 2nd floor. He looked down at the wooden door of 302 where a few lines of words were written in chalk. Fox, get out, Uzumaki Naruto, get out, closing square bracket. It can be inferred that this is the apartment where Naruto lives. Quote. Comma. The emotions in the small group exploded instantly. Chapter 044 3rd Hokage vs 4th Kazekage, the bad match. Seeking data. This is Naruto's apartment, and it is obviously a 3-story building with a total of more than 20 rooms, but only Naruto lives here. Although I already knew in the group that Naruto's situation is very bad, and he is hated by the whole village. But just looking at Naruto's living environment and seeing such bullying words written on his door. Sure enough, the group exploded. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. The old leftover girl who can't get married, 1st generation 2nd generation, your will of fire is really not good. Terumi May complained first. As an outsider, her Kurigakure was bad, but looking at it now, Konoha is not much better. The 5 great ninja villages of this generation seem to be all rubbish. Cloud Shinobi Village is a village of kidnappers, and Sand Shinobi Village need not be discussed, Konoha is still pedantic. You know, Uzumaki Naruto is the son of 4th Hokage. The 4th generation couple died for the village, which means that Naruto is still the son of a hero. The son of a hero is like this, how can you Konoha ask others to protect you Konoha? It can be said, it is rotten from the root. Once it rots, it will rot. Senju Tobirama, what I told Sarutobi is to protect those who trust me, and then pass on the will of fire. Senju Tobirama. I died before the 2nd Ninja World War, so I can't control the things after that. Dazuzi Hanhan, alright, Tobirama, don't blame yourself, it's because my generation didn't do a good job and made you so hard. Namikaze Minato, if it was the normal Minato, then this time would have come out to comfort these 2 admirable Hokages of the past. But this time Minato didn't respond. No, it should be said, he was restraining his reaction. Namikaze Minato, as long as there is a chance about Naruto, I will ask 3rd generation personally sooner or later. He really was restraining his emotions. He is a gentle person, but he never imagined that he dedicated everything to the village. Even when 2nd generation Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina unfortunately died, he agreed to make his wife Abina a Jinchuriki. Then both of them risked life and death for the sake of the village. The result was this result. He was sympathetic to 3rd generation at the beginning, and felt that this was something he had to do as a decision maker. But sorry, it looks like 3rd generation didn't take any of that into account. Although Minato looks calm now, but everyone knew he was about to explode. Worst Kazekage, pseudo, huh. However, 4th Kazekage Luo Shaw expressed doubts. Worst Kazekage, pseudo, isn't this how Jinchuriki will be treated like this? Worst Kazekage, pseudo, a Jinchuriki is qualified only after withstanding bad treatment and not betraying. Dazuzi Hanhan, brother of Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama, shut up. X3. The 3 Uchiha Senju brothers spoke in unison. There was no such thing in the era when they fought each other on behalf of their families. Wars are not so disgusting, but peacetime is so disgusting, why? The old leftover woman who can't get married, speaking of which, 4th Kazekage, you made your own son into one-tailed Jinchuriki. The old leftover woman who can't get married then, he was instilled in him as a monster, and then he kept arranging people to assassinate him, right? The old leftover girl who can't get married, the goal is to confirm whether he is harmful to Sand Shinobi Village. The old leftover woman who can't get married, if it is harmful to Sand Shinobi Village, you have to get rid of him. Worst Kazekage, pseudo, isn't this normal, because Jinchuriki has always been the village's weapon, and its safety must be guaranteed. Not threatening the village is the most basic. Big Pillar Hanhan, Senju Tobirama was almost speechless with anger. In the past, Konoha was just established, and then the 4 great ninja villages followed Konoha's establishment, and Hashirama separated the tailed beasts for peace. The result, there was no peace, but let these people train all the tailed beasts into weapons. Might guy. What a rotten guy. Guy is already online, and then heard about Luo Shaw. I thought what I heard yesterday was already disgusting, but what I heard now is even more disgusting. He has joined the group chat for several days, and he has more or less understood some inside stories of various high-level officials. But he himself is also a ninja of Konoha, He has experienced it all the year round, and then he also stayed by Kakashi's side, so he already knows that it is darker. Still acceptable, but, now Naruto's experience reminds him of his past. Your father is not good at physical skills, and his ninjutsu is also rare, he is just a trash father. Closing square bracket. When he was young, he was a crane tail, and then he was rejected, and even his father was scolded. But these things passed, and the father finally ate inner gates, was his proud father. But seeing Naruto here, and hearing Rose's conversation. So guy's mood exploded today. Worst case Cage, pseudo, you people are unreasonable. Worst case Cage, pseudo, tailed beasts are weapons. The old leftover girl who can't get married but no one will send someone to assassinate their own children. Worst case Cage, pseudo, but my son was successfully raised by me, that's enough. Everyone felt that Luo Sha was hopeless. Closing square bracket. About the competition between 4th Kazekage and 3rd Hokage, 4th Kazekage is currently superior. Closing square bracket. Congratulations to 4th Kazekage for his new title, the official title of Worst Kazekage Luo Sha. Because of wearing the title of Negative Impact, Luo Sha is banned from going online for 2 days. Closing square bracket. The system is saying that the way 3rd generation treats Naruto is a rotten person, and 4th Kazekage Luo Sha is just a scumbag. 4th Kazekage's nature is worse than in the bad contest. And in such a reminder, 4th Kazekage Luo Sha also put on her own title. Worst Kazekage Luo Sha, huh. Luo Sha still didn't think she was wrong. And everyone stopped seeing him. They found Kitahara Kaede looking towards Naruto's door at this moment. Wood style. Accompanied by the light voice of Kitahara Kaede, the writing on the Naruto wooden door was corrected by the newly made wooden material. All those insulting words disappeared. So, Kitahara Kaede raised his hand and knocked on the door. Boom. So sleepy. Ha. Bayuan-kun. Naruto, still wearing a tilted nightcap, opened the door. Why do you have to wear a forehead protector? And this is the first sentence that Kitahara Kaede saw Naruto. But this seems to be the voice of the people in the group. Chapter 045 Uzumaki Naruto's appearance sealed by the forehead protector. Seeking data. Anyone who knows Minato knows that Minato is warm and super handsome. A handsome blonde guy with a gentle temperament like Jade, and a reliable back. This is Minato's title, and as his son, everyone has seen Naruto, wearing a forehead protector, although it looks okay, and handsome. Not at all, and now Kitahara Kaede is standing in front of Naruto's apartment. Naruto probably just woke up, but he has a nightcap on his head, and, there is also a forehead protector. Yes, why do you still wear a forehead protector while sleeping? Minato is so handsome, so naturally someone wants to see Naruto without the forehead protector. Facing Kitahara Kaide's curiosity, Naruto gently pushed the forehead protector on his forehead. Hey, because of this, I am Konoha's Genin. I want to gain the approval of others, so don't I have to become a ninja first? A lot of people didn't believe I could graduate from ninja school, but I did and became a Genin. Naruto gently showed his white teeth. It looks very sunny, but the forehead protector is too ugly to wear like this. Kitahara Kaede said directly, and the people in the group nodded. Naruto's facial features are fine, although the problem is the fox-like beard around his mouth, which makes him look a bit like a fox. But, it shouldn't be ugly if the forehead protector is removed. I also know it's ugly to wear like this. Naruto said something surprising, but it's an incentive. If I don't become Hokage and get everyone's approval, I will definitely not take it off. So if you took it off, would you change your hairstyle? Kitahara Kaede then asked. Hairstyle. He stroked his golden hair. Shave off an inch, and you'll be more energetic. Quote. In other words, wearing a forehead protector makes people feel ugly, and then you shave your head when you take off the forehead protector. Quote. Isn't this still ugly? Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Everyone couldn't keep up with Naruto's thinking. However, they don't know that Naruto in the original book is really like this when it turns to Boruto. Everyone was expecting him to take off the forehead protector, so he went to shave his head. After a while, Hitaki Kakashi, who was offline just now, finally found Naruto and Kitahara Kaede. And by the way, he also followed Izuna's tone and brought Sasuke. Kakashi, didn't you give us a vacation? I don't have time to accompany you. Sasuke said. Sasuke's strength progressed rapidly. If he hadn't been summoned, he would go to Kitahara Kaede to help him continue to use Shadow Clone to practice. Like Naruto, he is learning multiple Shadow Clone, but his chakra cannot support his clone, so he can only borrow chakra from Kitahara Kaede. Yes, he finds Kakashi a bit cumbersome and long-winded. Quote. Kakashi, who did Sasuke learn from? Kakashi doesn't feel Sasuke's respect for him. And when Sasuke called him, he didn't even carry the honorific title of teacher. Maybe there is something to inform. Kitahara Kaede X said a word. Oh, but Sasuke immediately behaved nicely. Quote. This change of attitude made Kakashi uncomfortable. Kakashi suddenly found that his prestige in the class had dropped greatly. Obviously it's Jonin, the instructor of this class. But both Sasuke and Naruto feel that Kitahara Kaede is closer. But he also doesn't seem to make Naruto and Sasuke stronger. These things are done by Kitahara Kaede. If he came to teach, then it is probably to teach two people to climb trees or tread water, which is the common work of chakra stepping on the air. Definitely can't do it like this Sasuke and Naruto. Okay, Kakashi instantly recognized the situation. This class is inherently subtle. Sasuke is the orphan of the Uchiha clan, and Naruto is the son of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and teacher Minato, and Kitahara Kaede is the wood-style awakener who is valued by Nadaime, and may also be 5th Hokage. Then my 6th generation project judged by the system will be managed by Kitahara Kaede sooner or later. Alright, he has nothing to say. Actually, this time I want to inform you that the Chunin exam will be held in 2 weeks. The Chunin exam will be held by Konoha, and there will be genin from other ninja villages. Because of the teaching habits of different ninja villages, different teaching materials, and various concepts, etc., their standards are also uneven. But I hope you can participate and gain experience, Kakashi said. Sasuke and Naruto had a tinge of joy after Kakashi finished speaking. Naruto wants to be recognized by others, and isn't such a well-known big exam a place to perform. And Sasuke, he wants to increase his strength. Aren't these genin from other ninja villages all experienced babies? And Kitahara Kaede asked, is it really good for newcomers like us to take this kind of exam? Kitahara Kaede said, according to the schedule, we are less than a month away from graduating from the ninja school. Oh yes, Sasuke and Naruto reacted. After all, they have not performed a few tasks. Even the status of genin hasn't been held for long. Puff, ahem, Kakashi almost squirted. Not only him, but also the people in the group. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, ha, this is the first time I've discovered that this guy is really good at pretending. Senju Tobirama, really, Naruto and the Uchiha's imp. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Tobirama, please be polite, what do you call a kid from the Uchiha family? Don't deliberately make fun of this Sasuke just because he looks like me. Senju Tobirama, aren't you the one who looks down on Sasuke the most? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Hmph. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, at Kakashi, before the Chunin exam, raised Sasuke's Sharingan by at least 1 tomo. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, this guy is the last blood of the Uchiha clan, right? XX looks so much like me, but it turned out to be embarrassing. The old leftover woman who can't get married. The Chunin exam, it's really. I need to prepare, I'm going offline first, and my Kurigakure also needs to arrange someone. Soon, Terumi Mei went offline. Worst case Luo Sha. Luo Sha didn't speak, because he was backstabbed by Orochimaru, but he didn't know the situation of Garatamari and the others. I don't know whether to continue to invade Konoha according to the original plan and take advantage of this Chunin exam. Might guy. Ha, Chunin exam, of course my lovely team will participate. Might guy, but I have to find Neji and do some psychological work. Might guy. Don't go crazy about Kitahara Kaede. Apparently, Guy has the title of the man approved by Uchiha Madara and also has the attribute of the strongest, but he always feels that Kitahara Kaede is unusual, otherwise, why is everyone watching him? However, everyone also felt that Kitahara Kaede and the others would definitely pass the exam. Kitahara Kaide's strength is unknown, but Naruto and Sasuke can beat Jonin even if they don't look at ninjutsu but only look at taijutsu. Can you still pass the Chunin exam? After all, it's just a Chunin exam, so there's nothing difficult about it. 046 Kakashi's advice. Seeking data, it's just a Chunin exam, it's not a problem as a Kakashi of 7 Chunin. But what he has to bear is not ordinary pressure. Although he didn't participate, but as Jonin, the instructor of class 7, it was a lot of pressure. On the one hand, it is the pressure from the Hokage bosses in the observation Kitahara Kaede. Small group. First, Naruto's life has been miserable, and then suddenly there is a Chunin exam. Naturally, he has to make a good appearance. And he felt that Naruto's current physical skills could even beat him, but, the people in the group were full of complaints about the 3rd generation project and were filled with righteous indignation. So, after announcing that class 7 is taking the Chunin exam, Kakashi has to get busy. Naruto's further promotion. Then Sasuke's. Sharingan Gyu ascends. Master Izuna said that Sasuke looks too much like him, and always embarrassing people with Izuna's face, he can't afford to embarrass this face. Then, the Sharingan on Sasuke's side should also be improved. So I can only entrust him. What a fart. Kakashi is Hatake Kakashi and not Uchiha Kakashi. So how does Sharingan open his eyes, how does he understand? And, Izuna himself said that he is naturally open-eyed, so what can he do? How did he make Sasuke change from a single hook to a double hook? He is also very desperate. So, after flicking Naruto and Sasuke away first, Kakashi left Kitahara Kaede alone. But, before this, then, Kitahara Kaede is sitting in the Ichiraku ramen, and Ichiraku's beautiful daughter Ayame is holding the menu for Kakashi to choose. But Kakashi had no choice but to hand the menu to Kitahara Kaede. Mr. Kakashi, you really decided to treat me to noodles. Kitahara Kaede said. After Naruto and Sasuke went to practice, he was left alone by Kakashi. Then treat. Right, you can eat as many bowls as you want, Kakashi said. I pay for it all. Kitahara Kaede. Although I think Ichiraku ramen is affordable, and the money from Terumi Mei's Namokuni wallet should arrive in a short time. But Kitahara Kaede thinks it's okay to invite someone to dinner in the early stage. Then, Kitahara Kaede finally settled on a relatively luxurious seafood ramen. Kakashi, on the other hand, kept a quiet look. The seafood ramen you ordered is here. Miss Changpu brought the noodles. Instantly, that alluring aroma whets the appetite. Kitahara Kaede chose the seafood ramen, with 4 prawns, served with fish balls, meatballs, flowers and fish. Although it looks simple, it tastes very fragrant. Kitahara Kaede took a sip of the soup lightly. Probably watching him eat deliciously, the small group also became lively. Dazuzi Hanhan, is this Ichiraku ramen so delicious? Senju Tobirama. I don't know about this, it seems that I started it later. Namikaze Minato. Almost, I have eaten it, it is very delicious. Might Guy. Every time I complete the task, I must have a bowl. Might Guy. But Kakashi is not very good at inviting people to dinner. As expected of the Might Guy who knows Kakashi best, after seeing Kitahara Kaede take a sip of the soup, Kakashi's calm expression disappeared instantly. Then, since you ate my food, then I have something to ask you, Kakashi said, quote. In other words, is asking for a meal actually asking for help? Where did you come from social cow syndrome? Quote. Kitahara Kaede glanced at Kakashi. It hasn't been long since Kakashi came out of Anbu, and the people in Anbu don't communicate with other people very much, so Kakashi's lack of social interaction is normal. After a little thought, Kitahara Kaede listened to Kakashi's appeal. Kakashi said, when I was Anbu, Orochimaru defected, and the 3rd generation asked me to stop Orochimaru. And, at that time, I already possessed the strength of Jonin, and I couldn't move after being glanced at by Orochimaru. And this matter has always remained in my heart, although the current strength is not what it used to be. But I can't guarantee that I won't back down when I meet Orochimaru again, Kakashi said. Kakashi's side isn't just dealing with the problems of the 2 kids in Class 7, he's also dealing with his own, big problems that have always affected him. That is, the fear of Orochimaru. Might Guy. That's right. Might Guy, I thought Kakashi was just living that kind of cold and emotionless life in Anbu, and he still has such an experience. Might Guy. I didn't expect that at all. Might Guy. Kakashi faced Orochimaru when he was so young, and I was still a waste. As soon as Might Guy's rubbish sentence came out, everyone else looked at him. Because who doesn't know that you are a cage-level other strong person who came in with the strongest attribute? Who doesn't know your 2 titles, Blue Beast and the man approved by Uchiha Madara? And then you, claiming to be trash. Closing square bracket. Detect Might Guy's false statement, automatically wear the title. Might Guy, the man recognized by Uchiha Madara. The man recognized by Uchiha Madara, am I that strong? Brother of Senju Hashirama, I was curious before, you were praised by my elder brother, so, my elder brother is still alive now. Senju Tobirama. There is this possibility, otherwise the Nine Tails chaos 12 years ago. Everyone was making a fuss, and Kakashi finally got an answer from Kitahara Kaede. That means you're traumatized. That's easy to handle, it's enough to reproduce the scene and stimulate it a little bit. With your current strength, you don't have to be too afraid of him. Kitahara Kaede said, that is to say, Kakashi put his hands X into his hair, you mean let me face Orochimaru again? But Orochimaru. Orochimaru is also easy to find, Kitahara Kaede said. Or just find someone to pretend. I think that person is quite suitable. Saying so, Kitahara Kaede glanced outside the store. And Kakashi looked over, just in time to see 4th Kage walking by the side of the road with Baki in a high profile. And everyone already knows that Kage is Orochimaru in disguise. The real 4th Kage is becoming the worst guy in the group. P.S. Push your own book. I, Black and Naruto, joined the Akatsuki organization at the beginning. Already 300,000 words. Take the route of blackening and white prostitution to organize part-time jobs. Chapter 047 Kakashi. Are none of my skills worth it? Probably because he noticed that someone was paying attention to him, Kage Orochimaru seemed to want to turn around and look over. Kakashi stood up and blocked Orochimaru's view of Kitahara Kaede. Coupled with the cover of Ichiraku Ramen, the shop looks even smaller. A Kage from Ninja Village would not condescend to come to a place like Ichiraku Ramen with less than 20 square meters of business space. So Kage, played by Orochimaru, just looked at the back of Kakashi's half of his A, and moved on. After all, wandering around other villages as Kage is also very eye-catching. But, he really wants to laugh. Not only did he obtain Kage's identity easily, but he also let 3rd generation meet him so directly, neither 3rd generation nor Konoha F4 realized that Kage was a fake. This is really exciting and boring. What's exciting is that no one would have thought that he would return to Konoha in this way, and then swagger through the streets. But, the boring thing is that no one found out his identity. So boring, Konoha is really slow and lagging behind. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Originally, seeing the fake 4th Kage stalking the market, the person who paid the most attention must be Luo Sha. But Luo Sha was banned for 2 days, so just ignore him. But the Senju brothers also have ideas. Big Pillar Hanhan, this Orochimaru is really bold. Big Pillar Hanhan just pretending to be 4th Kage and walking around. And it's San Shinobi Village's money to buy things. Dazuzi Hanhan, is there really no need for Kakashi to report this matter? Senju Tobirama. What is there to prepare? The current Konoha has no impact. Senju Tobirama. Moreover, this fake Kage is probably not enough for Kitahara Kaede. Big Zuzi Hanhan, that's right. Senju Hashirama turned around and thought it made sense. No matter how powerful Orochimaru is, Kitahara Kaede has accepted the task of dealing with Orochimaru. And Senju Tobirama himself said to have SX with Orochimaru, so let him do it. Hashirama is also quite dissatisfied with Senju Tobirama's governance capabilities. So being able to cause trouble for Senju Tobirama, he is also happy. And Kakashi is going to throw up here. You mean I'm going to ask? Oh no, please ask 4th Kage to relieve my psychological shadow. Kakashi immediately complained. Kitahara Kaede nodded. It's still some time before the start of the Chunin exam, so it can just heal your psychological shadow. Kakashi. Kakashi complained in his heart, because he was in the small group, so he already knew that the fake Kage was Orochimaru. So you are asking him to ask Orochimaru to treat him for the psychological shadow that Orochimaru brought to him. Brother, don't play like this. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to fight with real swords and guns. Kitahara Kaede added. Kakashi looked over quickly. Psychological shadow, to put it bluntly, is inner fear. If you want to overcome your fear, you can do it even if you don't come. In other words, you can consider using illusion. Use illusion to simulate your psychological shadow, and now you can break through this shadow. Kitahara Kaede said. Kakashi, that is to say, use illusion to heal inner wounds. Kakashi said. He felt that the use of this illusion was very novel. In the past, illusions have always been used as weapons to attack, and it turns out, illusions can also be used for healing. Isn't this a new discovery and extension of medicine? You might consider giving it a try, Kitahara Kaede said. After all, if you suddenly ask 4th Kage for help, the other party may agree. But letting a shadow play requires a price. It's too expensive and not worth it. Kakashi. Kakashi felt that Kitahara Kaede was poisonous. From Kitahara Kaede's diary seen in the small group, it can be found that Kitahara Kaede recognized at a glance that the 4th Kage was Orochimaru in disguise. So, if Kakashi went to find this fake Kage, Orochimaru might really be interested in helping him out of boredom. But, it's scary to think about it. Kakashi's heart strongly refused. So, let's use illusion to heal me, Kakashi said. Please. Saying so, Kakashi stood up straight away, and bowed 90 degrees to Kitahara Kaede. This is a very respectful gesture. You can. Kitahara Kaede looked at him with a serious attitude and said. Then go find Uchiha, she is good at illusion, just enough to make her. While saying that, Kitahara Kaede continued to eat noodles. Kakashi. Kitahara Kaede my dayu. Kakashi is indeed feeling like this now. Because, if it's an illusion, didn't you use Sharingan for Hyuga Hinata? Your Sharingan is a direct progression into the Mangekyo Tsukuyomi space. According to Kisame, then it was the illusion level of that genius Uchiha Itachi. Result, even Tsukuyomi is not willing to let him use it, but ask him to ask other people. Yes, Kurenai Yuhi is the village's new Jonin, skilled in illusion. But, this kind of illusion is very strong in the eyes of Asuma who likes Kurenai, but in front of Kakashi. No way, not to mention he now has an Obito's Sharingan. Instantly increases resistance with Sharingan illusion. So Yuhihong's illusion is useless to him. But Kakashi can confirm that the illusion of Tsukuyomi space in Kitahara Kaede's left eye will definitely work for him. But Kitahara Kaede won't use it for him. Kakashi thought for a moment about his weight in Kitahara Kaede's heart. As the identity of the corresponding guy Jonin, isn't Kitahara Kaede even willing to give him a skill? Or, not enough money to increase the price? Chapter 048 Fear of Fear, then face the fear. Kakashi looked at Kitahara Kaede hesitantly. Eventually, he takes Kitahara Kaede to his small apartment. That's all I can give you. Kakashi doesn't have much money, after all he is in Anbu. What does it mean to be in Anbu? It means that you are above the level of Chūnin, which means, you can only get a dead salary and cannot perform tasks alone, and then, means you have no money. But there is something else to Kakashi compared to money. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Namikaze Minato. Is this the complete works of Pro Hot Paradise by Mr. Jiraiya? Namikaze Minato. Ah, and this one, I read it, it's teacher Jiraiya's strong perseverance and endurance. The name of my family's Mingbao is taken from the hero here. Namikaze Minato. Oh, and intimacy tactics. This is also written by Mr. Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato. I saw teacher Jiraiya's signature. Minato in the small group has always been a fan of Jiraiya's novels. Naruto's name is also taken from here, and Minato himself is now directly excited. But now Kakashi is not in the group, he is still offline. Otherwise, Mr. Jiraiya, whom Mr. Minato adores so much, changes his style of writing, and directly GHS, I'm afraid it will be a big blow. But Kakashi prefers this kind of GHS content. Really touching. But now is not the time to say that. This is my most precious thing, Kakashi said. Choose yourself. Then help me relieve the shadow of Orochimaru in my heart. Kakashi said. Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede didn't reject Kakashi right away, after all it takes seconds to use Tsukuyomi. And he's also interested in Jiraiya's uncle. After all, he is a time traveler, and he is also slightly interested in G's books. Jiraiya's uncle has always been very famous, and it is also sold in Konoha's bookstore, but it is probably in consideration of protecting children, so minors are prohibited from buying it. So after a little hesitation, Kitahara Kaede emptied all the books on Kakashi's bookshelf. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Kakashi seemed a little taken aback. That, Kakashi said, take them all. Kakashi's heart was bleeding. After all, these books are genuine and signed by Jiraiya himself. And Kitahara Kaede said softly, I read a lot of miscellaneous books. So it's okay to have more types. You don't have any of these books in your library, Kitahara Kaede said. Quote. Kakashi, of course not, because most of them are uncles. So can we start? Kakashi put both hands on Kitahara Kaede's. Yes, Kitahara Kaede said, however, the use of illusion requires scene reproduction. What was Orochimaru like when you met? I met Orochimaru. Kakashi seemed to be hesitating, but he suddenly raised his head at this moment, and his vision made contact with Kitahara Kaede's left eye. Kakashi's soul seemed to be ingested. But this time, it wasn't just him who ingested it together, but also, people from the small group. Kakashi's memory is plucked like a piano key, and the scene of the past encounter with Orochimaru is immediately revealed. He found that he had returned to his youthful appearance when he was a child. Surrounded by Konoha's dead forest, he chased desperately, but the long-haired man in the green vest who was qualified to wear Konoha's Chūnin and above turned his head. And little Kakashi jumped in front of the long-haired man. He stops. Master Orochimaru, Master Third Generation sent me over. Kakashi looked up but saw the man with long hair, Orochimaru's cold smile. And what is felt as a powerful oppressive force. Presumably to the credit of Kakashi being treated. It was also the first time that everyone entered Tsukuyomi's space. Everyone is there. It all becomes Kakashi's vision. What they saw in their eyes was the young Orochimaru. Pride is cold and has something in its eyes. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Pillar Hanhan, this is the Tsukuyomi space. It unfolded directly according to Kakashi's memory, it's amazing. Dazuzi Hanhan, is this an illusion? Senju Tobirama, it's not that ordinary illusions are useless to you, big brother. Senju Tobirama, but Uchiha's illusion is really terrifying. But Tobirama snorted softly, and Uchiha Izuna, who was at odds with him, spoke up immediately. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, what are you proud of? Can you stop it? This is Tsukuyomi, an illusion that I have not mastered in the past. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, if you give me a chance, then Tobirama, you are no longer here now. Senju Tobirama, you Uchiha are indeed powerful, but I also studied ninjutsu specifically for Sharingan. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, you still have this virtue, what about the alliance between Uchiha and the Senju clan? Even if you are an alliance, you still study these. The man recognized by Uchiha Madara, Might Guy, hush. However, Might Guy suddenly stopped their conversation. As he regards Kakashi as a strong enemy, Kakashi's safety is the most important thing. After all, as Kakashi's friend, as Kakashi's lifelong rival, but he never knew that Kakashi still has such psychological trauma, it is really, too dereliction of duty. The man recognized by Uchiha Madara, Might Guy, Kitahara Kaede started to move. Senju Tobirama. Well, he did start to move, but how will he deal with Kakashi's inner wound? Ice Wind Minato, it should be for Kakashi to defeat Orochimaru. Namikaze Minato. Fear of fear, then face the fear. I think that's the way to go. Dazuzi Hanhan, if you are afraid, you should face your fear. This is a good saying, 4th generation. Namikaze Minato. Ah, Shodai has won the prize. Minato touched his head. Then everyone found out. Kakashi was crushed by Kitahara Kaede's Orochimaru, with his bare hands. Everyone. Chapter 049 Gaara enters the village, Grandma Lu enters the Grand View Garden. In the Tsukuyomi space, everyone agreed with Minato's statement just now. Kakashi has a shadow on Orochimaru, but that was when Kakashi was still young when facing Orochimaru, but now Kakashi is the top when he grows up. So Kakashi should not be afraid of Orochimaru at this time. Then just defeat Orochimaru in the illusion and you're done. Orochimaru equals fear. Beat the fear, so the psychological shadow is cured. But, Kakashi in Tsukuyomi's space was crushed by Orochimaru transformed by Kitahara Kaede with one hand. Then there was an extremely painful scream. The tragic sound moved the Senju brothers and Izuna who had been fighting in the past. And the most frightening picture is that the last Kakashi has just been crushed, but the scene soon jumps to a new scene that is exactly the same. Little Kakashi opened his eyes wide in horror. But Kitahara Kaede's transfigured Orochimaru once again had one hand stuck around his neck. Kakashi screamed again in pain. In this way, back and forth, after Kakashi was pinched 5 times, and then a new scene appeared and repeated, Kitahara Kaede's transformed Orochimaru finally spoke. You fear Orochimaru. Normally, there are 2 solutions. A gentle one is for you to defeat Orochimaru. And the other is that you encounter things that are more afraid of Orochimaru than you are afraid of, so that even if you really meet Orochimaru, then you will find that you are not afraid of him. Because the Orochimaru I saw again is not dangerous at all compared to now. Kitahara Kaede said. Kakashi was pinched at this time. In fact, what he thought was, since there are 2 methods, wouldn't it be good to let him experience it gently? Why this common practice of painful withdrawal? Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, this guy is so scary. Senju Tobirama. I also misread it. Might Guy. It's a bit too scary. The old leftover girl who can't get married fortunately, I didn't make an enemy of him. Namikaze Minato. 5th Mizukage, are you online? The old leftover woman who can't get married. Well, I have arranged for Genin from Kage to take the exam. Of course it can go online. The old leftover woman who can't get married, but I think Mr. Bayuan's plan is actually quite good. The old leftover woman who can't get married because Kakashi was still young when he faced Orochimaru, but now Kakashi has grown up and his strength has also increased. But Orochimaru also became stronger. The old leftover woman who can't get married, so what Kitahara-kun is imitating now is the cruelty that even the strengthened Orochimaru can't do. The old leftover woman who cannot marry, then I have experienced the ultimate cruelty, so now Orochimaru appears in front of Kakashi again, then there is no need to be afraid. The old leftover woman who can't get married because the real Orochimaru is not as cruel as here. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, I see. But Kakashi is a bit miserable. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, he obviously also has Mangekyo Sharingan, but it seems that it doesn't work at all. Izuna died too early, and the function of Sharingan has not been fully dug out, so I don't know much about Sharingan. But he understands one thing now, even the people of Uchiha are not as good at using Sharingan as Kitahara Kaede. Might guy. Let me pray to Kakashi. Might guy. But with this kind of illusion, will Kakashi's body be injured? Senju Tobirama. It should not be damaged. But, spiritually speaking, Tobirama didn't finish talking, but everyone's vision continued to move forward. The little scene of seeing Kakashi nearly strangled adds up to a dozen more at once. An average of 10 seconds for a small scene. That is to say, Kakashi experiences a near-death experience in 10 seconds on average, and then 6 times in 1 minute. Quote. It's really miserable. Fortunately, everyone found that there were only 10 minutes left in the 3 hours of today's observation of Kitahara Kaede. So they also enter the Tsukuyomi space, then just watch for 10 minutes. But after Xiaochun closed today, I don't know how long Kakashi will last. Kakashi was in a daze. Kakashi was in a daze. Ms. Kakashi. Kakashi. Kakashi vaguely heard someone calling his name. Kakashi. And Kitahara Kaede appeared in front of Kakashi's eyes, and then Kitahara Kaede raised his hand. Kakashi woke up instantly. Then I opened my eyes and found that I was in the familiar Konoha hospital, and what I saw was the ceiling of Konoha hospital. But, I always feel, I seem to have experienced something, but I forgot it again. Kakashi pushed the quilt away and said, he felt as if he had lost a bit of his memory. He found that the 3 disciples of his 7th class were also here. What's wrong with me? Kakashi said, we saw you fainted on the side of the road after practicing, so we sent you to Konoha hospital. Naruto said, oh, Kakashi drew out his voice. So how long has it been now? You lay down for 2 days. Naruto said, Mr. Kakashi, hurry up and find Grandpa 3rd generation. Kakashi didn't know why. Tomorrow is the final deadline for registration for the Chūnin exam. We went to the ninja school to register, but Genin, who just graduated, needs his tutor Junyang to sign a letter of guarantee before he can participate. Tell me what is the measure to protect Mungshin? Naruto said nervously. He wanted to be recognized, to prove that he could be a ninja. I want to shut up those who hate him and look down on him. So the stage of Chūnin examination is needed. So Kakashi falling behind means he is falling off the chain. Almost forgot. Kakashi stood up quickly, and when he looked at Kitahara Kaede again, he found himself shivering. Question mark. Why? I always feel particularly afraid of Kitahara Kaede. However, I feel that I am not afraid of anything. What a subtle feeling. After Kakashi went to sign up, the students of the 7th class walked on the street. Today they are not ready to practice. In other words, Sasuke and Naruto are usually practicing, while Kitahara Kaede is watching. But probably because the Chūnin exam is approaching, the number of Genin candidates coming to other ninja villages in Konoha is increasing. Is this the Konoha village of the 5 great ninja villages? It's really big, and the scope is very clear. There is only one gate for the entrance and exit. Even the gatekeeper is a Chūnin. It does have strength. 3 people dressed as San Shinobi village approached from the front. Then they stopped, and Kitahara Kaede's team also stopped. It seems that Konoha is not only capable of Yamato, he is also quite handsome. The speaker is from. The man is really nice. With a slightly teasing tone, but her cheeks are also slightly rosy. This is Tamari, the uninformed village flower from San Shinobi village. So this San Shinobi team is of course the 3 children of 4th Kage from the poor little village of San Shinobi village, Tamari, Kankuro, Gaara team. He is indeed a nice man. Strength looks good, I'll give it a try. Gaara was the favorite of the 3, but radiated danger. The corners of his mouth parted slightly. Then Gaara, who was carrying a gourd, suddenly disappeared from Tamari and Kankuro, and appeared in front of the 7th class before raising his hand. Boom. However, Sasuke and Naruto had the same pace, and they both attacked together, and they punched Gaara out together. 050 Gaara vs Zuo Naru. Seeking data. Gaara, carrying a big gourd, seems to be aiming at Kitahara Kaede, who is harmless to humans and animals, but when he is about to appear, Naruto and Sasuke standing beside Kitahara Kaede shoot at the same time. Then act in unison. The 2 shot at the same time and punched at the same time. As soon as Gaara's body appeared, he was punched out by the tacit understanding of the 2 at the same time. Boom. Gaara's body sank directly into the wall on one side. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. X2. Tamari and Kankuro of the San Shinobi team who came with Gaara opened their eyes wide. Because this was the first time they saw, Gaara was directly hammered away. Although, Gaara is not good at body arts, but using sand. But, the current Gaara was beaten up before the sand even started to be used. You know, Gaara has performed S-level missions alone, but he killed more than a dozen Jonin alone. Then, it turned out to be like this, was beaten to the ground. Bump, Gaara's body sank into the wall. But it was only for an instant, and Gaara's body rolled down, and he held the ground with one hand. Obviously, there was some blood on his forehead because his body hit the wall, but his face was not angry but smiled. The smile is not normal. A bit of a raging crazy trend. It's interesting. Gaara opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. I thought nobody my age could beat me. But now, it's really interesting. Gaara reached back with her own hand, and untied the gourd of sand that was half the height of a person on her back. The sand flowed down, and Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other. The sand seems to be alive, Naruto said. But hitting someone is enough, Sasuke said. Call me if you don't agree with me. This kind of person needs to be taught a lesson. Saying that, Sasuke winked at Naruto. And Naruto instantly understood. This means, you can find Genin outside the village to test their current level. So, Konoha Ryu, 1,000 years of death. In Temari, Sasuke and Naruto, who thought that Gaara would finally use the sand and the other party would be nervous, suddenly became more interested. And when Sasuke and Gaara were fighting, Kitahara Kaede just stood there and watched them. Temari, Kankuro noticed Kitahara Kaede. Murakami from the next village nodded slightly. Gaara rushed towards this boy just now, this boy should be the weakest. Then I want to be provocative. After all, what they came here for, Father Fourth Kazekage made them come. It is to destroy Konoha. So, first of all, you have to show yourself. So if you want to find a soft persimmon, pinch it first. But I didn't expect the two people next to this boy to be stubborn. They could actually stop Gaara, and then beat Gaara into the air. Konoha actually has someone with such physical skills. This level of taijutsu, definitely not an ordinary genin, then a chunin, no, probably a jonin. She thought Gaara was already talented enough, but did Konoha have so many geniuses? One is directly too interesting. Gaara's sand has come into action, but he finds it difficult to catch Sasuke and Naruto. Instead, he himself was hit in the body from time to time. But his body has long been covered with sand armor, and every time he is hit by a punch, a piece of the armor will fall off, revealing his real body vaguely. And Gaara has already been punched. There are wounds on the face. But, he is getting more and more excited. Because, this is more interesting than the S-level mission that was done before. He hadn't been hurt for a long time. So, catch it. His sand paved the ground in an instant before grabbing Naruto's left foot. Beep. But Naruto's body disappeared with a touch. And the next second, what are you doing? An adult's voice came. Naruto, Sasuke, and Kitahara Kaede. This is not an exam, what are you doing? This is the voice of Jonin Hatake Kakashi of Konoha's elite. Having been taught a lesson, Naruto rubbed his head. And Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, looking very tugging. Very stubborn. Forget it. Kakashi also knew that he had no dignity in the 7th class. He jumped off the tree and looked at the Sand Shinobi group. Sorry, the genin in our village is a little impulsive. You guys are from Sand Shinobi village, right? Your Funging Sama lives in the hospitality inn in front. Oh look, here comes your guide Jonin. Kakashi said, and with Kakashi's voice, the Sand Shinobi team also found a Sand Shinobi village ninja appeared on the tree. The light-colored ninja suit of Sand Shinobi village, and then there are pictures on the face, and the gauze covers half of the face. This is elite Jonin of Sand Shinobi village and also Jonin Baki of the venue. Snort. Gaara's one-handed grab seemed to try to drive the sand again, but Baki glanced in his direction. Gaara shut his mouth, he closed his eyes, then opened them, and then the sand on the ground seemed to be moving, and it was poured back into his gourd. This scene looks a little amazing to Sasuke and Naruto, two new genins. What they have learned during this time is also taijutsu. In terms of ninjutsu, they only have contact with multiple Shadow Clone and Kakashi's Water Dragon Bomb. So I am also very curious about the ninjutsu of other ninja villages. I'm sorry, the new genin in our village is getting serious with the elites in your village. Baki came in front of Kakashi, as if holding Kakashi's hand enthusiastically. Kakashi, won't. Kakashi said, we are guests from afar, and our people are also a little impulsive. But it seems that your genin is quite strong. Kakashi said, of course Kakashi knows that Naruto and Sasuke's physical training is already very strong, reaching the standard of Jonin. Even if he doesn't pay attention, he may be blown away by these two people. But Gaara's ability to withstand it means. Gaara's strength also reaches Jonin. And this Gaara, it's the one from 4th Kazekage Luasha, the son of Jinchuriki. When Kakashi thinks of this, he can't help but recall observing Kitahara Kaede. _Xiaochun and then think of the worst Kazekage Rasa in the group, and then there are people from Sand Shinobi village now. When Luo Sha was still there, Sand Shinobi village was governed so impersonally, it was a cracked 3rd generation version. And Luasha is gone, Kazekage became Orochimaru, and then these people in Sand Shinobi village became Orochimaru's pawns again. It's really pitiful. Baki has noticed that Kakashi is looking at them with pity. But Baki just thought that what Kakashi just saw was Gaara being pushed and beaten and thought they were weak. Quote. Baki also regretted a little. He told Temari and the others to come to Konoha to pick things up a bit first. As a result, I was beaten up when I picked it up. What the hell is this Konoha? I thought it was weak enough to invade, but now, the two genin just hit their Sand Shinobi village's secret weapon, one-tailed Jinchuriki. It seems that we need to take a closer look. Although he is Kazekage-sama's subordinate, Baki has survived until now, because he thinks a lot. Chapter 051 Invitation from Sand Shinobi Village. The moment of embarrassment for the Kazekage family. Gaara provoked and was beaten up by Sasuke and Naruto because of the appearance of Jonin, the mentor of both parties. But, when the Gaara trio followed their teacher Baki towards the hotel, Gaara turned around. During the exam, I will have a good fight with you, Gaara said. No problem. Naruto showed his pale teeth. Sasuke was very proud. Quote. Temari, Kankuro. Gaara walked ahead, while Temari and Kankuro glanced back at Kitahara Kaede, and the two followed their guide, Jonin Baki, away. You guys. Watching the Sand Shinobi group leave, Kakashi patted his head. Mr. Kakashi, that little red-haired guy just now is so strong. However, Naruto started to grab the white. That guy looks about the same age as me next year, but his physical skills are also very strong. Special resistance to beating. It's more resistant to beating than not being cut. Did he hang up? Naruto chattered non-stop. Quote. Kakashi. Although it sounded like Naruto was speaking, Kakashi glanced towards Kitahara Kaede. When it comes to cheating, it should be you who cheated. The Shadow Clone physical training method proposed by Kitahara Kaede will allow you and Sasuke to improve by leaps and bounds. So you are already the skills of Jonin, but what is Gaara? That's one-tailed Jinchuriki, the physical skill that Papa Scum got after various assassinations and then had to escape from. So, you just stayed with Kitahara Kaede for 2 weeks, and you directly understood and awakened dozens of times of escape from death. You are the real cheating, okay. Kakashi complained frantically in his heart. But today's observation Kitahara Kaede, small group isn't open yet. So he has no one to complain about. Still he said, you have already signed up. But, I have to warn you, Kakashi said. Besides you, there are several other classes that have taken the Chunin exam. Hyuga Hinata of Class 8, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. Class 10 Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akamichi Choji. Quote. When Hinata's name was mentioned, Kakashi's expression moved slightly, and then he paused. Because, unlike Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi remembered that Kitahara Kaede specially opened Mangekyo to use Tsukuyomi to improve Hinata's physical skills. That is to say special treatment. Wait a moment, Kakashi suddenly felt that the deleted memory in his mind was somehow related to Mangekyo Tsukuyomi. But for some reason, as long as I recall these words, my mind will deliberately skip this thing. Is a bit subtle. Kakashi always felt that his body instinctively forgot because of the pain he experienced. Although they encountered the Sand Shinobi trio, there was no obstacle for Class 7. Everyone is still doing what to do. Naruto and Sasuke have been training for several days in a row, so they are going to take a day off. And Kitahara Kaede went to read the pornographic books that Kakashi brought. So, Kakashi is fine here too. Kakashi was about to walk back and suddenly stopped. Because, Kakashi also found out, before he had clearly accepted the task of upgrading Guyu and Naruto for Sasuke. But no one in the small group urged him. This is really subtle. Into the night, Kitahara Kaede closes Jiraiya's intimacy guide. He was a little disappointed. Because Jiraiya is probably not a virgin, the book written is not as good as the novels of virgins. It makes people feel, not much emotion. Ding dong, and the wall clock on the table swung to 6 o'clock. Kitahara Kaede walked out of the apartment. Living alone, I can cook by myself, but as the Chunin exam is approaching, Kitahara Kaede thinks it is better to eat outside. From the perspective of combat power, Konoha is not very strong, but its commercial development is quite good. In addition to Ichiraku Ramen, which has both history and reputation, there are a series of streets related to dining and entertainment. Give me a solo barbecue. Kitahara Kaede has a well-balanced diet. I ate a lot of vegetables yesterday, of course I have to add meaty food today. Oh, wait a minute. However, the waiter who ordered the food had just left with a small book for recording and turned back. Someone ordered sukiyaki for you. Quote. Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede looked up, and 2 young men followed behind the waiter. A man and a woman. From the clothing point of view, there is no special ninja suit, so it should be genin identity. But they wear a forehead protector with the Sand Shinobi Village logo on their foreheads. And from memory extraction, then we can know that this is the team members of Gaara's Sand Shinobi team, Temari and Kankuro. But Kankuro's face is not painted with red lines, and he is not wearing a black suit with a pair of ears, just a normal shirt. It looks very ordinary, and belongs to the kind that cannot be recognized among the crowd. But his sister Temari is different. After all, she is the village flower of a village. The face value is still there. Introduction, Temari said, I'm Temari from Sand Shinobi Village. And this is my brother, Kankuro. Sorry about Gaara's rude behavior yesterday. Gaara is in the same group as us, but we can't stop him. And then, Temari paused, and sat down directly by himself. It must be very hard to live among 2 talented teammates. Quote. Kitahara Kitahara Kaede, question mark question mark question mark question mark. The genius in Temari's mouth refers to Naruto and Sasuke, and sandwiched in the genius, is this saying, he is weak. Quote. Kitahara Kaede, seeing that Kitahara Kaede remained silent, Temari continued, if you're in the team because you're surrounded by geniuses, you don't feel comfortable. Are you planning to go to a special ninja village? Temari blushed slightly and held Kitahara Kaide's right hand, and Kankuro stood aside as if in the background. Our Sand Shinobi village recruits eclectic people, if you're going to. Temari said with a reddish face. Probably not very good at this kind of persuasion. And at this time, observation Kitahara Kaede, small group started. And as soon as everyone opened the group, they saw, the village flower of the next village was holding Kitahara Kaide's hand. Tobirama just wanted to say that Kitahara Kaede is a good guy, but he also heard Temari's voice. Among them, 4th Kage Luo Sha, who was excluded from the group, also noticed her daughter and son. Big Zuzi Hanhan, I read that right. People in Sand Shinobi village think Kitahara Kaede is weak. Namikaze Minato. Yes, Namikaze Minato. And then drag him to Sand Shinobi village. I'm surprised. Older leftover women who can't get married. I am also surprised that they are going to take action. Worst Kage Luo Sha, what are you talking about? These are my son and daughter. Senju Tobirama. So it's your child, no wonder. Might guy. +1. Honest baker, +1. Worst Kage Luo Sha, to be honest, I was banned a few days ago, so I can't see what happened here. Might guy. Poor. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Poor +1. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Even I know that Kitahara Kaede is a big boss. As a result, your family thinks he is the weakest. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, let's see for yourself what the name of this group is. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Observe Kitahara Kaide's small group. If it's not a giant, then watch what he does. Worst Kage Luo Sha, huh? Luo Sha froze for a moment. Dazuzi Hanhan, you actually treat me as an ordinary person who can awaken wood style in the future. Dazuzi Hanhan, it seems that my title of being stupid can be removed, you are even more stupid than me. Worst Kage Luo Sha, huh? Wait a moment. Luo Sha quickly recalled that he already knew that Dazu Hanhan was Senju Hashirama, and Senju Hashirama was the god of the ninja world, a godlike existence. Conquer the world with a wood style. It can be said that as long as he has an idea, then perhaps the structure of the ninja world will change. Suffice it to say how scary wood style can be. And now, this Kitahara Kaede is actually not ordinary, but a wood style awakened, so. Might guy. I just feel that brother Bayuan is different. Might guy. I've noticed it all this time, but your family didn't realize it at all. Tisk tisk. I still want to invite you. 666. Worst Kage Luo Sha The more she listened to Luo Sha, the more ashamed she felt. Well, what this group is broadcasting now, isn't he Sand Shinobi Village's Kage daughter and Kage son's blind, shame moment. Luo Sha instantly spit out old blood. And this time, important occasions the Chūnin exam is about to begin. Starting today we will recruit 2 newcomers to complete and increase popularity. Welcome 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi to join the observation group of Kitahara Kaede, _. Welcome 3rd Reikage to join the observation group of Kitahara Kaede, _. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, where is this? 3rd Reikage, am I not dead? Senju Tobirama, ha, you two are here. Then come over together, let's watch the wonderful moments of the 4th Kage family's embarrassment online. Worst Kage Luo Sha, 052 Reversal Hinata appears on the stage, he is not violent. Babes, please order first. 4th Kage's online embarrassment moment. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, oh, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. New members can watch the 4th Kage family, is it embarrassing? Senju Tobirama, almost. By the way, Onoki, you are not dead yet. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, huh, Onoki froze for a moment. Then, Onoki hurriedly looked at the speaker's remarks. Senju Tobirama, isn't this Konoha's 2nd Hokage, 1st Hokage, the younger brother of the ninja god? How Senju Tobirama is here? 3rd Tsuchikage Daimyu, Senju Tobirama, you, aren't you dead? 3rd Reikage, hey, Senju Tobirama, aren't you dead? The cute new member 3rd Reikage also asked curiously. Both new members are of the same mind. Senju Tobirama, the 2nd Hokage, isn't it dead long ago? But why can I see him again in this group? Senju Tobirama. You are dead. Tobirama thinks these people are really rude. Senju Tobirama. Let me introduce, Dazuzi Hanhan, this is my eldest brother, Senju Hashirama. Big Pillar Hanhan, haha. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. He is actually, the god of ninjas. Then, although 1st Hokage's performance was naive, Onoki's state was very tense. Big Zuzi Hanhan, am I so scary? Hashirama felt that he had behaved kindly in the past, but he bowed his head for peace and was a split-tailed beast. Then these moviegoers should think he is very kind. As a result, it seems that everyone in the group is afraid of him. Senju Tobirama. They should not be afraid of you. Senju Tobirama. Onoki, take a good look, this person is called Senju Hashirama's younger brother, it is Uchiha Madara. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, Nani, is that person still alive? Onoki's emotions were directly ignited. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. What is this place? Is the ninja world going to end? Onagi's emotions soared, and everyone could feel the panic on Onogi. Big Pillar Hanhan. This third Tsuchikage is very scared, Madara. Are you right, Izuna? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I've died a long time ago, I know a Izuna sneered. Although this group is interesting, for someone like him who died young, it is also quite ruthless. Because I left too early, I couldn't grasp a lot of information. However, at this time, Tsuchikage Onogi and Third Raikage could no longer care about reading their information, but began to look at the system explanation in front of them. Welcome to join the Wanji chat group. This group is also known as Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group 10. This group has 3 hours a day to observe Kitahara Kaede. This is mandatory. If you give up or leave halfway, you may be punished. This group aims to tell you the truth of the world and make up for your regrets. Closing square bracket. This group will ignore time, space, past and future. So both the dead and the living can enter here. Closing square bracket. Then naturally Uchiha Madara may also appear. Closing square bracket. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Onogi began to look at the introduction of the system seriously. With him is Third Raikage. Raikage has been I's name since the 3rd generation, and his son 4th Raikage is also I. A name that lasts forever. However, 3rd generation Fu knew that he was already dead. So, it is a miracle that it can appear here. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. And Onoki was depressed when he saw the possible appearance of Uchiha Madara prompted by the system. Because everyone seemed to know that he was afraid of Madara. Of course he was afraid of Madara. Dazuzi Hanhan. Onoki, why are you so afraid of Uchiha Madara? Hashirama was a little curious. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. It's not that you don't talk about martial arts. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Before the 5 great ninja villages sued for peace, we received your notice to come to Konoha as a guest, and it turned out that Uchiha Madara received us. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. As a result, Madara not only treats us guests badly, but even doesn't allow you to be called by your name. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. They beat us back directly. The scar on my face was left by Madara. Third Tsuchikage Dainyu. Your Uchiha Madara said that only surrender to Konoha is allowed, not allies. Dazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama, why don't I know about this? Senju Tobirama. I arranged it. At that time, brother, you haven't decided whether to unify the ninja world, have you? Big Pillar Hanhan. Big Pillar Hanhan. Sorry Tobirama, if I hadn't been looking for that kind of peace, maybe it wouldn't be like this now. Senju Tobirama. What's the point of saying now 14? It's better to grasp the future. When you divided the tail beast, you had to think about the current situation. Senju Tobirama. Many people are not worthy of trust nor entrusting the seeds of peace to them. Senju Tobirama. Look at the tailed beasts, not only did they not play a role in peace, but they became enemies of these ninja villages. Big Pillar Hanhan. Sorry, Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Work hard in the future. I'm used to you leaving a mess. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Yes. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. What terrible things brother Senju said. It sounds like Senju Hashirama is regretting the past for peace. Could it be that Konoha finally wants Senju to set up the Buddha to destroy the 4 kingdoms? Then the ninja world will be gone. Uchiha Madara. Is Uchiha Madara coming too? Onoki's heart was cold, not the same as Onoki. Third Raikage is much more peaceful. Third Raikage. Then this group. Kidney Deficiency Hokage. Shut up Cloud Shinobi Village. Namikaze Minato. I also suggest you shut up. The old leftover girl who can't get married, shut up +1. Honest Ba Dumplings. +1. Might Guy. What I hate the most is your barbaric Cloud Shinobi Village. You don't have anyone who can only rob, it's rubbish. Third Raikage. Third Raikage. Raikage was dumbfounded. Why was he boycotted by everyone even before he even started talking? Who did he provoke? Luo Sha, who had been at the bottom of the group all the time, laughed outright. Worst case Cage Luo Sha, don't you guys know about Cloud Shinobi Village? Worst case Cage Luo Sha, after you died, your son deliberately snatched the boundaries of ninjas and bloodline from other ninja villages. Worst case Cage Luo Sha, being regarded as a scumbag in the ninja world. The worst case Cage Luosha. So it is only natural to be boycotted now. Third Raikage. Are you? In Raikage's era, Luo Sha just took office, so he should know Luo Sha. But, Raikage couldn't understand the title in front of Luo Sha. Worst case. Shadow and the worst. What is the reason for being evaluated as the worst? Is it because of strength? Worst case Cage. Fourth case Cage of San Shinobi Village. Luo Sha introduced herself. But, Senju Tobirama. You can shut up, the worst case Cage. My elder brother gave you one tail, it's a waste. Worst case Cage Luo Sha. Luo Sha really shut up. He has already suffered from the Senju brothers. Both of them are unbelievably strong. And watching Luo Sha shut up, Onoki and New Generation Ying also understood. The 3 of them are not welcome in this group. But, so now, so many people are in the group. They found that the number of people in the group was 10. Some people know it, but most don't. For example, who is the older leftover girl who can't get married? To be honest, this title is very interesting and who is it? Then, there is Senju Hashirama's younger brother. This guy is Uchiha Madara's younger brother, which is horrible. This name is scary. It's like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama getting married. Only then will there be such a subtle name. Senju Tobirama. Let me introduce. Senju Tobirama. Now I am observing Kitahara Kaede's 3 days for 3 hours and then. Now the daughter and son of 4th Kage, Kitahara Kaede who thinks wood style is an ordinary person, is trying to lure abduct. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Pooh. Although he was afraid that Uchiha Madara might sound embarrassing, Onogi felt that he was not so excluded in the group. But, it is indeed the worst funging, laughing to death. Even if he is a newcomer to the group, he knows the name of this group, but, observe the Kitahara Kaede small group. And now such a large number of people from the legendary age are watching Kitahara Kaede. Your 4th Kage family actually think that Kitahara Kaede is just an ordinary person. 666. But, Onogi couldn't stop laughing soon. Because, wood style, has anyone in Konoha awakened wood style? So, isn't it super scary? Kitahara Kaede watched as Temari held his hand. It's not the first time he's been hugged by a girl, or Mizukage has made a good start before. But Temari's side is obviously not any kindness or desire to seduce. Judging from their lines, seems to think he is the weakest in class 7, and then, hoping to lure him to San Shinobi Village. Oh no, it shouldn't be like this. There's no point in recruiting San Shinobi Village if you think he's weak. Kitahara Kaede understood. Temari and Kankuro should be from San Shinobi Village without much experience. So I always feel that Gaara equipped with one tail is very strong. But, Gaara got kicked out by Naruto and Sasuke as soon as he came out, so they were taken aback. So, I came to find someone who is harmless to humans and animals, to inquire about the situation. So it is false to say that he was recruited to San Shinobi Village, and it should be to use this method to trick him. Want specific information on Naruto and Sasuke? Kitahara Kaede already understood. After all, I am a member of the 7th class, and a ninja of Konoha. Cannot travel to other ninja villages. And, I think the weak also have the fighting methods of the weak, Kitahara Kaede said. It's really humbling, Temari said. So, Temari paused. Our San Shinobi Village is relatively ignorant, your 2 teammates. How did you train to be so strong? Talent, Kitahara Kaede said. Those 2 are super geniuses. Then it's like a supplement. It's different from me. As that's so, Temari seemed a little disappointed. She looked at Kankuro, who nodded slightly. So the 2 didn't leave, but sat down directly. Then let's have a meal together. 17 Temari said, I'll treat you. Quote, thank you, Kitahara Kaede said. He is an open-minded person, so he doesn't mind being treated. So, I had dinner with them without disclosing the news. After the meal, Kitahara Kaede left directly, while Temari and Kankuro remained where they were. Now they can also see the back of Kitahara Kaede. Temari, we don't have much living expenses, and now we still treat him to such expensive food, so we need to save money in the next few days. Kankuro went to check out and came back and said, I know, Temari said, but it's a pity that I didn't ask about the news. It's a pity, but, you fell for the beauty trick. Kankuro said immediately, you can order the affordable set meal just now, but you gave him the most expensive one, and we ate the cheap one. Isn't that just for collecting information? If you are not willing to give up, how can others give you information? Temari said, besides, I'm not the kind of weak-willed person, how could I be an nymphomaniac? Temari said seriously, trust your sister more, Kankuro, too. No wonder, Kankuro didn't forget when they first entered the village, and Temari praised Konoha's man for being nice. At that time he thought Temari was looking at Sasuke in blue clothes, but looking at it now, it seems to be looking at this Kitahara Kaede. San Shinobi Village's finances are terrible, and the Kingdom of the Winds has been delaying or even reducing funding, so even they get very little money. This time, the expenses in Konoha were only allocated to 20,000 taels per person. And just one meal cost more than 20,000 yuan, but Konoha's Chūnin exam is famously long, at least a week or more. So it would be bad not to save. Kitahara Kaede, who was walking ahead, took 2 steps forward, and suddenly found that the forehead protector was a little loose, so he took off the forehead protector and reattached it. Konoha's forehead protector has the characteristic, when wearing the forehead protector, the will of fire plus 999, appearance value minus 1000. But taking it off is different, and Temari just witnessed the scene of Kitahara Kaede taking off the forehead protector. She spoke softly, Konoha's man is really good. It seems that it is actually quite good to take it back to the village directly. Even if the strength is not good, it can be eye-catching. Temari said, huh, Kankuro was a little surprised. Did I just say something? Temari quickly responded. Kankuro, probably, number. Because of the excessive surprise, Kankuro's brain also subconsciously filtered it out. He and Temari are siblings. Plus Gaara is the 3rd sibling. However, Gaara has a high risk factor since she was a child, and her father Luosha's pathological upbringing made Gaara very cruel. Even though Kankuro is Gaara's elder brother, he was almost killed by Gaara several times, so he hates and phobias Gaara. But Temari is different. Temari is a normal person, but a genius of wind style. She is learning the traditional wind style of San Shinobi Village, and she is very talented. Even Mr. Baki praised Temari as the rare genius in San Shinobi Village in 20 years. And Temari worked hard, so it seems. It seems that it has nothing to do with love or something, and it is also very reliable. So, thinking about Temari being in love or something, Kankuro immediately thought it was incredible. Therefore, his brain directly filtered out Temari's nympho speech just now. Anyway, Kankuro said, "Don't forget why we went to Kitahara Kaede." Temari nodded. "That Sasuke and Naruto are too strong. Teacher Baki is also looking for news. Quote, so, it's best to find their insiders. That's the only reason we have Kitahara Kaede for dinner." In this way, Temari and Kankuro's invitation is actually to get information from Naruto and Sasuke. After all, before, whether it was her, Kankuro or Mr. Baki, they all felt that Gaara was very strong. Gaara with one tail is a qualified weapon. It's definitely no problem to open up in Konoha. Now suddenly there are two more sky groups who are the same age as Gaara, but they can beat Gaara in terms of physical skills. This will not only make them feel that the task is more difficult, but Gaara's unyielding character may also make him lose control. If that's the case, then it's bad. Therefore, the current situation has emerged. Approach the Kitahara Kaede set of information first. It's just that, I didn't get any useful news. What a blue Uchiha Sasuke, the Uchiha clan, the chief graduate of the ninja school. And the yellow-colored Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki clan, the tail of the ninja school crane. It's a lie. Kankuro will not believe that the tail of the crane can knock Gaara into the air. Kitahara Kaede didn't leave here. After the Temari siblings left, a chopstick reverted to his form. This is using transformation technique and would clone directly in front of the Temari siblings. Both ninjutsu are used at the same time, but the two couldn't see it. This is normal. After all, the main substitute Sarutobi Yujin couldn't see it before. Then Kitahara Kaede folded his arms and watched Kankuro leave with Temari and go back to the hotel. Same. Observing the Kitahara Kaede, small group also noticed this scene. Senju Tobirama. It seems that the purpose of San Shinobi Village is to create chaos for Konoha. Tobirama is very smart, and the children of Kasuke's family approached Kitahara Kaede, saying that they wanted to get news quickly. If there is no purpose, then there is no need to be so eager. So it can be deduced that San Shinobi Village wants to attack Konoha. But the super weapon Gaara of his own village was knocked away by Zuoming when he came out, so he was very confused. Big Zuzi Hanhan, yes. Senju Hashirama, who was Tobirama's older brother, also spoke. Big Pillar Hanhan. After all, Orochimaru is the fourth Kasuke. Orochimaru's IQ should not be low. Big Pillar Hanhan, but little Kitahara Kaede should have insight into their plan. Senju Tobirama. Well, otherwise Kitahara Kaede would not play weak. And it is even possible to use the beauty meter. After solving the Orochimaru matter, you can also pass the San Shinobi Village's daughter of the Wind and Shadow favor, and take control of San Shinobi Village. Senju Tobirama. Luo Sha is so bad, and among his three children, only Temari has the overall thinking mode. The other Gaara have turned into weapons, and Kankuro doesn't have enough energy. Senju Tobirama. So Kitahara-kun's beauty plan can achieve a great effect. Namikaze Minato. As expected of Kitahara-kun. Namikaze Minato. The thinking mode is still so perfect. The older leftover woman who can't get married, I feel the pressure. I feel like my home has been robbed. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Kakashi, a spinster who has only read Jiraiya's novels, doesn't quite understand the minds of real girls. The older leftover girl who can't get married. Mizukage also felt that he had said something wrong, and almost exposed that he wanted to use a beauty trick on Kitahara Kaede, so he hurriedly made amends. The old leftover woman who can't get married. I said that I support Orochimaru as fourth Kasuke. Honest Baker. +1. Namikaze Minato. Orochimaru-sama is fine as Kasuke. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. After all, there is no Kasuke worse than Luosha. The worst Kasuke Luo Sha. Senju Tobirama. Don't know yet. Orochimaru attacked you, and then, continued your plan, he disguised himself as fourth Kasuke. Senju Tobirama. Then Orochimaru will carry out the Konoha collapse plan. And the cannon fodder for this plan is San Shinobi Village. Worst Kasuke Luo Sha. Luo Sha froze for a moment and then erupted immediately. Because this was his previous plan, but now that Senju Tobirama said it, it means that Konoha has already prepared it. So, this time the San Shinobi Village attack was a big loss. No idea how many people survived the Chūnin exam. Worst Kasuke Rasa. Why is this? Orochimaru, I will never let you go. Worst Kasuke Rasa. You are going to destroy my San Shinobi Village. Senju Tobirama. Shut up, your three children are still Genin, don't think I can't see what you're up to. Senju Tobirama. So even if Orochimaru doesn't mess with you, then you will do the same thing with Orochimaru now. They are all here to break Konoha. Senju Tobirama. Anika, put on the momentum. Big Pillar Hanhan. Well, Tobirama, I'm your big brother. Senju Tobirama. Big brother, shut up and work quickly. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Okay. Although he said hesitantly and timidly, the coercion from the god of ninja has appeared. Luo Sha once again encountered the inhuman coercion from the Senju brothers. Third Raikage. Is this the coercion of the god of ninjas? Third Tsuchikage Dai Mu. Konoha is still so pervert. Onoki is a living fossil of the ninja world. There are 3 living fossils in the ninja world. One piece is Kakuzu from the Akatsuki organization. Kakuzu is a 91-year-old old man, from the first generation era to the present. Make money all the time. One is Kosuke Maruyoshi from Konoha. It is a ninja under the rule of Senju Tobirama in the second generation, and then he learned the water barrier of the second generation, and then the third generation also taught him to create his own hand sword shadow clone technique, and he also served as the bodyguard of Namikaze Minato of the fourth generation. One person met 3 Hokage, and the last piece is Onoki. Here are the people who lived from the time of the first Hokage to the present. Knowing the power of the first generation, he was also the kid who peed his pants when he was defeated by Uchiha Madara. And knowing that first generation and Uchiha Madara were gone, Iwagakure was relieved. Then he is the strongest of the 5 big movies. Constantly boil others to death, so he is the strongest. As a result, this wave of people lived here again. So much horror. Onogi immediately found his place in the group. Just pretend to be cowardly and it's over. Although the dust escape he learned is very powerful, but the absolute strength of the god of the first Hokage ninja, Madara, is too strong, and he has no confidence. So, the longer the third generation lived, the more pedantic it became, while Onoki became more cowardly as he lived. With the intense mental activity in Onoji's heart, today's share of watching Kitahara Kaede's hour has come to an end. Kitahara Kaede returns from the yakiniku restaurant. The Chūnin exam is about to start. It can be seen that some candidates for reference will take some textbooks with them, as if they are preparing for review. After all, Konoha's Chūnin exam has always included a written test. So even if the most important thing for a ninja is still practical operation, you have to pay attention to the written test. See Nara Shikamaru. Kitahara Kaede saw Shikamaru holding a book, reading and walking. Kitahara Kaede and Shikamaru pass by each other. Their relationship can only be said to be average, and they basically don't speak in class. But Shikamaru looked at him instead. Shikamaru seemed to hesitate. Shikamaru turned back. Student Bayuan, if you're going straight home, go to the alley on the right, Shikamaru said. I just saw Neji draw Hinata and call him away. Quote. Kitahara Kaede, question mark, exclamation mark. Kitahara Kaede hesitated for a moment, then walked to the alley on the right. You can hear the sound just as you get closer. And this voice is quite familiar. It is the voice of Hyuga Neji that I heard recently. Rejecting my proposal, do you know how dangerous Konoha's Chūnin exam is? This is Neji's voice. Do you know, you are the sect house and I am the branch house. Then we may meet in the examination room. At that time, as a branch house, I will definitely not be able to shoot you. Otherwise, you will definitely be punished. So, why are you and your father always stopping me? This is the voice of Hyuga Neji. Although the other person's voice has not been heard yet, Kitahara Kaede has confirmed that Neji is referring to Hinata. Otherwise, Shikamaru wouldn't have come here on purpose. In other words, Neji probably knows that Hinata will also take the Chūnin exam this time. While Neji was the chief graduate last year, he is definitely taking the Chūnin exam this year. So he will take part with Hinata, then maybe even have a duel in some exam. But it's not fair, because Neji was assigned to go to the branch house, and the obligation of the branch house is to maintain the main family, so as a branch house, he wants to fight Hinata or something. It is definitely not allowed by the Hyuga family. But Neji always wanted to prove himself, so he didn't want to stop here at the Chūnin exam. So, I want to persuade Hinata to surrender and let Hinata give up the exam. Anyway, it's fine even if you don't become a Chūnin. After all, you've never been favored, as long as Kitahara Kaede's subordinate can live well. Neji continued. Boom. However, the sound was suddenly drowned out. Then, Hinata, what are you doing? Neji's voice seemed a little terrified. And Kitahara Kaede went straight in. Boom. It can be seen that there is a person embedded in the wall, and this person has straight black hair, and then the forehead protector has fallen, revealing the traces of the green X of caged bird. This is Hyuga Neji getting punched into the wall. Of course, while Kitahara Kaede gave Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata taijutsu training help. And Hinata's talent is much different from Naruto and Sasuke, but, if the talent is lacking, it will be made up with time. Use quantity to achieve qualitative change. So, the current Kitahara Kaede saw a famous scene as soon as he entered the alley. Hinata was beating Neji. Quote. Kitahara Kaede, Hinata is hitting Neji. Hinata's personality belongs to the kind of mild and even introverted, although she may be more active in jealousy. But, she is not the kind of person who will directly attack. And the state of this Hinata is a bit subtle. First, she has rolled her eyes. The pure white eyes are full of penetrating power. At the same time, her short hair became shawl brunette. The skin tone is even slightly darker by 2 points. And this state, Kitahara Kaede has seen it in his Tsukuyomi space. In order to improve Hinata's physical ability, he created a bunch of inverted Hinata to train Hinata. Isn't there a saying that defeating yourself is the real way to become stronger? So he referred to another version of Hinata to create a sparring partner. But now the situation is, a normal Hinata turned into a black straight hair cape. Black Hinata, could it be that the training was too intense, causing Hinata to split into a new personality? Those 2000 black Hinata materialized. Either way it seems like, not so good. Kitahara Kaede watched the violent Hinata with one hand on Neji's neck. North Plains. Neji was stuck in the throat to speak. He looked in pain, his whole face was flushed with difficulty breathing. But Neji is also a man with white eyes. Even when he is sunken into the wall, the corner of his eye drifts to Kitahara Kaede to the side. So I quickly started calling Kitahara Kaede's name. Don't change the subject. Black Hinata said, I've seen you dissatisfied for a long time. Isn't it just a bit of talent? You are hostile to my old man, then you can find fault with the old man, what is it to find me? Besides, you are worried that 403 Chunin will match me in the exam, because of the status of the branch house, you can't hit me. How high do you think your strength is? I thought you would lose if you fought against me. Let me tell you, you just can't beat me. Black Hinata is full of dark side. Negativity is high. Quote. Kitahara Kaede. Quote. The old man, called by Hinata should refer to Hyuga Hiyashi. And Hinata would call his immediate father an old man. Quote. Kitahara Kaede. It can be confirmed that Hinata really differentiated into a new personality Black Hinata because of the use of Tsukuyomi space. Kitahara Kaide's left foot paused slightly. Kitahara Kaede is here. Kitahara Kaede is here. However, Neji's desire to survive was completely burst out at this time. He looked directly at Kitahara Kaede. He never expected that weak Hyuga Hinata to be so scary. And this Hinata finally found out that something was wrong. As soon as Hinata turned her head, she saw a boy with black hair and golden eyes standing aside. The line of sight seems to be looking here. Oh no. He is backing off. Black Hinata. This boy is retreating. This boy is running away. Black Hinata. Wait a minute. Hinata immediately threw Neji out, and quickly dodged in front of Kitahara Kaede. Wait a moment. Things are not what you see. Hey Hinata rubbed his hands lightly, with an aggrieved expression on his face. What you just saw was fake. I'm not that violent, she said with a reserved look. Quote. Kitahara Kaede. Not that violent. Grab Neji's neck and throw it straight away. Isn't this called violence? Don't believe it. Black Hinata found that Kitahara Kaede seemed to want to leave, and quickly added, Brother Neji, right, I didn't hit you. Right. Ningsi bro. Quote exclamation mark quote. Neji had just been thrown away by Hinata like garbage, and just got up when he heard Black Hinata's self-justification. Then it seems that he still needs to ask him to speak. What are these words? He was beaten and then said he wasn't beaten. Is this going to make him lose his conscience? How can I do this kind of thing? Just as Neji was about to argue, he suddenly found that Black Hinata was standing on Kitahara Kaide's right hand, hugged Kitahara Kaide's right hand, and then faced him. But Kuro Hinata's lips moved slightly. It seems to be expressing the meaning of I will kill you if I tell the truth. What a direct threat. Quote. Neji was dumbfounded, but the desire to survive made Neji swallow the bitter pill. I fell by myself. Today's Hinata is really evil. Since childhood, Hinata has always looked weak and has no talent, but the strength displayed today has completely reversed Neji's three views. It turns out that the weakest person is not Hinata but him. It made him very autistic. Obviously, under the teaching of teacher Agai, although he couldn't learn Liliang like Shaoli, he still worked hard. But in front of Hinata, there's no way to fight back. Is he so weak? Look, Feng Jun, Brother Neji said that I wasn't beating him. After finding out that Neji confessed, Hinata hurriedly quibbled. No, explained. Quote. Neji. Hinata used to call him Neji's older brother, but Neji didn't feel anything at that time. But the current Hinata calling it that would make him feel horrible. The body was embedded in the wall just now. It hurts so much now. And Neji chose to keep his mouth shut, as if he didn't deny the rhetoric. It seems that it is indeed my influence. Kitahara Kaide's heart is like a mirror. While looking at the depressed Neji, Kitahara Kaede continued. I trained Hinata before, so she may have split into a new personality. And the appearance of personality is mostly the accumulation of negative emotions. And Neji, take care of yourself. You also have a lot of negativity, Kitahara Kaede said. This silenced Neji, because, how can he believe this? Negative emotions keep piling up, so will it become like this? The current Hinata has no chance to let him backhand. So, will his accumulation of negative emotions become stronger? Of course not, because there is no Kitahara Kaede around him. Watching Neji limping away, Kitahara Kaede patted Black Hinata's arm lightly. It was okay to be hugged by Darumi Mei in the Land of Waves before. But that was Mizukage's adult, and the current Hinata is still too young. Holding his hand like this will only make him feel like bean sprouts and panic. Hey, Neji is gone, but Black Hinata is still there. She doesn't know that Kitahara Kaede dislikes her a little bit. She continued to hug Kitahara Kaide's arm in high spirits. After all, this is her first appearance. Although it seems that he has seen a less gentle side, it has been successfully remedied. Kitahara Kaede also took the initiative to find out the reason for her appearance, so, is to recognize and acknowledge her, right? And then, also got a chance to be alone with Kitahara Kaede. Simply earned. Kitahara Kaede leads the Black Hinata out of the alley. Have you had dinner yet? Kitahara Kaede said. The sky is now pitch black, and it has officially entered the night, and you can see dots of stars appearing in Tianjin. The pollution in the world of Hokage is relatively small, so the starry sky is like a spider web. Although it is very high definition, it is also a bit disgusting to watch. I've eaten. Oh no, I haven't. Hinata just wanted to touch his stomach but changed his words quickly. Kitahara Kaede. Then let's go to donkey meat fire together. Kitahara Kaede suggested. This kind of boiled stuff is like Odin, it won't fill your stomach, even if you have eaten, you can have a little more. I like this. Black Hinata was immediately satisfied. Kitahara Kaede has found that the Black Hinata has a more lively and bold personality than the Hinata. But since it's my own, accidentally created personality, it's a pity to let it go like this. So Kitahara Kaede decided not to intervene much. ZTE, Kitahara Kaede glanced at Miss Black Hinata who was holding his hand in high spirits. It doesn't matter which Hinata it is, as long as you like him. Chapter 053, The Chūnin Exam, The 5 Great Films. Belongs to the examination room of film lovers. Babies, please order first. On July 17th, the weather was fine. 9 o'clock in the morning. North Yuan-kun, _ North Yuan-kun. There are 3 classmates waiting at the door of Kitahara Kaede's house. From left to right are 2 men and 1 woman. They are Naruto, Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata. Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede did not expect that the 3 of them would choose the same time to come to his door to pick him up for the exam. However, Kitahara Kaede's choice of being a partner on the one hand and a girlfriend on the other is also very straightforward. Hinata, you've changed back. Kitahara Kaede chose to talk to Hinata first. Hinata nodded slightly. He looked restrained and a little shy. This is the well-known Hyuga Hinata. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, she was in Black Hinata state, but today she changed back to her original state. This further proves that the Black Hinata is just a personality of Hinata. The trigger mechanism is not clear, but it can be confirmed that the cowardly Hinata familiar to Kitahara Kaede still occupies the main character. Speaking of which, I'm on the same team as Sasuke and Kitahara-kun. And Mr. Kakashi also said that the Chūnin exam is in teams of 3. Hinata, you are not in the same group as us, why did you come to find Kitahara-kun so early? Naruto, who stood aside and leaned halfway out of his body, said curiously. Kitahara Kaede, Hinata, I have to say that Naruto is still relatively close to his current age, and his inner maturity is not enough. Don't learn Sasuke either. You know Sasuke is a very self-disciplined person. He never spoke to Hinata. I asked Hinata to prepare something for me, Kitahara Kaede said. Hinata hastily took out a scroll. This is a sealing scroll, which conceals some ninja tools inside. She handed the scroll to Kitahara Kaede. At the gate of the ninja school, there are things that are allowed and forbidden for the Chūnin exam. It has been confirmed that the first test is a written test, but you do not need to bring pens and paper. But as a ninja, you will definitely test the actual operation, so you will be allowed to bring ninja and the like. Even summoning beasts or ninjutsu are allowed. This made Naruto feel a little depressed after seeing the explanation, because he didn't learn any summoning beasts at all. But Naruto remembered that Hinata's teammate Inuzuka had a dog. Speaking of ninja gear to prepare, Sasuke also fed up here. With one hand, he took out a whole stack of detonating symbols from the ninja tool bag he was carrying. He divided the detonator into 3 parts, all equal. Each copy is about 30 detonators. Then I kept a copy for myself, and pushed the others to Naruto and Kitahara Kaede, and shared them equally. I also prepared some ninja tools. He said, detonator. Naruto was very sensitive to detonators. Isn't this thing very expensive? For the test, he also went to the ninja shop, and knew that the detonating talisman needed 5,000 taels. And they can only get 500 taels of reward for AD level task, so the detonator is something that Genin can only look at. And even Chūnin feels heartache. But the detonator works well because it's a sealing spell that seals fire styles ninjutsu. And it can be detonated from a long distance. So throwing the detonating symbol on the shuriken is equivalent to throwing a grenade to the enemy. It is simply devastating for the common state of high attack low defense in the ninja world. So there is a compulsory ninja tool course in ninja school that is, using and troubleshooting detonators. In case, you will be blown up if you run out. Refer to first Hokage's grandson Senju Nawaki, it's miserable. And because of Nawaki's incident, the ninja school added this course. Detonators are expensive, Sasuke responded to Naruto, but if you make it yourself, the cost is very low. A spell only needs 50 to 100 taels. You guys also know that my Uchiha family is best at detonating talismans. It's fire style ninjutsu. So I put the fire style great fireball technique into the detonator myself. As the Uchiha family, the effect will not lose to the detonating charms on the market. Sasuke said proudly. Kitahara Kaede and Naruto thanked him and accepted. Because although Sasuke is said to be light, but even a genius will experience failure in the process of making it, not to mention that Sasuke is only good and not genius. So even if it is so close to 100 detonating symbols, it probably took him a lot of time. The evidence is that he has dark circles under both eyes. It should have been made overnight. Although I don't think the detonator is necessary, but considering the efforts of Sasuke, Kitahara Kaede still accepts it. Although he knew that the eldest lady of the Hyuga family must have prepared a bunch of ninja scrolls for him. And this moment, beep, observation of today's share Kitahara Kaede, small group open. Daily observation of Kitahara Kaede 3-hour permission is enabled. Everyone is welcome to express their opinions. Observe Kitahara Kaede, small group current group members 10. Beep, Dazuzi Hanhan, I can finally talk again. The world after death drives me crazy. Senju Tobirama. Brother, calm down. Stop being a joke. Big Zuzi Hanhan, the world after death is very boring. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Shodai, what is the world like after death? Big Pillar Hanhan. Kakashi, why are you so interested? It's not good after death. You're still young. You don't want to commit suicide, do you? As first Hokage Hashirama, I still like Kakashi. I don't want the juniors to commit suicide or something. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Well, that's not the case, I just want to ask. The father of my family has passed away. Kidney deficiency Hokage. So I want to inquire a little bit. Oh. Quote. Senju Hashirama. So what Kakashi is talking about now is that Konoha's White Fang chose to commit suicide in the fishing boat because he gave up the task because he saved his companion. That is a cup. It is also a sad plot under the governance of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Can't get around it. Senju Tobirama. Kakashi, sorry if I don't choose Sarutobi. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Nadime, things have already happened, don't talk about them anymore. Big Pillar Hanhan. Sorry, Kakashi. Dazuzi Hanhan, if you are talking about your father, then I may not be able to give you an answer. Because I am the only one in the afterlife world where I am. Big Pillar Hanhan, it's very lonely there, you can only see a barren mountain, no matter how you move forward, you can't walk across the mountain. Dazuzi Hanhan, I can feel the time is moving, but I haven't changed. Big Zuzi Hanhan, then, there's nothing there. No animals, no other people. Big Pillar Hanhan, I'm the only one. Senju Tobirama. My situation is similar. But I am in the sea, there is not even a fish in the sea, I can feel the passage of time, but what I am facing is endless loneliness. Senju Tobirama. Therefore, those of you who are still alive cherish life. Senju Tobirama. At Izuna, how was your experience after death? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, me. I am also in the mountains, and I am the only one. Senju Tobirama. It seems that they are all in a close state, at 3rd Reikajai at Zuizhong Feng Ying Luo Sha. 3rd Reikajai. You let me talk, I am also in the mountains, and there is a mountain in front of me, but I can't read it anyway. Worst Feng Ying Luosha, I am in the sand. Luo Sha just died a few months ago, so the sense of experience is not very strong. But Kakashi has understood that once he dies, instead of being able to see his deceased relatives, but only one person's loneliness is always with him. For example, Shodai has been dead for decades, and this experience is still the same. It's no wonder that they have been experiencing this all the time, so first generation they are looking forward to the arrival of the small group opening. Although Kakashi threw out an afterlife to make people lonely today, everyone quickly began to observe Kitahara Kaede's hour. Then I saw the scene where Sasuke sent the detonator. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, and Izuna snorted when Sasuke took out the detonator. Dazuzi Hanhan. Brother Izuna, what happened to you? Because his younger brother Tobirama killed Izuna, Hashirama doesn't feel guilty about Hara. Senju Hashirama's brother. Don't call me brother. Senju Tobirama. Don't you understand? Brother, Izuna felt ashamed that Uchiha Sasuke was actually making detonators. Senju Tobirama. The dignified Uchiha actually makes detonating charms for a living. What a shame. Senju Tobirama. It's like the elder brother, you specially build 3 bedrooms and 1 living room to make money. Big Zuzi Hanhan, that's right, it's not compelling. But I think it's fine. Big Pillar Hanhan can help others. Dazuzi Hanhan, I think Sasuke is doing pretty well. Although his talent is not very good, he has fully integrated into the 7th class. Dazuzi Hanhan, do you still remember his performance at the beginning? He was arrogant and tugging. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Namikaze Minato. Alright, please stop arguing. Kitahara-kun and the others began to move. Namikaze Minato. This means that the Chūnin exam is about to begin. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Yes, the teacher is right. Kakashi gave Minato a one-off. But Kakashi thought it must be that Minato-sensei wanted to see Naruto's performance, so he made everyone quiet. After all, Minato still pays close attention to Naruto after missing so many years of fatherly love. I didn't have the chance before, but now I can't wait to see Naruto every second. This is an old father's idea. Kitahara Kaede's 7th class is heading to the ninja school. The first test room for the Chūnin test is the ninja school. According to the announcement posted at the door, candidates go to classroom 302 to check their identities. As a past student of ninja school, Kitahara Kaede and the others know that classroom 302 is a large classroom that can accommodate nearly 300 people. But, how many candidates are there this time? Hinata probably also made an appointment with his teammate to meet at the door. So standing at the door and turning around, I found Shino and Inuzuka Fang with the ninja dog Akamaru. Hinata, this way. Fang waved to Hinata. Wong, red. Wan also said hello. Lying on top of Fang's head, it was a puppy with pure white lips and black eye circles that looked like a sausage. And Aburame Shino wears a pair of sunglasses, which doesn't have a high sense of presence but looks more reliable. By the way, Hinata, you have this personality today. Quote. Come on for the exam. Tooth said. As a teammate, he has seen the performance of Hinata's Black Hinata, and only thinks that the Black Hinata's model is very strong, so if he forms a team with Black Hinata, he may pass the Chūnin exam. But this time he just came here with luck and experience, so it doesn't matter if he doesn't pass. So it was just a little disappointment in my heart, but I didn't reject Hinata. The characters of Hinata's 2 teammates are not bad. Kitahara Kaede watched the 2 analyzing. So the 2 teams met and went to the examination room together. As in the original, there are 2 Chūnin blocking the way at the door. 2 Chūnin cast illusions. By the way, Sasuke said, aren't you the 2 Zongzong that Konoha is holding the door? Yes, Naruto said, I remember this bandage. The previous wave mission was Naruto's first time out of the village, which made him excited, so he was very impressed. Immediately recognized the two people blocking the door. Hehe. Azumo and Gang Ziti smiled after being named, and ended the illusion. The first battle was won, and the illusion was broken in seconds. Both Sasuke and Naruto are in a good mood. Then let's go into the classroom, Inuzuka said, and he pressed his hands on the side of the door, pushed it away, and then froze. Because after opening the door, I found that the large classroom that can accommodate more than 300 people, was actually filled with nearly 200 candidates. And these candidates are also different from them, they are older, and there are even young and middle-aged people. And these people come from other ninja villages, and some of them belong to the 10,000 years Genin of Konoha itself. In Ninja Village, Chūnin and Genin are the backbone of the village, so some people may still be Genin for 20 or 30 years. Therefore, it is not surprising that some people in their decades are still taking the Chūnin exam. If it is for Kitahara Kaede, then the Chūnin exam is equivalent to evaluating a title. A bunch of people take the test, only some of them will be selected, and then all the benefits will be linked. And if you can't comment, then it's living a cheap life. As soon as he entered the door, Kitahara Kaede found that Hinata next to him encountered a strong gaze. Hinata is of the Hyuga clan, and the Hyuga clan in the ninja world give bloodline boundaries for nothing. It belongs to the type that can be installed directly by digging out the eyes of the Hyuga family. So as a member of the clan, Hinata is quite dangerous. Hinata had never encountered such an occasion at all, so she couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Kitahara Kaede raised his hand and patted Hinata's shoulder lightly. Hinata's body froze instantly, but she quickly realized that it was Kitahara-kwan encouraging her. Yes, she has been promoted by Mr. Feng, she wants to prove herself, and she doesn't want to lose face in front of him. So, Hinata's expression softened. Aburame Shino and Inuzuka Kiba calmly walked to the vacant seats with their own team. Cut, and a female ninja at the table in the first row snorted. It turns out I have a girlfriend. Her voice was not very loud, but it was enough for the people in the front row to hear. Hinata's cheeks flushed instantly. Kitahara Kaede looked at the vocalizing female ninja. With blonde hair, neat facial features can be said to be dignified, although not fully developed, but the appearance is not low. This is the village flower from the next village I met 2 days ago, Tamari. Tamari ah, Kitahara Kaede looked at her, nodded and smiled slightly. The seat behind me is still vacant, do you want to come over? Tamari immediately invited. Where is the cold look just now? Tamari. Sitting next to Tamari is Konkuro. Konkuro thinks it's useless to have a good relationship with Kitahara Kaede now. Because the Chūnin exam is about to begin. Then they can only disturb Konoha at a specific time according to Kazekage-sama's original plan. Kitahara Kaede they did not reject Tamari. Our Sasuke and Naruto are also curious about Gaara. So I directly accepted the invitation and came to the table behind Tamari and the others. It will be exactly 10 o'clock in a while, which is the assessment time for the Chūnin exam. The examiner of the first exam, Morino Ibiki, was present. But when he was there to announce the rules, Kitahara Kaede also paid attention to the distribution of candidates. It's not the same as the original. First, the total number of candidates is 179. Judging from the forehead protector worn by the candidates, the ninja village of the candidates who applied for the test is very concentrated. As the organizer, Konoha has the largest number of candidates. Of course, it must be convenient to hold it in Ninja Village. So Konoha had 54 candidates in total. Among the 5 ninja villages, 9 people came from Cloud Shinobi Village, and 3 people from Iwagakure 0. Sand Shinobi Village. Then there are 33 people from Kurigakure. But the number of other Shounen villages is exaggerated. Among them, Sao Ren Village even reached 63 people. Rain Shinobi Village 12 people. There are 3 people in Yinin Village. Then there are 2 people from Ninja Village who have never seen it before. Among them, there were 54 candidates wearing Konoha's forehead protector. From the familiar Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang except small Sakura car to the spy team where the pocket is located. Then some passers-by, but one more of Konoha's genin stands out. That is an old man with a pot behind his back. The nearly 60-year-old grandfather probably noticed that Kitahara Kaede was looking at him, so he turned his head and smiled. Appears kind and gentle, Kitahara Kaede instantly confirmed the other party's identity. It's Kosuke Maruyoshi. In other words, third generation arranged for Kosuke Maruyoshi to assist him in defending against Orochimaru. But, everyone knows, Orochimaru has come to the examination room, and then became a grass grudge. The last one of Kitahara Kaede is Kusanagi, and the one in the middle is as pale as paper, with hair parted in the middle and a long tongue. Isn't this what Orochimaru is? Orochimaru is the best to find. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. And the small group is quite lively now. Even Luo Sha, who is the bottom of the group, came out. Because he has seen his children. Although it was said that Konoha's side had already taken the lead, he couldn't report the news, but he had to show his face when he started the test with the weapon he made since childhood. But now the situation is, everyone is saying that Orochimaru has infiltrated the examination room. After all, before Kitahara Kaede was approached by third generation, it was third generation who was worried about this matter, so they hoped that Kitahara Kaede could assist in completing the exam. And then, if Orochimaru messes up, I hope Kitahara Kaede can keep him alive. Big Pillar Hanhan. Minato, so who is Orochimaru? Namikaze Minato. I am not too sure about this, but I know that Lord Orochimaru and my master Jiraiya-sama are equally admirable Sannin. Namikaze Minato. Oh, by the way, Orochimaru, Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama are collectively known as Konoha Sannin. Namikaze Minato. Sashodai, your granddaughter is amazing. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Ah, does Ah Gang still have this kind of development? Senju Tobirama. Of course, I taught Gang ninjutsu when she was a child. Even if she wasn't a genius, I made her a genius. Senju Tobirama. It's not like Anika, you guys always gamble with money. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Ah, this. I'm just a small gambler. While the granddaughter was being discussed at Senju's house, Kakashi was watching the candidates in the examination room. Then, kidney deficiency Hokage. If it is Orochimaru, I probably guess who it is. Senju Tobirama. Who is it? Tobirama doesn't know Orochimaru. Kidney deficiency Hokage. The pale-skinned man 2 positions behind Kitahara Kaede. I think it's this guy. Senju Tobirama. Because this person's tongue is as long as a snake. Dazuzi Hanhan. Or do you mean that this person's eyes are a bit like the eyes of a snake? The old leftover woman who can't get married. Is this person's skin color different from that of ordinary people? Neither Tobirama nor Hashirama knew Orochimaru, but Terumi was of particular concern. Or, she was afraid. Because Kage Luasha, the most trash in the group, can see that Orochimaru is a very courageous guy, and he will kill a Kage from a village whenever he says he wants to. What's more, he chose a weak shadow like Luo Sha, and then took control of the entire Sand Shinobi village in his hands. A bunch of silly ninjas from Sand Shinobi village became Orochimaru's weapons. Even the one-tailed Jinchuriki became Orochimaru's weapon. And her Kurigakure, although there should be nothing left in her generation, but Orochimaru has to be careful, so she also wanted to gain the ability to discern Orochimaru. Kidney deficiency Hokage. This is actually not kidney deficiency Hokage, it's just my intuition. Kidney deficiency Hokage. When I saw this Kusanagi with a pale complexion, I always felt there was a fear in my heart, but soon, this fear seemed to be overwhelmed by something. Plus the horror of East-West devoured. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Then I thought this guy was Orochimaru. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Oh, that's right. Senju Tobirama. No wonder you can recognize it. Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, you have worked hard. The old leftover woman who can't get married. It turned out to be Orochimaru radar, so I can't learn anything here. Might guy. Kakashi, just leave it like this, don't think so much. Kidney deficiency Hokage. For some reason, Kakashi found that everyone in the group gave him sympathetic looks. But also because of this, Yinjia felt very relaxed. Because it can be seen from Kitahara Kaede's calm attitude that he should have seen through Orochimaru's identity. And the Chūnin exam will start soon. The exam is divided into 3 sessions, the first session is a written test, and the second session. Only those who pass the first session are eligible to continue listening. It looks quite strict. However, for this small group, the people inside either did not have the distinction of Chūnin Jonin in the past, or they themselves have passed the Chūnin exam long ago. And the lowest level is Kage level. So, they don't think there is anything to be concerned about in this kind of exam. After all, their identities are so advanced. Wood is the examiner. Yi's torturer Ibiki Morino, Jonin. He brought 10 auxiliary examiners, and these examiners are all of Chūnin level, so there will be seniors of everyone on the scene. I'm in charge of the exam this time. The total number of candidates is 177. A team of 3. The team uses your own ninja village team, I will not split it. However, what is issued to you now is your examination number, and everyone must remember their own examination number. There are a total of 10 questions in the exam, and you can get 1 point for each correct answer. Cheating is not allowed and will be disqualified if found cheating. There are a total of 9 questions on the test paper, and the 10th question will be announced in the last 10 minutes of the exam. It seems to be a very formal exam, so you only need to answer the questions in the written exam. Third Raikage. A little bit boring. He is the public enemy of the group. Although, he didn't do it, but his son 4th Raikage did it. As a father, it's okay for him to bear this infamy. But for him, a newcomer to the group, this group is quite boring. Because, what exam are you looking at? What's so good about the exam? He is a shadow, what a low-level exam like Chūnin. Big Pillar Hanhan. Big Pillar Hanhan. However, the voices in the group are inconsistent. Dazuzi made a sound of confusion. Big Pillar Hanhan. Senju Tobirama. Brother, what's wrong with you? Tobirama is a good brother, not only cleaning up Konoha's mess after Hashirama's death, but also being single because of it. But he didn't complain about Hashirama in his heart. It's just that the current state of the eldest brother makes him feel very annoying. Senju Tobirama. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be straight-haired. Dazuzi Hanhan. No, that. Tobirama. How strange. Big Zuzi Hanhan. This is Chūnin's exam question, right? Senju Tobirama. Yes, what's the problem? I set up Chūnin, I set up the ninja school, and then other ninja villages learn from me. Senju Tobirama. In order to maintain order, I set up Genin Chūnin Jonin, so that the ninjas in the village have targets to rush. Senju Tobirama. So the Chūnin exam appeared. This is the basis for getting started with ninjas. Senju Tobirama. So, what questions do you have? Tobirama spoke incessantly. Big Pillar Hanhan. Big Zuzi Hanhan. So, it's very strange. It's just the Chūnin exam. I can't understand these questions. Senju Tobirama. Tobirama held his forehead directly with one hand. Because what is this? This is the Chunin exam. The lowest level ninja entry exam. As it turned out, as the big brother of first Hokage, it didn't work out. Before they said watching 4th Kakage's family online shame, but now, in this group, isn't first Hokage embarrassing in public? The god of ninja can't even take the entrance exam. It's so embarrassing to say this kind of words, how embarrassing. Tobirama stared at the screen quickly, and began to read the questions. Senju Tobirama. I told you that the big brother asked you to supplement your cultural knowledge, so you won't be ashamed now. What can't be said? Let's see how many questions you can. Tobirama suddenly hesitated. Tobirama's voice sound suddenly stopped. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama used a sentence in French. Senju Tobirama. Is this paper okay? Why can't I? Not. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Third Raikage, who complained that watching the Chunin exam was too childish, quickly paid attention to them. Worst case Cage Luo Sha. What? And Luo Sha, who was at the bottom, also paid attention. Finally get to see the mighty bully Senju brothers deflated. So everyone started to read the topic. The first major question. Ninjutsu assessment, a total of 1 small question, 10 points for each small question, full score 20 points. 1. Fill in the blanks 10 points, answer with a 0.5 mm black water-based pen. 1. Chakra. 1 chakra is a kind of energy produced by the perfect fusion of energy controlled by the human body. It is to perform or make a shape to bind the opponent or cut off the source of energy for the matter it is made of. And this kind of energy is composed of 1. The energy absorbed by each cell from the 130 trillion cells in the human body. 2. Those who have undergone many exercises and accumulated experience. Energy. 3. If you practice technique, 1 part is natural energy. The can only be used through Genin after extracting chakra. 2. There are 2 changes in chakra. 2. Ninjutsu 10 points, answer with a 0.5 mm black water-based pen. 1. Water Dragon Bomb Technique. Shenmao Zi Hai Yu Cho Wu Zi Yin Shu Yin Si Hai Wei. Ren Shen Yu Ugly Wu Wei Yin Si Shenmao Chen Wei Zi Shen Yu Ren Zi Hai. 2. Technique Not Printing Style. Si Wei Shen Hai Wu Yin, belonging to Yunjutsu. This ninjutsu blood succession boundary, fill in, belongs to, or, does not belong to. The second big question. Calculation question, 20 points, answer with 0.5 mm black water-based pen. 1. 25 times 5 times 4/5 times versus 4 plus minus 2017, 0 in 10 plus tan 45 to 2. 2. 1 0 equals 2x2 plus 3x plus 1, 2 when x equals 3 and y equals 2x plus 1 0, find the value of y. The third big question. Answer questions 10 points for each question, 30 points in total. 1. Chemistry. 1. All possible chemical equations related to laboratory simulation of blast furnace iron smelting. 2. The element with the highest content on the earth. Its chemical symbol is, and write the 2 compounds formed by him and the 6th element, and mark the 2 elementalizations respectively. Valence. 3. Write 3 chemical and physical properties related to water. 2. Physics. 1. Basic constants. 1. Specific heat capacity of water. 2. Vacuum light speed value. 3. Atmospheric pressure. 2. The 3 elements of force. When the object is placed on a horizontal table, the reaction force and balance force of the pressure are, the object we want to be stationary, is based on as a reference. 3. In a closed circuit, the power supply composed of 3 dry batteries joules remains unchanged, the range of the ammeter is 0-0.5 A, and there is a 3Q resistor, in order to ensure. To verify that the ammeter works normally, what should be done? Experimental equipment can be added. 3. Biology. 1. Organisms are divided into animals, except for all organisms are composed of eukaryotic cells. 2. The main natural way of consuming carbon in the biosphere is generally this way is completed by fill-in, production, consumption, or decomposition, energy. The direction of delivery points to the end of the food chain, fill-in, top, or bottom. 3. Malaria and dysentery belong to and infectious diseases respectively, fill in the route of transmission, how to prevent tetanus infection during the execution of tasks, write at least 1 preventive method. Law. The fourth big question. Practical application, 10 points, the discussion should not be less than 100 words, choose 1 question to answer. 1. Chemistry. What method can be used in real life to remove the rust in the pot and the scale in the kettle? 2. Physics. What method should be used in engineering construction to shorten the braking distance of the mine car when it enters the station? 3. Biology. What methods can be used in real life to reduce the use of pesticides and fertilizers? The fifth big question. Short answer questions, 10 points, points are scored, choose 1 question to answer. 1. Physics. Why can't speeding? 2. Chemistry. Why Nao is more suitable for absorbing CO2 than Kako 3. 3. Biology. Why the wounds of the human body heal themselves. There are 9 major topics in total. B. Dazuzi Hanhan. I just can't understand these questions. Namikaze Minato. Although I can answer some of them, it is still troublesome to answer all of them. Third generation rock shinobi Daimyu, Yukonobi are not normal, this is the Chunin exam. The Jonin exam is not so difficult. Might guy. Fortunately, our original Chunin exam was not like this. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Something is wrong, I have always been a top student, but is the Chunin exam so difficult? The old leftover woman who can't get married Konoha is so terrifying. The old leftover girl who can't get married Konoha don't want people to pass the Chunin exam this time. The old leftover girl who can't get married although our Kurigakure is rubbish because of the Chunin exam in the blood mist, but, are you Konoha like this? Terumi May also finished reading the questions quickly, and then, she thought it was good that she didn't take the Chunin exam. In this way, originally, because of having other identities at Kage level, I thought, the Chunin exam was too childish to read, and the other strong Kage level, all boiled over. Because the questions are so difficult, none of them know how to do it. Do you think Genins can take the test? Did not see the people in the field of vision. Namikaze Minato. Come on, Mingbao. And Minato belongs to the kind that is relatively excellent in terms of culture equals knowledge. So he can make a part. So, I thought, to encourage my son. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke also got the papers. Then start from the beginning and read down. Naruto has Kitahara Kaede correcting his chakra system, so now he feels absolutely fine when he gets recognized as a ninja. As for Sasuke, with the support of Kitahara Kaede, he is also full of confidence, otherwise he would not be proud to produce detonation. It can be said that both of them have achieved great growth. Then get the boost of absolute confidence. Then, the two started BG their heads on the table. Because, not a single question. Obviously wanted to show my face in the Chunin exam. It turned out, not at all. This. Minato looked at Naruto had given up and didn't know how to encourage his son. Kidney deficiency Hokage, let's take a quick look at how Kitahara Kaede handles it. Senju Tobirama. Makes sense. So, everyone turned their attention to Kitahara Kaede's table. He spread out the test paper and wrote his name on it. Then write a sentence. Silly X Orochimaru, what papers did you come up with? ... Quote. Everyone stood up. Good guy. It's actually a paper from Orochimaru. Everyone looked behind Kitahara Kaede, sure enough. As the examiner, Kusanagi Orochimaru is answering the questions gracefully. Push the girlfriend's book. Ninja World. In the Data Era, by the Senju Buddha at the start. Author, Feishueya. 054 The Cruel Truth, we were all wrong. Babes, please order first. Kusanagi Orochimaru. Oh no, he should be called Rebel Orochimaru. Before Orochimaru betrayed Konoha, his prestige was very high. Together with Jiraiya and Princess Tsunade, they are called Konoha Sannin. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _, small group. Big Pillar Hanhan. How did this Orochimaru top it? Dazuzi Hanhan. The papers are so difficult. Senju Tobirama. It should be him who gave the paper. Didn't you see that he answered it fluently? Senju Tobirama. You can answer so quickly only if you know the answer in advance. Senju Tobirama. What do you think about Minato? Namikaze Minato. I think it should be the examination paper issued by Mr. Orochimaru. He hadn't betrayed Konoha when I was still alive, and at that time he was the examiner of the Chunin exam. Senju Tobirama. That is to say, is it the test paper that he published and then passed down like this? Senju Tobirama. Does Konoha have been taking Orochimaru's papers all the time? Don't you know how to innovate yourself? Tobirama knew that Orochimaru was a person who would experiment with people from his own village. He does not like, although he is also a researcher, but he will only experiment with people from other ninja villages, not his own village. Once this kind of thing is exposed, then the village will collapse directly. Just like what he said, Shimura Danzo, a BD, actually uses Sharingan. As soon as it comes out, let alone what the Uchiha family says, even the Hyuga family, the Sarutobi family, and the Shimura family will all respond. Because, this will make these clans worry that the Uchiha clan is being dealt with now, so will they be the next one. In this way, the seeds of discord were directly planted. So comparing the effects in the future, Danzo's approach, in Tobirama's eyes is really the second best. The old leftover woman who can't get married, this should be just the temporary idea of the chief examiner, Yi Bixi. Senju Tobirama, older leftover woman who can't get married, well, what I'm talking about is that Konoha's high school entrance examination paper is changed frequently. Older leftover woman who can't get married, because you see, except for Orochimaru's calm answer, everyone else is very confused. Older leftover women who can't get married, then those old examinees in Konoha were also confused, and didn't even take their pens. Everyone looked over quickly. Yes, if it is said that Konoha's papers have always used Orochimaru's, then, that is to say, these are old questions. Nay, then some of Konoha's old candidates should be able to do it. But, the truth was that these people were staring at the ceiling in bewilderment. Apparently, can't do it. Candidates including dozens of years old can't do it either. Because these contents are basically the basics that have been touched a little in class, but the contents that have not been taught in the follow-up. And this paper is also. Orochimaru was originally ordered to give it to the Jonin, but because the degree of difficulty was too high, it was withdrawn by third generation. Then it was put on hold. Who would have thought that this paper was found by Morino Ibiki, and then it was used as a test paper for the Chunin exam, and then distributed to everyone. And this time, candidate number 77 cheated. If you catch it again, you will be disqualified from the exam. Don't underestimate us, an examiner said suddenly. Everyone looked over and found the candidates who were accused of cheating. This examinee is from Chūnin village, because everyone has never seen his forehead protector, just like Genin village, a lesser-known ninja village. And the candidate who was accused of cheating quickly stood up. I didn't cheat. Because I haven't written it yet. I can't write either, said the examinee. Ha ha ha. XN. There was a murmur of good-natured laughter from all around. Because it's not just him, other people can't do it either. For this kind of topic, it is a genius to be able to make 1 or 2 questions. So everyone understands this person's thinking very well. Because, so hard, cheat sheet, doesn't work, looking for someone to copy. No one will, the subject is too difficult. Not only observing Kitahara Kaede, small group, thinks so, but Konoha's office in the Hokage building also thinks so. Although I only received a little news, I thought that Orochimaru might be mixed into this Chunin exam and then retaliate. Then Senju Tobirama of 3rd generation entrusted this task to Kitahara Kaede. But, he also really thought about confronting Orochimaru directly. He wanted to see if Orochimaru, who had let go out of conscience in the past, had repented. However, the problem now is, Orochimaru has to be found first. So after thinking about it for a while, he still used the telescope technique to obtain the chakra attributes of known objects, and then collect the surrounding scenes of the opponent through the crystal ball. This is like a monitor. Good results. 3rd generation often uses this skill to observe the situation in the village. And when he was using the telescope technique, 2 consultants just walked in. So, it became a situation where Konoha F4 has collected all 3. So the 3 of them observed the candidates in the examination room together. Then, they found that the candidates were not in good condition. It looks like, very painful. It's like being helpless and unable to solve the problem. Slightly puzzled by 533, the 3 of them started to read the topic together. Then I suddenly felt a burst of headache. All 3 of them are direct disciples of Senju Tobirama from 2nd generation, but none of them are good at reading. Oh no, Minato Homura's reading ability is quite strong. I always feel like I've seen this paper somewhere before. Minato Homura said. Minato Homura is an unsmiling little old man with glasses. But wearing glasses and looking knowledgeable. In addition, his memory is very strong, so what he said really made the 3 of them a little concerned. It's just a pity that Minato Homura frowned and thought for a while but couldn't find a clue. But one thing can be confirmed. Mito can't do many problems. Because he looked at the topic and frowned, the possibility of doing it is relatively low. After all, the best readers among them are actually Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Kagami. If the teacher sees our scene, it might be a little funny. 3rd generation suddenly smiled and said, it is because they are both disciples of Senju Tobirama of 2nd generation, and they pay attention to feelings and bonds with each other, so they have been so harmonious until now. It makes sense. I remembered when I was a child, I fell asleep while studying, and then I was punished by the 2nd generation teacher to stand. Kaharu said, although he is old and stable now, Kaharu was a mischievous person in the past. But what did Ibuxi think this time? Such a difficult paper. No one in the examination room will do it now. Look, Sarutobi, neither will your 4th disciple, Kaharu said. Under the telescope technique, the examinees in the examination room were all frowning, so their inability to do the questions was almost all written on their faces. And Kaharu's finger point, everyone turned their attention to the same old genin. This is Kosuke Maruyoshi, been genin for 50 years. His strength has reached Jonin's standard, but he wants to be genin-like masochistic. Looks like Kosuke won't either. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly. Kosuke Maruhoshi can be said to be his 4th disciple. Kosuke Maruhoshi was originally born in Nadime's era, and then became genin, but because of his excessive desire to earn credit for performance, his wrong command made his genin team fall into the enemy's trap and the whole army was wiped out. At that time, he was in pain, even self-proclaimed. Teacher 2nd generation noticed this situation, so he taught Maruhoshi Kosuke Water Dragon Bomb and Water Barrier. I hope Kosuke Maruyoshi can persevere and bring out the regretful life to an effective effect. Then Kosuke insisted on this too, and took never being promoted as a punishment, and then he couldn't see it and wanted to promote him but was still rejected. So, he taught Kosuke the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Time flies so fast, it's now. But, even being a genin for 50 years, the generations are getting scary, but these questions are really hard for an old man. 3rd generation even felt that, even if teacher Tobirama came over, he would not do it. After all, these topics are not the topics that the students of ninja school learn at all. It's all extracurricular, and it's beyond the outline. What are you doing? And then a voice came. Only then did everyone realize that Shimura Danzo had come over. Konoha F4 was collected in an instant. The written test questions for Ibushi's Chunin exam this time were too difficult, Minato Homura said. By the way, Danzo, you've been inactive these days. After all, I'm getting older, and I need more rest. Danzo said sickly. However, the actual situation is that he is not injured or sick, and after the transplantation of Hashirama cells in his body, he is very healthy. But, sure enough, going to Kitahara Kaede's apartment and being directly exposed by Kitahara Kaede in reverse to Sharingan's secret made him feel depressed. And now it will appear here, also in consideration of, wanting to see if Kitahara Kaede uses the Sharingan he gave him. As long as it's used, then it's his man. Kitahara Kaede is the sole successor of Orochimaru's wood-style lab, and unlike Tenzo, is truly valuable. That's why Danzo kept trying to hold on to it. Seeing that Kitahara Kaede is close to his side if he uses Sharingan, how could he let it go? He's also worried. The Orochimaru gang's target for infiltrating Konoha is Kitahara Kaede. After all, I kept Kitahara Kaede free range in the village for several years, but you, Orochimaru, waited for others to harvest them as soon as they grew up, or were they human? Danzo absolutely could not agree. So he was thinking about how to deal with Orochimaru. He has never given up the position of Hokage. If he can use Orochimaru to pull Sarutobi off the horse, or let Orochimaru and Sarutobi die together, it is the best solution. Then of course you have to come to the scene to plan. Then I saw the picture of the three of Sarutobi moaning around a crystal ball. Danzo walked over and glanced at the crystal ball. These questions are very difficult. These are papers from Orochimaru. Sarutobi, did you forget? Because the degree of difficulty is too high, it was sent back by you. It was supposed to test Jonin, Danzo said. Quote exclamation mark quote. Mitokado Homura, who likes to read, exclaimed. Yes, it's this paper. Because I can only make, to 3 questions. Project, so I beast have a deep memory. Danzo, you are a genius. Third generation looked sideways at Danzo. I didn't expect that my companion who had gone astray in the past would end up being so useful in the end. Third generation is very grateful for everything that Danzo has assisted him in these years. Otherwise, after the end of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Konoha's weak state would have been conquered by other ninja villages long ago. It's all thanks to Danzo's route collecting information and then destroying other villages, allowing other villages to passively give Konoha time to develop. These can't be said on the bright side. But the third generation also remembers. But isn't that just right? Danzo continued, since it's Orochimaru's paper, isn't it enough to see who is desperately writing the answer? Because it was Orochimaru's test paper, so if Orochimaru pretended to be an examinee, then he must be able to do it. Right, Danzo thought very well in his heart, and quickly caught Orochimaru, and then the Sarutobi guy said before that he would fight Orochimaru. Then don't give Sarutobi the ladder and force Sarutobi to fight Orochimaru. If he wins, Sarutobi should be seriously injured, and if Sarutobi loses, because Orochimaru is let go again, Sarutobi must still be responsible. So, Sarutobi will be pulled down. In this way, Kitahara Kaede, Sarutobi is pulled down, so who else can you choose but me? So that's it. 5th Hokage location, plus wood-style experimenters all in hand. Simply perfect. Orochimaru is his lucky star. Danzo thought to himself. Makes sense, said Uchiha Kaharu, who was a little more innocent. Sarutobi, widened the crystal ball's vision. Okay, third generation still didn't know that the companion he had saved wanted him to die. The field of view of the crystal ball changes. Then everyone found the person who looked at so many problems and then, quickly solved the problems. The one who can solve the problem so quickly must be Orochimaru. And this person, is Kitahara Kaede. X4. Seeing this picture from the crystal ball, Konoha's F4, including Danzo, were a little confused. Because since it is Orochimaru's paper, Orochimaru himself will definitely do it, so at this time, only Orochimaru can answer fluently, but now, why is it Kitahara Kaede? Are you answering? Because the people around him don't know how. Seeing him start writing and listening to the sound of Kitahara Kaede's strokes, the surroundings seem very quiet. Even, a little, envious. Kitahara Kaede has already started answering. Now he is the only candidate who is answering in the audience. Very eye-catching. The sound of swishing answers was very obvious in the examination room. Observation Kitahara Kaede _group. As old observers, the members of the group certainly found that Kitahara Kaede started to write. Senju Tobirama, Senju Tobirama, Senju Tobirama. Everyone found that Kitahara Kaede had already started writing. Although at the beginning, he wrote a few curse words on the test paper, but Kitahara Kaede quickly started to answer. But, the old leftover woman who can't get married, I guessed correctly, Mr. Bayuan is indeed a genius, and this kind of topic is definitely not stressful for him. As a woman who has hugged Kitahara Kaede's thighs for a long time, Terumi Mei is the first Kitahara Fuki. But, Senju Tobirama. I always feel something is wrong. Dazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama, what do you think is wrong? Senju Tobirama. After observing these days, do you think Kitahara Kaede is the kind of person who likes to express himself? Big Zuzi Hanhan number. Namikaze Minato. Kitahara-kun seems to be the type who doesn't move when someone else is working. Namikaze Minato. So now I am actively answering questions in full view of everyone, a little bit wrong. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. It's not just like that. Might Guy. What do you mean? Guy can see through the screen that his 3 disciples are autistic. After all, even his master couldn't answer these questions. But when Guy focused his attention on Kitahara Kaede's paper, he suddenly froze for a moment. Kidney deficiency Hokage Guy, did you find out? Kitahara Kaede's answer is different from Orochimaru's. Kakashi joined in. As a former genius, 7-year-old Chūnins. Well, he browsed the questions again and found that he could make 2 questions. But this is the limit. It should be worthy of Orochimaru's paper. But, although I always thought that Kitahara Kaede was the best, after comparing the answers, Kakashi found that something was wrong. Kitahara Kaede wrote, the answer is wrong. Big Pillar Hanhan, that's right, his answer is completely different from that of Orochimaru sitting in the back 2 seats. Kitahara Kaede began to answer 10 minutes after reading the test questions, but Orochimaru started to answer immediately after touching the test questions. So when Kitahara Kaede began to answer, Kusanagi Orochimaru had already finished writing the standard answer. There was even a question that he made some mistakes when he wrote the question at the beginning, and the answer he left was also wrong, so he has corrected it now and wrote the real answer. And this is a standard answer. But people in the group can find that what Kitahara Kaede is writing now is completely different from Orochimaru's. Dazuzi Hanhan, so, I'm a little confused. Namikaze Minato. Stupid +1. Namikaze Minato. I can answer about 7 questions in it, and the answers to the answered questions are the same as Mr. Orochimaru's. Minato has high intelligence and has always been a good student in the past. Then he is also eager to learn and likes to study and improve his own strength. So he is a top student type. Coupled with the gentle character design, the rebellious Orochimaru also changed his name to Lord Orochimaru. B. Judging from his knowledge, Master Orochimaru's answer is standard and very close to his. This shows that this is basically the correct answer. Kitahara-kun's are all wrong. Namikaze Minato. I can confirm that Kitahara-kun's answers this time are all wrong. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Couldn't he too? Worst case Kage Luo Sha. Of course, after all, no matter how good this Kitahara Kaede is, he is just a child. The worst case Kage Luo Sha, so it's normal to write blindly. Dazuzi Hanhan Onogi, what do you think? Third Tsuchikage Onoki, me. This time Onoki came to this small group suddenly, and he was not prepared at the beginning. The main reason is, the new generation of ninjas from Iwagakure are not strong enough, like Deidara who has been trained for a long time and ran away. So, he has ordered that young ninjas are not allowed to leave the village, so as not to be cheated away by other ninja villages after being trained again. Even Iwagakure is relatively prosperous among the Genin villages, but it can't afford such a free payment. But this time, he felt that this strategy was really right. Because, these questions, he also can't. So the Genins came to take the exam, probably they were passed in the first round of the exam. So because no candidates came from his subordinates, he was the most relaxed one. So he answered easily. Third Tsuchikage. Onoki. We at Iwagakure focus on actual combat ability, so the written test is relatively weak, and it is useless if you ask me. Big Zuzi Hanhan, is that so? Third Raikage I. If it is a written test, Killer B from Ninja Village is pretty good. Third Raikage AI. Killer B is not only good at singing and dancing rap, but also loves to learn. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Killer B is the worst. Kakashi made a complaint. Namikaze Minato. It is now certain that Kitahara-kun's answer is completely wrong. Namikaze Minato. It's not so good. Miming Bao got nervous when he saw Kitahara-kun's answer. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Sasuke, the second pen opened Sharingan. Izuna has the same face as Sasuke, so every time he sees Sasuke embarrassing himself, he feels ashamed. And now, Sasuke actually started cheating, directly opened Sharingan to copy Kitahara Kaede's answer. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. What kind of wrong answer is this BD? But everyone found that it wasn't just Sasuke who started copying, but someone saw Sasuke start Sharingan, but the examiners saw it, but didn't move. So, I got bolder. Started a covert copy. For example, the Chief Neji squad who graduated from ninja school last year. After being taught a lesson by Hinata a few days ago, Neji is much more stable. But now, cheating begins. And Might Guy was the first to find out about Neji's actions. Might Guy. Wow, Neji started copying too. Neji also started to copy Kitahara Kaede's answer. Might Guy. My Tiantian, because Tiantian also started cheating, she copied the middle one. Might Guy. She started to pass wrong answers to Xiao Li. Guy is now holding his head with both hands, and instantly feels his head is big. Because, the fourth generation in the group just now said that Kitahara Kaede's answer is wrong. But this string of people copied. It's all the wrong answers of Kitahara Kaede. And the real correct Orochimaru's standard answer, no one cares. Not only that, after discovering that it was possible to copy but was not told by the examiner, everyone chose to take the risk. Konoha's examinees, this period's cute new examinees, all started cheating. But Naruto doesn't have such superb skills, doesn't have any Sharingan's eyes, and doesn't know how to manipulate ninja tools to cheat every day, so he is very entangled. In this way, a wave of cheating caused by candidates belonging to Konoha begins. Kidney deficiency Hokage. This. Kakashi was dumbfounded. The situation of the 7th class that he led was that Kitahara Kaede was the wrong answer, and Sasuke didn't know that Kitahara Kaede's answer was wrong, so I worked hard. Naruto was scratching his head thinking, cheating that would not be easy to detect. All in all, Naruto's idea is also, copy Kitahara Kaede's or Sasuke's answer. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I can't take it anymore, Sasuke's second stroke. Izuna went straight to, and started swearing. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. That guy Sasuke copied the wrong answer without knowing it, but he is still secretly happy. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. My mentality exploded, I was ashamed and confused. Big Pillar Hanhan, Izuna, I sympathize with you, but I don't know how to comfort you. After Kakashi and Minato, and Tobirama's doubts, and Orochimaru's own standard answer. Kitahara Kaide's wrong answer is spreading rapidly among Konoha examinee circles. That is to say, as long as you think of Konoha examinees who cheated, you all copied the wrong answers. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. I don't know why, but I kind of want to laugh. Third Reikage. Onoki, you are too bad, you have nothing to do with yourself. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Don't hurry up and take a look at your Cloud Shinobi village, your 9 candidates and juniors are also copying it. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. They are copying Hyuga Neji's. And Hyuga Neji copied the wrong answer from Kitahara Kaede. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. In this exam, the first exam actually wiped out all the candidates from Konoha and Cloud Shinobi village. Third Tsuchikage Onogi. The examiner's name is Morino Ibiki, right? Onogi Amazon, call you the strongest. Ha ha ha, although they are members of a small group, everyone is a shadow from different places. And it seems that Onoki immediately fired a map gun gloating at his misfortune. And this time, first Hokage Hashirama, who was suppressing him before, kindly didn't move. Because like a single spark, Konoha's examinees, all started plagiarizing. Even Kosuke Maruhoshi from 50 Years of Genin, also started copying. Naturally, all the wrong answers were copied. Konoha's examinees, all, are wrong answers. In Hokage's office in 3rd generation, Konoha F4, I found a good news and a bad news, Uchiha Kaharu said. The good news is that when my vision flickered just now, I saw the paper that Kusanagi was holding 2 seats behind Kitahara Kaede. The answer is written on the paper. If the person who wrote the answer is Orochimaru, then there is an 80% probability that this person is Orochimaru. This is good news, Uchiha Kaharu continued. But, the bad news is that the answer to the paper on this man's desk was nothing like Kitahara Kaede's. And if Orochimaru's answer is correct, then, Kitahara Kaede's answer now is just filling in. But, now all Konoha candidates are copying each other, and the source of the test paper is Kitahara Kaede. So, Kaharu was at a loss for what to say next, But everyone understands. This shows that Konoha's candidates all failed the written test and were rejected in the first test. This is something that has never existed in any ninja village that hosts the Chunin exam since the establishment of the village. It is no longer a disgrace to describe. Instead, it greatly hurt the face of the village. Quote. 3rd generation item. That is indeed Orochimaru's handwriting. As his former teacher, I still made this handwriting. When he wrote the last stroke of the day, he would tickle it a little bit. It's his habit. So, this Kusanagi is probably Orochimaru in disguise. He really came to Konoha as expected. But, 3rd generation paused for a moment and didn't speak. But Danzo took up the conversation. But now for Konoha, it's a matter of life and death. Konoha's examinees, all copied the wrong answers. That is to say, this exam, the first exam will wipe out all the candidates of Konoha. So, the Chunin exam held by Konoha, became a joke. Sarutobi. Danzo's tone instantly became strict. If it ends like this, then you will face resignation for this humiliating Chunin exam. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Neither Uchiha Kaharu nor Mitokado Homura spoke. Because both of them know that Danzo is right. Once this kind of thing happens, it will be a shocking scandal. 3rd generation, must resign. Danzo. The atmosphere at the scene was solidified. And Danzo also kept quiet, but his heart was about to scream. He felt that Kitahara Kaede must have used Sharingan, and then began to cooperate with him. Otherwise, how can Sarutobi's Chunin exam be defeated by himself? So, this is the direct abdication of the 3rd generation without blood staining. Kitahara Kaede, you are so gentle. He also said that he would not agree to him, but in the end, didn't this still make 3rd generation have to abdicate? There was a little excitement in Danzo's heart. 10 years ago, he tried to assassinate Sarutobi to get the position of Hokage, but failed, then was suppressed by Sarutobi, and now, it is time for Sarutobi to step down. Look at you, how many mistakes Sarutobi made. How rotten is Konoha because of your pedantry. So, this card should be handed over to me. Konoha's roots had had enough of the darkness and dirt, and they were about to climb out into the sun. The atmosphere in the Hokage office building was immediately stagnant, and observing Kitahara Kaede. Small group was similar. From Kakashi's 7th squad to Agai's 1st squad, the whole army was wiped out. Cloud Shinobi village in 3rd Reikage was also destroyed. Worst case Cage Luo Sha, you guys. However, the worst Fengying just wanted to ridicule a few words, and when he got back the grievances and slanders he had suffered in the past few days, he was also fooled. Because he found out that his 3 children, plagiarized too. Gaara used sand eyes, copy. For Gaara, he was brought up morbidly. And learn shit, he only writes his own name. So, when he observed that Sasuke was plagiarizing and the examiner didn't stop, he started immediately. He made a sand eye, and placed it next to Kitahara Kaede's table. Line of sight. So, he started to copy Kitahara Kaede's answer. After discovering that Ross's action startup, Temari and Konkuro also used their own skills to plagiarize. Finally, Kitahara Kaede's wrong answer, spread directly. Worst case Cage Luo Sha, Sand Shinobi Village Trio, also all wiped out. Luo Sha is not qualified to talk about Konoha anymore. And everyone also found that Kusanagi Orochimaru, who had finished writing the standard answers, looked at this group of people copying the wrong answers vigorously, and then copying them in full swing. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. The old leftover woman who can't get married, it's all over now. Candidates from my Kurigakure copied it too. I have always felt that it is right to hug Kitahara Kaede's thigh. Terumi-mei is also a little confused. Because, shouldn't Baiyuan-kun be a boss? How has it become like this? Kidney deficiency Hokage. Ah. Kakashi was already lying on his back, as if he felt that it didn't matter if Jayu lay down. Might guy. Huh. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Namikaze Minato. Senju Tobirama. I understand. X2. Minato and Kakashi suddenly shouted at the same time. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. What's the matter? What's the matter? Senju Tobirama. Ha ha ha. Tobirama, however, laughed. Namikaze Minato. That's how it is, haha. And Minato smiled a little too. Dazuzi Hanhan, what's the matter with you two? Namikaze Minato. Shodai, in fact, there is no problem in this exam. Namikaze Minato. As expected of Kitahara-kun. Namikaze Minato. Kitahara-kun is indeed smart. Big Pillar Hanhan. Senju Tobirama. Minato, you are smart too. Second generation praised Minato every day. Then explained. As a ninja of the sentient and think tank type, second generation continued. Senju Tobirama. I mean this exam, in fact, all Konoha candidates passed. Big Pillar Hanhan. The old leftover girl who can't get married. I get it too. Kidney deficiency Hokage, Konoha's candidates all passed. Wait. I understand too. Kakashi is also high IQ, so he reacted. Big Zuzi Hanhan, what are you talking about? The worst case Cage Luasha. Can you elaborate more? Senju Tobirama. The exam questions this time are not actually questions, but to assess Genin's understanding and information collection ability. Senju Tobirama. First of all, the difficulty factor of this written test is too high, it will take a while for us Hokages to do it. Obviously everyone couldn't do it just now, only Minato is more sure. But Tobirama puts gold on his own face, then he puts gold on everyone's face, because everyone doesn't know how to do it. So the default is Tobirama's statement. Senju Tobirama. Giving Genin such a difficult test question. This is unreasonable, Senju Tobirama. So it is not the content of the exam to do the questions, let's count the number of candidates. Senju Tobirama. At first, Seno Ibiki said there were 177 people, but there were 179 people at the scene. Senju Tobirama. And the two extra people, aren't they just looking at the unfamiliar forehead protector? Senju Tobirama. So this is to test the observation ability of the candidates, whether they can find out that these two candidates are fake. Senju Tobirama. Then the normal operation is to use these two fake candidates as targets to write answers, and then see if the candidates can find them. Senju Tobirama. Look at the expressions of these two candidates, they are very confused, right? Look at their answers again. After being reminded by Senju Tobirama, everyone found that the answers of the papers of these two candidates, and Orochimaru's standard answers, except for one question, the others are the same. As for the essay questions, the two candidates also wrote exactly the same. This shows, these two are the babysitters or guns that Ibiki Morino arranged among the candidates at the beginning. So, the content of the test is to test the thinking and observation ability of the candidates. Yes, since the gun is arranged here, then, as long as it is plagiarized, it is a gold grid. So, as long as you copied the answer, whether you are correct or not, you have met the requirements of the exam. So, the plagiarized Konoha candidates, all passed. Big Zuzi Hanhan, that's how it is. Chapter 055 Gara. You have a Susan and I have a mother, if you don't accept it, do it. Babies, please order first. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Under Tobirama's explanation, the group members were confused for a while. Then, kidney deficiency Hokage, that's true, I'll just say. I just don't think it's possible for Kitahara Kaede to write a bunch of wrong answers. Might guy. Oh wow. Oh my god, Neji, Shaoli is finally saved. Ah guy cheered, he was the first class of 3 students accepted last year, and then. As a qualified and enthusiastic teacher, he loves Neji and Shaoli. I also know that the 3 of them attach great importance to this Chūnin exam, so at first they thought they were rejected, but now, according to Nadaime, as long as they plagiarize, they can pass the exam. That would be great. Older leftover women who can't get married, I was shocked, it turned out to be this kind of test method. Although Terumi-mei said so, she felt relieved. Really, it is right to hug Kitahara Kaede's thigh. Kitahara Kaede wrote the answer casually because he had insight into the core of this exam. Because, he knows that even writing wrong answers can pass the exam. Terumi-mei quickly reviewed herself. Since she chose to hug her thighs, it is very inappropriate for her to hesitate halfway through. Otherwise, you won't have the right to cry when you get abandoned one day. But it's different from Terumi-mei. Third Raikage. Oh, I was surprised, it turned out to be like this. Third Raikage. So my juniors in Cloud Shinobi Village can also pass the exam. Worst case Cage Luo Sha. Luo Sha actually breathed a sigh of relief, which means that Gaara, Temari and Kankuro can also pass the first exam. But, now that he is a corpse, and the vile Orochimaru pretends to be him to drive Temari, Gaara and the others, so, what is their fate? Will San Shinobi Village disappear because of this? Judging from the performance just now, Kitahara Kaede thought carefully and found the best way to pass the exam. This man is strong, but Temari and the others just treat him like a normal person. It's embarrassing to think about it. But Luo Sha didn't speak, because everyone in the group ignored him. In the exam room of the first Chunin exam, the candidates were still busy cheating. As the chief examiner, Morino Ibiki stood there with his arms folded. He was tall and tall, with scars on his face and majesty. And the other examiners under him were taking notes with pens. The assessment this time is not a simple assessment and answering questions, because looking at his examination rules, it does not say how many questions must be correct to pass the examination. What he wants to test is the self-analysis ability of the candidates and then the ability to collect information. So, although it is deliberately stated that cheating is not allowed, in fact it is required for candidates to do so. Therefore, as long as you don't cheat so blatantly, you will pass the exam. And the situation that the 10 examiners are recording is recording who is cheating. This way you don't need to review papers. After all, the time for the second exam is very tight, and there are more than 100 candidates approaching 200, so it is unrealistic to review each one. But now there is a new problem. Candidates have started to cheat. That is to say, they all passed the exam, so the ones who passed the exam will be very few. It is estimated that Mitarashi Anko, the chief examiner of the second exam, will be scolded to death. Yubixi felt a headache for a moment. And this time, Ibixi, a figure of Anbu personnel suddenly appeared in the classroom. Yubixi frowned. Master third generation wants you to go there for a while. This Anbu said. Ibixi, this is the Chunin exam, so many candidates from Ninja Village are watching, he is called away now. Yubixi felt a little displeased, but it was Hokage's order after all, so he talked to his assistant and then left with Anbu. Hokage office building, Master third generation. After 20 minutes, Yubixi came to the Hokage office building and walked in. And he noticed that in the office room was not only Lord third generation but also Shimura Danzo, Udatain Kaharu, and Mitokado Homura. Actually, all F4 are concentrated here. Could it be that something big happened? This is Yubixi's first year as the chief examiner, and he was given full responsibility for the first written test. The requirement of the third generation is to not embarrass Konoha, and to have a quality assessment. Therefore, he came up with the test mode this time. But now I haven't finished the exam yet, so I was called here. Is there something wrong with him? Ibixi, third generation pursed his lips. Is the paper you gave this time more difficult? This, Yubixi rubbed his head. I refer to the papers that were placed in the database in the past. I think the degree of difficulty is very high, so I chose that one. Don't you know that this will fail all the candidates? However, Kaharu was very dissatisfied. Because Ibixi didn't know the current situation at all the Konoha examinees copied the wrong answers. Isn't this the same as Konoha's direct originality? And Konoha hosts the exam, but no one in Konoha passes. It will be embarrassing if it spreads out. Yubixi froze for a moment. Most people pass the exam now. Our Konoha candidates all passed. Yubixi said. This time the test questions are difficult. But I didn't test them for the questions. It is to test their ability to observe, analyze and collect information. I pointed out at the beginning that they had 177 people, but there were actually 179 people sitting in the classroom. The 2 extra people are the information I deliberately arranged. These 2 know the standard answer. So the test takers around observe them copying their answers to pass the exam. After all, this is a Chunin exam. If you don't have any IQ, then you can't meet the Chunin standard. Morino Ibiki said clearly and logically. But, quote exclamation mark question mark quote. X3. Kaharu and the others were stunned for a moment. That is to say, isn't it just to answer the exam questions? That's right, Yubixi said, as long as you have participated in the collection of information. That is cheating, then you have passed the exam. And you said that you want to give Konoha a face to start the exam. So of course I have to shock them with difficult questions. And in this situation, Yubixi's voice trailed off. Can't you? He felt that although he thought very rigorously, the current situation really is that too many people have passed the assessment, so in the end it was just a shock to the candidates. That is to say, isn't that enough? Quote. Konoha F4. They all misunderstood their feelings. The exam is not about the questions, but about cheating. Well, even if you copied the wrong answer. If, Mitokado Homura said, if the examinee copied the wrong answer, will he be judged to have failed the examination? No, Yubixi said. The veracity of the intelligence that concerns Jonin's examination. It's just a Chunin exam. It can't be that difficult. Yubixi said. Quote. Konoha F4. Danzo, Kaharu, third generation, Mitokado Homura looked at each other. In other words, Konoha is safe. Not all leaves are brushed off. They brought Yubixi here because they were planning to ask Yubixi to cheat. Even Konoha's candidates copied the wrong answers, but Ibixi had to protect Konoha's face. And deliberately said that some people passed it. But now it seems, they didn't understand the test questions, and then called Yubixi over. It's a shame. It's a good job. After thinking it over, third generation nodded slightly. Let's go back. This time it can reach an A- level mission. Thank you, Lord third generation. Yubixi saluted lightly and went down. 3 minutes later, there was finally a voice in Hokage's office again. So this time we misunderstood and we are ashamed. Kaharu said. Fortunately, teacher second generation has passed away for a long time, otherwise we students would be angry if they knew that we students have committed such a stupid thing this time. Also, Mitokado Homura said, it's a bit embarrassing. However, they don't know, if the second generation knew, they would be PD off. I was disappointed with third generation and Danzo before, but it turns out that there are 2 other living disciples who are also at this level. I just fell cold, and Yubixi returned to the examination room. But his assistant has already finished the exam. After all, the distance between the Hokage building and the ninja school is quite far. But the candidates are no longer in classroom 302. Master Yubixi, the candidates have already gone to the Death Forest to accept the instructions for the second exam. Master Anko, the examiner of the second exam, looked very angry. The assistant responded, and Yubixi found that the glass of a window in the classroom of 302 was broken, and Anko probably broke in without going through the main entrance. A total of 150 candidates passed. The assistant responded to Yubixi and said, is it? In other words, there are a total of 150 people who participated in cheating or answering questions in the end. Yes, although the requirement of the assessment is cheating, if people can answer it themselves, they can still pass. Otherwise, what test papers will be issued? Yubixi looked at the students' test papers on the table and prepared to tidy them up. However, when he walked to the position of Uzumaki Naruto in the front row, he suddenly froze for a moment. Uzumaki Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the village, and everyone knows that. And the Jonins sometimes have to pay attention to Naruto's whereabouts. After all, he is the Jinchuriki of the village, and he cannot be allowed to leave the village at will. And Yubixi has also paid attention to it in the past. Then also know that Naruto joined Anbu Kakashi's 7th class. Ibixi's personal relationship with Kakashi is mediocre, but he and Kakashi are at the same time and know Kakashi is a genius. So Naruto became a disciple of a genius then. Then Ibixi saw the answer on Naruto's paper. So hard. I won't. What to do? I want to cheat, but I can't find a way, so let's pretend to cheat. Morino Ibixi. Yubixi is full of question marks now. Did the person at this table pass the exam? Yubixi immediately turned to look at the assistant. Yes. The assistant nodded. We will deal with the papers of those who failed. There are 150 papers on the table now, all of which have passed the examination. The assistant replied. Yubixi was silent for a moment. He feels dead. This will pass the test. But it's not considered a disqualification, because the exam is not about doing the questions, so Naruto's fake cheating passed. This Uzumaki Naruto is so lucky. Yubixi felt that she was shocked. Then he received it from Kitahara Kaede, which is 2 seats behind. Kitahara Kaede's test paper is different from Naruto, it is full of answers. Ibiki Morino is holding Kitahara Kaede's paper. Yubixi tilted her head. Question mark question mark question mark. He is also full of question marks. Even sweating profusely appeared. As the invigilator in the examination room, he was also the first to discover Kitahara Kaede's easy answers. He thought that Kitahara Kaede was a super academic who would do these questions. However, a closer look is a big shock. Because Kitahara Kaede's answers are all wrong. All wrong. Naruto can't, and Kitahara Kaede is, directly wrong. Can you pass the exam if you are wrong? This one is even more heavyweight. Wait a moment. Ibiki Morino suddenly thought that Kitahara Kaede did the question, then Uchiha Sasuke started to copy Kitahara Kaede, and then other Konoha candidates also started to copy Kitahara Kaede crazily. Wait a moment. Morino Ibixi quickly began to read other papers. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Ah this. Quote. Emotionally, all the candidates copied the wrong answers. Definitely. Mori Hibi laughed out loud. Because involving so many people is the wrong answer, as an examiner, he has to maintain the number of candidates, so no matter what, Song can judge that all these people have passed. It can be said that being caught is mainly psychological. Yubixi himself is a master of torture, and what he is best at is psychological warfare. As a result, he found that he was also passed the assessment of psychological warfare. Uzumaki Naruto, Kitahara Kaede, and Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi, your class is really interesting. Very interesting. Kakashi Ban came to the outside of the dead forest. 10 minutes ago, the examiner's assistant finished the exam, and Naruto panted heavily, and after finding that he could pass the exam even if he couldn't write, he hurried out of the classroom. I was worried that the examiner would find that he hadn't written anything when judging the test papers, and then they would arrest him and go back. But Sasuke raised his head proudly. When Ibixi's assistant announced that he passed, Sasuke was very calm. Because he copied Kitahara Kaede's exam, can he still fail? Obviously, Sasuke didn't know that he copied the wrong answer. I don't know what the second test is about. If it is the kind of topic just now, it will be a headache. Nara Shikamaru said. Shikamaru is a smart person, but this cleverness does not refer to learning, but to the brain. So the kind of paper just now, he couldn't answer it, but copied a copy of the answer through the secret shadow imitation technique passed down in his family. Naturally, he didn't know that what he directly copied was wrong. I think, everyone is not left behind. That's great. Little Hinata also expressed his views rarely. And now here are the Genin of Konoha. Konoha's examinees, none of them were left behind. All are still there. The chief examiner of the second exam, Mitarashi Anko, took them outside the forest surrounded by a fence, and asked them to rest on the spot for half an hour. That's why they have time to pile up together according to Ninja Village. Konoha has 12 little powers. Class 7, Kitahara Kaede, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Class 8 Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. Class 10 Yamanaka Ino, Liang Shikamaru, and me. Then last year's first class, Hyuga Neji, Shaoli, Tien. By the way, Ino, classmate Ino, you seem to be in a bad mood. The relationship between Hinata and Ino is still good. Hinata looked around but couldn't find Kitahara Kaede, so she came to Ino's side. She found that Ino's mood was not very high. Ino nodded. I'm a little bit disappointed. I thought little Sakura would definitely apply for the exam with her wide forehead, but in the end, she was left alone. Unlike the original book, little Sakura is not in the 7th class, but is assigned to an ordinary passerby class, which seems to be the 14th class. Class 14 did not take the Chunin exam this time. Naturally, little Sakura will not be here either. Choji, she is different from us, she comes from an ordinary villager family, and no one in the family has experience as a ninja. It's just a fresh graduate genin, why come to take the Chunin exam? Choji said while eating potato chips, and this sounds a bit uncomfortable, but it is the truth. Which of the new genin candidates at the scene doesn't have their own family secrets? Ninjutsu does not depend on your personal efforts at all. The members of Konoha's major families practice their own family secrets in each generation. For example, in Choji, eating all the time is the requirement of family secret techniques, while Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, Ino's heart-turning technique and so on. Little Sakura, nothing really. But, Ino's mood finally rose a bit. What about Kitahara Kaede? Yeah, Hinata lowered her head a little aggrieved, I couldn't find him either. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big pillar Han. Kitahara Kaede really passed the exam. Senju Tobirama. Well, of course, because he saw through the exam questions at a glance. Senju Tobirama. So I valued him very much from the beginning. Older leftover girl who can't get married +1. Older leftover woman who can't get married, you shouldn't doubt him. Worst case Cage Luo Shaw, you Kurigakure still lick like this. The old leftover girl who can't get married, what do you call licking? This kind of thing is your turn to betray your own Jonin. Probably because the villages are also very bad, Terumime looks down on people like Luo Shaw who have no bottom line. If her Kurigakure wants to be rebuilt, the first thing to do is to draw a line with rubbish like Luosha. Worst case Cage Luo Shaw, you. The old leftover woman who can't get married, then shut up. Worst case Cage Luo Shaw was muted for 19 minutes. Older leftover women who can't get married, oh, the system is doing great. Kidney deficiency Hokage. But Kitahara Kaede is really happy. Kidney deficiency Hokage, I was a little worried whether this guy would be abducted by the village flower next door. Kakashi changed the subject. Everyone looked over and found that Kitahara Kaede had left Konoha's gathering place and came to the small team in San Shinobi village. The reason is, Tamari invited him. Dazuzi Han, this is not being abducted, but the village flower will be abducted. Senju Tobirama. This is almost the meaning. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Indeed, didn't you see that it is a tip-off now? And Tamari is indeed tipping off now. If you go to this forest for the second exam, you'd better take a long detour. Don't run into our team. Gaara is always thinking about the thing that your teammates knocked him out of the air before. So he's likely to attack you. Tamari said. She looked helpless saying that. Even though she is Gaara's older sister, Gaara won't listen to her words. Otherwise, Kankuro wouldn't have been nearly killed by Gaara several times. Can't you stop him? Kitahara Kaede said. It can't be done, Tamari said. Then I'll take note. Kitahara Kaede said. Thank you very much. However, Temari's face slowly turned red. No, nothing. Tamari quickly returned to Gaara and Kankuro. And Kitahara Kaede also returned to his team. At this time, Anko, who was standing outside the Death Forest, gathered the candidates together. Anko is a young man with short hair and fishnet outfit. But when she came out, she broke through the window and entered, and then she saw so many candidates yelling at Yabixi. Third Reikage AI. By the way, are all your Konoha Jonins out of line like this? Kidney deficiency Hokage. Oh no, I haven't seen this model of Anko much. But everyone just bb'd a few sentences and started to listen to Anko's examination rules. It can be said that although Tobirama finally saw through the core of Ibexi's first test, he was overwhelmed by the test paper and these cage-level powerhouses all behaved well. They wanted to see what new tricks Konoha could play in the second Chunin exam. Anko stands at the highest point. I will be the examiner for the second exam. But before the exam rules are announced, there's one thing you need to do first. You all know that ninja is a high-risk occupation, so if you just want to live comfortably as a genin who catches cats and dogs, then don't continue. Ask for flowers, because the exam question I'm in charge of is Bloody Ninja. Being a ninja may involve sacrifice, it may be sacrificing your companions or yourself. So, if you can't give your life to do the task, then I'm sorry, you are not suitable to be Chunin. Still according to your own teams, each team can receive a scroll from me. There are two types of scrolls, the scrolls of the sky and the scrolls of the earth. I ask you to collect all the earth-coiling scrolls, and then take the scrolls to the central tower of the Death Forest. The time limit is 3 days and 3 nights. The method of collecting scrolls is not limited, and it is also allowed to kill the other party. So, if there is no one who fights and sacrifices for the mission, get lost. Those who agree to the assessment should sign the consent form and sign the life and death certificate. As Anko said this, the 4 assisting examiners behind her immediately took out a stack of life and death certificates. It can be said, if it's a mission then it's a big loss. Not only is it possible to kill oneself but also the other party, and at the same time, there is no reward. It is only the second of Konoha's 3 Chunin exams. And even if this test is passed, the third test may not be passed, and then one cannot become a Chunin. So, after Anko took out the certificate of life and death, among the 150 examinees, immediately appeared shaken. And it was Konoha who was most shaken. Hinata, why don't we abstain? Inuzuka said, quote, Aburame Shino. Although Aburame Shino did not speak, his meaning was very clear. If his teammates abstained, he would also choose to abstain. Because the risk factor is too great. Of course, it doesn't mean being killed or murdered, but the risk factor of his team is too great. You know, everyone wants the bloodline of the Hyuga family, so, as long as Hinata with white eyes enters the Death Forest, then it may become the target of the outer village. And as teammates, they will definitely be affected. And Hinata is still the eldest lady of the Hyuga family. If something happens to Hinata, they will all be held accountable by the Hyuga family. So how do you look at it? This second Chunin exam is poisonous. I can only stop here. Hinata noticed his companion's intention to abstain. That's about it, Aburame Shino said. He just has a low sense of presence, not that he can't speak. That's the only way to go. Inuzuka said. Akamaru is nervous. The Inuzuka family is good at ninja dogs, and Akamaru grew up with him, and Akamaru has also received training. Akamaru is now curled up on top of his head, looking very sleepy. This shows that other candidates here are more dangerous. Then, there is no need to take any chances. It seems, that's the only way. Hinata was reluctant to give up. After all, she just passively participated in this Chunin exam at first, but she got Feng Jun's help. If she just withdraws like this, then what's the point of Feng Jun helping her to train? But what the partners said is also right. Hinata himself can sign the life and death certificate, but he can't ignore the life and death of his companions. And at this time Hinata found Kitahara Kaede coming. Yo, Kitahara Kaede greeted Kiba and Aburame Shino, then looked at Hinata. Have you signed your name yet? After signing, I'll take it and submit it together. Kitahara Kaede shook the life and death certificate that he had received and signed. Well, Hinata seemed a little hesitant. Kitahara Kaede knew Hinata very well, so he looked at Kiba and Shino turned their heads in embarrassment, then Kitahara Kaede raised his hand. Anko Chief Examiner, can you form a team by yourself? Kitahara Kaede said, Oh who, alone, you are very brave, but if you know a person, the danger you have to face increases exponentially. Anko looked at Kitahara Kaede with interest. Yubixi is the first time to be an examiner, but she is different, she is the third time. So I have a lot of experience, and the exam in the Forest of Death is a traditional exam method, so the rules haven't changed much. That is, it is the first time that someone proposed a team of one person. But, Anko just finished speaking and found that several genin of Kusanagi seemed to be raising their hands, so he immediately added, if you apply for a team for one person, then you have to get the military authority of 2 of your companions. It is not allowed for a team to be split into 3 parts and then pretend to be fake. Having said that, Anko's tone has become a little harsher. But the 3 Kusanagi who wanted to raise their hands had already put them down. Yes, they just thought that they might take the opportunity to catch a fish. If one person is allowed to form a team, then this person can get a scroll. So, if you split the team, wouldn't you be able to get 3 scrolls? Then wouldn't it be the Book of Heaven and Earth collected in an instant? Then, Hinata signs the name. Kitahara Kaede said, if you are alone, you can just act with us. Let's act together. Hinata's slender eyelashes fluttered slightly. Then she quickly wrote her name on the life and death certificate. If there is one person and one team, it will not drag Kiba and Shino down. Moreover, it is worthwhile for Mr. Feng to help her with special training, and you can also work with Mr. Feng. Hinata feels, this time the exam is too happy. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Watching Hinata start signing, the group moved a bit. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Bullfrog. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Just now I was chatting with the village flower in the next village, but now I take the initiative to bring my girlfriend with me. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Uchiha is extinct now, but, if Uchiha Sasuke has half the agility of Kitahara Kaede. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Then, wouldn't the Baozibo clan still be able to prosper? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, but, French, Sasuke, the second pen, is not interested in women at all. As if talking about the emotional part, Izuna glanced at Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto are staying together, and they are autographing in high spirits. There are 2 girls from other villages looking at the handsome Sasuke. But Sasuke felt troubled and turned his head away. I really don't like women. Big Zuzi Hanhan, this matter is indeed a big problem. Dazuzi Hanhan. Mr. Sasuke seems to be not interested in girls. Big Pillar Hanhan. Now Uchiha is the only one left, I am also very worried. Senju Tobirama. Brother, what are you worried about? It's not like you don't know that the Uchiha clan doesn't like women. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Where do you start with this? Kakashi does not agree, after all he has always known that Obito likes Lin. Senju Tobirama. I'm single because I'm too busy with Konoha's work and invention of forbidden technique. Senju Tobirama. But Madara has always been single, hasn't he? Brother, he is still single after you got married. Senju Tobirama. So I have always wondered whether Madara doesn't like women. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Don't insult my brother. Senju Tobirama. Think for yourself, does your brother care more about my brother than any woman? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. It seems so. Back home is also Hassie Hot Mom. Hassie Hot Mom. Senju Tobirama. Right, so this is not groundless. It is your ancestors of the Uchiha clan. Might guy. If that's the case, then it's probably true, because didn't Uchiha Sasuke kiss Naruto? Everyone. Namikaze Minato. This is true, because everyone in the group really saw it at that time. Namikaze Minato. So what to do, miming Bao? Older leftover girls who can't get married, isn't this pretty good? Fourth generation. Isn't your Naruto full of the seduction technique? The girl he turned into is very dynamic, isn't it? Namikaze Minato. The girls transformed by Naruto are very cute, but Minato felt that he couldn't accept it. And while everyone is spanking and discussing the orientation of the Uchiha clan, the second Chunin exam, the Death Forest assessment, has begun. Candidates were placed into 10 entrances at once. Although Kitahara Kaede said to play with Hinata, Hinata was randomly placed in other gates. Then the primary purpose after entering the arena is to join Hinata first. After all, it is Kitahara Kaede's girlfriend. Sasuke and Naruto are still very understanding. So the three of them quickly ran towards the edge of the forest. Naruto and Sasuke's pure body skills have been greatly improved to the point where Jonin is close to elite Jonin's strength, so the speed is of course very fast. And that's why they are confident that they can join Hinata quickly. But, wait, Sand Shinobi's prime weapon, Gaara, blocked the way. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Gaara said while standing on a tree. This tree is the tree that the three of Kitahara Kaede just passed by. Where Gaara was standing was where Sasuke had just jumped over. The presence of Gaara here means Gaara cheated. He turned into something and stuck to Sasuke's body. So it can appear so quickly. No wonder Tamari said that Gaara can't be dissuaded, because this guy is simply disobedient. Damn, I missed it. And Sasuke also found that he was glued by Gaara. So I cursed. Naruto. Both are enhanced by Kitahara Kaede and are not afraid of Gaara. ZZZ. Gaara unceremoniously dumped the sand from the gourd. Chapter 056 Shuhei. Let me face true several thousand hands, what can I do? Superior. Ask for the first order. Gaara opened the half-person high gourd behind him, and a large amount of sand poured down. And his body also jumped down from the tree. The movements are light and swift. Looks like you didn't hit enough last time. Naruto said. Naruto doesn't have much combat experience, and just feels that Gaara is a bit hot on his heels. And this time, it turned into an item and hid it beside Sasuke. This caught him completely by surprise. But also because he has little combat experience, Naruto also wants to fight with people. Yeah, Gaara smiled. His eyes were heavily dark-circled, and his eyes were bloodshot. He didn't hesitate to sneak into Sasuke's side immediately after seeing Tamari calling Kitahara Kaede away, and then transformed into Sasuke's ninja bag. I've never been so humiliated in front of you guys since I was a kid. Gaara said, although I have been assassinated by ninjas sent by my father in the village. Or be assigned to perform a very dangerous S-level task alone. Or, was hurt by Uncle Yashimaru who has always trusted. None of that hurt me. And you, too, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. I'm going to beat you. Gaara said that more and more sand came out of the gourd behind him. I don't know what secret method he used. He pinched it with the fingers of his left hand, and the sand instantly covered all the surrounding 5x5 square meters thick sand. The sand in his gourd also continued to leak as if it were endless. Quote. Naruto. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Naruto was taken aback by Gaara's masochistic speech. Is what you said true? Why did your father arrange for ninjas to assassinate you? Naruto found it incomprehensible. You don't need to understand this kind of thing. Gaara said. Let's fight him then, Sasuke said. Kahara-kun. Naruto and I hold Gaara, you go pick up Hyuga Hinata. When they came to the examination room in the morning, Sasuke and Naruto met Hyuga Hinata at the door of Kitahara Kaede's house. In addition, just now Kitahara Kaede has proposed to Hinata an invitation to act together, so as a teammate now, of course he will act as an assistant. Thus, Sasuke appeared reliable. So, can I leave it to you? Kitahara Kaede asked. Of course, Sasuke said confidently. I'm not who I used to be. Then, he can certainly help me. Quote, the two of us combined are stronger than Kakashi. When practicing taijutsu, Sasuke's chakra was insufficient, so he always borrowed from Kitahara Kaede, but Naruto didn't need to. Naruto itself is like a chakra power bank, which can instantly shadow clone dozens or even hundreds of them. Like a monster. In this way, even if he doesn't want to admit that Naruto has become a cow, he has to admit it. And Sasuke also found that Naruto's physical progress is about to surpass him. So, he still believes in Naruto's strength. And this Gaara is at best a Kakashi. Sasuke said, so you just go to Hinata, we can take care of this little thing. Besides, Naruto and I were the ones who beat him up, so Gaara should only love me and Naruto. Right, Naruto. Of course, Naruto has always remembered that Kitahara Kaede helped him. It can be said that if Kitahara Kaede hadn't untied the seal on his stomach that night, then he definitely couldn't be like this. Probably only because the skill, 373, is not enough, and then I just fight with my life. Yes, he has always wanted to give back to Kitahara Kaede, so isn't this the time to give back? So, he stood with Sasuke. As soon as Zuoming came out, even though he hadn't done anything yet, he gave off a lingering aura. It makes people feel quite reliable. Quote. Kitahara Kaede glanced back at them. Then didn't leave. Sasuke, though I know you both have improved. But if you pretend to be aggressive, I think it's better for me to stay. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Gazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama, what's the matter with Sasuke's pretense? Big Pillar Hanhan. Why did Kitahara Kaede say that Sasuke had to stay because he pretended to be aggressive? Senju Tobirama. Brother, I joined the group at about the same time as you, how do I know? Senju Tobirama. Do you know Kakashi? Kidney deficiency Hokage, me. Let me think about it. Sasuke's personality is rather sloppy, as I said just now, Gaara is just a Kakashi at best. Kidney deficiency Hokage. So even though he is a little immature, I hope Sasuke will be deflated first. Might guy. Kakashi, you are still so petty. Might guy. But if Kakashi is only as strong as Sasuke or Naruto, does that mean I can challenge them in the future? Kidney deficiency Hokage. Whatever you want. Close hollow corner bracket. I feel a lot more relaxed. Might guy. Wait a minute Kakashi, I don't believe in your shime. Might guy. I will only challenge you alone, we are rivals for life. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Hmph. While Kakashi was talking to Might guy, Tsurugi was also online. The old leftover woman who can't get married, speaking of it, I seem to understand why Mr. Bayuan wanted to stay on purpose. The old leftover woman who can't get married, since this Gaara is one-tailed Jinchuriki, then, the strength will definitely be stronger than Sasuke and Naruto. Older leftover women who can't get married, after all, Gaara still has a cheat called One Tail. Tsurugi's words are to the point. It is generally believed that tailed beasts are very strong, and having a tailed beast is not only having the power of a tailed beast but even chakra having a tailed beast. As long as you're not the melee type, wouldn't it be cool to have a lot of chakra and perform ninjutsu? Look at Kakashi, what has become of him due to the lack of mana? And Naruto is actually 9 tails Jinchuriki, but sorry, everyone was in the group, looked and watched, but didn't find that Naruto used the power of 9 tails. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's pedantic idea, he only thought about letting Kitahara Kaede restrain if 9 tails rioted. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen will never consider teaching Naruto how to use the power of 9 tails. In this way, Naruto's plug-in 9 tails can't come in handy at all. In such a comparison, Gaara has a high chance of winning. Gazuzi Hanhan, speaking of which, how are the strengths of tailed beasts divided? Senju Tobirama. Brother, you are asking this now. How should I put it? It seems to be divided according to the tail. As the number of tails increases, the strength of the tailed beast also increases. Senju Tobirama. But one tail baby is different. The strength of one tail can approach that of 8 tails. Senju Tobirama. I told you not to split the tail beast casually, but you didn't give the one tail to San Shinobi village. Senju Tobirama. Look, isn't the tailed beast turned into a weapon? Gazuzi Hanhan, well, anyway, tailed beasts, isn't it all easy to handle? The other moviegoers at the scene sweated first. What is tailed beasts are easy to deal with? Okay, in the beginning, it was indeed first Hokage who distributed the tail beasts to each village, and then he only left 9 tails for Konoha. And when pinching the 9 tails, it is also, with one hand. So it's okay for him to say that. After all, he is the god of ninja, and it is a legendary existence for living ninjas. Namikaze Minato. Of course there are exceptions. Like Minato here, he is a little embarrassed, because he was hanged because of the seal of 9 tails. It is indeed a bit embarrassing. Worst case Cage Rasa, in short, Gaara will not lose so easily. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Luo Sha, please don't say a few words. It's not good for Gaara to directly block the way, but Gaara's self-explosion just now said that he has been being assassinated by ninjas sent by his father. That is to say, Luo Sha is the one in Ninja Village who regards tailed beasts as complete weapons. And the assassination of his son all the time, is to test his loyalty. But no matter how you look at this kind of thing, only shit will do it. So it's no wonder that Luo Sha's title is the worst case Cage. Onoki has seen the legendary existence of first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, and the other shadows of Ninja Village stand with these two people without brilliance, but it does not mean that they have no shining points. But no matter who it is, there is no such thing as fourth case Cage Luo Sha who has no bottom line as a human being. The old leftover girl who can't get married, they're fighting. And Tsurugi shouted, and everyone looked over immediately. Sure enough, they started fighting. Naruto and Sasuke attacked at the same time, and they punched Gaara directly. And Gaara didn't dodge. It's the same trick again. Also, your fists are the same as those of the previous few days, they haven't been strengthened. So, Gaara just smiled grimly and did nothing. He even crossed his arms over his chest. Might guy, what's going on here? Did you get beaten directly? Kidney deficiency Hokage, I don't know, but maybe I want to connect hard. Kidney deficiency Hokage. After all, people who have been treated like that since childhood can become sick in any way. Senju Tobirama. This is the truth. The worst case Cage Luasha Hmph, just watch, I know you look down on me. Worst case Kage Luo Sha, but Gaara is indeed the strongest one-tailed Jinchuriki in Sand Shinobi Village. Worst case Kage Luo Sha, I am successful Gaara but I can really control one tail. Worst case Kage equals Luasha, one tail's Jinchuriki is very hard, as long as you fall asleep, one tail may wake up. Worst case Kage equals Luo Sha, but Gaara worked very hard, he never fell asleep since he was a child. His willpower is very strong. Worst case Kage Luo Sha, so he will never lose here. Luo Sha highly affirmed Gaara along the way, but, Dazuzi Hanhan, you can shut up. Senju Hashirama's wish in the past was to create a ninja village to protect peace, and then let children not go to the battlefield, so that ninjas can live to adulthood. 30 is no longer old age, but normal youth. There are still people alive at 50. Children own families. These are noble pursuits. However, Luo Sha's actions are undoubtedly giving Senju Hashirama evil. Hashirama wants to protect the children and protect the ninjas, but Luo Sha's move is to kill his own children first. There is no bottom line. He actually let his own child never know what it feels like to fall asleep since he was a child. This kind of person is really disgusting. Boom. Naruto and Sasuke had already fought in front of Gaara with a pair of 4 punches. A ninja's attack method can be ninjutsu or physical technique, or even a ninja tool. However, Naruto and Sasuke are still newbies, and they are also training in taijutsu these days, so of course the two will continue to use taijutsu to confront each other first. However, the two of them hammered all 4 punches firmly, but all of them were hammered 50 centimeters in front of Gaara's body. A tuft of sand blocks Naruto and Sasuke's fists. You must know that Naruto and Sasuke's current martial arts level is Kakashi with 0.8. But unexpectedly, the fist was blocked by a few ounces of sand, and even the strength of the fist was blocked, unable to go any further. That's scary. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances. The two looked at each other, and then Sasuke withdrew his fist and pulled Naruto back, and then threw it out with the help of inertia. At this moment, Naruto's speed is 2.25 times faster than before. However, Naruto's heavy blow was blocked again. A puff of sand automatically defended against Naruto's blow. It seems that the sand is like having spirituality, directly protecting Gaara. And Gaara didn't look bothered at all. Which means, he's relaxed. And the arms crossed just now was just an easy move. Not defensive, because the sand defended him. Then this, Naruto stepped back, and Sasuke took out the detonator. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto made a mudra with both hands. The index and middle fingers of the 2 hands overlap and then make a 10 gesture. Boom. In an instant, dozens of identical Uzumaki Naruto appeared around. Everyone, go. All Naruto rushed towards Gaara. Boom, boom. Naruto rushed to Gaara from all directions, and every shadow clone carried the strength of the main body. Yet Gaara still didn't move. He still held his arms crossed, but the sand still appeared beside him, and then defended against all Naruto's attacks. This is a bit too crude. Naruto complained. This sand is poisonous. Naruto said. Of course, Gaara's posture did not change. Since I was born, I have acquired absolute defense. So, besides not using sand before, I have never been injured. Gaara said, but his tone at this time was already a little bit abusive. Obviously, this person's state is not normal. It can be seen from his dark circles that people who lack sleep are always in the mood of getting up. So this also means that Gaara is about to change from a passive defensive state of indifference to an offensive mode. But neither Naruto nor Sasuke can break Gaara's defense. Naruto, Sasuke, use the detonator, Kitahara Kaede said. Good, X2. Sasuke immediately took out the ninja gear. He kind of understood why Kitahara Kaede was worried and left. Probably because they expected that they couldn't even break through Gaara's defense. Sasuke puffed his cheeks, pretending to fail. Really, although they are the same age, there is still so much difference between myself and Kitahara Kaede. At least he didn't see Gaara's sand defense. So, fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke quickly spits out the Uchiha family's must-have ninjutsu, great fireball. In an instant, a huge great fireball with a diameter of several meters sprayed towards Gaara. It's just fire. Gaara finally made a move, but it was just a one-handed mudra to put on the sand armor for herself. And this one, a Naruto suddenly pressed down on the ground with one hand, and then 3 golden iron chains emerged from his abdomen and chest, at an extremely fast speed, directly entangled Gaara. Sasuke, Naruto felt that the chakra in his body was being drawn quickly due to the use of adamantine sealing chains. He may not last long. Coming, raising Sasuke's left hand, several silver wires wrapped around the bound Gaara's body. And with a flick of his right hand, a large number of detonating symbols were thrown over. Attached to the outer skin of the bound Gaara. Break. Sasuke performed the detonation, and Naruto withdrew quickly. Bump. But after the disgust passed, Gaara stood still, and the sand around him gathered more. Still get absolute protection from the sand. You must know that Sasuke just threw out a total of 30 detonating charms, enough to kill Kakashi more than a dozen times. What precious thing is this sand? Naruto was a little surprised. Can't beat it, has absolute defense, and then the detonating talisman won't work. Sasuke was also surprised. Just now Naruto created an opportunity for him to detonate the cooperation. He has not rehearsed the cooperation, but he thinks the cooperation is good. As a result, Gaara still couldn't be hurt. So was the bombing just now a failed bombing. It's still the detonator. Kitahara Kaede continued at this time. But the location is marked. Target Gaara's head 33 centimeters, shoulders pan over right hand 122 centimeters, then left shoulder down 27 centimeters. Then there is 55 centimeters from the left foot. Remember, 3 pieces should be placed. Then 44 centimeters above the knee on the right foot. Throw detonators at these places first, Kitahara Kaede said. To these directions, Sasuke hesitated. Because the location given by Kitahara Kaede was too accurate, he couldn't throw the detonating amulet out, but had to hang the detonating amulet on the kunai and use the kunai to locate it. Then it takes a little time to prepare. That's the direction, says Kitahara Kaede, and maybe you can see some good things when you do that. Is it a good thing? Sasuke didn't quite understand, but he still hung up the explosive charm with kunai honestly. Quote. At this moment, Gaara glanced at Kitahara Kaede. This look caught the attention of the people in the group. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Tobirama. Does Sand Shinobi Village have such ninjutsu and defense? Senju Tobirama. This Gaara's defense is very strong. Senju Tobirama. I like to use the detonator to fight, but it's boring if he can't be killed. Namikaze Minato. I haven't seen it either. Kidney deficiency Hokage. My father has been to Sand Shinobi Village. When fighting in the past, I have never heard that the previous generation of 10 Tails Jinchuriki in Sand Shinobi Village still has such a defense. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Could it be that Gaara is different and has gained more one-tail power than the previous Jinchuriki? Kidney deficiency Hokage. Nadaime, can one-tail open defense for his Jinchuriki like this? Senju Tobirama. I don't have much experience in the research of tailed beasts, you have to ask my elder brother about this kind of thing. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Then Shodai. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Well, I can answer you if it is 9 tails, but I really don't understand one tail. The above discussion is about the think tanks of Konoha. Might Guy is not suitable for brain battles, and Dazuzi is directly called Hanhan. So the 3 Hokages started thinking. Senju Tobirama. Hey, Luo Sha, did you do anything to Gaara? Worst case Kage Luasha. What kind of hands and feet? Senju Tobirama. Even though I don't know about one tail, Gaara's ability to control sand is a bit beyond the mark. Worst case Kage Luo Sha exceeding the standard. This is because Gaara is my most successful work. Older leftover women who can't get married, it's really you who treat your own children as experimental products. Namikaze Minato. I really have you, I hate this kind of thing. Minato is also a father, because of the lack of paternal love for Naruto for more than 10 years, and the endless troubles and discrimination brought to Naruto, his heart is very painful. So it's completely incomprehensible for Luo Sha to abuse himself, treat his own child as a test product, and then casually assassinate him. Worst case Kage Luo Sha, you still don't want to see me. Worst case Kage Rasa, let me tell you the truth, Gaara's sand defense is not the effect of one tail. Worst case Kage Luo Sha, Gaara is the perfect one-tail Jinchuriki, he can even turn into a tailed beast. Worst case Kage Luo sand, but Gaara's sand defense is something he was born with. Worst case Kage Luo Sha, it's like a superpower. Then when he was very young, about 3 years old, someone arranged to assassinate him. He didn't know ninjutsu yet, but the sand was protecting him. After Luo Sha finished speaking, the group was silent for a while. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. I am already a 76-year-old veteran, and it is not an exaggeration to say that I am a living fossil of the ninja world. But Luo Sha's operation, I really haven't seen it. Might Guy. Luo Sha, you are sick, you arranged for someone to assassinate him when you were 3 years old. The relationship between Might Guy and his father Might Guy has always been very good, and he has always been proud of his father. Even the father is 10,000 years Genin, he thinks the family life is very happy. But, Luo Sha's sick idea, he really couldn't empathize with it. I just think this guy is out of his mind. What can a 3-year-old understand? Namikaze Minato. Speaking of which, I heard a piece of news. Big Pillar Hanhan, what is it? Namikaze Minato. It's about 4th Kage, whose wife died of dystocia while giving birth to her last child. Namikaze Minato. But he has a good relationship with his wife. Senju Tobirama. So, did Luo Sha actually blame Gaara for his wife's death? Kidney deficiency Hokage. It makes sense. Kidney deficiency Hokage, Luo Sha probably hated Gaara's birth and took away his wife's life, so he treated him like this. Kidney deficiency Hokage. If this is the case, then I am very lucky. My mother also had dystocia when I was born, but my father still didn't do anything to me. Senju Tobirama. This is natural, because it is completely self-blaming. Senju Tobirama. It's a slaughter. 4th Kage Luo Sha, I have nothing to say to you. 4th Kage Luo Sand. However, it is true that Gaara's birth led to Gaara's death. Dazuzi Hanhan, but this is not the reason why you abused him since childhood. Senju Hashirama has always been a moderate representative in front of the various films of first generation. No ambition, just peace. He is obviously the most powerful in the world, but he kowtows for peace. Is a real good man. He is also someone who wants to achieve peace in the ninja world. So he doesn't get angry very often. The angry words are also because someone wants to harm the village, but now he has been angry with this 4th Kage again and again. The coercion of the massive chakra, the vast chakra, and the terrifying chakra moved towards Luo Sha. Luo Sha's mental body instantly sank into the ground and was pushed down. It seems that Luo Sha's mental body will disappear instantly in the next second. Older leftover woman who can't get married, this coercion is frightening to death. Third Raikage I thought it was better to shut up at this time. First Hokage or something, it really is terrifying. It's going to be scary. Namikaze Minato. But, I was a little concerned about Kitahara Kaede's request just now. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Me too. Both Kakashi and Minato are ninjas who are used to analyzing battles, so they fight with their brains. Looking back carefully, I feel that Kitahara Kaede pointed. Senju Tobirama. If it is analysis, then I understand. Gaara's defense looks like absolute defense, but it's not. Senju Tobirama. According to my understanding, Kitahara Kaede doesn't like to do unnecessary things. Senju Tobirama. So the first time Sasuke and Naruto threw the detonator should be to test the range of the part of the sand that protects Gaara. Senju Tobirama. After confirming the range, Sasuke was asked to throw the detonator again. Namikaze Minato. Yes, this is what I thought just now. Kidney deficiency Hokage. I think so too. Namikaze Minato. Then let's see, Luo Sha, your son's defense will be broken just like this. The worst case Kage Luasha, Abba. Luo Sha can't speak at all now because she is controlled by Hashirama's coercion. But now the three Hokages have said that Gaara's sand defense will be broken, and he absolutely does not want to accept it. But the facts can't tolerate him not accepting it. Boom. Sasuke stuck detonators around Gaara's body as Kitahara Kaede instructed. Although Gaara has found that Kitahara Kaede is finding his sand defensible range, so it is changing direction in the effort. But his speed was slow after all. Drink. Sasuke made the detonation. A violent explosion sounded, and Gaara's body instantly became the fuse. This is finally breaking through his defense. Sasuke said. He failed to pretend just now, but he doesn't want to fail again now. No, it's probably useless, Kitahara Kaede said. Sasuke didn't understand. If this can't hurt Gaara, then, why did Kitahara-kun ask him to throw the detonator? Naruto, keep throwing detonators towards Gaara. I'll give you my copy of the detonator. Continuously, Kitahara Kaede said. Understood. Sasuke's detonators have been used up, but Naruto still has 30 detonators for Sasuke. Although resale can be a sum of money, but this is Sasuke's intention, and it must be used when it is useful. Of course, Naruto is not stingy. Look at us. Naruto's shadow clone charged directly at Gaara. Each shadow clone quickly pastes a detonator on Gaara's body at the fastest speed, and then the shadow clone is unlocked. This requires consideration of speed. When the shadow clone is released, knowledge information and even experience points will be transmitted to the main body, so if it is blown away, the instant pain will also be fed back to the main body. That's bad, so you have to be fast and you have to be steady. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Namikaze Minato. Whoa, Mingbao needs to be faster. Don't run after the detonating symbol explodes. Senju Tobirama. Don't worry about the 4th generation item, the multiple shadow clone technique is a ninjutsu invented by me. When I put the ninjutsu on the Book of Seals, I improved it. Senju Tobirama. Shadow clone will be scattered or the negative impact of the explosion will feed back to the main body with very little mental trauma. Senju Tobirama. So even if Naruto's shadow clone is blown up, Naruto will not receive a lot of negative spiritual damage. Namikaze Minato. But Naruto has a lot of shadow clone, one brings back little pain, but the more the number, the more. Minato looked anxious. Senju Tobirama. Your words touched my blind spot of knowledge. Yes, who can understand why Naruto has so many shadow clone? A genius like Tobirama can only shadow clone about 6. 2.2. Who knows what Jinkle Naruto ate? So, under the worry of Minato, the old father, everyone is happy to pay attention to Naruto first. However, Naruto's taijutsu has reached 0.8 Kakashi, so the speed is extremely fast, and 30 detonating charms are pasted, but he is not injured. And at this time, the Kitahara Kaede trio looked at Gaara. Gaara's special Nai. No, it is resistant to explosions, a large number of detonating symbols continue to burst out sparks, but Gaara's sand is also protecting it layer by layer. Protect and protect, Naruto is always adding new detonators. In this way, after an absolute bombing, everyone sees Gaara in its final state. Ahem. Gaara was not killed by the explosion, but he coughed violently, but the cough was also due to the flames produced by the detonating talisman. There are no wounds on his body, but Gaara felt that the height of his vision of seeing people seemed to have found a change. No, it's like growing 5 or 6 meters out of thin air. All 100 detonating talismans have gone out. Sasuke and Naruto looked up at Gaara above. Yes, Kitahara Kaede answered, I saw a nice view. X2. Sasuke and Naruto nodded, because the Gaara that appeared in front of them now was not pure Gaara. If it is said that Gaara's absolute defense at the beginning was just to mobilize part of the sand to guard by his side. But now Gaara, he is still surrounded by sand, but the sand has converged into a huge image of a woman. And Gaara is now protected by the woman's hands. The woman's left hand holds Gaara while her right hand blocks Gaara. In this way, it is like careful care, but it has an absolute sense of security. Because what guards Gaara is not the sand that he was born with at all, but the spirit of his dead mother Gaara and the sand that chakra condenses together. Even though he lost his life, the desire and strong obsession to protect his children remained. And this is the truth of Gaara's absolute guardian. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Rasa stared at Gaara, who was protected by the huge woman gathered by the sand, and was stunned. And he fully knew the gigantic woman dragging Gaara, because the appearance of the woman formed by the accumulation of sand as his wife Gaara, who is also Gaara's mother. Worst case Luo Sha, how could this happen? Why? Gaara, why? Luo Sha felt that the world was going crazy. Big Zuzi Hanhan, it seems. We all got it wrong. First Hokage seemed helpless and mockingly smiled. Big Pillar Hanhan. Gaara's mother didn't die in childbirth, but Gaara's mother chose to commit suicide when giving birth to him. Namikaze Minato. Yes, Gaara's mother knew that Luo Sha wanted to make Gaara into one-tailed Jinchuriki. Namikaze Minato. So Gaara's mother didn't die because of dystocia, but I was worried that you would bring Gaara a scourge. Namikaze Minato. So she chose to keep her spirit and chakra in Gaara's body. Namikaze Minato. Let your own chakra and spirit transform into the strongest protection. Namikaze Minato. And this layer of protection is not the strength of one tail, but maternal love. Namikaze Minato. Gaara, loved by his mother. Namikaze Minato. So, Luo Sha, you are a sinner. Chapter 057 Support Cloud Shinobi Village's Destruction +1 First Order. Luo Sha is a sinner. As a father, he felt hatred and even revenge for his son. As Kage, he is also aggressive in sealing one tail on his pregnant wife's fetus. So, the old leftover woman who can't get married, to put it bluntly, fourth Kage Luo Sha's superiority is probably due to the sudden disappearance of third Kage. Senju Tobirama. That is to say, Luo Sha does not have the qualifications of Kage's Kage, but because Sand Shinobi Village lacks people and then replaces it, right? Might Guy. If this is the case, it makes sense. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. If this is the case, I agree. Third Raikage. Approved. Honest Ba Dumplings. +1. The atmosphere in the group seemed to suddenly become eccentric, and they all unilaterally criticized Luo Sha Wang's qualifications. This is of course, except for the honest Bashark who shut up, everyone else is a shadow. And Luo Sha's actions made even his wife distrust him, and the actions of turning life and chakra into his son's protection are all denying Luo Sha. So, Luo Sha is not only disqualified for his father and Kage, but now even his husband is also disqualified. This person was completely denied, and Luo Sha stared at the huge sand-condensed body of his wife behind Gaara on the screen, and he was almost speechless. But Luo Sha has almost lost the ability to think. Worst case Luo Sha, so, are these all my fault? Worst case Luo Sha, you don't even trust me, Karura. Worst case Luo Sha, ah. Luo Sha uttered a scream, the pain piercing his heart. Then the sound suddenly stopped. Senju Tobirama. Ah, this person seems to be abolished. Big Zuzi Hanhan, don't worry about this kind of people. Senju Tobirama. Okay, Anika, I'm not going to take care of it either. Senju Tobirama. After all, now is the main event. Senju Tobirama. Gaara Sasuke and Naruto seem to be unable to fight now. Big Zuzi Hanhan, not necessarily. Big Pillar Hanhan. Tobirama, did you forget that Sasuke belongs to Uchiha, and then, do you know that trick? Senju Tobirama. Is that, the Susan of Uchiha Madara? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Susan. I can't pretend that I didn't hear this. Hashirama, what skill is this? Big Zuzi Hanhan, you call me big brother and I'll tell you. Senju Tobirama. Anika, do you really want to force me to leave? Dazuzi Hanhan, ha ha ha, just kidding, Izuna, it's okay for you to call me big brother. Big Pillar Hanhan. You Uchiha family's Sharingan can open a giant in the final state, which is the state of Mangekyo. Big Pillar Hanhan. And this kind of giant is called Susanoo. Madara directly put on the Susanoo for 9 tails. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Susanoo 9 tails. Big Pillar Hanhan. That's right, the Suzuo 9 tails, and then it can also be referred to as the Zhuang 9 tails. That's how I fought the last fight with Madara. Third Raikage. Then who won in the end? As the shadows of the outer village, they still pay attention to these things. Big Pillar Hanhan, I will barely win by a narrow margin. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Konoha is really terrifying. Don't look at Onoki as a 79-year-old man, and it has been decades since Uchiha Madara frightened him, but the shadow of Uchiha Madara in his heart is still terrible. So, can beat Uchiha Madara's first Hokage, isn't it even more terrifying? The old leftover girl who can't get married. Mizukage, who watched the play, also agrees with Onaji's statement. First Hokage and Uchiha Madara are terribly terrifying. But, Terumi Mei's spiritual body lightly scratched the pink nails of the other hand with one finger. These people are all dead. They may be great, but this is the age of young people. So, all she has to do is hold Kitahara Kaede's thigh. She detailed that the existence of this group revealed that Kitahara Kaede will surpass first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. And now, Terumi Mei's eyes fell on the screen, looking at the giant sand woman behind Gaara. Gaara probably didn't understand how her own sand became like this. This woman, he looked up and saw the body of the huge sand woman. He always felt that this woman looked familiar, which made him not repulsed. But, I don't know each other. Bayuan-kun, what the hell is this? And Sasuke and Naruto were immediately numb. I thought that the detonating talisman could break through Gaara's defense. As a result, the defense protected a 14 big woman. The Uchiha clan can use a special exclusive skill when the eyes reach Mangekyo. Kitahara Kaede said, and Sasuke, you can also get it in the future. That is, it is possible to materialize chakra, and the huge chakra forms a human form to envelop the caster. This skill is called Susanoo. It is a skill that Uchiha Sharingan can use when he arrives at Mangekyo. And Gaara's current state, you can call him Mizunohu. Kitahara Kaede introduced, Mizuo Nengu, X3. Not only Naruto and Sasuke, but Gaara also heard this name for the first time. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Might guy, Mizuo Nengu, it's really a good name. Namikaze Minato. The name is very good, and I think it can be changed, for example. Kidney deficiency Hokage, Mr. Minato, please stop, your name is very good, everyone knows it. Kidney deficiency Hokage, let's let Gaara's mother Zonang go. Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, tell me honestly, is it because after my death many people complain about my naming ability? Kidney deficiency Hokage. This. Namikaze Minato, it seems so, it seems that your aesthetics are not the same as mine. Mizuo, can you? Gaara raised her head again to stare at the gigantic woman rising from the sand. Yes, this is the protection your mother left for you, Kitahara Kaede said. And your mother, always by your side. It's the sand you call absolute defense. Mom. Gaara froze. That is to say, am I actually loved by my mother? He lightly raised his hands. So, Uncle Yoshimaru lied to me. Am I actually loved? Isn't this nonsense? Naruto said, and Sasuke also continued, isn't this Mizuonang the truth? It has been protecting you, don't you know? Both of them had ups and downs in their tone. Or it's no wonder it doesn't rise and fall. Because this is the 7th class, the orphan class. Very sensitive to these aspects. And Naruto has a new idea. As this kind of a baby boy. Naruto complained. Sasuke, Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede glanced at Naruto. Yes, Naruto. Occasionally there are some golden sentences. But this is not Ma Baonan, but Ma Baonan. Who is Ma Bao boy? Gaara said. Oh no, it doesn't matter if it's Ma Baonan. Because, I just need to know that my mother loves me. Gaara's emotions soared in an instant. This is something that has never been encountered before. Because, the only person who made him feel close when he was very young was Uncle Yoshimaru. But this uncle assassinated him, and then told him that his mother didn't love him. In this way, Gaara, who wanted to see her mother since she was a child, has always believed that her mother loves her. Gaara is crazy. He himself carved love on his forehead, telling himself that he is a Shura who only loves himself. So this is Gaara. But he was told that his mother loved him too much and was always by his side. So, all kinds of threats and assassinations that I have experienced since I was a child are blocked by the sand, then these are all mother's love. His mother has always loved him. Uncle Yoshimaru is a liar. #Ba. What has he done all these years for? What is the meaning of the love engraved on the forehead? Because he always felt that he lacked maternal love, but he always had it. Gaara's emotions seemed to collapse all of a sudden. But when he raised his eyes, they were scarlet. And his body was swallowed and wrapped by Mizuo Nengu. All the sand on the ground stood up restlessly, and shot towards the surroundings indiscriminately like arrows. This is going berserk. Although they had never seen such a scene, both Sasuke and Naruto backed away. Speaking of Bayuan-kun, what should we do at this time? The detonator has been used up. Naruto took out his pocket and said it was very clean inside. You've done it this far, Kitahara Kaede said. Gaara's strength has been temporarily raised to cage level because of Mazonoko. So it's not a battle you can engage in. As that's so, Naruto was a little disappointed. He also hopes. Then we can only leave it to Kakashi and the others. Sasuke said, I just don't know how to contact Kakashi quickly. These are no hassle, Kitahara Kaede said. After all, there is still an exam. It's not good to just cut it off, Kitahara Kaede said. And if Mizuo can deal with this size, it's actually quite easy to solve. It's easy to solve. Sasuke didn't understand. Then Sasuke opened his eyes wide in the next second. Because he saw Kitahara Kaide's left eye turn scarlet Sharingan. Sharingan is not a single hook jade, nor a double hook jade, not a triple hook jade, but the one he has only seen from Kaishuin Uchiha Itachi. Crossed and united Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke, think later, do you want to open your eyes to Mangekyo too? No, Sasuke, I don't want you to drive here. Mangekyo is carrying the family on his back. Sasuke, you are my accessory, if you want revenge, then get stronger. Closing square bracket. This is the past Sasuke and brother. Brother getting along with each other, and then, 6 years ago, Sasuke found out that his brother had exterminated the family. Kill all Uchiha's people, and leave him alone. Laughed at his weakness. It's not even worth killing. Uchiha Itachi, you are unforgivable. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly uttered a scream, and his eyes changed. The single hook began to crack, and directly condensed into double hooks while turning. Sasuke is now 2 Tomo Sharingan. He can feel that his body's quality and physical fitness have been improved. But, there's also a huge potential to be drawn away. The body seemed to be hollowed out in an instant. Sasuke screamed, then knelt on the ground, pressing the ground with both hands. Sasuke, are you okay? Although the current Naruto is not chasing Sasuke like in the original book, but he always trains together, and with more contact, he finds that Sasuke is just aloof, and it's okay to get close. So he still values Sasuke very much. Sasuke seemed to be trying to turn his head away, but when he touched it, his body fell straight down. Straight away, and Naruto hugged him. Sasuke is probably out of power because of Sharingan's upgrade. Kitahara Kaede said. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Kidney deficiency Hokage, cowhide. Kakashi made a complaint, because he had accepted the task of Master Izuna before, to get Sasuke's Sharingan at least Goyu, so it wouldn't be too embarrassing. But he somehow lost a terrible memory, and the matter was never brought up again and shelved. The result, now when I think about it, I find that Kitahara Kaede has made Sasuke 3 seconds to upgrade to double hook jade. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I wanted to say that Sasuke finally broke through, but Shuang Guyu fainted. I am very depressed about this talent. Big Pillar Hanhan, do you still need talent to upgrade Sharingan? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, of course. Like Sasuke, the talent is not very strong, and he was directly drained. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, really, why is this kind of person having the same face as me? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, obviously I am a genius. Directly drove to Mangekyo by myself. But Izuna is dissatisfied and even thinks that Sasuke's talent can become stronger, and he can only rely on others to help, but who can help? Could it be that it is directly for high-level Sharingan? And when he wanted to complain so much, he found that Kitahara Kaede's left eye was bleeding from using Sharingan. But the blue chakra wrapped him up in an instant. A huge human form followed, exactly the same size as Gaara's Mizuno. This is Susanoo's first state in the shape of a skeleton, looking menacing and eerie, but it doesn't end there. Susan is still improving. The base of the alien skeleton is covered with meridians and flesh, chakra is reconstructed into a coat, Utengu armor is added, and there is also a samurai sword condensed from Susan's inherent chakra. Probably wanting a quick ending, this time Kitahara Kaede didn't look at Naruto's expression, but directly drew out Susan's special force. It's not my job to deal with you, Gaara. So, let's get this over with. As his voice fell, Susan swung his sword, and Gaara's Mizuno split into two in an instant, and Gaara's body also emerged. Mizuo Nang was actually defeated by Susanoo. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Damn, is Susanoo so strong? If I had Susanoo at that time, I'll see how Tobirama cut me with a knife. Senju Tobirama. Who said you can't stab you with a knife if you drive Susan? Big Pillar Hanhan. Well, Madara seems to have said that Susan with eyes open. Dazuzi Hanhan. By the way, can Susanoo open his eyes? Namikaze Minato. So Uchiha knows this kind of skill. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Konoha is still so pervert. Third Raikage FK. Then I have to confess quickly later. If I'm not mistaken, my son must still be thinking about who will catch Konoha. Third Raikage. I have to find a way to dissuade my son, this Konoha is too dangerous. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Kanobito's Sharingan also used this skill. But it consumes chakra. Do I have so much chakra? Might Guy. Kakashi, can you also drive this kind of Susa? Might Guy. I want to see if my fist can penetrate Susanoo. Honest Basha, so Mr. Itachi also has this skill. He can hide it so well. Most of the people in the group are almost seeing Susan for the first time, so they all start to ask questions, and then everyone's antennas are not on the same channel. At this time, Kitahara Kaede has captured Gaara. The blue Susan in the Tengu armor on his body also disappeared directly. It's chakra made out, so think it'll disappear quickly. Kitahara Kaede pulled the dizzy Gaara out, and came to Naruto's side. Then Naruto, Gaara and Sasuke will leave to you first. Slightly wasted time, I have to pick up Hinata. Kitahara Kaede said. Naruto was still a little absent-minded, and then quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. For him, today has seen intense fighting. For him, the experience value is doubled at once. Kitahara Kaede gave Naruto a look, but Naruto hesitated when he wanted to turn around. That, Kitahara-kun, your eyes. He is talking about the Sharingan of Kitahara Kaede. After canceling Susan, Kitahara Kaede took out a handkerchief and skillfully wiped the bleeding place of the left eye, and now the left eye has returned to its normal pupil. But the one just now really belonged to Sharingan. This is Sharingan, said Kitahara Kaede. But it wasn't stolen. Then, Kitahara Kaede glanced at Naruto. If you're envious, just dig Sasuke's, Kitahara Kaede said. Don't say such a terrible thing. Naruto said hastily. What is gouging someone's eyes? Could it be that Uchiha's eyes can be dug out at will and installed at will without face? Kitahara Kaede was indeed joking with Naruto. Because if Naruto installs Sasuke's Sharingan, then what Naruto gets is not Sharingan but Rinnegan. In the original book, Rinnegan is the eye of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and the way to open it requires his son's chakra. That is to have both Indra and Ashura's chakra. While Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura, Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra. So think, the easiest way to make a Rinnegan is to put Sasuke's Sharingan in Naruto's eye socket. Thinking about these things, Kitahara Kaede has already used the ninja to run to the place agreed with Hinata before. Hinata is the head of the Hyuga clan, and the head of the Hyuga clan in the outer village is Shangmomo. It is the boundary of blood inheritance. Because it can be used directly after digging out the eyes, and there are no sequelae. So the Hyuga clan built the main family and branch house system, and sacrificed the branch house to protect the main family. As long as the clan goes to the battlefield, the branch house must be accompanied by someone. If you want to die, die branch house. Cruel, but also very effective. Over the past few decades, although the Hyuga clan has been coveted, there are very few supercilious eyes left outside. But the one who cares most about the boundaries of the bloodline of the Hyuga clan has always been Cloud Shinobi Village. Cloud Shinobi Village is a place where garbage gathers, and their commander, 4th Raikage, has been carrying out a plan to steal people. Kitahara Kaede just wants to make a living easily, but he doesn't mind Cloud Shinobi Village rushing to take care of Cloud Shinobi Village himself. It can be found from the ninja war that Iwagakure, Kurigakure, and Kurigakure have all actively launched wars, with the goal of robbing land and obtaining resources. It seems that only San Shinobi Village is better, but the 4th Kage of San Shinobi Village has that virtue, so this ninja world has not been stable. But Konoha has always been weak after 2nd generation, anyone can bully her. Hinata, Kitahara Kaede called out. He has arrived at the meeting place with Hinata. Hinata is sitting on the stump of a large tree, but the surrounding area has been damaged like a tornado destroyed a parking lot. Mr. Feng. Hinata hurried down from the stump. She jumped to Kitahara Kaide's side. Then on start fingering. These people pestered me just now, so I used it back. So these people, am I hitting too hard? Hinata said with some confusion. She has Jonin's physical skills, and she was specially directed by Kitahara Kaede. She used Revolving Heaven just now. As a result, when these people met Revolving Heaven spinning an entangled chakra. Just passed out. No, Kitahara Kaede glanced at the fallen ninjas. These ninjas are wearing the Cloud Shinobi Village's forehead protector. From the appearance point of view, it is the same as what I saw in the first written examination room. Kitahara Kaede has records. 1, 2, 3, a total of 9 people. It's all here. You're doing well, Kitahara Kaede said. These people are here to get a blank look. Saying so, Kitahara Kaede took out the ninja seal scroll that Hinata prepared for him before the exam from the ninja pocket. Then, with a bang, Kitahara Kaede pressed his hand on a small part of the scroll, and 2 kunai fell down. Kitahara Kaede holds the kunai. Then came to Cloud Shinobi who fell to the ground after encountering Revolving Heaven. Kitahara Kaide's hand slid across Cloud Shinobi's neck, and Cloud Shinobi's body moved once, and then couldn't move anymore. Because he had already been killed by Kitahara Kaede. Mr. Feng. Hinata stared blankly. Goodwill requires people who are friendly to you, and for people with malicious intentions, don't try to understand or whitewash him, just kick him out of the game. Kitahara Kaede said. Then he kicked out all 9 people from Cloud Shinobi Village forever with a blank face. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Tobirama. I'll go, this kid is so ruthless. Big Pillar Hanhan, I didn't expect to go up to make up the knife directly. Just now he easily released Gaara who ran away, and then handed it to Naruto. Big Pillar Hanhan, the results appearing here is a harvest without hesitation. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Me too. The first time I saw Kitahara Kaede kill me, the old leftover woman who can't get married, I think it's okay, because this is Cloud Shinobi Village coming to Konoha again to snatch her. The old leftover girl who can't get married. Can all the candidates be gathered so quickly? Isn't it because the goal is not to take the exam but to snatch people? Namikaze Minato. Speaking of it, the father of Hyuga Neji of the Hyuga clan mentioned earlier died because of Cloud Shinobi. Might guy. I don't know much about this matter, but Cloud Shinobi who came to sign the contract, also stole Hinata. Might guy. That day was Hyuga Hinata's 4th birthday, and then the ninjas in the village went to celebrate signing a contract with Cloud Shinobi Village. Might guy. So the Hyuga clan also dispatched many people out, and finally Hinata was left behind. Hyuga's protection weakened. Might guy. Then Cloud Shinobi deliberately ran to the Hyuga clan to snatch it, but was discovered by Hinata's father Hiashi. Might guy. Then came the tragedies you know. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Might guy. Kakashi, what do you want to say? Just say it. Kidney deficiency Hokage. You are not clear about things. Might guy. Well, Senju Tobirama. Does that mean that Cloud Shinobi Village has been abducting people? Namikaze Minato. 3rd Raikage, please explain. 3rd Raikage Of course 3rd Raikage knew, as he had done the same in the past when he had not fully abdicated. The Tail Beast experiment in Cloud Shinobi Village failed, so the target was placed on the weak Konoha side. And the eye-catching after that, and now. It should all be true. After all, 4th Raikage was his son, under his influence. But Raikage didn't think there was anything wrong with this kind of behavior, it was for the sake of the village, but now, he was a little panicked. Just now when Kitahara Kaede opened Susanoo with one eye and then patted Gar's Mizuo, he discovered it. This guy named Kitahara Kaede is different from the weak 3rd generation, he is the kind of person who is strong, and, also direct. Then he wondered if there was a chance to inform Cloud Shinobi this time not to do this kind of thing, but now, it still appeared. 3rd Raikage I have been dead for a long time, and things are handed over to 4th Raikage. 3rd Raikage so I don't know the specific content. Namikaze Minato. In other words, 3rd Raikage, you are innocent. 3rd Raikage This, of course, I am innocent. Raikage chose to quibble and not admit. Because the previous Luo Sha in this group was acting out, being rejected, intimidated, and rejected. He is dead, and now he finally has a place where he can talk, and he doesn't want to lose it just like that. Senju Tobirama. Alright, Minato, don't ask any more questions. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Teacher Minato, it's okay without asking. The old leftover woman who can't get married, indeed, there is no need to ask. Third Raikage. Although I don't know why these three shadows suddenly spoke for themselves, but it really helped Third Raikage a lot. But, Dazuzi Hanhan, why don't you ask? Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Because Cloud Shinobi Village may not exist in the future. Onoki, who said so, was really relieved. Fortunately his own Iwagakure ninjas did not participate in this exam. Otherwise, it may directly become the fuse. Then cause trouble for Iwagakure. Might guy. Third Tsuchikage Onoki, didn't you see Kitahara Kaede's expression when he solved these Cloud Shinobi? It's clear that he thinks these people are troublesome. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Big Pillar Hanhan, so it is like this, that is to say, little Kitahara Kaede wants to destroy Cloud Shinobi Village. Dazuzi Hanhan, then the pattern of the 5 great ninja villages will be broken. Kidney deficiency Hokage. First Hokage, there have been 3 ninja wars. Might guy. I also support breaking the pattern. It would be best if Cloud Shinobi Village is gone. Guy's disciple Hyuga Neji is Cloud Shinobi's scapegoat for robbing people, and Neji has been silent because of his father's affairs, and Guy sees these things. He is the first-time Guy Jonin and the first-time teacher, so he pays great attention to his disciples. So, if I can help Neji now, then, I must be on Neji's side. 273 old leftover woman who can't get married. I also support the destruction of Cloud Shinobi Village. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Support +1. Senju Tobirama. I also support it. Senju Tobirama. There were still 3 ninja world wars under the structure of the 5 major powers before, and maybe it needs to be changed. Namikaze Minato. I just kept asking about Raikage because under Raikage's governance, I saw that our Konoha Jinchuriki was almost taken away by Cloud Shinobi Village. Namikaze Minato. So there is an opportunity to destroy this ninja village that has not changed captivity for 20 years, and I support it. Namikaze Minato. Cloud Shinobi Village destroyed +1. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Cloud Shinobi Village destroyed +1. Older leftover women who can't get married. Who else hasn't voted? At Honest Bayu. Honest Baker. +1. All of a sudden, except for the crazy Luo Shaw and Third Raikage, all the members of the group voted directly. Support Cloud Shinobi Village destruction. Third Raikage. You guys. Don't bully people too much. Senju Tobirama. Who is bullying? Senju Tobirama. That is, I need experimental subjects for experiments, and I also use enemies or bandits defeated on the battlefield. But you. Senju Tobirama. It's really broken. Third Raikage. Hmph, I can't beat you, but don't forget that the current Cloud Shinobi Village is the strongest. Third Raikage. My son Fourth Raikage's physical strength can push tailed beasts, and our village also has 2 tails and 8 tails. Third Raikage. 8 tails. Third Raikage. So this cannot be easily destroyed. Third Raikage. Third generation can't do it, and Kitahara Kaede can't do it either. With the strength he showed, absolutely not. Big Pillar Hanhan, hee. First Hokage smiled, and someone actually questioned Wood's style. Third Raikage, it really is too young. Senju Tobirama. Hee. Tobirama smiled too. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Although I shouldn't be laughing at this time, I'm going to laugh too. Because Third Raikage actually thought that the Susanoo that Kitahara Kaede just had was his full strength. You know, it's only been a few days since Kitahara Kaede installed Sharingan. Kitahara Kaede has a talent that even a genius like him would be jealous of. The old leftover girl who can't get married. Third Raikage, you are a fool. Terumi May scolded directly. This is a good time for the team, and, a powerful modern 5th Mizukage like her is also pretending to be a child in front of Kitahara Kaede. If you can hug your thigh, you can hug your thigh. If you can seduce, you can seduce. Do you think she is mean? It's not that Kitahara Kaede is too strong. Terumi May just thought that Kitahara Kaede could grow at first. As Naruto and Sasuke's taijutsu grows, but Kitahara Kaede has never been in training to show. This guy either doesn't know it or he just doesn't need training anymore. So, do you think he is weak? He is from Wood style. Wood style has not been used yet. Also, have you ever seen a 20-minute Schwangautama direct Mangekyo, who can also get the strongest skill of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo? So, I already know that Kitahara Kaede is not a Uchiha family at all, but... Third Raikage, where did you get your confidence from? Third Tsuchikage Onoki. It seems that the structure of the ninja world has changed in the future. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. On behalf of Iwagakure, I will sign a peace treaty with Konoha for another 30 years. Tsuchikage felt that he was afraid of Uchiha Madara in the past, and then he didn't jump like Cloud Shinobi in the follow-up. He was really right. Otherwise, perhaps Iwagakure will also be printed on the list of destruction. Look, how many Konoha people are in this small group? It's scary. Okay, Onogi genuinely felt that this small group might join his worst fear, Uchiha Madara. Kitahara Kaede stretched her hands behind her head and stretched. The folks at Cloud Shinobi have already dealt with it. Both the Kitahara Kaede team and the Hinata team have the Book of Heaven. And the Book of Heaven and Earth of the 3 teams of Cloud Shinobi Village is the Book of Earth, so, the 2 teams have already completed the task of collecting the Earth coiling axis required by the second exam before they started. Then we will go back and join Sasuke and Naruto now, Kitahara Kaede said, quote. For Kitahara Kaede's decision was only mild. Hinata certainly did not refuse. And when Kitahara Kaede and the others walked back, Kitahara Kaede sensed a ninja nearby. Mr. Feng, it seems that someone is in trouble. Hinata rolled her eyes. White eyes have the functions of telescope and perspective. The field of view can reach 1 kilometer. And now Hinata saw people being surrounded about 750 meters away from them. Kitahara Kaede closed his eyes, and the surrounding scene immediately changed into a 2-dimensional map, and it can be seen that Temari and Kankuro are surrounded by 6 grass ninjas. Looks like we don't need our help, Kitahara Kaede said. And following his voice, Temari, who was surrounded, took down the big fan ninja tool behind him. Scythe weasel, slash dance. Everything around was dealt with by the bitter wind blade and sickle. The surrounded Kusanagi fell to the ground. Amazing. Hinata let out a small exclamation. She has white eyes, so she sees Temari's movements. Kitahara Kaede, Hinata, what you have now is the ability of Jonin. You are amazing. Temari and Kankuro. Well, Kankuro is relatively useless, but Temari's wind style should be the backbone of San Shinobi Village. Temari is now stronger than elite Chunin. Given her time, she should be able to break through to full Jonin level in 2 years. Kitahara Kaede then moved on with Hinata, preparing to. But soon, Temari and Kankuro caught up. They were surrounded by Kusanagi just now, so they learned the FA. But Temari caught them out of the corner of his eye. Kitahara Kaede, it is indeed Kitahara Kaede. But, why are they so fast? Temari chased for a while and pressed one hand on the tree. Call. Kankuro was dying, and Temari was panting from exhaustion. Their speed was completely behind Kitahara Kaede and Hinata. Damn, I seem to have been cheated of my feelings. Temari said. Kankuro. Chapter 058. Welcome 9 Tails to the chat group. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Because he couldn't catch up no matter how hard he tried, Temari could only remember the direction in which Kitahara Kaede and Hinata left. For her and Kankuro, Kankuro's overall strength is worse than hers. Although I don't think the strength of the other genin who took the test this time is strong, but it is dangerous to be separated from Kankuro directly. After all, now Gaara is not with them. They were also deceived by Gaara, thinking that they were on the same team as Gaara and then took the exam, but in the lecture hall of the Death Forest, they found that only Gaara's sand clone was with them. In other words, Gaara may be going to the first team of Kitahara Kaede. This is very possible. Gaara has been thinking about getting knocked out by Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke the other day. Aware of this, Temari thought about reporting to Kitahara Kaede. On the one hand, she doesn't want Kitahara Kaede to encounter Gaara being killed, and then she doesn't want Gaara to deviate from Kage-Sama's plan. Master Feng Ying asked them to make trouble during the 3rd exam. But now the 2nd exam allows candidates to be free, and even sign the certificate of life and death. So Gaara is likely to use this time to rush Uzumaki Naruto and Sasuke. That's why Temari reported the performance before the exam. But neither Temari nor Kankuro expected Gaara to shake them. Gaara cheated. Most likely the Kitahara Kaede squad will be cut off by now. Temari, what to do next? Kankuro gasped. Ninjas need to consume stamina on the road, and chakra is consumed by high speed. Because you need chakra attached to your feet to allow you to grab the tree king with your feet when the ninja runs or jumps. For Kankuro, the desperate pursuit just now was too exhausting. What else to do? Temari said. I can only catch up. The current Gaara should be on the side of Kitahara Kaede's team. Then let Gaara kill them, Kankuro said. But as soon as the words came out, Temari interrupted. Are you stupid? This kind of problem arises now. It will definitely affect the plan. Did you forget whose answer you copied in the first test? Temari said. Since he can answer, come out, but why did he answer so quickly? Isn't it just telling everyone that it's fine to copy him? So, maybe Kitahara Kaede is telling us that we can copy his answers. These are the good fruits I planted. Oh, Kankuro thinks that Temari is too imaginative. But he nodded. Well, what I stole is Kitahara Kaede's roll sleep. So, hurry up now and stop Gaara. Temari, we'll die if we do this. I don't want to stop Gaara. Kankuro still felt the danger. You don't need to stop it, Temari said. We're going to recover Gaara. And, didn't I just say I was cheated by Kitahara Kaede? Oh, Kankuro nodded. I saw a girl next to Kitahara Kaede, right? Temari, of course not. Temari said, I mean our level is already elite Chūnin. But we couldn't keep up with Kitahara Kaede. Doesn't this mean that his strength is actually stronger than we imagined? Temari shrewdly said, so, if the weakest Kitahara Kaede is hiding his strength, then, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's strengths are not fully displayed. That is to say, Kankuro suddenly realized that he was in a small frame. It turned out that Temari wasn't jealous because she saw Kitahara Kaede with a girl. So, Temari is actually worried about Gaara, although neither he nor Gaara called Temari a sister. But Temari seems to still treat them both as brothers. 182. Kankuro felt that in the family they were in, there was no such thing as family affection. As a father, he was homeless and kept sending people to assassinate his youngest son, but this youngest son didn't treat him as an elder brother, so he almost killed him several times. So, this kind of family, Kankuro doesn't like it at all. Kankuro, I can't wait, so let's do it. Tamari said, take the Bingliang pill, then we chase. Tamari took out a small bag as he spoke. This is what Director Baki handed to them. Said to be used only when needed. This is Bingliang pill, which contains a total of 30 pills. According to the words of 3 people together, then it is 10 capsules per person. San Shinobi Village does not have excellent medical ninjas, so if you want to have soldiers and food pills, you need to purchase them from other villages, so the price is also high. 1 grain costs 5,000 taels, a total of 150,000 taels. This is already a very expensive expenditure for San Shinobi Village, which is short of funds. So Mr. Baki told them to save some money. Ali, Kankuro didn't like Gaara in the first place, but now he is almost desperate, so he complained. But Tamari had moved on, and he had too. While Tamari and Kankuro were chasing after, Kitahara Kaede had brought Hinata back to where Naruto and Sasuke were staying. Gaara's Mizunu is relatively large, and Kitahara Kaide's Susanoo is also very large, so the Genin who may appear around is shocked when she appears just now. For Genin, Mizuo Nengu is not a field they can step into once they come out. And then Susanoo from Kitahara Kaede, sorry, they shouldn't have stepped over. So leaving Naruto alone seems to be weak, but as long as Genin has a brain, he will not consider attacking Naruto. After all, whether it's Gaara waking up halfway or Kitahara Kaede coming back here, they have to finish. And not to mention that Naruto's taijutsu is equivalent to 0.8 Kakashi. What is Kakashi? Although Kakashi's strength is not very strong, but it is also a type that can be blown to the village. So 0.8 Kakashi is enough to crush the Genin on the scene. Not to mention Naruto also has multiple shadow clone technique and adamantine sealing chains. Multiple shadow clone technique refers to the fact that the strength of the ontology is copied. Therefore, other shadow clones also have the strength of Naruto's taijutsu. The 10th of may still not beat Kakashi, but 100 will do. And the limit of Naruto is not 10 or 100, as we all know, Naruto is an organization. That's why Kitahara Kaede is relieved that Naruto will stay alone. Very safe. And if not safe, then there is only Orochimaru. But Orochimaru is definitely not trying to bully the children when he is away. If Kitahara Kaede guessed correctly, after the written test of the first exam, the 3rd generation should have noticed Orochimaru. After all, he advertised so many wrong questions in the examination room. Then the obvious information only the answer is correct as Orochimaru, the 3rd generation will not be unaware of it. But if he realizes it and doesn't take action, then Kitahara Kaede just thinks that the 3rd generation is really, and has no responsibility at all. Snapped, Kitahara Kaede came to the place where Sasuke passed out. It can be seen that Sasuke and Gaara were placed under the shade of a tree by Naruto. They entered the forest close to 1300, and now at around 1420, the sun in the sky is quite hot, so the temperature is very high. It is more comfortable to put a person under the shade of a tree. But there are 9 Narutos on the scene. 8 Naruto stand guard in 8 directions. And Naruto himself sat in the middle and waited. You're smart enough to learn how to keep Shadow Clone on guard, Kitahara Kaede said. Hey, isn't that what you said? It's not about the number of moves, it's about using them accurately, and then you can use them in different ways. Naruto said while rubbing his head. That's right, Kitahara Kaede said. Someone said that what makes a ninja strong is not how many ninjutsu he has learned, but how he can apply what he has learned. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan. What is powerful is not how many ninjutsu you learn, but whether you can apply what you learn. Big Zuzi Hanhan, I like that. I don't know much ninjutsu. Dazuzi Hanhan, I only know a dozen ninjutsu. Senju Tobirama. Brother, just pretend. Yes, you don't know other ninjutsu, because you only know big moves. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, so I hate you pretenders. As long as you fight with brother, I have no room to intervene. Dazuzi Hanhan, well, don't be angry Izuna. Kidney deficiency Hokage. However, it is beneficial to me. Might guy. Kakashi, what are you talking about? Kidney deficiency Hokage, I want to say that 3rd generation has not acted yet. Might guy. 3rd generation. Is it about Orochimaru? Kidney deficiency Hokage guy, you are still so slow-witted, I was wondering why Kitahara Kaede used wrong answers in the first test. Might guy. Isn't it because he has seen through cheating that he can pass the exam? Kidney deficiency Hokage. Then you don't know him very well. I was thinking that Kitahara Kaede should not be the kind of person who would write Orochimaru or something like that on the exam paper. What this means is that when Kitahara Kaede got the test paper for the first test, he wrote on the test paper Orochimaru this stupid X, what paper is out and so on. That is to say, Kitahara Kaede has found out that this is an old question that Orochimaru has posed in the past. Namikaze Minato. That's how it is. Minato suddenly said something. Namikaze Minato. You haven't forgotten the Orochimaru mission that Kitahara Kaede received from 3rd generation, right? Namikaze Minato. Orochimaru sneaked into Konoha and disguised himself as 4th Kage, but 3rd generation didn't know the news, he thought Orochimaru might sneak into the candidates. Namikaze Minato. So, let Kitahara Kaede be an insurance policy. Namikaze Minato. Then, the words written by Kitahara-kun, and the wrong answers he wrote later are completing the task of 3rd generation. Namikaze Minato. Because Orochimaru wrote the paper in the past, Orochimaru must be able to give the correct answer. Namikaze Minato. And the answers of other examinees were copied wrong by him, but Orochimaru's words. Minato paused for a moment. But Kakashi continued. Kidney deficiency Hokage, so, it's not just us, even the third generation have discovered Orochimaru's real body. Namikaze Minato. Yes, that's it. So, has the third generation project not been acted on yet? After letting Ibuxi go back, Konoha's high-level F4 has already started the first round of conversations. The first test is over, and it's confirmed that Orochimaru really got involved. And the Death Forest in the second exam is a good place. Candidates disperse. Then if we control Orochimaru during this time period, then the Chunin exam will not be affected. Danzo, how about your roots? Kaharu said. The third generation was smoking a pipe, and nodded upon hearing this. Control. Danzo had an opinion. I use my head to control. Isn't this kind of thing that Sarutobi can handle by himself? After all, Orochimaru was once set free by him. Then Sarutobi should handle it by himself now too. Danzo, Sarutobi is Hokage, what if something happens to Hokage? Orochimaru defected for so many years, I don't know how strong he is now. Speaking of which, he has studied so many forbidden techniques in the past. So, there are many people who organize various grandmaster geniuses on your side, so. Kaharu said, I reject. Danzo said, the root organization is for Konoha to take root, it is the strongest support, and they cannot be allowed to show up in the village at will. But, Kaharu said, alright, third generation put down the pipe, I'll go. I'm Hokage after all. Third generation said. Second generation teacher handed over the village to me and said, Sarutobi, then guard the village, protect those who believe in you, and choose trustworthy people to pass on the obligation, for this, even if it is sacrifice life is at stake. So, he paused, so maybe now is the time for me to fulfill my obligations. Orochimaru is my mistake, it's time for me to go reverse it. That said, although he was still wearing a white Hokage robe, he had already put on a black tights underneath. This is his battle uniform in the past. It shows that he has already planned to sacrifice himself. Sarutobi, Kaharu watched him, and Mitokado Homura also wanted to persuade him. But in the end, the words still didn't come out. Then, good luck to you, said Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. Although it is unbearable to see Sarutobi fight at such an age, Kaharu and Mito, who are the village's advisors, cannot leave. Well, you have to prepare for the worst. If Sarutobi is dead, then they have to maintain order in the village, and then they can't act until the new Hokage appears. This is the consultant's responsibility, not emotional. So saying he went out, and opened the door, 10 Jonin were ready outside. From left to right, Sarutobi Asuma, Shiranui Schwanma, Yuhihong, Baiyun Morning, Moonlight Gale. Then there are 3 Anbu squads. Total is 40 people, it can be said that this is the determination to fight hard. So, third generation looked at the Jonin who came to their aid. Let's go, third generation said. Yes. Then everyone followed third generation to the Forest of Death. And Danzo and the others watched them silently from behind. Well, this kind of preparation. Kaharu was a little sentimental. It seems that this time is very dangerous. Dangerous, eh? Kosuke Maruhoshi has already met you in the Forest of Death, hasn't he? Then, 10 Jonin, and then add 40 Anbu, you say this is dangerous. And who is the Jonin who brought it over? Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhihong, Shiranui Genma, Moonlight Hayate. Aren't these all Jonin of the Sarutobi school? Explanation. This horse-riding person is not going to perform dangerous tasks, but to grab credit. Otherwise, why don't you bring Kakashi, why don't you bring Might Guy? These two are the elite Jonin of the village, okay. Asuma, Evening Red, Snort. Danzo felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen was really hopeless. Not only is he pedantic in doing things, but now that he is older, he will only do these boring things if he does not abdicate. Make way quickly. Danzo walked out. 2 members of Root came to his side. Master Danzo, the information passed by a candidate. Quote, the Root member hands the note to Danzo. There are 3 lines of characters written on it. There are very few characters, but the amount of information is sufficient. Gaara of San Shinobi Village goes berserk. Kitahara Kaede used Susanoo. Danzo's memory flashed back 10 years ago, when he plundered Uchiha Shisui's eyes, and Shisui opened Susan with one eye. That is the last skill of the Uchiha clan. Does this mean that the Sharingan he gave to Kitahara Kaede has been upgraded from Ergoyu to Ultimate? And opening Susan means that Kitahara Kaede really used Sharingan. #B. Just waiting for Kitahara Kaede to have to come to him because of the side effects of Sharingan. But, from Ergoyu to Mangekyo in just such a short time. Really genius. Danzo said, Orochimaru, see, this is the final product of our experiment. The only success. Wait a moment. Danzo froze for a moment. Because he seems to be the reason to find Orochimaru back. He had thought that Orochimaru was coming back to destroy Konoha or to take revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen. But, if so, then why did Orochimaru pretend to be a genin candidate? Wouldn't it be enough to directly summon 10,000 snakes to destroy them? Why pretending to be a candidate? Isn't it because he is looking for Kitahara Kaede? In the past, he has been associated with Orochimaru and 3rd generation, who together inherited the research of wood style from the 2nd generation. Orochimaru has 2 fruits since joining. One is wood style cells without side effects, and the other is wood style test products. There are 2 test items. Tenzo and Kitahara Kaede. But Tenzo's wood-style awakening is incomplete, while Kitahara Kaede is complete. It was only at that time that Kakashi forced the boy to break in and take the two away. Then Kitahara Kaede became the focus of third generation. Orochimaru also defected shortly after conducting illegal experiments. However, Orochimaru is aware of Kitahara Kaede. Even, Kitahara Kaede was discovered by Orochimaru himself from the very beginning. And according to his understanding of Orochimaru, Orochimaru would go so simply abnormal. So now that Orochimaru is back, is it because Kitahara Kaede has grown up? So, can I just take it away? Isn't Orochimaru just waiting for Konoha to raise Kitahara Kaede, and then he will cut off the beard? So, he personally played the role of the examinee and got off the stage. Order to go down. Danzo said, count the number of people, leave 20% of the people, and the rest will follow me to the Death Forest. Master Danzo, didn't we say to stand still? The person from the root organization took off his hat, revealing an unsmiling face. This is one of Danzo's right-hand men, Yamanaka Wind. Plans have changed, Danzo said, almost got tricked by Orochimaru. Damn Orochimaru, this kind of time is sending me the wrong information. Yes, after Orochimaru entered the village, he gave him information. Orochimaru informed Danzo that he had intercepted Sand Shinobi village, disguised as 4th Kage, and planned to give Konoha a big one. Might kill 3rd generation, and Danzo was still thinking about Hokage's position, so he wished that 3rd generation would die, so he took a way of not participating in this kind of news. If you join the coordination, then if the 3rd generation is not dead, you may be held accountable. But, if you don't participate, just watch, maybe Orochimaru can really kill 3rd generation. So, he let Orochimaru go. Come to think of it now, Orochimaru is a liar. The Honkai Konoha is a fake, but it's actually here to abduct Konoha's wood style. Hateful, Danzo immediately summoned his men and started rushing into the Death Forest. Orochimaru must not be allowed to succeed. And Danzo was downstairs just now, so Kaharu and Mitokado Homura were still on the 2nd floor, and immediately saw Danzo rushing to the Death Forest with his subordinates. I used to think that Danzo's attitude towards Sarutobi has always been not very good. Looking at it now, Danzo doesn't cherish his companions very much, Kaharu said. Mitokado Homura nodded. If teacher 2nd generation sees it, then he can also smile. After so many years, we are still so united. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Tobirama. Akiu. Senju Tobirama. Akiu. Senju Tobirama sneezed a dozen times in a row. Dazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama, are you okay? Dazuzi Hanhan. Does Tobirama have a cold? Senju Tobirama. Brother, you are stupid, we are all dead, how can we catch a cold? Dazuzi Hanhan. That's right, so is someone thinking of you? Big Zuzi Hanhan, could it be your apprentices who are thinking about you? Hashirama just mentioned it casually, but Tobirama felt a chill. Senju Tobirama. Forget it. Senju Tobirama. It's my bad luck in several lifetimes that I accept so few second-hand apprentices. Senju Tobirama. If I am missed by these people, I might as well commit suicide by Reikiri who learned Kakashi overnight. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Nadaime, do you want to learn my ninjutsu? Senju Tobirama. No, I am a ninjutsu master. Not interested in picking up people's teeth. This is a very manly statement. But, that's true for 2nd generation Tobirama. His life was relatively short, and he died as a young man. However, he created all kinds of ninjutsu by himself, which can also be called forbidden technique. For example, multiple shadow clone technique, impure world reincarnation, dark walk technique, flying thunder god slash and the like. Namikaze Minato. When it comes to ninjutsu, when I was reading the Book of Seals, I saw flying thunder god is very good, and then I did it. Senju Tobirama. That's my ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato. That's it, then I made a transformation. Senju Tobirama. Don't casually modify other people's ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato. Sorry. Senju Tobirama. But it is also possible if it is for more practical combat. After all, Minato, you are the 4th generation. Senju Tobirama. Sarutobi can't do it, but it's okay to choose you as the 4th generation. Namikaze Minato. Thank you for the compliment of 2nd generation. Might guy. Speaking of which, Kitahara Kaede and the others have already cleared the customs. Everyone. Everyone froze for a moment. Then everyone realized that they were all watching and chatting, and Kitahara Kaede's team had brought Gaara to the destination of the 2nd test, the Central Tower. The reason for saying this is, Gaara was just knocked unconscious at first, but now she has been shaken awake. Gaara was fed a Bingliang pill by Naruto, so he drove the Mizuno and flew over directly with everyone. The flying speed is of course faster than the ninja running speed. And because Mizuo is 5 meters above the ground, and itself is 7 meters, so it is 11 meters, and the shape is huge, so the ninjas around can only see it. Look, and then just look at Gaara and they use in this kind of high profile and dragging way, it floated past the eyes, and then aimed at the central tower. Mitarashi Anko. As the chief examiner, Mitarashi Anko naturally had to go directly to the central tower to prepare. But, you guys are exaggerating too much, Anko said. As the chief examiner for more than one time, she took a shortcut and because of Jonin, she moved forward very fast, but she had just arrived here, and candidates came here not long after. This is exaggerated. In the past, the fastest time for her candidates as the chief examiner to arrive here was 5 hours. But it's only 2 hours and 02 minutes now. Speaking of this, the Anko examiner raised his head and looked up. Gaara stood there, supported by a model of a woman solidified in sand. Anko thinks this kid is not normal. And Gaara's performance is indeed very weird. It's like a baby boy. Sitting directly on the mother's hands where the sand was condensed, she refused to get off. He lacked love since he was a child, and he always thought that he was not liked by his mother, but he found out that his mother loved him the most. So, instantly fell. How Gaara was driven crazy, so now is how to be soothed. The whole person fell into an absolute extreme. So it is right to call him Ma Baonan now. Ah, is this what it feels like to have a mother? It turns out that I have always been a happy person. Gaara said, but he was talking to sand. Anko took a look and decided to give up communicating with this guy. So, Anko looked at Kitahara Kaede's team. This is also Class 7, Kakashi's squad. Anko and Kakashi are in the same period, but Kakashi is a genius, so she graduated in 1 day. For her, Kakashi is a relatively strange existence. But everyone also knows that Kakashi is elite. FFLX. Kitahara Kaede's team arrived in 2 hours and 02 minutes. Although there is suspicion of rubbing against Gaara's Mizano, it is also my own ability to arrive so quickly. Congratulations on passing the second exam. Mitarashi Anko said. Originally, it was still necessary to decide whether to continue to increase the option of reducing staff based on the number of people who completed the assessment. But Kitahara Kaede and the others arrived too fast, it would be impolite to ask them to conduct the assessment again. So Anko used the authority of the chief examiner to pass Kitahara Kaede's second exam. Then Anko glanced at Hinata. Miss Hinata of the Hyuga family. After the decline of the Uchiha and Senju clans, the power of the Hyuga clan has grown stronger and stronger. So Anko still knew the eldest lady of the clan. And Hinata is also the first person she met in her career as an examiner to choose a person and a team in the Death Forest exam. Turns out, she did it. However, Anko doesn't think that Hinata just rubbed Gaara's Misanoko too. Because, if you just came over with your thighs and your arms, then Hinata might have died when he joined Kitahara Kaede and the others from the very beginning. The Hyuga clan has always been the coveted bloodline of the ninjas in the outer village. Therefore, Hinata's ability to hold on and wait for the response also shows that she has sufficient strength. But, if this Gaara of Sand Shinobi village arrives alone, then cannot be judged to have passed the exam, Anko said sternly. After all, Gaara still has teammates, but you are the only one who arrives, and you don't have the Book of Heaven and Earth on you, so you are not qualified. Wait a moment, and at this time, there was a sound from outside. Anko looked over and found that 2 figures rushed in with 2 bangs, and then one knelt directly on the ground with both hands pressed to the ground, breathing heavily. And the other one took down the huge fan behind him, and pressed his fingers on the fan to breathe. This shows that both of them are rushing desperately, working very hard and out of breath. This is Tamari, Konkuro from Sand Shinobi village. At first they chased Kitahara Kaede desperately. As a result, finally, I almost caught up with the person I wanted to see, but I found that Gaara has changed a lot. Behind Gaara, the sand embodies the appearance of their mother. The scene was so weird that the 2 of them were stunned. But soon, they found that Kitahara Kaede and Gaara were standing together, and then Gaara drove the huge sand mother to the central tower like a porter. So, the 2 couldn't think much about it and could only chase desperately. Finally arrived. This is the Book of Heaven and Earth. Tamari gasped for several times, and then quickly took out the scroll. Okay, Anko checked. You also passed the exam. Not long after they arrived in Tamari, another group of people arrived. The people from our grass ninja village have also arrived. These are 3 Kusanagi. The leader is a tall man, Qian Zhaohao, with a fair complexion and a sickly face, and his hair is parted in the middle. Gives a subtle feeling, and this is Kusanagi Orochimaru. Konoha. The 33rd team has also arrived. But there were also people coming from Konoha's side behind them. The team is led by an old man, and this old man is a living fossil in the ninja world, Kosuke Maruhoshi, who has been Genin for 50 years. Obviously, the 3rd generation has discovered Orochimaru's identity, and Mr. Maruhoshi Kosuke has been following Orochimaru closely. So it is the arrival of the tandem. Anko examined their scrolls one by one. But Kusanagi village of Orochimaru took out the earth coiling axes, but Kosuke Maruhoshi's group did not collect them completely, so they were judged to be disqualified from the exam. Kosuke Maruyoshi has no opinion on this. He was originally here on a mission to spy on Orochimaru, not really wanting to be promoted to Chūnin. So, Maruhoshi Kosuke suddenly put his hands together, and the 2 teammates around him turned into smoke with a touch. This means that his teammates are actually changed by himself. He didn't think about the exam at all. This scene is particularly unique. But Orochimaru ignored him. After all, for Orochimaru, Kosuke Maruyoshi is just so, and his goal is not Kosuke Maruhoshi, nor the 3rd generation. 2. Kusanagi Orochimaru looked at the black-haired boy with golden eyes who was talking to Sasuke and Naruto. It's been almost 8 years, Kitahara Kaede. Closing square bracket. Orochimaru's heart said. After being driven away by the 3rd generation, he first joined the Akatsuki organization, then met Uchiha Itachi, and lost to Itachi's eyes, so he wanted to get the eyes of the Uchiha family. But Uchiha is extinct, so you can only choose Uchiha Itachi's younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. But, just when he was thinking about Uchiha Sasuke, he saw the picture of Kitahara Kaede opening Sasuke with one eye in the Death Forest. And Kitahara Kaede is his most successful wood-style experiment. It has been placed in third generation for many years, and it should be taken away now. This is the original idea. But he himself can't describe how powerful wood style is, but when he saw Kitahara Kaide's one-eyed Susan, he knew it. He wants to want Sharingan. Want to Kitahara Kaide's Sharingan. So, if Kitahara Kaede can be regarded as the object of living corpse reincarnation, then Sharingan, wood style has it all. This is a treasure. Observation Kitahara Kaede _small group. Senju Tobirama. This is the Orochimaru you were talking about. My mouth is watering. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Well, Orochimaru is a research expert. So he is more pervert normal. Namikaze Minato. Pervert. Fortunately, he is targeting Bayuan-kun and not my family's Mingbao. The old leftover woman who can't get married. It's not good to keep an eye on Mr. Bayuan. Terumi Mikeson said that more and more people are targeting Kitahara Kaede now. And the current Orochimaru. According to the received information, Orochimaru has carried out the research of living corpse reincarnation, and has also reincarnated as a woman. So, isn't it overlapping with her? What a hassle. She was quite afraid, because it doesn't mean that only men understand men. Therefore, if Orochimaru becomes a big snake girl, it is indeed very dangerous for a little boy like Kitahara Kaede. And at this time, the system prompts, because 4th Cage Rasa is crazy, so replace members. Randomly pull a cage level strong person into the group. Oh, it's another new member. And Luo Sha, indeed, he should be crazy. Dazuzi Hanhan, but who was the newcomer? Big Zuzi Hanhan, is it also a dead person? It would be fine if it was someone who died. Kakashi's heart was expecting that maybe his father might also come in. Welcome Nine Tails to join Wanji chat group. This group is also known as Observation Kitahara Kaede. _small group. Welcome Nine Tails to join. Nine Tails, let's say hello to everyone. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket : comma ... Everyone. Chapter 059 Listening to Kurama tell the story of the past full order. Observation Kitahara Kaede _small group. Welcome Nine Tails to join Wanji chat group. This group is also known as Observation Kitahara Kaede. _small group. Welcome Nine Tails to join. Nine Tails, say hello to everyone. At Nine Tails. Nine Tails. People, why? Why can Nine Tails also join the group? Is it a shadow? Dazuzi Hanhan. Exactly, isn't Nine Tails a pet? Third Tsuchikage Onoki. This is only what you can say. Namikaze Minato. It's actually Nine Tails. Namikaze Minato. I was shocked. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Me too. Might guy. Surprised +1. The old leftover woman who can't get married. This is really interesting. Nine Tails. What the hell is this place? Nine Tails looked confused. Isn't it still sealed in the body of that brat Uzumaki Naruto? And saying so, Nine Tails found that an explanation appeared in front of his eyes. This is Wanji chat group, also known as Observation Kitahara Kaede _small group. It can connect to the past and the future, regardless of time and space. Closing square bracket. So group members come from the past, from the future, and can also be dead people. Quote, the current bottom line for joining the group is cage level. The purpose of this group is to let you understand the truth of the times, and to give you the opportunity to realize your wishes. Closing square bracket. Nine Tails earned title, Kurama. Kurama, you are already a new group member, come and say hello to group friends. Closing square bracket. At Kurama, Nine Tails, Kurama. Let me put it this way, it's not just me but other people here. Kurama. Dazuzi is stupid, how does this person look so annoying? No, I hate him by nature. Might guy. Nine Tails can read characters at such a young age. Kurama. I know better than you. Dazuzi Hanhan. Nine Tails, do you still remember me? Kurama. Are you? Big Pillar Hanhan. Senju Hashirama. Kurama. I hate you. The small group of people instantly noticed that Nine Tails had suddenly grown into a huge red flame-like demon fox, with nine tails flicking, giving people a powerful aura. Wood-style sage art. Quote ... exclamation mark quote. However, Nine Tails yelled a few words like sickly, and then went into stage fright, and his body shrank back to only half the height of a person. It looks like a cute thing. People, this. Everyone thought they could see the Nine Tails battle against Senju Hashirama, but it turned out not to be. Senju Tobirama. Of course, after all, Big Brother's wood style specializes in restraining tailed beasts, including Nine Tails. Kurama. Hmph, is that what you call restraint? Kurama. My chakra is the most tailed beast, but, why do you guys have more chakra than mine? Kurama. I won't fight with you, who is in danger? Kurama. Ha. Nine Tails immediately folded his paws, and then rested his head on it, as if he wanted to fish. Namikaze Minato. Speaking of come on, long time no see for Nine Tails. Kurama. Minato, why are you here? Kurama. Didn't you guys seal half of my body and die? Kurama. Could it be that this is the occasion to be honest with human beings that the old man of Six Paths said? No, why are there so many people? Nine Tails seemed to be muttering. Older leftover women who can't get married, speaking of come on, you said Six Paths. The old leftover girl who can't get married. I am 5th Mizukage Terumi 9 Tails, do you know 6 paths? Or, do you know the Otsutsuki era? Kurama. The era of Otsutsuki. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. What is this? In the Otsutsuki era, the first time everyone in the group saw it was Kitahara Kaede's diary at Kitahara Kaede. It is recorded in the diary that Kitahara Kaede is black, ready to train Naruto and then face the Otsutsuki era. But this time passed, even if Kakashi went to the library to check, he couldn't find any information about Otsutsuki. The most information they know is that the surname of Sage of 6 Paths who created the ninja world is Otsutsuki. Kurama. I why tell you guys. Hmph. Big Pillar Hanhan. 9 Tails, please. Big Zuzi Hanhan, I don't want to use wood style on you. Kurama. Nima's Hashirama. Kurama. You are threatening me. Big Zuzi Hanhan, no, I didn't threaten you. Kurama. But this group is for chatting, you can communicate to the future, right? Then, there is another function, observation Kitahara Kaede. Kurama. I have seen this Kitahara Kaede when I was inside that kid in Uzumaki Naruto. Kurama. This guy never trains, but I feel when he is grooming the chakra system for Uzumaki Naruto kid. Kurama. He gives me the feeling that he is at the level of 6 paths. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Is it at 6 paths level? Kidney deficiency Hokage. No wonder Kitahara Kaede abused me so easily. Older leftover girl who can't get married. What is the 6 paths level? How is the 6 paths level evaluated? Senju Tobirama. It seems that you know a lot about 9 Tails, so if you provide information, then we will consider releasing you after Naruto. Senju Tobirama. Restore your freedom. Kurama. I believe you ghosts. Kurama. You were the ones who said I was dangerous and sealed me up, and now you are still saying to make me make a noise. Kurama. Labor and capital can't come out. Namikaze Minato. That's it, that's right, then please Kakashi, please ask Kitahara-kun to strengthen your seal. Namikaze Minato. I don't want to see such a picture either. Kurama. You were the first to threaten 9 Tails. Kurama. I am even more convinced that this is indeed not the opportunity that the old man of 6 paths said to let the tailed beasts and humans be honest. Kurama. Well, let me tell you some secrets. 9 Tails turned into a side-lying position with one hand propped on the chin. But it has more information, so everyone listens. Kurama. Let's say yes first. Although you look down on tailed beasts, their lives are stronger than yours. Kurama. If I count as life, then I have lived for thousands of years. Big Pillar Hanhan Millennium. Hashirama was surprised, because as far as he could remember, 9 Tails had always been there. And his Konoha is not yet 100 years old. Kurama. Perhaps longer than 1,000 years. Kurama. The original name of the 6 paths old man is Otsutsuki Hagoromo. The others fell silent while Kurama spoke, so everyone listened to 9 Tails tell the story of the past together. 9 Tails is about the 6 paths era that no one knows. In the cognition of 9 Tails, the chakra of today's people is actually endowed by Sage of 6 Paths, so Sage of 6 Paths is called the ancestor of ninja world. So it is also called Sage of 6 Paths. The tailed beasts are actually a collection of chakra sealed into the body of Sage of 6 Paths. So Sage of 6 Paths is the Jinchuriki of the first tailed beast. It's just that Sage of 6 Paths burped, so they let the tailed beasts out, and it turned into the current situation. All the tailed beasts became the weapons of each village. So, tailed beasts and humans live together. Fake. All fake. 9 Tails remembers the words of people who have communicated with them. 9 Tails are just creatures that lack intelligence and can only be driven by humans. B. Feng Zibo Madara. 9 Tails, your strength is too strong, I must seal you up. By Senju Hashirama. 9 Tails, your existence will bring misfortune to the world. By Uzumaki Mito. You can destroy the world, but I can control you. By Uzumaki Kushina. Although I am halfway to becoming a Jinchuriki, 9 Tails hopes that you will be good. By Namikaze Abina. When they were released by Sage of 6 Paths, Sage of 6 Paths said that one day beasts and humans can understand each other and live together. But for now, the tailed beast is just an enslaved existence. Although Kurama talked about the secrets of Sage of 6 Paths, he also talked about his expectations for tailed beasts and humans. But this kind of thing is just an ideal after all. Because the current tailed beast is still only regarded as a weapon. So Tobirama's focus is not on that. He hadn't considered using 9 Tails as a weapon anyway. Senju Tobirama. So the Otsutsuki era is. Might guy. I am also curious, so the name of Sage of 6 Paths is Otsutsuki, so there are many Sage of 6 Paths. Kurama. I'm not sure. Kurama. After I became conscious, I only saw the life of the 6 Paths old man. Kurama. But if it is true that there are a lot of 6 Paths old men at the same level of strength. It pauses for a moment. Kurama. Then the ninja world can't beat them. Kurama. You may not know that after decades, the strength of ninjas has actually declined a lot. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Does that mean they are weak? But Terumi agrees, because the amount of chakra for both the first generation and the second generation is too much. It's like cheating, so even she is cowardly. Then had to hug Kitahara Kaede's big leg. But now, it's right to hug your thighs. The old leftover girl who can't get married then. 9 Tails, you said that Kitahara-kun's strength is at the 6 Paths level for you, right? Kurama. It feels like this to me. Kurama. But the Six Paths old man has been dead for too long, and I can't tell if it feels wrong. That's it. Everyone was a little lost for a moment. Because it is like the future will encounter a lot of people who are close to the top strength of Sage of Six Paths. How terrifying. Namikaze Minato. However, I believe in my Minato. Namikaze Minato. Didn't Kitahara-kun say that Mingbao can be cultivated? Senju Tobirama. This is true. If Naruto is just taijutsu, it should be equal to 0.8 Kakashi. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Kakashi wondered for a moment whether his genius status was fake or not. Why is it directly reduced to a unit of measurement for strength? Kurama. But you should be worrying about that Kitahara Kaede brat now. Kurama. I can see here, he is being targeted by Orochimaru now. Kurama. I have seen that kind of eye look before. It is the eye look that I want to take for myself. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Yes. Orochimaru was indeed looking at Kitahara Kaede now. Kitahara Kaede turned around and glanced at Kusanagi. Is there anything unusual? Naruto asked. No. Kitahara Kaede said. Speaking of which, Sasuke seems to have woken up. Sasuke, are you awake? Naruto hurried to the corner, and they put Sasuke, who fainted along the way, there. Sasuke put one hand on the ground, then opened his eyes. This is. He quickly touched his eyes. Could it be? Congratulations, you have become Tsutomu Sharingan. Kitahara Kaede handed Sasuke a small mirror. So, I've become stronger. Sasuke immediately stared at himself in the mirror whose eyes had completely changed. He could feel that although his body was a little more tired, the degree of ease and flexibility was completely different from before. That is, when Sharingan's pupil skill is improved, will the body's stats also be improved? Because the number of Shadow Clone is not as good as Naruto, Sasuke's body skills have been caught up by Naruto. But now, Sasuke feels like he is doing it again. So he quickly held the mirror with both hands and looked left and right. While watching Sasuke, Kitahara Kaede watched Kusanagi not far away. It is a pity. Sasuke was directly promoted from one Tomo Sharingan to Goyu. But, Orochimaru has no fluctuations. This shows that Orochimaru is different from the original, isn't the focus on Sasuke. So Orochimaru's focus is only him. Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede thinks that a peaceful life is good, but if someone comes to make trouble, he has to deal with it a little seriously. His mission from the third generation is to find and track Orochimaru. Now that it is confirmed that Orochimaru's goal is him, then, as long as he stays here, Orochimaru will not leave. So just wait for third generation reinforcements to arrive. However, according to the character of the third generation, even if Orochimaru appeared, then the third generation would probably not kill Orochimaru. So among this awkward pair of master and apprentice, it is simply a waste of time. Kitahara Kaede did not continue to manage Orochimaru. He walked to the second floor of the central tower. The sky is getting dark now, but it may be because of the evening. The setting sun shines up, adding a bit of color to the sky, plus the overly green forest. There is a unique beauty. If you just watch the sunset, this is a good observation point. But there were already people on the second floor. It's 3 people. From left to right are Konoha's Jonin, Mitarashi Anko, the chief examiner for the second exam, and Narashikamaru, their instructor Jonin Sarutobi Asuma. And Hinata's 10th class guide, Jonin Shari Hong. The 2 of us came here first. Hong's idea is that since Orochimaru played the role of the examinee, there is a possibility that he has already completed the exam. It turned out that instead of being on the periphery, we rushed directly to the central tower, which turned out to be the right thing to do. That Kusanagi is the Orochimaru that the third generation Sama said. Asuma said, Orochimaru. Anko was silent for a while. Anko's past teacher was Orochimaru. But Daimaru ignores her no matter whether she committed suicide or defected. So she is the one who was abandoned by Orochimaru. Although Anko looks lively, there is resentment deep inside. But she is Konoha's ninja after all, and she also has the will of fire. Then, the order of Master Third Generation is. Anko immediately chose to cooperate. Capture Orochimaru, clean up Konoha's rebellious ninja. Asuma said, and the correct course of action is to report directly after finding Orochimaru. However, Asuma said, we can consider making the arrest ourselves. Now we have 3 of us here. My taijutsu, Hong's genjutsu, and Anko, your ninjutsu is also very strong. Asuma said, Red is just a special Jonin. I think if I can complete this mission, then Red's contribution points will be enough to become a real Jonin. In Konoha, ninjas can become Chūnin as long as they pass the Chūnin exam. And Chūnin is the entry of official ninja. Afterwards, think there are 2 things to look at in order to rise to the rank of Jonin. Strength, contribution. Strength is the strength of physical fitness, ninjutsu, genjutsu, etc., and then it is the contribution to the village, and the contribution is obtained by doing tasks. Because there are no good illusionists in the village, Yuji was specially promoted to become an illusionist. But the contribution itself is not enough. So just special Jonin. Asuma, it's better not to do this. It's so weird. Hong seemed to refuse. Because it's like she's being carried up. She doesn't like this kind of feeling very much. If she wants to upgrade, she wants to upgrade because of her strength. Relax, Asuma said. My old man said, just pick the occasion where Kitahara Kaede is present and you'll be fine. He'll help. Will he help? Quote. Kitahara Kaede, I have to say that these people are quite simple as Jonin. Because since Orochimaru is a traitor, why does he appear here in a big way? You must know that this is the base camp of Konoha. So, it must have been arranged long ago. 2 groups of Kusanagi came in again. And there are only 4 grass ninjas in these 2 groups. But these 4 people are dressed as Otonin F4. There is a cough blood. The body doesn't look too good. But he has no eyebrows. His complexion was pale, and he was dressed, with a large mouth, looking very coquettish. But this is not a show, but it is suitable for taking off the top. So this guy Kimimaro, Otonin's F4 is the strength of a Jonin, so even if Orochimaru has a problem, he can sacrifice these 4 F4 and get out. Therefore, Orochimaru's presence here is obviously easy. And Asuma, do you want to attack the Orochimaru gun credit directly in advance? This kind of action Kitahara Kaede evaluated as death. However, Kitahara Kaide's heart fluctuated little. After all, Asuma also died in the original book, so dying early won't have any effect. In other words, it would be better if he died early, because his contact time with Class 10 is still short, so the students in Class 10 will not be so sad. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Tobirama. Sarutobi narrowed down again. Might guy. Why did you say that? Senju Tobirama. Didn't you see Kitahara's expression? Senju Tobirama. I bet 5 cents that Kitahara Kaede won't save Asuma. Just these few people wanting to surround Orochi for 5 pills, I laughed so hard. Senju Tobirama. Didn't Sarutobi say before that if he died, he hoped that Kitahara Kaede would save him? Senju Tobirama. The rescue shows that Sarutobi is not sure about taking Orochimaru. Senju Tobirama. So what is Asuma doing here for women? Kidney deficiency Hokage. Then I have to get off the horse. Kidney deficiency Hokage. The relationship between Asuma and me is okay. Might guy. When did it develop? Kakashi, aren't you the only friend of mine? Might guy. Kakashi, didn't I accompany you all the time in those days? Might guy. You have to know that when you were in Anbu, I was worried that you would be immersed in it all the time, so I asked 3rd generation to join Anbu. Might guy. Then I also asked Danzo to let me root. Might guy. In the end, you made friends behind my back. Kidney deficiency Hokage. What's your name? Asuma is different from you. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Asuma is just an ordinary friend. Occasionally read the Emperor's book together. Cough. It's drinking together. Older leftover women who can't get married. I didn't say that. I always think that you Konoha are quite basic. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. My old man can't understand your relationship either. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Same. I can't understand it either. Senju Tobirama. Brother, shut up. You actually regard Izuna as your younger brother. I feel redundant now. Big Pillar Hanhan. Hey, Tobirama, don't be angry. 20 minutes passed. Kitahara Kaede went down from the 2nd floor, but was stopped at the corner of the 1st floor. Kitahara Kaede. Wait a moment. Kitahara Kaede was stopped. The object of the interception was Temari from San Shinobi Village. You. Her expression seemed to be hesitant. What did you do to Gaara? He's acting weird right now. Weird, yes. Gaara is now Ma Baonin. Not only that, just like Temari and Kankuro apologized for their past. The final conclusion is that he has always felt that he is not liked by his mother Garura, so he is sick, but he finds that he has always been loved. And he's monopolizing his mother's love by himself, so he feels sorry for Temari and Kankuro. And for Kankuro, who was almost killed by Gaara several times. It's a short lifespan. Gaara was actually apologizing, Gaara even flaunted that her mother only loved him. How impolite it is, but no one talks to Gaara, so it's understandable. But in the end both Temari and Kankuro say, Gaara is broken. Then comes the scene where Temari is waiting for Kitahara Kaede on the stairs. Isn't he fine now? Kitahara Kaede said, it's not so dangerous after all. And, I think you guys better worry about where your San Shinobi village is going right now, Kitahara Kaede said. San Shinobi village, where is? Temari hesitated for a moment. What does it mean? San Shinobi village is a big village, but isn't it strange that only a small team came to take the exam this time? And Gaara's strength is already Jonin, so it's not an exaggeration to come and take Konoha's mere Chūnin exam. Kitahara Kaede said, Temari, of course, because this is the plan that 4th Kage's father has prepared for a long time. Think, to be silent, come up and then explode in one fell swoop. Nation of the Winds has been reducing the funding for San Shinobi Village, so everyone's life is very difficult. And the father thinks this is the reason for San Shinobi Village's poor performance, so if the attack is successful Konoha is showing his strength. That's why, this sortie exam, which has been brewing for several years, appeared. Because the preparations were too thorough, so, was someone discovered all of a sudden. Stop doing stupid things, Kitahara Kaede said. Not to mention that you will not succeed in attacking Konoha, even your San Shinobi village will become the prey of other ninja villages' invasion. Then, the 4th Ninja World War might just break out ahead of schedule. Life will only get harder this way. Listening to Kitahara Kaede's words, Temari fell silent. Why do you have to think that San Shinobi village will lose? She said, and these words also show that Temari's inner defense has been broken down. It is equivalent to directly telling Kitahara Kaede that their San Shinobi village has a purpose. You have passed the assessment of the 2nd exam. FFLX. Now go back and investigate the identity of the fourth Kage. Kitahara Kaede said, I met his eyes on the street. But he doesn't smell of you. 17. Huh. Temari froze for a moment. Odor. She quickly raised her hand and sniffed left and right, as if very nervous. Although our Sand Shinobi village lacks water, we still have baths. Quote. Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede's hand suddenly pressed Temari's shoulders and then pushed her back. Temari's body didn't react, and his back was leaning against the wall. And Kitahara Kaede pressed one hand against the wall. His eyes fell on her face. Temari's face turned red instantly. Her hands pressed against the wall unnaturally, but there seemed to be no way out behind her. And Kitahara Kaede looked into her eyes and said, this news is sad, but I have to tell you. The fourth Kage is dead. Temari's eyes widened. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Mr. Bayuan is very manipulative this time. Might guy. Huh, Senju Hashirama's younger brother, it's really a big operation. It's a girl who has a wall, and others think they will kiss her down. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. It turned out that her father was dead. Namikaze Minato. This. Senju Tobirama. I'm a little worried that Kitahara might be single. Dazuzi Hanhan. This. I'm also a little worried. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Then I will go offline first. Might guy. Does Kakashi want me to come over? Guy already knows that Kakashi is trying to save the arrogant Asuma. Kidney deficiency Hokage. No need. Kakashi said 2 words and went offline directly. And everyone also found out that Temari took Konkuro and Gaara to find Anko, and left after explaining the reason. Those who pass the exam can of course leave. Because Anko's second exam lasted 3 days and 3 nights, and it was only the first day, and he had already passed the exam, so he was notified again that the third exam would be 2 days later. Well, of course there is no need to wait here in the central tower. Anko glanced at the Sand Shinobi village team and agreed with them to leave early. Kitahara Kaede right, and at this time a tall figure with pale skin came over. This is Kusanagi Orochimaru. There is a faint fragrance on his body. Can I talk to you? About the written test of the first test, I'm a little interested in you. Orochimaru said so. As if he was afraid of being rejected, he raised his hand lightly at Kitahara Kaede at an angle that only Kitahara Kaede could see. In his hand is a small bottle. Inside the bottle is a scarlet 3-gold jade Sharingan. Quote. Kitahara Kaede found that these people who were related to the laboratory seemed to like to give Sharingan as a gift. Kitahara Kaede followed Orochimaru out, but Orochimaru's proactive move is naturally very interesting, and Kitahara Kaede found that Asuma and the 3 of them seemed to be ready to act. The 3 of them followed directly behind Kitahara Kaede and Orochimaru, and, from behind the 3 of them, Oton and F4 followed up silently. Orochimaru walked with Kitahara Kaede for about 2 kilometers and stopped. Kitahara Kaede standing on a tree. I have to go back if there is nothing urgent, Kitahara Kaede said. Don't worry about it, Orochimaru said. I'm looking forward to being alone with you. Why? Orochimaru's words are a bit strange. However, people in the Hokage world have their own bond attributes, so Kitahara Kaede is used to listening to other people's very subtle words. Quote. Kitahara Kaede said nothing, and Orochimaru directly threw the bottle that he just took out to Kitahara Kaede. This is what was promised to you, Orochimaru said. Kitahara Kaede lightly raised his left hand to receive Orochimaru's gift. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Kitahara Kaede opened the bottle, and Uchiha's bloodline boundary was there. Kitahara Kaede closed the right eye, then installed the 3 Tomo Sharingan on the left eye. Sengoku directly changed into Mangekyo. But the original Scarlet Sharingan has undergone new changes. Made a more qualitative change from Mangekyo. This is the eternal Mangekyo, said Kitahara Kaede. Mangekyo Sharingan overlapping transplantation with blood relationship can offset the side effects of Mangekyo. This is the first time I've seen it. It's the first time I've heard of it, Orochimaru said. I have to say that you are also very familiar with Uchiha's blood inheritance boundaries. That's all for now, Kitahara Kaede said. So you and Danzo are all the way. My old Sharingan was given to me by Danzo. And now what you gave me can be fused into Mangekyo, which means that the owners of these 2 eyes have a blood relationship. So, you and Danzo got the eyes from the same batch of Uchiha. Quote. Orochimaru, you are so interesting, Orochimaru said, as expected of someone I value. Then reintroduce. You may not have an impression of me. But, Orochimaru directly pressed his left hand on his face, pulling off a layer of skin on his face. Then a slightly pale but young and handsome face was revealed. This is what Orochimaru looks like. You'll remember me soon, Kitahara Kaede. 8 years later, this is our first meeting. I am Orochimaru, one who seeks immortality. And you are my most successful work. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big pillar Hanhan. Orochimaru really wants to attack little Kitahara Kaede this time. Senju Tobirama. Didn't I say it before, because the snake clings to the picture and wrote the experiment of escape. Senju Tobirama. So this wave, Orochimaru deliberately waited for Kitahara Kaede to grow up and then snatched it away. Senju Tobirama. Good guys, I was led astray, so Orochimaru's goal is not Sarutobi but Kitahara Kaede. Senju Tobirama. I knew that wood-style experimenters are the most attractive. Senju Tobirama. At Kakashi, never mind Asuma. Orochimaru is absolutely not allowed to take Kitahara Kaede. Might Guy. Understood, I'll come over right away. Might Guy wears the title directly as if to prove himself. Blue Beast, I have accepted this task. The old leftover woman who can't get married, I also took this task. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Huh. Terumi Mei, are you also at Konoha? The old leftover woman who can't get married. Well, I personally came to deliver the alliance contract with Konoha. As Mizukage, I have a lot of sincerity. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Just lie to me, an old man. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. You just want to take this opportunity to contact Kitahara Kaede, don't you? The old leftover woman who can't get married. I'm not trying to take advantage of this opportunity, but to express my goodwill. Older leftover woman who can't get married. I'm going offline, and this kind of time must be the time for me to behave. The old leftover woman who can't get married. There is Orochimaru just right, who can make me feel good about Mr. Beijing. And this time, so, we have a past friendship. Come to me, Sharingan is enough. And, Sharingan, have as much as you want. I'm already experimenting with the Sharingan incubation program. Interested in living corpse reincarnation? I can give you the sending method. Come with me into the infinite life. Wood style or something, if you use too much, it will be short-lived. Join me, Yuan Feng. I will give you the best treatment, Orochimaru said. This stunned 5th Mizukage and Might Guy who were about to set off. Because, observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Everyone. So Orochimaru didn't want to attack or snatch Kitahara Kaede, but filially wanted to invite a father back. 3 CE. Chapter 0609 Tales. I haven't seen you for decades, one tale, you are so cool. Seeking automatic, seeking subscription. Orochimaru directly offered Kitahara Kaede a favorable offer. As long as you follow me, it doesn't matter how much Sharingan you want. I've done Sharingan research and am cultivating. Afterwards, even if you want to, you can ask for 1,000 pieces. You have talent, and the use of wood style as long as it is used, it will reduce life. So, are you sure you don't want to learn living corpse reincarnation from me? Orochimaru said, it took me 30 years to understand a truth, that is, human life has a limit. So, I pursued eternal life. As long as you have the time, what kind of research and ninjutsu can you learn? Like second generation, isn't he a super genius super researcher? I'm not his fan. But his life was too short. If you give him time, then he can definitely do more research. And the research on wood style sells, the experiments on wood style. It's not my turn to do it either. And now, come with me, Kitahara Kaede. I can give you unlimited Sharingan, and I can also give you endless ecology. Saying so, Orochimaru held out his hand to Kitahara Kaede. Orochimaru's approach is indeed an exaggeration. This is not only the case in the small group, even Asuma, Anko, and Kuroyuki who were about to besiege Orochimaru were a little confused. Because, it's not what they think it is. They all thought that Orochimaru would directly attack Kitahara Kaede, but, it turned out to be an invitation. And it's wood style and Sharingan, can these words and secrets be heard by ninjas like them? Yu Hahong, who came over, felt a little regretful. Anko used to be Orochimaru's disciple, so that's fine. And Asuma is Hokage's son, so it's okay to hear the secret. But she is just an ordinary female ninja. And while the three of them were in a daze, so did Kitahara Kaede's small group. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Pillar Hanhan, I'm going. I thought what Orochimaru was going to do, but, first of all, give a Sharingan and immortality research. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, isn't that right? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, I thought he wanted to use force directly. Senju Tobirama. No, this temptation is enough. Big Pillar Hanhan, Senju Tobirama. This is giving endless life. Big Pillar Hanhan, how can endless life be achieved? Senju Tobirama. It can be done, I have studied the undead transfer before. Senju Tobirama. Living corpse reincarnation is something I have considered and studied, but not completed. Senju Tobirama. As a result, Orochimaru has been fully developed. Senju Tobirama. Immortality is indeed very attractive to human beings. If his older brother Senju Hashirama didn't die so quickly, would the ninja world still be in chaos? With enough strength, other photos dare not mess around at all. So, Senju Tobirama is a little shaken. Although he chose to pass on the will of fire, let's see, what did his disciple do? Play a good hand of cards to a pulp. It's better to stand on your own. So, the current Tobirama is actually shaken. Namikaze Minato. If you can live forever, then I want it too. Namikaze Minato. In this way, I can grow up with Mingbao. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. If I can live forever, then I may be able to achieve greater fame than my elder brother. Izuna also has longing. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. If I can live forever, then I don't have to change Tsuchikage, and I have been maintaining my own strategy. Big Pillar Hanhan, this. Older leftover women who can't get married, are you enough? Why are you all tempted? Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Then Mizukage, don't you want to live forever? The old leftover woman who can't get married. What kind of eternal life do I want? I just want to bring Kurigakure back on track. The old leftover girl who can't get married. If there are suitable talents to grow up, then I will pass on Mizukage's position. Senju Tobirama. That's right, I almost shook my heart. Senju Tobirama. I originally wanted to believe in the power of others, but now I think I should believe in my own power. Apparently, Tobirama sobered up because of the development of his disciples but was tempted again. Kurama. Ha 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 ha. Ninetales looked at this group of people called shadows and smiled. Senju Tobirama. Ninetales, why are you laughing? Kurama. You humans are so funny, what you want to pursue is what I have always had. This is really not pleasant to hear. But it's true. The tailed beast is a collection of chakra, immortal, and has no concept of time. And 9 tails, 1 tail, 8 tails. These tail beasts are alive from the era of Sage of Six Paths. So, the eternal life that everyone wants. 9 tails has actually experienced it. Namikaze Minato. So 9 tails, what do you think of immortality? Kurama. Very boring. Kurama. I also want to be freed from eternal life. Kurama. Because the era in which 9 tails and human beings can coexist, as the Six Paths old man said, it is impossible to come. Kurama. I have been waiting for too long. Big Pillar Hanhan. Big Pillar Hanhan. Sorry, 9 tails. But I will not seal you. If you are caught by Madara again, it will bring disaster. Kurama. Don't mention that guy's name in front of me. Kurama. I hate him, from the bottom of my heart. 9 tails' gentle attitude changed instantly. You can imagine how much it hates Uchiha Madara. The atmosphere suddenly cooled down. So everyone just kept looking at the screen. And this is the time when Kitahara Kaede should choose. Senju Tobirama. Tobirama didn't speak, because he didn't know if he would be shaken if he was given the same conditions. And now, everyone's ears pricked up. Those in the small group await the selection of Kitahara Kaede. Like Terumi May, if Orochimaru scams Kitahara Kaede away, then she has no chance. Because she can't give Kitahara Kaede eternal life. Speaking of which, if Kitahara Kaede is tempted here, then her Kurigaka revival plan may die before it even starts. After all, people like Orochimaru will definitely not let anyone go again. But, eternal life, looks good. But I refuse, Kitahara Kaede said. Orochimaru, Yuhihong, Anko, Asuma. Small group. Everyone thought he would think more about it, but in the end, the rejection was so straightforward. Hey, Orochimaru said, this is eternal life, you don't want either. Orochimaru was taken aback. Of course I want immortality, said Kitahara Kaede. But, do you know what eternal life is? Living corpse reincarnation is boring. Orochimaru, Senju Tobirama. Tobirama, the developer, was shot first. Is this an instant negation of the two of them? This is the world of ninjas, isn't it easy to live forever? Kitahara Kaede said, living corpse reincarnation literally means changing bodies constantly. Why? That's why it's called reincarnation. Then it means constantly changing bodies. But have you ever considered that tailed beasts can live for thousands of years, or even longer, and the 3 immortals in the 3 holy lands, Mount Myoboku, and Ruchi Cave, have also lived for thousands of years or even longer. People don't change their bodies, you have to keep replacing them. And if the physical fitness of the replacement is not good, won't your strength also drop? So, this is boring. If I were you, I wouldn't go to learn the living corpse reincarnation, but go to the 3 celestial beings for refinement. Kitahara Kaede said, Orochimaru, I was almost persuaded by you. Orochimaru hastily shook his head. It seems that the gentle invitation to you is not moving. You are young, but I must now adopt the adult posture. Orochimaru said, these words are actually quite polite. The translation is, if you don't take softness, then I will be tough. Whatever. Kitahara Kaede folded her hands. Orochimaru smiled. Boom. While Hong and the others were nervously stealing, Asuma found himself tapped on the shoulder. His body froze suddenly, then he looked back, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Because it was Kakashi with white hair wearing a mask. Orochimaru has been found, we will attack Orochimaru later. After all, Asuma went out when he was young, so he directly attacked Kakashi. Don't attack, I still choose to run, and Kakashi also gave him sign language. This is not possible, this time is an opportunity. By Asuma. You are no match for Orochimaru. By Kakashi. Orochimaru's negotiations appear to have failed. Should be shot. Closing square bracket. I'm also waiting for him to make a move, Kakashi, or you can join in and help. By Asuma. Opening square bracket. I thought you were reckless before, so I came here, but now it's my turn to make a move. By Kakashi. Kakashi seemed to pause here. And ahead, although there are a few little mice, it doesn't matter. Kitahara Kaede, although I want to take you back politely. But it seems impossible not to show it. As Orochimaru said that, he suddenly bit his finger, summoning beast technique. Boom. The ground trembled, and Kakashi's sixth sense, awakened from years of life and death combat, gave him an instant response. He pushed Asuma away with a smack. But still slow. Boom. The huge black snake flew out from the ground at an extremely fast speed. The big snake opened its mouth and burst out of the ground. If it was half a second slower, if Kakashi hadn't pushed Asuma away, then the current Asuma would be swallowed whole into 10,000 snakes' mouth. Asuma's body was pushed and flew in the air, but one snake's speed was still very fast. It raised its head and bit towards Asuma. Motor. Asuma took out his weapon in an instant, attached chakra, and threw the chakra knife at an extremely fast speed. Boom. Both hits hit the tongue. But Orochi's. The speed did not decrease, and it directly bit up. Poof. Asuma's left hand and foot were bitten off. No one thought that this giant snake ignored the attack, but directly bit people. Ah, Asuma let out a terrible cry in an instant. No one thought that in the blink of an eye, Asuma's hands and feet had disappeared. Well, the taste is average, but I haven't eaten anything for a long time, so I still accept it. The proud big snake held its head high. Then Asuma's hands and feet were swallowed. You guys. Kakashi half jumped up to catch Asuma and set him aside. This guy is Orochimaru's summoning beast, 10,000 snakes. He said, the two of you first split up to treat Asuma's wound, and then the other one will hold one snake with me. Understood. X2. Hong and Anko were also taken aback by the instant appearance of one snake just now. As Konoha's ninja, Anko is a victim of Orochimaru's apprentice, so he has not participated in any dangerous missions and is responsible for the Chunin exam. So, becoming dull. As for Kurenai Yuhi, because she is an illusion ninja and has become a Jonin, she did not experience such a horrible thing. How could there be a moment? The companion lost half of his body. Is this Orochimaru? So, for a split second, the two of them accepted Kakashi's instructions without realizing it. And unlike the nervous Kakashi and the others, Orochimaru was calm. This is 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru introduced, my summoning beast, but it's not very smart, it asks for sacrifices every time it appears. If you come with me, 10,000 snakes can give it to you. Orochimaru said, unnecessary. Kitahara Kaede said, and, Orochimaru, you did a good job. Orochimaru did a good job. Orochimaru, you traitor, I shouldn't have given you a chance. There was a roar, and Orochimaru also noticed that the Hokage exclusive Anbu for the third generation purpose was late. Led by Senju Tobirama from third generation, the surrounding Anbu separated instantly and then formed a circular encirclement. Summoning beast technique. The third generation also performed summoning, but what he summoned came out was a strong but old ape demon king. Senju Tobi, it's Orochimaru again. I told you a long time ago, we must not let him go, and now it really is, the ape demon spoke immediately. Stop talking, Senju Tobirama said, quote. Ape demon king. Only then did the ape demon realize that Senju Tobirama, the son of the third generation, had rolled aside and was already mutilated. It's hard to say whether it can be saved. Ape demon king. In other words, Senju Tobi is really angry this time. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Tobirama. Kitahara Kaede has kept his heart, which makes me feel very difficult. Senju Tobirama. But Senju Tobi is getting angry now, I'm a little angry. Big Zuzi Hanhan, why is this? Namikaze Minato. Probably because third generation let go of Orochimaru in the past, but this time it was because of his son's accident, so, emotions exploded. The old leftover girl who can't get married. This means that third Hokage doesn't have the stamina to become a movie star. Older leftover women who can't get married. If a ninja village wants to develop, the most important thing is to share the world, so that the ninjas under it can all work hard to become shadows. Older leftover women who can't get married, instead of thinking about the world. Home world and public world. In fact, it is to consider the capacity of a shadow. Like in the past, Orochimaru used people from his own village to conduct experiments, so he was sorry to the people of the village. And what third generation did just as Hokage was to capture Orochimaru and punish him. But what he did was, let go of Orochimaru, and gave Orochimaru a way to live. So, what about the people that Orochimaru took to experiment? Hokage did not seek justice for them. And as long as this kind of practice and spirit continue, it will become like this village, can't condense the power of allegiance again. So new ninjas will be affected. Over time, failure is certain. So, now that third generation is so angry, it shows that third generation still belongs to the world. So second generation was disappointed. My target is not you, Senju Tobi-sensei. Orochimaru raised his eyes slightly to look at Senju Tobirama. But you seem to be in a very unstable mood right now. Then I have a surprise for you. Saying so, Orochimaru suddenly took out a firework signal from his pocket. With a bang, the fireworks of the big orange snake flickered in the air. Saw him do it. Not so good. Kitahara Kaede looked in one direction, and the small group of people followed Kitahara Kaede to look in that direction. But soon, someone realized. Namikaze Minato. Could it be that? Big Zuzi Hanhan, it seems that is the one. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. What is it? Namikaze Minato. It was the direction that Kitahara-kun let the Sand Shinobi village trio leave. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Sand Shinobi village. What does this have to do with Sand Shinobi village? Didn't Kitahara Kaede let them go? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Onoki, you have lived so many years in vain. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Isn't there Gaara in Sand Shinobi village? Or, One-Tail Shuhei. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Onoki just thinks that the Uchiha brothers are very annoying. He looked down on him all the time. However, he reacted. Third Tsuchikage Daimyu. Could it be that Orochimaru wants to reveal One-Tail Shuhei? Onoki doesn't care about heavy-tailed beasts. Two of the tailed beasts in Ganzi even escaped. But, not taking it seriously doesn't mean he doesn't know that tailed beasts are powerful. A common tailed beast can destroy a village. And One-Tail is still the one with high strength among the tailed beasts. So, Konoha is in danger. And as if to verify his guess, at the edge of the death forest, a huge roar came out. A huge raccoon dog with cursed prints all over its body appeared in Konoha's field. Tens of meters tall, huge and terrifying. Wind-style practicing blank bullets. A huge air cannon shot from its mouth instantly broke through the huge trees in front of it, and it was about to attack the village. But, boom, there's a lot of air cannon and it's counter-booming, which eventually cancels out. Boom. In the direction of Shuhei, a signal flare exploded. The Anbu found out that this was a signal flare of the root organization. Explain that Danzo's people are over there. It's Master Danzo. Ordinary people still regard Danzo as the boss and advisor of the root organization. So it feels like Danzo is fighting Shukaku now. But, can Danzo really keep Shukaku? Everyone is not very confident. Orochimaru looked at Shukaku in surprise. Then turn around. Sensei Sarutobi, choose. Do you fight me here, or destroy the village? Orochimaru smiled. Returning to the village as a traitor, what do you like to do most? Of course it's destroying it. Although Shuhei is temporarily held back, but for a tailed beast that has been sealed for decades, will it be able to hold back its nonsense? Then it would be a disaster for Konoha. Third generation. Anbu around XN immediately looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen when he saw this scene. The situation is now extremely critical. One side is to face Orochimaru, and the other side is Morizuru. Mr. Bayuan, go to Shuhei. Remember to take Naruto with you, said third generation. It looks like the third generation project is to select villages. If Kitahara Kaede can fight Orochimaru with him, he is sure that Orochimaru will not escape, but, in this case, Shukaku will destroy the village. So I can only choose to return some. Let Kitahara Kaede go to Shukaku. Certainly, in order to prevent the nine tails on Naruto's side from being detonated too, so Naruto has to be brought there too. In this way, it looks like third generation has made a choice. But, please wait, Sarutobi-sensei. But Orochimaru interrupted him again. I haven't shown you my strength yet, Orochimaru said. You let Mr. Bayuan go to Shuhei's place now and then want to treat me alone. This is too contemptuous of me. Third generation glared at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, on the other hand, took his time. Bump. Anbu's body was suddenly reloaded from behind, and when he realized it. Dead bone pulse 10 finger piercing. A thread appeared. This Anbu's body fell down, unable to move immediately. Only then did everyone discover a sick young man with silver hair appeared behind Orochimaru. But Orochimaru has finished printing. Yin Si Shu Chen. Then he clasped his hands together. This technique is. Third generation already felt bad. That's what you think, Sarutobi-sensei. Impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru shouted loudly, and a large number of overlapping things like paper and broken tiles appeared on the body of the immobile Anbu on the ground. West. Then the whole person starts to metamorphose into a completely different person. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Tobirama. Orochimaru this guy, BD. Senju Tobirama. This BD is using my forbidden technique. Senju Tobirama. Impure world reincarnation. Namikaze Minato. The function of this ninjutsu is. Senju Tobirama. I specially shake people out to carry out tandem paper bombs. Tandem paper bombs can detonate continuously, but real people can't, so I invented it. Impure world reincarnation. People who can use dirt to detonate. Senju Tobirama. This is a very useful jutsu. Kidney deficiency Hokage. It sounds good, but I don't think Orochimaru wants to use it like this. Big pillar Hanhan. Kakashi, aren't you offline to be wary of Orochimaru? Kidney deficiency Hokage. My strength is low, how can I be used at this time? Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, you are really practical. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Teacher Minato, see for yourself, do you want to fight against Orochimaru with my strength? Or do you want me to rush to Shukaku? Namikaze Minato. It's really difficult. It's very difficult to deal with tailed beasts. I've had to use Ghoul Seal before against 9 tails. Dazuzi Hanhan, are you all against tailed beasts like this? Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Mr. First Hokage, you should stop hitting people. Big Zuzi Hanhan, I'm sorry, because I think it's all quite simple. Kidney deficiency Hokage. And now I am very annoyed by horse riding. Kakashi made a complaint. Namikaze Minato. What's wrong with you, Kakashi? Kidney deficiency Hokage. I originally remembered that Asuma saved him, but now Asuma has relieved and said that I have harmed him all his life. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Asuma's life was saved, but he lost the ability to become a ninja, lacking a hand and a leg, he had to retire early. Asking for flowers. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Said that if I hadn't pushed him, making him unable to move in the air, then maybe he wouldn't be like this. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Does he know that if I don't push him that one time, he will die immediately? Kidney deficiency Hokage. I knew I would not have to take this muddy water. Big pillar Hanhan 1. Senju Tobirama. Namikaze Minato. Forget it, it is normal for third generation to be like this, and so is his son. Yes, normal. Minato suddenly recalled that he died for the village, and then entrusted Naruto to the third generation. How did the third generation treat Naruto? Isn't the Sarutobi family just used to this kind of paying for you and then blaming you? Kidney deficiency Hokage. Wait a minute, the topic almost went around. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Nadaime said earlier that Orochimaru probably didn't use impure world reincarnation for tandem paper bombs. Kidney deficiency Hokage. I said before that the graves of you and Shodai were dug, right? Senju Tobirama. Yes, I heard you say that when I first joined the group. Senju Tobirama. Wait a minute, do you mean, the person who dug me, is Orochimaru. Kidney deficiency Hokage. There is a possibility. Senju Tobirama. So that means. Kidney deficiency Hokage. It's yours that is. Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation is not playing tandem paper bombs, but summoning powerful ninjas. Kidney deficiency Hokage. And you are a powerful ninja. Senju Tobirama. FK, I feel it, my soul has been taken. Ah. Tobirama let out a cry. Dazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama, are you okay? But at this time Tobirama in the small group did not reply him. And Orochimaru has been sealed. Impure world reincarnation. See you again, Senju Tobirama, second Mizukage. The sacrificial ninja has completely transformed into the form of Senju Tobirama. Orochimaru, you actually defiled the ancestors. The emotions of third generation are almost out of control. Kun Kitahara, you go to Shuzuru, I have to compete with Orochimaru. Third generation said, can. Kitahara Kaede nodded, and he glanced at the second generation that was brought out of the filth. Now everyone in the group is staring at second Mizukage. Yeah, it's second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Tobirama is very handsome, has an overly pale face. He was wearing a blue armor, with silver white hair and a few red marks on his face. He looked quite young and handsome. And this is the second generation project Senju Tobirama. Die young. Orochimaru stuck a charm on the back of Tobirama's head. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big pillar Hanhan. Orochimaru is really too bold. Big pillar Hanhan. It really made Tobirama dirty. Senju Tobirama. Yeah, damn it, abuse my ninjutsu like this. Namikaze Minato. It's just, wait a minute, Nadaime, are you back? Senju Tobirama. Well, Orochimaru put a spell behind the dirt. This spell can deprive others of their consciousness, and then control their actions, just like a puppet. Senju Tobirama. In other words, the soul of this filthy person is not needed. Senju Tobirama. So I'm back. The older leftover girl who can't get married. It's dirty Senju Tobirama. Then deprive Tobirama of his consciousness. Then, what else is dirty? 0. What is useful for old ninjas is their combat experience. If the ninja consciousness is deprived, then it is the same as playing games with someone else's tuba. But if you don't understand, don't you still lose? Older leftover girl who can't get married. However, this impure world reincarnation is quite interesting. Master Tobirama, when the dirt came out, how much strength did you feel you had at the peak? Senju Tobirama. What I noticed just now, probably obtained the power of the third layer of the peak body. Older leftover women who can't get married, there are only 3 floors. Terumi May seemed a little disappointed. Senju Tobirama. Don't even think about messing around with my ninjutsu. Senju Tobirama. You just want to defile your Kurigakure ninjas, right? Older leftover women who can't get married, no matter where, this is an unimaginable path. Yes, never imagined. Kurigakure wants no one now, but there are a lot of powerful rebels along the way. As a result, they were basically killed. So, if you learn impure world reincarnation, and then shake people casually, wouldn't it mean that Kurigakure, which was never imagined, will become stronger? Senju Tobirama. Kakashi, I have an important task for you. Senju Tobirama. And Might Guy also gave you a task. Senju Tobirama. Did you see the subordinates brought by Orochimaru, but instead of asking you to stare at them, you took off the talisman from my filthy body? Kidney deficiency Hokage. Take off the spell. Senju Tobirama. Yes, take it off. As long as I take it off, I can fight to get rid of the control of impure world reincarnation. Senju Tobirama. After all, this is the forbidden technique I created, and I know how to solve it. Senju Tobirama. Now that the filth is all filthy, I have something to say. Namikaze Minato. Could it be, what you said to third generation? Senju Tobirama. This is almost the meaning. Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato. At Kakashi. Let me get out of the dirt too. I want to find third generation too. Namikaze Minato. I want to ask him what he did to my Mingbao. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Ah. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. By the way, aren't you worried about Shukaku? Senju Tobirama. Keeping the crane. Hasn't Kitahara Kaede passed away? Senju Tobirama. Look, their small group was observing Kitahara Kaede, so Kitahara Kaede had arrived at Shukaku's location. But Ninetales cheered up and looked at the crane. Shukaku is nearby. 57. Danzo came to prevent Orochimaru from abducting Kitahara Kaede, but ended up in the dead forest and met the former root member, Yakushi Kabuto. I thought that Orochimaru had killed Yakushi Kabuto, but now, Orochimaru really lied to him. And with some concern, he found that Yakushi Kabuto was following Gaara, and as a result, he used the Book of Heaven and Earth while Gaara was not paying attention. Opening the scroll of the Book of Heaven and Earth is the ninjutsu of hypnosis. So this is a test for candidates not to open the information halfway. Guard the secrets of intelligence. But, for Grandmasters, the Book of Heaven and Earth can be used as a weapon. Like just now, Yakushi Kabuto opened the scroll and handed it to Gaara. Gaara was stunned for a moment, and as a result, he got a ninjutsu and fell into sleep. The sealing mode of Shuhei is different from other tailed beasts. Shuhei is a human and only one of them can be awake. This is an incomplete seal. In other words, if you want to keep the crane well behaved, then Jinchuriki has to be awake all the time. So Gaara has never slept. But, what if Gaara was asleep? Then, Shukaku will come out, so it becomes. Labor and capital finally came out. Labor and capital are free. Except labor management's happy celebration bombardment. So it became what it is now. The gigantic Shuhei foolishly fired map cannons at the surroundings. And the root organization is on the opposite side of Shuhei, and Shuhei is the target of attack. Then it becomes like this. Master Danzo, we may not be able to hold on. Members of the root organization are complaining. Quote. Danzo. He also felt bitter. Let's retreat first. Danzo considered for a few seconds, and chose to retain the strength of the root organization. This kind of guarding the crane is still left to the third generation to solve, or in other words, the guarding crane has appeared, and the third generation will not be able to abdicate. Then the root organization will not have the strength to accept Konoha at that time, so it will pull its hips. So, retreat, Danzo ordered, but also at this time. Wood-style wood dragon technique. A gray-black giant dragon wrapped around Shuhei with shining golden eyes. Shuhei's speed is not slow either. Its hands are not long, but they still protrude out, suppressing the wooden dragon's continuous entanglement. And it probably simulated many scenes of secondary explosions, so the mouth opened, and chakra compressed into a black and purple ball at 218. This is Tailed Beast Bomb. It is also the most terrifying trick of the tailed beasts. It is so powerful that it can cause landslides and ground cracks. And the Tailed Beast Bomb spit out by Shuhei directly spit it into the mouth of the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon's head exploded in an instant, but the purple-black Tailed Beast Bomb did not disappear, and it moved towards the rear. Not good. If it's this Tailed Beast Bomb, Konoha will be destroyed. Danzo was taken aback, because in this way, 1/3 of Konoha will be gone. But, wood-style, wooden golem jutsu. At the impact of the purple-tailed beast bomb, a hand appeared out of thin air, followed by a huge wooden golem. Wooden golem holds the tailed beast bomb and rushes towards the sky. Boom! Purple beams of explosions that seemed to destroy everything exploded in the sky. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had seen the end of the world. This is a scene never seen before. Tailed beast bomb. One tail's movement is not slow, and it condenses a new tailed beast bomb. Don't think it's just a one-shot. But, summoning beast technique, five-fold Rashomon, 5 giant gates rose from the ground, and Shuhei's tailed beast bomb hit the 3rd gate continuously, but its power weakened at the 4th gate, and finally got stuck at the 5th gate. Can Labor's tailed beast bomb be caught like this? Seeing this scene, one tail froze for a moment. But it has no chance. Sage art, wood style, who is mad at you? Countless hands hammered towards it. After a while, under Shuhei's dull gaze, it had already been hammered to pieces. Master Danzo, Root's members stared blankly up. This is no longer a battle they can handle. And the wooden giant calmly grabbed the tailed beast bomb of the 5th level Rashomon, and then threw it towards the extremely distant sea area. The water burst open, and Konoha seemed to be in a storm. Oh no, the battle is over. Fragrant Fragrance Chapter 061 Instructions from the Teacher, Tobirama, Sarutobi, abdicate. Seek full order. The battle is over. One-tail Shuhei has been hammered to pieces by true several thousand hands, and finally lost his support and returned to the sealed state. This is the seal of one tail, not very strong. When Jinchuriki is awake, it can only be sealed, and when Jinchuriki is asleep, it can wake up. But naturally, if it wakes up and is hammered to pieces then it will be the state of Jinchuriki. And now, the exaggerated thousands of hands of true several thousand hands continued to hammer in the direction of Gaara. No, there was a call from the side. Kitahara Kaede looked over, it was Temari and Konkuro. Temari is kneeling on the ground while Konkuro is hugging the tree. What they received was 4th Kage's plan to mess with Konoha. Although it's not yet time, they also understand Gaara's direct half-screen transformation. After all, although Gaara has always been controlled very safely in Sand Shinobi Village, he also had a violent runaway once in his growing career. But, the Shuhei at that time is very different from the Shuhei now. Even the sizes are completely different. In Sand Shinobi Village, Shukura is only about the same size as Sand Shinobi Village's office building, so the out-of-control Gaara just stepped on the roof, and the doll screamed. Although some ninjas were sacrificed at that time, Gaara was finally subdued. However, things are completely different now. First time spotting a tailed beast is such a dangerous thing. In terms of analysis, the half-tailed beast of Gaara before is a joke. And the tailed beast bomb is terrifying. Just one blow can destroy a ninja village. And Gaara didn't use this kind of power when he went berserk before, so, they Sand Shinobi Village have always wanted to control such a dangerous power. Tamari was terrified, now seeing that the crane has been hammered to pieces, and Kitahara Kaede's attack has not stopped. So Tamari yelled out come. Quote. Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede folded his hands to form a seal, and he was also controlled by this seal just now. He released his hands. Kaka, the giant true several thousand hands have disappeared. The overwhelming sense of terror also disappeared. Kitahara Kaede didn't move, and Tamari breathed a sigh of relief, and Konkuro also came down from the tree. For him the scene was terrifying. He suddenly felt that Gaara still had a blood relationship with him before. Otherwise, if it turns into a straight-tailed beast, wouldn't it just be cold already? Is Sand Shinobi Village cold too? Thanks. Tamari stumbled to his feet, then came to Kitahara Kaede and Gaara. She hurried to look at Gaara. It can be seen that although Gaara passed out, her body was not damaged. People are alive. Call. Temari breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Temari said. Just now Kitahara Kaede stopped because of her shout, otherwise, Gaara must be cold. In other ninja villages, if you put tailed beasts, it would be easy to kill you directly. So Temari and the others have no courtesy at all. How exactly did this happen? Kitahara Kaede asked. We were attacked, Kankuro said, and a bespectacled Konoha Genin suddenly enveloped Gaara in the Book of Heaven and Earth. And then it became like this. Kankuro said hastily. For him, he didn't expect Gaara's shroud crane to be so terrifying. But, now that the crane can be hammered, Kitahara Kaede is even more terrifying. What kind of monster is this, Superman? Temari, you big idiot. Now Kankuro just wants to curse. Because they were wrong from the beginning. Kitahara Kaede is not your average teammate of Uzumaki, Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, he is the strongest one. I have seen some people write before reading books, the big loot hidden in the city. Doesn't it mean that the strong don't show themselves, but blend into the ordinary people? So, the strongest is Kitahara Kaede. He is no ordinary ninja from 633. Tailed beasts are still more dangerous. Kitahara Kaede said, if you don't get it right, your village will explode. Quote. Yes, Kankuro nodded repeatedly. Because the facts are right in front of our eyes, the previous Sand Shinobi village was really a great blessing, otherwise Shuhei would run away. Then, Wu Darren village's Sand Shinobi village will be directly removed from the list. So, try to get Gaara to approach Shukaku and talk to it more. Play the emotional card with it, then even if it goes berserk, there won't be so many problems. Kitahara Kaede continued. Kankuro felt that he was out of touch with this topic. Can you still talk to the tail beast? Can this kind of thing be done? Temari was also surprised, because this is something that no one mentioned in the past. Tail beasts are also intelligent. It's like 9 tails is like Erha, and 1 tail is actually a civet cat. If you can tame them, you will be even more powerful, and you will be safe. But the rest of the tail beasts are not really needed outside of 8 tails, Kitahara Kaede said. He said things that Temari and Kankuro didn't think about. And now, why are other tailed beasts less needed? Temari asked curiously. Other tailed beasts are too weak, said Kitahara Kaede. Temari. This. Okay, indeed. 1 tail has been smashed by you, of course it is weak. If it's another tail beast, it shouldn't be able to defeat my wooden dragon. Kitahara Kaede said. After all, Kitahara Kaede suddenly seemed unsteady. Are you okay? Kankuro was the closest to Kitahara Kaede, and went to give him a support. Quote. It's okay, Kitahara Kaede said with a deadpan expression. Quote. Kankuro. Temari, I'll come and see Gaara, you help Kitahara-kun. Temari nods. So she got up, came and supported Kitahara Kaede. Where to go next? Temari asked. Let's go to Konoha Hospital first. Kitahara Kaede glanced around the central tower. There was a strong force there, obviously. Orochimaru failed to control the 2nd generation. And the 2nd generation is free, so there is no need for him to play. Then, Danzo's team watched as Kitahara Kaede was carried away by Temari. And Gaara was also carried by Kankuro. Obviously, such a big thing happened, but the people on both sides evacuated. Danzo-sama, what are we going to do next? Asked the Yamanaka Wind of the Root member. If you are worried that Mr. Kitahara will be abducted by Orochimaru, but now Mr. Kitahara has left Orochimaru, said Root member Aburame. Both are Danzo's right-hand men. Even know Danzo's Sharingan, but the two are very loyal, so they also know a lot of information. Know that Danzo has been thinking to pull Kitahara Kaede over. Also know that Danzo is worried that this guy Orochimaru wants to kidnap Kitahara Kaede. Danzo, let's evacuate first. I seem to have made a mistake, Danzo said. What? Yamanaka asked curiously. Miscalculated Kitahara Kaide's strength. Even with Shodai present, it seems that the measures taken by Kitahara Kaede are no different, Danzo said. That is to say, Yamanaka hesitated. Yes, Danzo said. That is to say, to get Kitahara Kaede is to get the 1st generation. It's impossible, Danzo said. Then, Aburame took root and said. We should now give him the wood-style cells, Danzo said. At least I didn't treat him badly. Yes, Yamanaka took the lead. He has already understood that Master Danzo is not giving up but can no longer make Bai Yuanfeng's idea. Because the strength gap between the two sides is too great. It also makes sense. He is so strong. You and him are not in the same dimension at all. Even if I join forces with you for a while, but, if I'm in a bad mood, why don't I just turn my back on you? How to fight? So this is not someone who can be wooed at all. There is no chance of winning. And, Danzo said, I have a very bad feeling in the forest of death now. Saying so, Danzo looked into the center of the forest. For some reason, he felt his legs shaking. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. With the wooden dragon, wooden giant, true several thousand hands fighting against the crane, the people in the group were satisfied. Big Zuzi Hanhan, that's right, I used to play 9 tails like this. Big Pillar Hanhan, but I have one more laughing Buddha Jutsu. Kurama, can't you accumulate some morals? Kurama, I didn't want to fight with you back then. Big Zuzi Hanhan, well, Onoki Iwagakure, signed a peace contract with you Konoha overnight for another 50 years. Onoki spoke directly. Because, this is pervert, it's like seeing the original first Hokage reappear in the world. He belongs to the shadow of the old brand, and he also has strength. But, he is not confident that he can beat Kitahara Kaede. He thought about what he would do if he came to face Shukaku. Tailed beast bomb, what to do with it? Dust escape, maybe, but he can remove a tailed beast bomb, but Shukaku is not just a tailed beast bomb. As long as there is a slight error, then, Iwagakure will be destroyed, so, a choice was made, do not make enemies with Konoha. Before it was just thought, to sign a peace treaty for 30 years, but now, 50 years. Kitahara Kaede is still young now, and plus 50 years is the situation when Kitahara Kaede is in power, so it is better to be safe. It wasn't just Onoki who reacted. The older leftover girl who can't get married. I don't need to do anything, Kurigakure, signed a contract with Konoha for 50 years. The previous Terumi may also said to increase the number of staff, but in fact it was to prevent Orochimaru from abducting Kitahara Kaede. But Kitahara Kaede is not on Orochimaru's side now. Then, she felt that she had found a treasure. The initial bet turned out to be correct. Kitahara Kaede really has the strength of first Hokage. If Shuzuru is scurrying around on her Kurigakure, sorry, she's not sure against the tailed beast bomb, although she's strong personally. Because the tailed beast bomb thinks something is going to explode. I didn't see it. If you block it, make it. Can it be blocked with 5 layers of Rashomon? The tailed beast is actually such a scary thing. She was also aware of it for the first time. So, do I have to go and bring back Kurigakure's lost 3 tails? But if you take it back and don't control it well, you riot in your own village, then it's just a matter of stealing chickens and losing money. Terumi May felt a little annoyed. As for San Shinobi, the worst case Cage is still in a crazy state, so just ignore him. But Raikage here in 3rd Raikage Cloud Shinobi Village, also signed an alliance contract with Konoha overnight, remember? Kidney Deficiency Hokage, just forget it. Namikaze Minato, reject Cloud Shinobi Village +1. Big Pillar Hanhan +1. Honest Baker +1. 3rd Raikage is this really Cloud Shinobi Village? Senju Tobirama. Isn't this great, everyone is happy when Cloud Shinobi Village is gone. 3rd Raikage, but if my Cloud Shinobi Village is gone, isn't it different from your expectations? The pattern of the ninja world has changed. Senju Tobirama. What a fart. Tobirama swears. Senju Tobirama. Listen to it yourself, even if the structure changes, but Iwagakure and Konoha contract, Kurigakure and Konoha contract, and San Shinobi Village, there are also beautiful men. Senju Tobirama. Isn't the ninja world still peaceful? This makes sense. If one ninja village is destroyed, then other ninja villages will definitely feel in danger. It is even possible to ally with each other and jointly resist Konoha. But look, aren't the other Sandarin villages all friendly with Konoha? And destroy Cloud Shinobi Village is also supported by Iwagakure and 2 Kurigakure. So, the structure of the ninja world has not changed. Cloud Shinobi Village is a sure thing. Tobirama ignored the inevitable. He began to look for the 2 juniors. Because Kitahara Kaede's quest has been completed on his side, hasn't even started yet. Senju Tobirama. Speaking of it, Kakashi, and might guy. Senju Tobirama. You didn't eat. Bayuan has already dealt with it. I just asked you to take down the spell and you can't do it. Senju Tobirama. Is this also a new generation of Jonin? Kidney Deficiency Hokage. Ready, Nadaime. Senju Tobirama. Are you preparing? Kidney Deficiency Hokage. Yes, my speed is relatively slow, and Guy is here now, he is bursting 8 inner gates. Senju Tobirama. 8 inner gates. Tobirama remembered that when Guy joined the group, there was a line of artistic words. The morning is a peacock, the day is a tiger, the evening is like a night Guy dances. And the peacock, day tiger, and night he knows in this line are all 8 inner gates moves. 8 inner gates, this is not something that came out later, but it was seen in Tobirama's time, even Uchiha Madara's time. But people who can learn 8 inner gates are very rare, but people who can drive to 7th gate or even 8th gate, haven't seen it yet. But those artistic words beside might Guy mean, can he drive to the 8th gate? That is to say, is the real strong. The mode of 8 inner gates is to completely unleash one's own power, so this requires one's own strength to be strong. So this is not just talent, but also needs a lot of hard work to fill. If so, might Guy is indeed strong. Trustworthy. Senju Tobirama. Well, I will leave it to you. And this time, welcome a new member to the group chat. Because we are all acquaintances, so hurry up and say hello. Closing square bracket. Welcome One Tail Shuhei to join the group chat. Closing square bracket. At Shohei, opening square bracket comma closing square bracket. Kurama. Ha 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 ha, I died from laughing, the defeated dog has joined the group. Kurama. Shuzuru, I haven't seen you in decades, you are so annoying. Shuhei. 9 tails you %. Obviously a tailed beast. Dazuzi Hanhan, it turns out that Shuhei feels this way. The old leftover woman who can't get married, yes, but it's not good for the little tailed beast to swear. Shuhei, who are you all? Kurama. Take a good look at the explanation of the system floating in front of your eyes. Shuhei, I can't understand the words very well. Kurama. Ziz, it seems that you have never thought about strengthening your cultural knowledge during the years of being a tailed beast. Shuhei. Shut up, 9 tails. Kurama. Let me tell you mercifully, this group, although I don't know what happened, but it seems to communicate the past, the future, including human beings, and death. People, Kurama. Then everyone can gather here to chat. Kurama. Then have 3 hours of observing Kitahara Kaede time every day. Kurama. And of course the person who beat you up just now is Kitahara Kaede. Shuhei. Nani, that guy is also in Hmph. Shuhei immediately faltered. Shuhei's personality is rather arrogant. The strength of tailed beasts is evaluated by people according to the number of tails, but Shukaku does not think that his one tail is the weakest. So it's not afraid of 9 tails. But, I have just been beaten, and I am a little scared. Almost thought he was killed. Dazuzi Hanhan, it seems that Shuhei is also quite obedient. If you should be obedient, you should be obedient. Shuhei. Who are you stepping on? Shuzuru lost to Kitahara Kaede, so the state. But that doesn't mean it's good for everyone. Have a look. This person's title is Dazuzi Hanhan, isn't that funny? So, don't be afraid at all. Big Pillar Hanhan. Me. I'm first Hokage who played Konoha in 9 tails, and opened my hand with Hashirama. Hashirama introduced himself a bit. Shuhei. Shuhei. Sorry to bother you. It is very rare that Shuhei, who has a bad mouth, actually apologized. Also quite polite. Dazuzi Hanhan. Shuhei gives people a completely different feeling. Dazuzi Hanhan, isn't this cute? Show Crane. Cute. It is so strong. What is it called cute? However, Shuhei dared not make mistakes. Because, although it is not convinced, 9 tails is stronger than it. So Senju Hashirama can do 9 tails, so naturally can it too. Speaking of which, these are some senders. Why can a ninja be as strong as a wyvern? Shuhei's heart is very fierce, but his mouth is very polite. Senju Tobirama. Oh, I can feel it, the feeling of being absorbed by the soul, I can feel it. Senju Tobirama. Everyone, I'll go first. Tobirama suddenly went offline. Namikaze Minato. Ah, I'm so envious. Big Pillar Hanhan envy +1. As dead people, they still have some souvenirs in their hearts, so they also want to appear in the world again. And Minato was thinking about his Mingbao. Senju Hashirama is worried about his granddaughter. What he was thinking was that Ah Gang was very similar to him in all aspects, and the side that liked to gamble was also the same as him. So I'm worried about Ah Gang's current situation. Dead Forest, Central Tower. The sound ninja F4 brought by Orochimaru stood in 4 directions. 4 purple flame formation. Obviously there are only 4 subordinates, but after they occupy the 4 positions, the 4 of them actually jointly build a purple enchantment. This is the 4 purple flame formation. Unless you have Kage level other strengths, you can't break the barrier. And now, Konoha's shadow, 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen has been trapped in the barrier. This was a sudden change, and Anbu who was present did not react to it. And this is, enclosing the dirt of Orochimaru, 3rd generation, and then Kakashi, Senju Tobirama. 3rd generation. Discovering this scene, Anbu tried to get close to the enchantment. But what can be felt is the tingling pain from the fingers. This shows that this is not something their ordinary Chūnin and above Jonin can interfere with. Can only hope that Kakashi and the barrier can help. Ha. 3rd generation looked annoyed. Orochimaru, you study the forbidden technique, I can forgive you, I hope you can contribute to the village again. But, now, I can't forgive you. Whether it's Asuma, or the current 2nd generation teacher. Orochimaru, you have lost your humanity, said 3rd generation. Ha ha ha. But Orochimaru laughed, and he had stuck the talisman on the back of Senju Hashirama in the dirt. Teacher, I remember when I ran away but killed several Anbus. And were you so angry at that time? At best, your anger is just like this. You say it's for the village, but your bottom line is the people you care about. Mr. 3rd generation, I'll call you that again. How much has Konoha grown since my defection? There is no development, it's even worse. I'm not telling you. And Orochimaru paused for a moment, because they all noticed that drastic changes had taken place on Shuhei's side. They saw Shuzuru throwing the tailed beast bomb, followed by wood dragons, wood giants, and even true several thousand hands. Shuhei was blown away in the blink of an eye. Shuhei's crisis collapsed in an instant. The battle between the two sides did not hesitate, but rushed directly, and then it ended like this. Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment. He is a bit like Danzo. Danzo chose to give up Kitahara Kaede, and he also considered quitting here. Because of the strength that Kitahara Kaede showed, he couldn't control it. Uncontrollable, so even if he invites Kitahara Kaede to his lair, how can he make Kitahara Kaede willing to give up his body to living corpse reincarnation? The degree of difficulty is too great. So at this moment, Orochimaru had the idea of retreating. The 3rd generation breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Kitahara Kaede's affairs have been dealt with, all he needs to do here is wait for him to return to defense. Really, he did nothing wrong. He believed in the strength of Kitahara Kaede. He is not worried that the village will produce powerful ninjas, but that the powerful ninjas will not serve the village. And when he cultivated Kitahara Kaede, he always behaved very well, gentle and kind, which constituted the will of fire. And now this picture, it is the result of the will of fire he constructed. Abbot, and the other person who was locked in the barrier, that is, Kakashi, was very silent. Because, he found that no matter which battlefield he was unable to enter. Kakashi found himself so weak again. But, at this time, the might guy outside is working hard. Kakashi, hold on. Guy has arrived at the scene. 8 inner gates. The first door, injury door, open. Second gate, Hue gate, open. Might guy's body changed, and the surroundings of his body began to glow with green light. Third gate, a powerful coercion began to appear on his body. Fifth gate, Do gate, open. Might guy gives people a sense of danger. Kakashi, get out of the way. Might guy said. Kakashi moved quickly, turning his body to one side and running away. Quote. Third generation item. Third generation doesn't seem to need to wait until Kitahara Kaede comes back, because the current might guy has also exploded. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to face the dirt of Orochimaru and teach her second generation just by virtue of him. And, seeing that Orochimaru actually came out of Nadaime, he is now also worried that CZN deliberately locked Kakashi in, so is it necessary? Will first Hokage-sama Senju Hashirama also come out? If it is at that time, can he really arrive? Third generation is completely uncertain. So now the appearance of Might Guy gives him hope. Call, really, I was a bit misjudged before, although Might Guy always yelled youthfully, and then walked around the village dozens of laps upside down. The result is also a reliable ninja. And now the Might Guy is still improving. 8 inner gates, 6th gate King gate, Carpenter. Might Guy's speed is instantly increased. Boom. He rushed directly towards the 4 purple flame formation jointly built by the 4 Otonin who possessed the level of Jonin. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big pillar Han, it looks like Might Guy is really strong. Big pillar Han, if the 8 inner gates open to the 8th gate, then I have to consider whether I can resist it. Kurama, can't you block pull down at the current speed? Big pillar Han, it can be blocked now, but the 8th gate is said to be dozens of times stronger than the 7th gate in front. Big Zuzi Han, then the current speed will be dozens of times faster. Kurama, this is really strong. Shuhei, is this Might Guy in this group? Older leftover girl who can't get married? Yes. Shuhei, do you think that anyone in this group can beat you up? Shuhei, Hmph, no matter how bad I am, I won't be beaten. Shuhei, for example, if I send a tailed beast bomb, can you catch it? Except for Senju Hashirama, older leftover woman who can't get married, I can't. Third Raikage, I can't bear it either. Third Tsuchikage Onoki, I am struggling. The big pillar, Onoki, stepped forward. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. After all, I am also 76 years old, and I am a person who has been studying for years. Namikaze Minato. For me, I can't pick it up, but I can use Flying Thunder God to transfer it. Shuhei, what's going on with these people? Why are there so many people in the group who can handle him? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, by the way, didn't you find a problem? Big Zuzi Han, what's wrong? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, aren't our group observing Kitahara Kaede? Then only when Kitahara Kaede is with us can we see his surroundings. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. So, isn't that why Minato let Kakashi bring Naruto, Sasuke, and Kitahara Kaede? Namikaze Minato. That's right, I still see Mimingbow now. Namikaze Minato. He is looking here from the tower. It's still during the Chūnin exam, and it's even still the testing venue for the second Chūnin exam. But the examinees from various ninja villages basically gave up the exam. The reason is simple, the appearance of Shuhei directly made them give up. Who cares about the exam at this time? Let's run for our lives first. Still taking the test, take the test, and get spanked. Soon I saw Shuzuru being subdued, so, this shows how strong Konoha is. Therefore, before receiving the notice, the attitude of the candidates is very negative. Naruto and the others who have passed the exam are told that there is a scuffle ahead, so everyone in Genin should not run around. It's protecting them. Nature. After all, it is Konoha's Genin, the hope of the future. What Konoha has always passed on is to protect the next generation. Reference when the Nine Tails attacked the village, the Chunin Jonin of Yi also sacrificed to protect the next generation. But, the current small group can actually see the live scene, which makes everyone strange. The old leftover woman who can't get married, I saw Kitahara Kaede. Everyone found that Kitahara Kaede appeared in the field of vision again. Yes, Kitahara Kaede is back. Namikaze Minato. I knew it. Namikaze Minato. Kitahara-kun will not let his companions leave at will. Namikaze Minato. But he seems not ready to do it. In Minato's vision, Kitahara Kaede returned to the tower, first met with Sasuke and Naruto, and then talked to Hinata. Then headed to the Orochimaru side. Surrounded by Anbu, he was at a loss, and he found a better observation position. But, Kitahara Kaede didn't move. Of course Kitahara Kaede didn't do anything, because what appeared here was only one of his shadow clone. He's watching 8 inner gates by Might Guy. Might Guy is the first person under 6 paths in the original book. And now, 8 inner gates, 7th gate. Green light beams burst out from Might Guy's body, and his hair stood on end. In the rear, Hyuga Neji, Shaoli and Tien also arrived in the first team he led. Shaoli looked at Mr. Guy in surprise. Is this the strength of Mr. Guy? With his talent and perseverance, Shaoli has been able to drive to the 4th gate of 8 inner gates. Mr. Guy said he is a genius. But he is very clear that every time he continues to open a door, the load on his body is extremely huge. But Mr. Guy is Mr. Guy. Absolutely tough. Absolute endurance. 8 inner gates. 7th gate shocking gate, open. Kage rushed towards the 4 purple flame barriers at full speed. The barrier that only other cage-level powerhouses could break through was instantly torn apart. Tie the motor. Orochimaru froze for a moment. Not good. He watched as Guy kicked directly towards him after breaking through the barrier. And being kicked by such power with such speed, the consequences can be imagined. Orochimaru was instantly ready to run for his life. Thousands of snakes. Do you want to summon 10,000 snakes to defend? No, 10,000 snakes are already cold. So, can I only use Yamata no Orochi? Orochimaru felt dying for the first time. He completely ignored that Might Guy 0.1 is actually so strong. Goodbye, Orochimaru. 3rd generation has noticed the strong impact of the current Might Guy. Under this kind of impact, Orochimaru should be dead, and he once wanted to give Orochimaru hope, but it seemed impossible. He didn't see his disciples well. However, quote, just when Might Guy had already stepped in front of Orochimaru and raised his hand. Orochimaru subconsciously thought Might Guy was going to hammer him. But Might Guy's fist shifted in the air, came behind the 2nd generation of Dirty Earth. No, my goal is this. Kage put his hand on the back of 2nd generation's head. And there is a spell on the back of the head. Could it be that? Orochimaru was alert. Finding that he was not attacked, Orochimaru quickly began to manipulate Senju Tobirama. But, stay, the spell was torn off by Guy, and the motionless Senju Tobirama seems to have gained a soul in an instant. Senju Tobirama directly began to seal. Boom, the sense of restraint on him is gone. After printing, PFF'd, Orochimaru spat out a mouthful of blood. His manipulation of Senju Tobirama failed. Senju Tobirama breaks free from impure world reincarnation. But this is not the end. Boom, an extremely terrifying coercion came from Senju Tobirama's body. If it is said that Might Guy's 6th gate and 7th gate give people a sense of the coercion of cage-level other powerhouses. So, what Senju Tobirama is giving now is the real coercion of a strong man from a bygone era. Orochimaru. Tobirama looked at Orochimaru. All Konoha shinobi move aside. Tobirama ordered, and everyone was a little confused. But after all, it was the 2nd generation who spoke, and everyone started to get out of the way. And Tobirama quickly made 3 seals in 1 second with both hands. Water Dragon Bomb. Obviously still need to seal the seal, but he had already completed the seal when his hands folded. A 30-meter water dragon leapt from the dry ground. Then came a real sea escape. The water dragon played Orochimaru. Kakashi. The promised water dragon bomb, and the promised 1/10 of its strength. But this water dragon bomb is already 10 times his size. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. The old leftover woman who can't get married, as expected of Mizukage sama whom I, Kurigakure, admire. The old leftover girl who can't get married, this Hayden opened my eyes. Big pillar Hanhan. Where there, wait a minute, isn't Tobirama Hokage? 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. With this water style, you can go to Kurigakure. Honest Baker. +1. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Hmph, although I don't want to admit it, but this guy's water style is indeed very strong. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, and this guy just didn't tell the truth, his current strength should be the 3rd level of the main body. Namikaze Minato. But this also shows that Nadaime is strong, but the peak of the main body, the 3rd layer of the peak, is also very strong. Big Zuzi Hanhan, as expected of my younger brother. And the scene. Seeing that Orochimaru was already knocked out, 3rd generation quickly looked at Senju Tobirama. Sarutobi. 2nd generation is also turning heads just in time. I am now free from Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation. The time that can exist is not very long. He said. So I'll make a long story short, 2nd generation said. Yes. 3rd generation nodded hastily, and the others finally knew that the person in front of them was the majestic 2nd generation master from the past. The one who established the ninja school, Konoha Hospital, guards, Anbu. Then, they heard the 2nd generation program say, Sarutobi, you've been in charge of Konoha very badly all these years. So, you abdicate. Chapter 062 2nd generation's affirmation, from today onwards you are a 5th generation. Seek full order, ask for automatic. Sarutobi, you abdicate. Closing square bracket. When hearing the words of Tobirama from 2nd generation, whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen or the surrounding Jonin, Anbu were all stunned. There are not many people brought by Sarutobi. Except Asuma is cold, but Kurenai Yuhi, Genma Shiranui, Mitarashi Anko, and Ibiki Morino. And kidney deficiency, no, Kakashi and the Might Guy who opened the 7th gate in rapid relief are also there. Kakashi was assisted by Might Guy before, so he went to help him after knowing that Guy opened the door and collapsed. But what everyone said to Senju Tobirama, all stunned. Because, the first reaction to the 2nd generation project falling out of Orochimaru's control was, to ask the 3rd generation project to resign. And expressed his dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen. And this news is the same for the small group. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Older leftover women who can't get married, I thought Nadaime was just dissatisfied with the current 3rd generation. Older leftover woman who can't get married, as a result, she directly asked 3rd generation to resign. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. It is really a bold move. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Sarutobi Hiruzen belongs to the kind of hesitant and pedantic character. 3rd Raikage I think the purpose of third generation. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Raikage, just shut up. In fact, these leaves and the like have nothing to do with Izuna. After all, he was killed by Tobirama before Konoha was established. But, the current Konoha was also founded by his elder brother Uchiha Madara and the Senju brothers. And, want a peaceful future. This is again the quest of his older brother Uchiha Madara. As a younger brother, Polka Dot still knows. It's just that before he could follow his brother's footsteps, he fell before the action. So overall, after staying here for so long, Izuna still acquiesces that he is also a member of Konoha. Then naturally, they don't like Cloud Shinobi Village, who took advantage of the weakness of the third generation to take advantage of the various captives. And this Cloud Shinobi Village was voted out before, so the loser has no right to speak. Older leftover women who can't get married, as expected of the second generation project, they are decisive in doing things. Older leftover woman who can't get married, I will make a record and save it. Because Tobirama's water style is very popular in Kurigakure, plus Terumi herself is also a Mizukage. It can be said that the situation she has to face is even more difficult than that of Konoha. Yes, she appreciates second generation's direct and bold decision making. That's why I'm going to record it to see if it can be useful for Kurigakure's governance. So this is a new learning experience. Kurama. Shuhei. Isn't this very good? For tailed beasts, this has nothing to do with them, it doesn't matter who you replace the shadow driver with. Anyway, until they change their minds, their fate is to be enslaved. That, teacher, third generation was immediately stunned. Are you telling me to resign? This means, is my management of Konoha not good? Third generation is very confused. Because now it's his faction's Jonin in the village and his exclusive Anbu, a total of dozens of people are staring at him. It has been many years since third generation was Hokage, and Tobirama's death is 20 years since Konoha. And he has been in charge of Konoha for 21 years, although he was forced to resign midway because of Konoha's defeat in the Third Ninja World War, and replaced it with the fourth generation project. But even with Minato at the helm, he are two shadows. So, to sum it up, after the second generation appointed him as Hokage, he has been governing until now. As a result, people are getting old, and then they get a sentence. Sarutobi, you abdicate. Isn't that a denial of everything he's done? Sarutobi Hiruzen, his heart is unconvinced. That means you are not convinced, right? Second generation said, yes. Third generation nodded. After taking over Konoha from the teacher, many things happened, and I also passively made many choices. But I don't think everything I've done in the past has made sense. Third generation said seriously, and then looked straight at Senju Tobirama. Quote. Senju Tobirama, it seems that you are really not convinced. Also, Senju Tobirama said, I'll give you a chance to refute. Orochimaru, do you still want to fight? Tobirama looked in one direction. Quote. Orochimaru, quote. Do not fight, although I want to stay and watch the show, but now I'd better get out of here mellowly. Orochimaru said, but he was also a little uneasy saying these words. First of all, it was unexpected that Tobirama could break the Impure World reincarnation. But he still has cards in his hand. That is, there is also Senju Hashirama. While stealing the tomb of Senju's family, he stole not only the body of second generation, but also that of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama is known as the god of ninjas. 14 Then the strength must be stronger than the purpose of second generation. But, now the second generation can untie the Impure World reincarnation by himself after pulling out the spell. He is no longer sure if Mr. First Hokage appears from the dirty soil, so whether the other party will listen to him. If you don't listen, isn't it just stealing chickens and losing money? So, it is safe to go to refine the Impure World reincarnation first. This time I came to Konoha. I really did something wrong. Want to get Kitahara Kaede back, but the other party has grown into something he can't afford. He wanted to control the second generation project, but the second generation project also became uncontrollable. Quote, then, Orochimaru took a long look at 10,000 snakes with their stomachs open. Even the snakes are cold. Big loss. Let's go, Orochimaru said. He then fled quickly with his Oto Ninja F4, who was facing a formidable enemy. It may not be possible to beat anyone, but he can still be the first to escape. Then, Orochimaru went straight away, and the threat from Otoshi village was resolved. But second generation is looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen here. My body couldn't last very long. Sarutobi, you asked Kitahara Kaede to seal me using the scroll. Then take me back to the Hokage office building. Then gather Danzo, Kaharu, and Mitokado Homura at the office building. But teacher, third generation found that Tobirama seemed to be really showing his ambition this time. I have a question for you, Tobirama said. Where did the Uchiha clan go? Why did Konoha's White Fang die so easily? And that's how you treat the orphans of the fourth generation. Listening to Tobirama's 3 words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. Kakashi, prepare the seal. But Tobirama didn't look at him, but looked at Kakashi, who was supporting Might Guy. Quote. Kakashi felt bad now, because everyone is paying attention to him, or in other words, everyone is watching him. The same is true for Sarutobi Hiruzen of the third generation. This is the first time that Kakashi found third generation looking at him like this. That is to say, the third generation project found out, Nadaime is, wanting to be held accountable. But no matter what you say about the accountability, the third generation will definitely not be able to eat well. In the past, Kakashi was tricked by Danzo to assassinate the third generation. Assassinating Hokage is a capital crime for a village, but the third generation forgave him. And trust him. So, this is a love. But, I see. Kakashi took out a scroll from his pocket, and he threw the scroll to Kitahara Kaede. Snapped. Kitahara Kaede catches it. Then Kitahara Kaede spread the scroll. Second generation, come here. Kitahara Kaede said. Tobirama followed Kitahara Kaide's movements and came to Kitahara Kaede. This was the first time he looked directly at Kitahara Kaede. What he saw in the small group was just like what he saw on the screen, but seeing the real person gave him a different feeling. Have you awakened wood style? Second generation said. Shukaku broke out just now, and Kitahara Kaede used wood style to quickly control Shukaku, everyone knows this. So it's not surprising that second generation knows this. But, yes, Kitahara Kaede stared at the sea escape ninja. Very good. Tobirama patted Kitahara Kaide's shoulder with one hand and came to the side of the sealed scroll. He is now the body of Hmph world reincarnation, so he can be sealed up. #B. Kitahara Kaede pretended to make 2 seals with both hands, and the body of the second generation object disappeared with a bang, but special symbols appeared on the scroll. This is the seal scroll. For the sake of convenience, ninjas often seal up ninja tools or items, so that they only need to carry a scroll when walking. Very convenient. Then when you want to use it, just lightly carry chakra in the palm of your hand and pat the pattern on the scroll, then you can take things out again. But now it's not something to take, but Hokage Senju Tobirama, the ancestor of Konoha. This means that Tobirama has been sealed into the scroll, so it means. If the seal is not unlocked, then Tobirama cannot come out again. After doing so, all eyes are on Kitahara Kaede. From Anbu to regular Jonin, such as Yuhihong, Anko, etc. For them, this matter developed too fast. They were originally sent here for the purpose of the third generation, but after finding out that they were surrounded by their own people, everyone felt that it was a certainty to catch Orochimaru, and they could even get contribution points. Things were beyond their imagination. Not to mention that Asuma was injured, but Shuzuru appeared, and then second Hokage Senju Tobirama was brought out of the dirt. However, the second generation project is demanding that the third generation abdicate. This development was beyond their expectations. But one Anbu seemed to be sobbing. Because it seems that someone she knew fell victim to the Hmph world reincarnation just now. This Anbu has purple hair and is a female Anbu. So presumably this unlucky egg who was regarded as a sacrifice for Hmph world reincarnation should be Moonlight Gale. This is a blast, and a blast naturally died. Kakashi, Might Guy, on one side, Might Guy needs Kakashi to help him because his body has fallen into a weak period because he opened the 7th gate. And Kakashi looked at Kitahara Kaede with burning eyes. This is natural, just Tobirama asked. Among the 3 questions of third generation, one is why Konoha's White Fang simply died and Kakashi's father is Konoha's White Fang. That is to say, there is a possibility of overturning the case against Kakashi's father. This is irresistible to any son. Because of suicide, Konoha's White Fang's tomb cannot enter the back mountain of Konoha, only on the edge. In this way, as long as you go to visit the grave, you will feel shocked. Therefore, Kakashi must have such a desire in his heart. And now the person with the hottest eyes is third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. As long as you use your brain, you know that second generation is going to dismiss him. It is extremely detrimental to him. But, if the news of second generation is concealed here, then, generation cannot retire normally, at least he can work for another year or 2 or give him time to retire gently. Or you cannot refund. 18. Third generation can't grab it, and dare not grab it. This is the fear and respect for second generation teachers. But directly taking away the power, he felt unwilling to dedicate most of his life to Konoha. It's just that Kitahara Kaede easily suppressed Shukaku just now. As the only successful wood-style experiment, it is very powerful. This is what third generation expects to see. But, also because Kitahara Kaede was too strong, third generation couldn't order him to hand over the scroll. In this way, he could only look at Kitahara Kaede with eager eyes. Then, snapped, Kitahara Kaede tied up the scroll and threw it towards third generation. Crack. Third generation hastily caught the scroll that sealed his teacher with both hands. Call. Third generation breathed a sigh of relief. But I felt profusely sweaty behind my back. And Kitahara Kaede walked directly to the direction of the central tower at this time, as if what happened here had nothing to do with him, at all. Third generation took a deep look at Kitahara Kaede, and instantly felt that everything in the past was worthwhile. So he said to the people around him, the Orochimaru dirty soil second generation's goal is all suppressed. Today act as if nothing happened. Put this in. As for teacher second generation, the dismissal of me. I'll give you an explanation. Before I give an explanation, absolutely not allowed to reveal a word, this is Konoha's secret. Those who disobey will be dealt with as treason. Third generation said to himself. Yes, XN. This time, those who followed the third generation on the mission were all the confidants of the third generation and the direct subordinates of the third generation, so naturally they couldn't violate it. And the reason is very simple. They are all members of the third generation faction. If the third generation collapses, what will they do? So, it's better to shut up and wait for third generation to deal with it. And what third generation said is not to say that they don't listen to Nadime's words. In this way, third generation is still third generation. But, it's okay that the ninjas are from the third generation faction, but Kakashi and Might Guy are the ones who are beyond this mission. Kakashi, said third generation, I will investigate again about your father. If he is a hero, then I will give him back his dignity. Third generation said, and this statement is equivalent to making a deal, letting Kakashi keep it secret. No matter how it is raised, it will be explained to him. Quote. Kakashi. Kakashi's lips moved, then he lowered his head. Yes. Might Guy, a guy. The third generation looked at Might Guy and hesitated. He didn't expect Might Guy's momentum to be so strong. He actually opened the 8 inner gates today, and then directly kicked the barrier away. Third generation thought Kakashi was the no of elite Jonin in the village. But looking at it now, Might Guy cannot be underestimated. This kick broke the barrier and avoided a more difficult battle. Might Guy, I name you the elite Jonin of Konoha in the name of the third Hokage, said the third generation. Yes, Might Guy replied weakly. In this way, the third generation held the scroll that sealed the second generation's Senju Tobirama with both hands, and led the team away. People from their own faction don't speak, and Kakashi and Might Guy, who come uninvited, are all appeased. The first day of the Chūnin exam, the second exam, is over. Things seem to be over. But, observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Pillar Hanhan. What does Kitahara Kaede mean by throwing Tobirama's impure world reincarnation to third generation? Dazuzi Hanhan. Is this a direct opposition to Tobirama? Senju Tobirama. I don't think so. Senju Tobirama. First of all, impure world reincarnation without a master is difficult to maintain for too long. Senju Tobirama. This forbidden technique is not complete yet. Still need to continue research. Senju Tobirama. But the current development can test the attitude of Sarutobi and the others. Big Zuzi Hanhan, that's it. Wait, Tobirama, are you back? Senju Tobirama. Yes, the soul has returned. Senju Tobirama. Kitahara Kaede is indeed a smart person. Senju Tobirama. He deliberately threw the scroll to Sarutobi, so it is to see if Sarutobi is going to unlock the seal. Senju Tobirama. So I am looking forward to how Sarutobi and the others will deal with it. Kidney deficiency Hokage. What will you do if the third generation doesn't break the seal? Kakashi is bubbling. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Third generation has promised to reverse the case for my father. Even so, Kakashi's lineup is correct. In the small group, there are first generation and second Hokage. If you want to stand in line, you must stand here. And, since second generation asked about third generation Konoha's White Fang, it definitely wanted to deal with it. Then there is the last reason. Kakashi is a small group joined as 6th Hokage Kakashi. And, that is, his group name is Kidney Deficiency Hokage. Even if he is kidney deficiency, he still carries Hokage. This shows that even Xiaochun recognizes his will of fire. This is not from the third generation, but from a deeper level. He Kakashi is more or less generous. So, of course, we have to stand on the side of the second generation project. For Kakashi's team, other people naturally started to line up. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Please raise your hands high. Konoha. We, Iwagakure, are definitely allied with Konoha. Older leftover women who can't get married we, Kurigakure, will always respect Konoha. Iwagakure and Kurigakure quickly expressed their opinions. They finally understood why Tobirama was so angry when facing the third generation purpose. Because, that's the way it is, if Konoha had fought desperately to filth and shake people in the past battles, then, would Konoha still be so miserable? Maybe the third generation was stupid before, but now the second generation has realized this. If the first generation was shaken out, it would be terrifying. Not to mention that the current strength of Kitahara Kaede may not lose to first generation. Terumi May thought that Shukaku would definitely not be able to defeat Kitahara Kaede, but she didn't expect that Kitahara Kaede could subdue Shukaku so easily. To know, the wooden golem jutsu or wooden golem used by Kitahara Kaede both require a lot of chakra. Then whoever is mad at you also needs a lot of chakra. Being able to provide it so quickly shows his strength, but it also depends on his age, and there is still the possibility of growth. In this way, unless there is a hole in the brain, he will be an enemy of Konoha. Terumi May made a decisive statement. Senju Tobirama. Your statement is straightforward. Senju Tobirama. But if you really want to change Hokage, then you still need your help. Senju Tobirama. According to the development of past history, I heard that you all like to invade the village of Xinjiang indiscriminately. The old leftover girl who can't get married. I can't stop what happened in the past, but I guarantee that this kind of thing will never happen in my hands. The old leftover girl who can't get married. I, Kurigakure, just want to be friends with Konoha. Third Tsuchikage Onogi. I, Iwagakure, would also like to escort Konoha. Very real. Except for the weaker San Shinobi village's Rasa who couldn't answer because she was crazy, Tsuchikage and Mist Shinobi were very firm. Senju Tobirama. I accept your goodwill. Senju Tobirama. You see, brother, in the end you still have to use your strength to make others identify you. Big Pillar Hanhan. Well, Big Pillar Hanhan. Tobirama, what you are doing now is very similar to Madara. Senju Tobirama. Don't mention that annoying name in front of me. Senju Tobirama. He is him, I am me, and I'm definitely not on the same path as him. Senju Tobirama. Besides, I didn't kick Sarutobi and become Hokage myself. Kurama. So what are you going to do? Senju Tobirama. I would have chosen the queen and lost my life, which shows that I also have the strength of a shadow. Senju Tobirama. Although it was my mistake to choose Sarutobi, but I am still willing to believe in the power of others. This is the difference between me and Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama. So, I chose the next Hokage. Senju Tobirama. At Minato, at Kakashi, Might Guy at Senju Hashirama at Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama. How do you think we should choose? The body of the current Tobirama's impure world reincarnation is in the hands of the third generation. But he wasn't worried about not getting it back. After all, there are Kakashi and Might Guy with kidney deficiency here, but if it doesn't work, please ask Mizukage from Kurigakure to help. So, for Tobirama, Hayo is abdicating. And now it depends on whether the third generation is willing to admit their mistakes and leave room for retreat. Tobirama also didn't want to see the disciples fighting each other. But now the question he said is also very straightforward. The third generation is easy to get down, but what about the next Konoha's Hokage? Namikaze Minato. Since the Nine Tails attacked Konoha, a large number of Chunin and Jonin have died in battle. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato started. Kurama. Nine Tails was mobbed. Kurama. No matter what, I was sealed at the beginning, and then controlled by Sharingan. Kurama. After that, the only memory I have is that I will be sealed again, so I want to prevent being sealed, so I stabbed my claws at the new Jinchuriki Uzumaki. Naruto. Kurama. After that, the Minato couple died because Uzumaki Naruto blocked me. Senju Tobirama. We will talk about this matter later. According to Minato's inference, there is probably a mastermind behind the scenes. Namikaze Minato. So until now, it has become a situation where there is no connection. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Then 6 years ago, the Uchiha clan was wiped out again. Jonin are also less in number. Senju Tobirama. Alright, Kakashi, come and propose some candidates. Candidate, Namikaze Minato. Big Pillar Hanhan. Might Guy. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Senju Tobirama. What do you mean? Dazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama, didn't you already have someone choose you? Dazuzi Hanhan, didn't you say you saw our group? The name of the group is Xiaobeiuan. Dazuzi Hanhan, so are there any other candidates? This is the truth, and if he didn't have this thought, Tobirama wouldn't have patted Kitahara Kaede on the shoulder in the dirty state just now. That's pretty telling, and the major ninja villages, as the shadow people, must be very strong. Judging by Kitahara Kaide's wood style and quick move to beat Shukaku, it fits perfectly. So isn't this straightforward? Even if you are investing, you know you have to invest in Kitahara Kaede. So what else to choose? Senju Tobirama. Well, I did decide so. Senju Tobirama. But, he still needs someone to guide him. Senju Tobirama. Of course, these may be excuses, but you also know his diary. Senju Tobirama. He doesn't like trouble very much. That's why I said things like cultivating Naruto. Namikaze Minato. I know this, but Kitahara-kun is still a friend of my Namikaze family. Senju Tobirama. It's not that I'm dissatisfied with him, I mean, you have seen the picture of Kitahara Kaede being recruited by Sarutobi before, and Sarutobi gave him the position of Hokage. Senju Tobirama. The result given by Sarutobi is that Kitahara Kaede does not want to take over Hokage's position so soon, so Sarutobi will definitely be kept. Senju Tobirama. And you just saw that Kitahara Kaede gave my scroll to Sarutobi without even thinking about it. Senju Tobirama. Isn't this just to keep Sarutobi first? Senju Tobirama. That's why I want you to discuss. Kidney deficiency Hokage, then I understand. Nadaime, you are worried that Kitahara Kaede will refuse. Senju Tobirama. Well, that's what it means. Senju Tobirama. A ninja who doesn't want to be a Hokage is not a good ninja, but all ninjas want to be a shadow, but Kitahara Kaede, he might refuse. Senju Tobirama. And he is very powerful, if he refuses, you really can't force him. The old leftover girl who can't marry, then I understand. What you mean is, find someone to take him first, let him see the benefits of being a Hokage, and then let him have this idea, right? Question mark. Senju Tobirama. Right, Shuhei, you ninjas are really troublesome. Shuhei, there are still people who don't want to be Hokage and try to take advantage of him. Big Pillar Hanhan. Tobirama's words make sense. Kakashi, then give some goals. Big Pillar Hanhan, since Sarutobi Hiruzen can't do it, then find a suitable person to lead Xiaobeiuan. This sentence of first generation is also very interesting, which shows that he is also the one who agrees with the abdication of the first generation. So, third generation really has to abdicate. Kidney deficiency Hokage. If you have seniority, then the three disciples of the third generation, apart from the betrayed Orochimaru, there are Jiraiya and Tsunade-sama. Big Zuzi Hanhan, gang. Then it won't work. Namikaze Minato. Well, why not? Minato was curious, because according to the two previous generations of Hokage, the purpose of launching, instead of third generation, is only to act as an agent for Kitahara Kaede. So naturally it is good to have a close relationship. Like Tsunade is the granddaughter of first generation, so isn't that the best? It's a family after all. Moreover, Kitahara Kaede also awakened wood style, so the term Senju can also be said. Then it is kissing and kissing. So Minato thought it was a good idea. As for his teacher Jiraiya, Minato doesn't recommend it very much, because he asked Jiraiya teacher when he was Hokage in the past, but Jiraiya teacher said absolutely no. Mount Myoboku, where Mr. Jiraiya went, got the prophecy, looking for the son of the prophecy who can save the world, and if the son of the prophecy is left alone and allowed to grow by himself, it may destroy the world. But get it right and it will save the world. So what Mr. Jiraiya does has a big pattern. Then of course it will not be limited to Konoha. As a disciple, Minato still respects Jiraiya's ambition. So the person he chose was also Tsunade. Senju Tobirama. Ah gang, it doesn't work either. Big Zuzi Hanhan, that's right, Ah gang can't do it. Big Pillar Hanhan, Ah gang must have talent, and also has the will to inherit my fire. Big Pillar Hanhan, but if Konoha is handed over to Genga, sooner or later she and other ninja village shadows will lose all. This makes sense, because the people who were still alive at the scene more or less knew about the little fat sheep on Bamboo Street. Kidney deficiency Hokage, then Master Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Teacher Jiraiya will not agree. Kidney deficiency Hokage, then Danzo, Udatain Kaharu Mitokado Homura outside the third generation. Senju Tobirama. I am very disappointed with my disciples, so all of them can't do it. Kidney deficiency Hokage, then I recommend Guy. Might Guy. Me, no way. Big Pillar Hanhan. Kakashi, you seem to have missed someone's name. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Huh. Dazuzi Hanhan, you seem to have forgotten your name. Senju Tobirama. I mean the same as Big Brother, you are very suitable. Senju Tobirama. It happens that you are very familiar with Kitahara Kaede, and as Hokage, it is reasonable for the next Hokage to appoint Kitahara Kaede. This is correct, because most of the shadows are either passed on to my son or my disciple. So Tobirama's statement is correct. But, kidney deficiency Hokage. No, second generation, first generation, I can't. Kidney deficiency Hokage. I cannot be the target of fifth generation. Senju Tobirama. Kakashi, who said you were fifth Hokage? Tobirama seemed to be smiling a little. Senju Tobirama. Kitahara Kaede is the established fifth Hokage, and Hitaki Kakashi, you are the sixth Hokage who assists him. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Kakashi's eyes widened instantly, and Might Guy, who is not very good at these discussions, also looked at this here in astonishment. Might Guy is surprised that, as Konoha's ninja, he also wants to be Hokage, but 483 is not jealous of Kakashi, but if Kakashi becomes Hokage, then he can no longer easily find him to fight or something. And Kakashi's eyes widened, because, welcome 6th Hokage Hitaki Kakashi to the group. Kakashi was the first one to join the small group to observe Kitahara Kaede. At that time, the title he was invited to the group was 6th Hokage. And now, he has been chosen to be the 6th generation item to assist his disciple Kitahara Kaede. This is from surprise to reality. So the meaning of the existence of this small group. What exactly is it? Is this giving him his future title in advance? As one of the wise men, Kakashi began to think for a moment. Because he found that this small group was more mysterious than he thought. Time is passing. 2 days passed quickly. During these 2 days, the second Chūnin exam ends. The third Chūnin exam is a week later. This is a bit unfair to other ninja villages, because of the appearance of Shuzuru and the turmoil in Orochimaru, many ninja village candidates chose to abstain. But they can't compare, because a tailed beast suddenly appeared in a village, no village could ignore it. Especially the explosion of the Okita that the tailed beast bomb exploded. It's simply tingling. Everyone directly and intuitively realized how terrifying the tailed beast was. The other side. Third day, all Konoha villagers including ninjas were summoned to the Hokage Rock. This here is the place where the whole village gathers. Generally, Hokage's inauguration will be held here, and at the same time, some important things will be notified. And now is when important things need to be notified. That day, third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, along with 2 advisors Kaharu and Mitokado Homura came below the Hokage Rock. Quote. Third generation's complexion was pale. He took off the Hokage exclusive hat with the word fire embroidered on it. He stared at the villagers below. Quote. His lips moved. Speak, Sarutobi. Danzo spoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen. So, today we're bringing everyone together here. There are 3 things to announce. First of all, I need to apologize about what happened with Konoha's White Fang in the past. Ninjas need rules, but they also need room for tolerance. White Fang couldn't complete the task and brought negative effects to the village, but we can't forget what he did to the village. I express by Hokage's final order that his grave be embedded in the hero's memorial cemetery. One word stirred up waves. The villagers looked at third generation in surprise. Because the statement of the third generation is, with Hokage's last order, it means, do you want to change Hokage? The eyes of the ninjas of the third generation faction dimmed. They recalled Master Tobirama's order to return the third generation that they met a few days ago. And now, third generation followed the teacher's order. Then, don't make noise, everyone, listen to my announcement. I'm too old for the Hokage position. FFLX. He lightly patted Kakashi's body behind him. Kakashi stepped forward awkwardly. This is the first time he came here, and he was watched by so many people. Hitaki Kakashi is the pride of our ninja village. As Minato's disciple and White Fang's son, he is trustworthy. I entrust him with the position of Hokage. Saying so, third generation handed him the hat. Kakashi will assume Hokage's position. Kakashi takes the hat. Below, Might Guy applauds him. As Mr. Kakashi so good. For Class 7, the teacher suddenly changed to Hokage. Naruto and Sasuke were surprised. Yes, Kitahara Kaede said. From seeing the scene of Tobirama, Kitahara Kaede felt that this scene would appear. But, Kakashi suddenly said after taking Hokage's hat, I am very grateful for everyone's trust. I want to do my job well. But now I also have something to announce. Kakashi said. At this moment he could feel that Shodai and Nadaime must be watching him. So he said, then, Kitahara Kaede, you come up first. Quote. Kitahara Kaede, go. Sasuke and Naruto said, probably something about Shuhei, too. I defeated Shukaku with wood style before, and now Konoha hasn't said anything to Shukaku, so it's very important to push someone out. So Kitahara Kaede went up. Kakashi put his hand on his shoulder. This is my disciple, Kitahara Kaede. 2 days ago, Shukaku from San Shinobi village went berserk in Konoha. It was Kitahara-kun who defeated Shukaku. That's why there wasn't too much danger of an explosion. Quote. This sentence exploded directly. It's surprising enough that third generation steps down and Kakashi takes over. But, Shuhei was actually controlled like this, and the person who controlled. Is it such a small child? Kun Kitahara has awakened wood style. If there is a reincarnation, I think it's Shodai's reincarnation, Kakashi continued. Haha, some people's good-natured laughter came from below. Because of Shodai, although few people at the scene have seen it, everyone grew up listening to the legend of Shodai's super strength. And, the ability to defeat Shukaku is indeed the power only Shodai has. So, Kakashi continued, I declare that the position of 5th Hokage will be succeeded by Kitahara Kaede. And I assist him as the 6th Hokage. Our Konoha will return to the era of the first generation and become stronger again. Where the leaves dance, the fire is also alive. In Kakashi's emotional roar, the ninjas below resonated. Yes, Konoha has been cowardly for too long. None of the 3 battles won, and they were all passive. However, the Third Ninja World War was obviously won, but signed a treaty for the loser. And these, Konoha needs to be strong, come on. So, let's say the man's name. Kakashi continued his momentum. Kitahara Kaede, Kitahara Kaede, Kitahara Kaede. The villagers below went on, frenzy. Quote. Kitahara Kaede, Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede didn't speak, but Konoha's F4 were watching the backs of the 2 new Hokages depressedly. And it all starts from the day before. Push your girlfriend's book. It will be on the shelves either tonight or tomorrow. Please support me, the writing is better than mine. Ninja World. Data Era. Start the acquisition of Feishui Yuha, the author of Senju Buddha. Chapter 063 Naruto. You are not a demon fox. Konoha F4 panicked. Seek full order. Ask for automatic. The time is pushed back to the previous day. After the second generation chose to seal herself and Orochimaru fled, Kitahara Kaede returned to her team. He is the wood-style experimental subject, so he must be by Naruto's side at this time. And this is probably what third generation, who has experienced Shukaku's rampage, hopes for. Naruto is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and if Nine Tails also explodes, third generation can only abdicate in a responsible manner even if it doesn't want to. From the way third generation wants to seal the scroll, it can be seen that Bingshin of third generation is unwilling to abdicate. Of course, he has been in charge for a lifetime, and suddenly he is completely denied by the teacher, and then he is abdicated, and his heart will stop suddenly. Probably the body will not be able to bear it. But, how to choose is the destiny of third generation itself. Although third generation is very pretentious, the treatment for Kitahara Kaede here is not bad. Kitahara Kaede does not mind that third generation continues to serve as Hokage, but if the new Hokage can also give the same treatment or better, Biwan Feng can also watching the third generation fall. After all, he doesn't live for anyone, but for others not to disturb him. When the Otsutsuki era comes, then Naruto and Sasuke can also become thugs. So back here at the central tower, Kitahara Kaede is still in a relaxed mood. But he is very relaxed, and everyone in the central tower is different. Bayuan-kun, what happened outside? What? That huge civet cat is. Naruto surrounded Kitahara Kaede. Naruto's mood seems to be unstable. Yes, no one told him that he was actually a Jinchuriki, but everyone would say he was a demon fox. Therefore, even if it is a guess, I will think about whether I am such a dangerous thing like a civet cat. That's a tailed beast, said Kitahara Kaede. 5. In the great ninja village, every ninja village has it. He found that when he said this, the genin who had passed the assessment also looked over. The genins here are all acquaintances. Tiantian, Neji, and Shaochen from the first class of Might Guy. Then there's Hinata from class 8. Asuma's class in the 10th class. But the news of Asuma's serious injury has been known to them, they gave up the exam and went back. Then there is Kusanagi, but Orochimaru is cold, and Kusanagi also ran away. So count up, the candidates who have passed now are Kitahara Kaede, Naruto, Sasuke, Tien, Shaoli, Neji, Hinata. Then there are Gaara, Temari and Kankuro at San Shinobi village. There are 10 people in total. For the 150 candidates, the most difficult record was set directly. But now all the people here are familiar friends. Although the village is told not to disclose that Naruto is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, everyone knows more or less. But it is still not so clear for children. And the right explanation can lead to the right guidance. So Kitahara Kaede went on to say, in this world there are ninjas and tailed beasts, summoning beasts. Tailed beasts are very similar to summoning beasts, and they can also be called summoning beasts, but they are very powerful. Currently it is known that it is a 9-tailed beast. According to the tale, it is divided into 1 tail, 2 tails, to 9 tails. Kitahara Kaede said, 9 tails. Hyuga Neji spoke up, the words of 9 tails. Everyone still knows. More than 10 years ago, when they were just born or not yet born, there was an incident of 9 tails attacking Konoha. At that time, many ninjas sacrificed. Kitahara Kaede continued, these tail beasts were caught by the first Hokage in the time of the first generation. First Hokage and Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan established Konoha. Other ninja villages followed Konoha building materials, and the bigger ninja villages are Kurigakure, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Sand Shinobi Village. First Hokage built the village wanting peace. So he made an agreement with the other 4 great ninja villages to distribute the tail beasts to them and maintain peace together. 1 tail gave to Sand Shinobi Village, 2 tails and 8 tails gave to Cloud Shinobi Village, 5 tails gave to Iwagakure, 3 tails gave to Kurigakure, etc., and Konoha itself has 1 too. Konoha has the strongest tail beast, 9 tails. It's just that first Hokage wants to get peace. So divide the power. But other ninja villages don't think so. After the first generation died, they immediately turned the power of the tail beast into a weapon. Why is that? Sitting with her legs crossed and listening every day, she felt that these histories were exaggerated. Because these other ninja villages are so disgusting. Give you strength. The result, all are positive and negative. Because the power of first Hokage was the strongest at that time, other ninja villages couldn't resist it, but after the death of first generation and the power of the tail beast, they couldn't help them. Kitahara Kaede said, so, don't we Konoha still have 9 tails? Uchiha Sasuke said. Naruto also sat and listened. All he had heard since he was a child were the titles of Demon Fox and Demon Fox. So he thinks this 9 tails has something to do with him. Konoha has 9 tails, Kitahara Kaede said, but compared to other villages, 9 tails was free range at first. Then the stocked 9 tails were exploited. Mangekyo Sharingan can control 9 tails. Uchiha Madara is back with 9 tails to attack the village. Kitahara Kaede said, this. Sasuke who just asked the question was momentarily stunned. Because Mangekyo Sharingan is not his Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara this is, but Sasuke was not very clear about the name. This is someone on par with first Hokage, Kitahara Kaede said. The patriarch of the original Uchiha clan, he and the first generation turned their fights into friendship and formed Konoha together. But later he repented and wanted to leave with his clan, but the Uchiha clan rejected him, so he went away alone. So Uchiha's people who stayed behind also deleted his information. That's why Sasuke, you don't know these things, but your family tree should have him, he should be regarded as an ancestor. Quote. Everyone was silent. This is the history they were not told. And at this moment Kitahara Kaede observes the small group. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. So my elder brother broke with Konoha. Izuna is also listening to the history told by Kitahara Kaede. As a result, in the group, he thought it was the elder brother and the Senju brothers who built the village. Although he died before the village was established, the 2 pillars that looked almost the same as him, and this Konoha, it is the village of the future. Result, Nima, he is still from outside the village. The eldest brother of his family has long regretted it. Big pillar Hanhan, this. Senju Tobirama. Of course, because after the establishment of the village, I chose first Hokage. At that time, my Anika was more popular. Senju Tobirama. It's Madara's lack of stamina. Senju Tobirama. Madara left in anger. Big pillar Hanhan. Tobirama, you can't say that, I think it's good for Madara to be Hokage. Senju Tobirama. But that is the wish of the people in the village. The small group immediately quarreled. Here it comes. Terumi Mei Onogi and others from Ninja Village are eating melons slowly. Then listen to Kitahara Kaede continue to tell. Uchiha Madara came back once after going far away, and fought first Hokage again. And this time, Kwang Zebo Madara captured 9 tails. Control 9 tails to hit the leaves. It's called the Battle of the Valley of the End. It turned out that first Hokage won, but also because of this first generation found that 9 tails couldn't play like that anymore. So, Konoha also appeared Jinchuriki. Seal the 9 tails in the human body. The power of 9 tails is too powerful. It is not something ordinary people can bear. So Konoha made an alliance with the Uzumaki clan. And the first generation Jinchuriki is Uzumaki Mito. That is, first Hokage's wife, Tsunade's grandma, one of the Konoha Sannin. Then, the first generation passed away, and the major ninja villages gained power, but no one suppressed them, so they fought on their own, and there was the first, second, third, and third ninja world wars. And the tailed beasts were thrown into battle as combat weapons. But 9 tails is different, says Kitahara Kaede. What's different about 9 tails? Naruto asked. First generation can use wood style to control 9 tails, but after first generation there is no one who can use wood style. And, how could an uncontrollable 9 tails use it as a weapon? Thus, Konoha's era of being bullied began. And because 9 tails cannot be controlled and cannot be used as a weapon, 9 tails can only continue to be sealed for Jinchuriki. Shuhei. 9 tails, so this is your experience. Shuhei, how pitiful. Kurama. Shut up. Namikaze Minato. Speaking of this, Nine Tails, when you came out to trouble Konoha 12 years ago, could you feel the person controlling you? Namikaze Minato. Is it Uchiha Madara? Minato's question related to the Nine Tails rebellion. At that time, the man in the black mask claimed to be Uchiha Madara. But Minato doesn't think so. Because if it's Uchiha Madara then it's the people of Shodai's era, how can they still be alive and have a young voice? And the only information he can get is that he left the mark of Flying Thunder God on the masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara. Kurama. Why should I tell you? Shuhei. Do you feel too ashamed? Kurama. One Tail, shut up. Kurama. Who was pressed on the ground and rubbed just now? Kurama. I was beaten back to my original shape, and I died laughing. Namikaze Minato. Nine Tails, please tell me the truth. Kurama. Things are over, why do you still ask these questions? Kurama. Why don't you just listen honestly to see if that kid Kitahara Kaede wants to take advantage of this time to improve your Mingbao's image? Namikaze Minato. But, Kurama. Hmph. It seems that Nine Tails is not willing to speak. Everyone had to continue to listen to Kitahara Kaede's storytelling. Kitahara Kaede continued, because I can't control Nine Tails, Konoha is very passive. Quote, but in the end, something went wrong. So after the death of first Hokage second Hokage, Nine Tails attacked the village when the fourth generation took office. The fourth generation couple died because of this, and then lost a lot of ninjas. Konoha has also entered into decline because of this. In the process, there seemed to be something missing, Kitahara Kaede said. Yes, missing. Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Hinata, who has always been obedient, asked. Because of the supercilious thing, she was small. I was ridiculed for being a white-eyed monster at that time, and at that time, someone was also ridiculed, that is Uzumaki Naruto who was ridiculed for being a demon fox. So, Hinata paused for a moment, and the others in Konoha were silent. Xiao Li finally spoke. So, this Jinchuriki, could it be? Li, Tiantian, Neji, Hinata, and Sasuke all looked at Naruto. Naruto has everyone's attention, and he himself was stunned. Yes, Kitahara Kaede put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, you are the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto's body stiffened backwards. So, I'm not a demon fox, but the reason everyone hates me is because of the damage caused by Nine Tails attacking the village, everyone hates Nine Tails. Finally put this hate on you, Kitahara Kaede said. And the people at the scene were silent. Everyone knows that Naruto is very unpopular in the village, and even their parents tell them not to play with Naruto. Now the result is, beyond imagination. So, Kitahara Kaede put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, you are not a demon fox, let alone a monster. You are the hero who saved the village. Because of your existence, the leaves are preserved. Have you seen it today? Shuhei's tailed beast bomb can have such a large amount of damage, so how powerful is Shuhei's Nine Tails, which is 10 times stronger? It is also because of Naruto's presence as a Jinchuriki that the threat of the Nine Tails is suppressed. How is it? So, Naruto froze. But soon, his tears flowed down. Am I really not a monster? It was as if a door had been opened in his heart. Everything in the past came to mind, as if it appeared in front of my eyes. Look, it's this kid, it's disgusting. Hey, don't play with him, I don't know if it will be contagious. God knows what he'll do to you. Hey, that kid, that's the kid. Why keep that kind of kid in the village? Third Hokage should think about it. And how can that child become a ninja? This is not good. Of course not. Listening to what Kitahara Kaede said, Lee also put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. I have always been treated like this by the people in the village, but I persisted. Uzumaki Naruto, you are too strong. I have to apologize to you for what happened before. Neji said, Naruto, thank you, if it wasn't for your existence, then my ninja store would be destroyed by Nine Tails. Tien said, Uzumaki-san, thank you, because of your existence, I was able to meet Feng-kun. Hinata also came over. Naruto, I don't know about your experience. I'm sorry. Sasuke also spoke. Well, Naruto, however, shed big tears. Because no one ever told him why he was hated, no one told him who his parents were, and all he encountered was rejection from others. I have never been understood by others, I have never thought about it, I have worked hard and tried hard, but I am not taken seriously. However, such an era has passed. Finally someone understood him and recognized him. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Namikaze Minato. I also want to cry when I hear my Mingbao's cry. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Teacher, haven't you already cried? Big Zuzi Hanhan, hey, I have really suffered for you. Senju Tobirama. In the final analysis, it is because the eldest brother is too simple and the other ninja villages are too heartless. Senju Tobirama. As a result, all groups attacked Konoha as a result of the peace agreement. Senju Tobirama. In the First Ninja World War, 3 ninja villages fought against Konoha. Other ninja villages. Older leftover woman who can't get married. My Kurigakure has less than 500 ninjas now. Even if I take over the mess, I can't reverse the previous things. Third Raikage. About this matter. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Shut up, Raikage, you guys at Cloud Shinobi Village are the worst. Third Raikage. Older leftover women who can't get married. At honest backseat, speak a word. Older leftover women who can't get married at honest backseat. Honest Basha. Cloud Shinobi is indeed a BCH +1. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Right, so Cloud Shinobi is destroyed +1. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Although Kakashi can see that this is the beginning of Kurigakure and Iwagakure's blame, but in the current situation, it is really inappropriate to use the present to blame the past. Because those second Raikage, second Mizukage, second Tsuchikage, etc. that destroy peace are not here. So Kakashi helped round a little. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Cloud Shinobi destroyed +1. Might guy. Kakashi is right. Namikaze Minato. Cloud Shinobi destroyed +1. Third Raikage You, everyone, shut up. Shuhei, ha ha ha. You guys are so funny, the people here are so funny and nice to talk, I really want to stay here and play. Kurama. You just have to be happy, Cloud Shinobi village is gone, and Sunagakure where you were is not much better. Shuhei. Well, I am just bound by Sand Shinobi village, wouldn't it be best if Sand Shinobi is gone? Kurama. So you left your baby boy. Shuhei, what do you mean by throwing it away, but I think Sand Shinobi is also purely stupid. Shuhei's mouth is more poisonous. Shuhei. You also know that even though our tail beasts are regarded as Jinchuriki, we can still see the outside scene. Shuhei, as far as the cultivation of Sand Shinobi is concerned, it is indeed stupid X, while instilling in his son. Shuhei. That is to say, the benevolence of labor and management, otherwise Gaara would have been cold for a long time. Namikaze Minato. Regarding this point, the idiot you discussed is also in the group now. Shuhei. Shuhei. At Luo Sha, Shuhei. At Luo Sha how X come. So, the topic was changed. Tsurumi and Onoki finally breathed a sigh of relief. Onoki is one of the people who saw Konoha weak and then rushed to Konoha. Now that Tobirama's fire has gone out, he is relieved. But, Tsurumi gaze was on Kitahara Kaede. It was just a discussion before, and she only made the choice of Kurigakure and Konoha to form an alliance for the sake of the situation. But judging from what Kitahara Kaede has done, his end is definitely not a Konoha 5th Hokage. In other words, what she thinks about the Battle of Ninja Village may be just a joke in the eyes of Kitahara Kaede. This guy is really mysterious. After Kitahara Kaide's friends appeased Naruto, they received a notice from the chief examiner of Anko, and all other candidates abstained. So those who pass the exam can return to the village and wait for the third Chūnin exam a week later. And third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen also returned to Konoha with his faction members. And when he was about to approach the edge of the forest, he gave the password again. Then it was back to the Hokage office building. Back in the Hokage office building, all three companions are there, so the second floor appears brightly lit. What exactly happened? Kaharu and Mitokado Homura did not leave the office building here, so not much information is known. They can only see through their own eyes. It can be seen that Shuhei suddenly ran away, and Danzo said not to ignore it, but he still led the root organization to stop Shuhei. Then, Kitahara Kaede used wood style to overwhelm Shukaku. Now the result is, go to Sand Shinobi village to find out that the fourth case cage is fake. Sand Shinobi village accepted the wrong order. But now, all the people in Sand Shinobi village have been detained, and they are waiting for third generation to come back before they are processed. And now the third generation is back. Seeing that the third generation was safe, Kaharu and Mito breathed a sigh of relief. Quote. Danzo was speechless and even a little pity. But he also knew that Shukaku had burst out and was suppressed by Kitahara Kaede, so if Kitahara Kaede turned around and went back, third generation could be saved. So the death of third generation that Danzo expects is gone. And I just wanted to use Shukaku to make a fuss, but Shukaku was stopped by Kitahara Kaede, so it didn't pose any threat. Then third generation can still get rid of the blame if they move their lips. So, in this wave, I couldn't win the third generation, and then I found that Kitahara Kaede was too strong to control. Danzo felt this wave of blood loss. Third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen's face sank like water. First of all, Orochimaru made the Shukaku thing happen, said third generation. And Orochimaru has been beaten away. It won't be bad for the village for the time being. Oh, the others nodded. According to their understanding, they felt that third generation had something to say. Third generation certainly has something to say. You sit down first, third generation said. Then he circled a potted plant in the office. He could feel the suppressed anger of the seal teacher, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, who seemed to be really dissatisfied with him. So as long as the teacher is released, it is certain that his master status will be cancelled. He is old, can't he retire safely? Fortunately, too, according to the care given to Kitahara Kaede and the installation of the Will of Fire in the past, Kitahara Kaede gave him the scroll, which means that he can handle it freely. So, he can also seal the scroll forever. Then ignore teacher second generation's order and it's over. But, for most of my life, my Hokage career was denied by my respected teacher, and third generation felt very painful. Danzo, Mito, the three old men and old ladies don't know what Sarutobi is thinking. If it's about Orochimaru, Kaharu said, not about Orochimaru, let me take it easy, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, turning his head to look at the side mirror, which showed his old appearance. White, almost balding hair, slack and already appeared the face of old Madara. And, the body is shrinking day by day, and there is no body that can match Kage level strength. He is old. According to teacher second generation, he was very dissatisfied with what he had done and asked him to abdicate. So, is he going to abdicate shamelessly? He looked at Danzo. Danzo also has deep eye bags, an old picture. He has a dark face, but his hair is black, and Koharu and Mito are about the same age as him, and Danzo is younger in comparison. Where did the Uchiha clan go? Why did Konoha's White Fang die so easily? Then, is this how you treat the orphans of the fourth generation? This is the question that teacher second generation wants to ask him. Third generation. Third generation suddenly walked in front of Danzo. There was a sound of brushing. Third generation suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Danzo's bandaged right eye. Sarutobi, are you crazy? Danzo was taken aback, almost unable to react. But the strength of third generation's hand is very strong, and it is useless for him to try to control it. Finally, Danzo's blindfolded right eye was seen again. This, Danzo you. Two breath sounds came from Koharu and Mitokado Homura. Because third generation removed Danzo's bandages, and what was exposed under the bandages was Sharingan, and this Sharingan seems to be somewhat impressed. As expected, these are Shisui's eyes. Third generation said, Danzo, Koharu, Mito, Danzo what are you doing? Mitokado Homura and Koharu were taken aback. Sure enough, what you guys have done is beyond my imagination. The third generation seemed to be crazy, pulling off the bandage on Danzo's head with one hand, and was not satisfied. He yanked Danzo's clothes down hard. Koharu, Mito, come and help. Third generation said, I have something very important to announce. Over the years, you have participated or supported all my strategies and plans. So we are all one. Quote. Koharu and Mitokado Homura, although I don't know who inspired third generation to be so impulsive, but it makes sense for the two of them. Now Danzo actually has a Sharingan inlaid as an exaggeration. Then you must believe in the third generation. So the two obeyed third generation's request. Mitokado Homura hugged Danzo from behind, and Koharu stripped Danzo's coat. Damn, Danzo was about to use the Sharingan in an instant. Stop Danzo. Although third generation is not fighting anymore, it doesn't mean he is weak. This is an order from teacher second generation. Second generation. Hearing this title, Danzo paused for a moment. And Koharu and Mito have also teamed up with third generation to pull off Danzo's jacket. Hiss. X3. In an instant, 3 sounds of inhalation. Sounded. Third generation, Koharu and Mitokado Homura were surprised at the same time. Because Danzo's right hand is inlaid with 10 Sharingan. FK, it's you. Third generation said, no wonder the teacher questioned me. Third generation said, Danzo, you eternal sinner. Danzo, Sarutobi, you are crazy. Danzo you are crazy. The third generation was furious, and he put the scroll in his arms on the table. Now teacher second generation is in this scroll. What the hell? X3. As soon as the scroll came out, the three of them were stunned. Now listen to me honestly. Third generation said, Sarutobi, calm down too. Have a cup of tea first, Koharu said. Mitokado Homura also nodded. Whether it was Danzo actually inlaid so many Sharingan or teacher second generation turned into a scroll, these things were too explosive for them. Call. All right. The third generation drank 2 cups of tea, and then spoke. I went to capture Orochimaru, but Orochimaru Impure World Reincarnation has second generation teacher Senju Tobirama out. How dare he Orochimaru? X3. He dares, said third generation. Furthermore, teacher second generation unlocked the controlled Impure World Reincarnation and regained consciousness. His request is that the 4 of us abdicate. 11. Quote. X3. Danzo's eyes widened at this time, and he also knew why Sarutobi Hiruzen was so crazy when he came back. The news I got is that Asuma was sent to Konoha Hospital, and may have lost the chance to become a ninja. But, Sarutobi should have gone to Asuma, not the office. So, it turns out that this happened to me. Are you sure the source is correct? Danzo was surprised. Second generation teacher is really not controlled by Orochimaru. For example, being accused of talking nonsense or something. Danzo said, if it's just that the second generation negates the third generation, then of course Danzo is happy. But letting all 4 of them withdraw together, isn't that a total denial of what they did? Although Danzo is selfish and for himself, he thinks he can still do it. Although Koharu and Mito are confused and easy to be led by the nose by third generation, they also think they can do it. So, are you sure Mr. Tobirama is going to send the 4 of us back? Koharu and Mito asked quickly. The scroll is right here. Third generation said, if you want to ask, then open the scroll directly. And if open, it's just being returned. Think about it for yourself, third generation said. After saying this, he drank tea again. At this time, the mood of drinking tea is already a lot, because I have thrown out the most difficult problem, so now I am not alone in worrying. It's everyone here. Danzo directly put his head in his hands. While Koharu looked disbelieving, Mitokado Homura kept pushing his glasses. All 3 looked restless and nervous. Because, it's like being denied everything. For 10 minutes, no one said a word. But no matter whose heart is very painful. Then, the 3 of Danzo came in front of the third generation. Everyone looked at the scroll that the main generation put on the table. Can you be more specific? It can be seen that Danzo also seems to have suffered a lot, and his stripped coat did not continue to wear. Quote. Third generation. The second-generation teacher came out of Orochimaru's dirty soil, and the second-generation teacher was freed. Then, he said that I abdicated, and the three of you followed. He's negating our work, and because he unlocked the impure world reincarnation, he cannot exist for a long time, so he sealed himself up. And now, he's right here. If you don't open it, then he might be here all the time. But after opening, he paused for a moment Qian Zhaohao. But the other three already understood. If it is opened, then the four of them will be denied by the second-generation teacher together. Could it be that, after the Uchiha family was exterminated, they went to the second-generation teacher to complain? Koharu said, after all, they are all dead people, and then met in the afterlife. This statement is a bit novel, but none of the four people died, so I think it makes sense. Otherwise, how could the teacher deny them all of a sudden? Danzo, X2, Koharu and advisor Mitokado Homura looked at Danzo with painful stares. Look at the Sharingan in Danzo's hand. Turn off my head up, I'm just repurposing Uchiha's Sharingan. And didn't you also agree with the extermination of the Uchiha family? Speaking of it, come on, this is what the teacher meant. Otherwise what's the point of putting Uchiha in the guard? Isn't it just deliberately causing conflicts between the security team and the villagers, and eventually they were excluded little by little? Danzo said, when second generation took over Konoha, they formed Anbu, established Konoha Hospital, Konoha Library, and then there were ninja schools and the guard. All members of the guard team are from the Uchiha clan. And what is the guard? It is equivalent to the urban management, and the urban management is hated by others, so this is not to deliberately let the villagers and Uchiha fight against each other, and then the Uchiha clan rebelled, but it can kill them all. Dealt with. So, isn't this the picture that Teacher Second Generation wanted? Teacher Second Generation always wanted to solve Uchiha's problem, didn't he? That is to say, you think you are doing the right thing, right? Third Generation threw the question to Danzo and the others, feeling better. Then he spread out the manuscript on the table and wrote 3 questions on it. The teacher said these 3 questions when he denied us. If you open the scroll, then the queen will appear. If we are right, then we can argue with the teacher. Third Generation said, yes. Koharu nodded. We are the direct disciples of Teacher Second Generation. He sacrificed for us, and he believed in us the most, right? Maybe that was done to you just because of hearing the testimony of those in Uchiha after death and wronging us, Koharu said. Having said that, everyone's mood became lighter. Then the 3 of them looked at the 3 questions that the second generation teacher was dissatisfied with written by the third generation. 1. The problem of Uchiha genocide. 2. Konoha's White Fang dental problems. 3. Naruto is hated by the whole village as the son of the 4th generation. Danzo, Koharu, Mitokado Homura, FK Sarutobi, isn't it your fault? Danzo exploded directly. What happened with Naruto has nothing to do with me. There is also White Fang here. Isn't it because you are worried that he will overwhelm the master? Then let the fishing boat go. In the end he chose to commit suicide, and you are responsible for it. Danzo said immediately, I agree to open the scroll. This is not my fault. Saying so, Danzo grabbed the scroll with his hand. He found out that this was a conspiracy of the third generation. The teacher must only let the third generation abdicate, and all these problems can be pushed to the third generation. Then, the next Hokage will be him. It is possible to get the teacher's reselection. So, wait a minute. Third generation wanted to reach out to stop it, but it was too late. Boom. A young man appeared in front of everyone. He wears blue protective armor, silver hair, and a red pattern on his face. His facial features are delicate and handsome. This is Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama's dirty body seemed to tremble. Then, hand finger lifts lightly. Moment. Everyone at the scene felt a strong oppressive force. His eyes literally opened. The pupils are a beautiful red. Although the body of impure world reincarnation looks like broken tiles, it is extremely realistic. Because, this is the real Senju Tobirama crawling back from hell. Push the girlfriend's book, it's on the shelves today. Please support me, the writing is better than mine. Ninja World. Data Era, by Senju Buddha at the beginning. Author Feishui Yuha, 064 Konoha F4. Only for pigs. Seek full order, ask for automatic. While Konoha's F4 was watching nervously, Senju Tobirama opened his eyes. Senju Tobirama. He is a legend in Konoha's history. If first Hokage Senju Hashirama is known as the strongest Hokage, then Senju Tobirama is regarded as the wisest Hokage. He is the younger brother of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and he took over Konoha after his elder brother died of a dark wound in the battle with Madara. Not only was the ninja school established, the Konoha hospital was supplemented, and the will of fire that was enough to influence Konoha was created. He uses talents in an eclectic manner. Even though he is not interested in Uchiha, he still promotes Uchiha Kagami and makes him his disciple. This appeases the Uchiha clan. It can be said that he hates Uchiha, but his heart is still very broad, and he is standing in the position of a Hokage. In the 20th year of Konoha, for the development of the next generation, he was willing to leave the queen himself, and eventually died in battle, which shows that he is also a person who puts the village at the top. No matter from which point of view, he is a qualified Hokage. It is the second generation item of Konoha that is genuine. But for the second generation project, he is most concerned about his ability to create ninjutsu. Observing decades of development in the ninja world, he is the one who invented the most forbidden technique. He has an extremely bright brain and creative ability. It can be said, although his forbidden technique was sealed, it still brought great advantages to the future Konoha. Like the multiple shadow clone technique, as long as someone can maintain the amount of chakra, then this is a training mode for rapid enhancement. After all, shadow clone can improve the efficiency of cultivation several times, who wouldn't like it? Or his reanimation jutsu, which can be used in conjunction with tandem paper bombs, can be regarded as a precise bombing. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, it can directly carry out surprise attacks and execute decapitation actions, so, he left a great treasure for future generations. With this thought in mind, even if he wanted to protect Sarutobi Danzo and the others to perish together with the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers, he felt that he had done enough. Konoha can also thrive, he opened his eyes. What I saw was the magnificent office that has been renovated twice, and what I saw were 4 old disciples who looked at him with different expressions. Quote. Senju Tobirama, it seems that you still chose to let me out, Tobirama said. Saying so, he looked towards third generation. Although I have seen the appearance of these disciples in the observation Kitahara Kaede, small group, but looking at the 3 disciples who are now very old, and then there is Shimura Danzo with black hair and black bags under the eyes. Tobirama sighed. The time I can last is only 3 hours. Tobirama said, I was brought out of the filth. This is something I never thought about, but this ninjutsu can be used in this way, but it has been prepared for you a long time ago. But you've made a mess. Tobirama said, although he looks very young, but his tone is very quiet. Sui, yes. Kaharu and Mitokado Homura quickly bowed their heads. Kaharu didn't like to study in the past school, and he slept during class, and Mitokado Homura was the kind of obedient student, so the two of them were very afraid of the second generation project. But now the teacher seems to be disappointed with everyone, they can only bow their heads. But, Danzo is not happy, because, teacher Tobirama's dissatisfaction should not be based on the third generation issue. It's obvious that third generation can't meet the teacher's requirements, so why do they require 4 people to hold the tank? This made Danzo very unhappy. So, Danzo suddenly took a step forward. His black ninja shoes stepped on the ground vigorously, attracting attention all at once. He lowered his head and looked, said seriously and conscientiously, about these, to see the teacher again today, I have only one thought. Please give me Konoha. Sarutobi has done very badly these years. This is the wrong choice of the teacher in the past. I lacked courage at the beginning, but I have used it for decades to show that I can also sacrifice for Konoha. The root tissue I formed has always been like the roots buried under the big tree, constantly adding nutrients to the leaves. So I consider myself eligible for Hokage. Teacher, I want to be 5th Hokage. Danzo said with firm eyes. As soon as Danzo's words came out, there was a resounding sound. How dare you, Danzo? Sweat broke out on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead instantly. Originally, Danzo directly opened the scroll and did not give him a chance to repent, which made him complain about Danzo. As a result, Danzo is really old and still thinking about Hokage's position. And now, isn't it all kinds of troubles? But Danzo is neither Sarutobi nor Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because this is his salvation, and it is also hidden deep in his heart. Regret, yes, this is his regret. In the past, Tobirama's disciples were 6 in total, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, 180 Akamiki Takefung, Uchiha Kagami, then there are also Tanyu and Kaharu and Aqua Homura. And the best of them all is him and Sarutobi Hiruzen. His strength is not much different from Hiruzen's. But in the 20th year of Konoha, as a member of Senju Tobirama's Hokage guard team, he went to Cloud Shinobi village to negotiate with the teacher, and encountered second Raikage who was killed and the teacher was also injured. At that time, they will face the pursuit of the Gold and Silver brothers and the siege of dozens of Jonin from Cloud Shinobi village, and the situation is critical. At this time, Tobirama made a decision, he wanted to keep the queen, and the queen would probably die. Then he asked one of the 6 disciples to stay with him. That is to say, to die with him. At that time, Danzo had a contemplation, but he became weak for a moment. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen first proposed to keep the queen. However, Tobirama didn't let Hiruzen stay because that was his consideration for his disciple and the price was Hokage's position. Sarutobi was announced as 3rd Hokage on the spot. And at that time, just for a moment, his hesitation lost. He has since lost the Hokage position. Always the 3rd generation is the Hokage who bathes in the sun, but he can only be the root of the darkness. Afterwards, he was always in pain, and finally chose to eliminate Sarutobi himself, but failed to arrange Kakashi's assassination, and was subdued instead. And then just now, Fudge Kitahara Kaede joins, also fails. But, now the 2nd generation teacher reappears. Even if he only existed for 2 hours, his heart was moved, and he wanted to get back the approval from the teacher. So Danzo won't back down. Shut up, you. But Tobirama cursed directly. Sarutobi, get up. Tobirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Give me the location, you, like them, stay below. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly stood up from Hokage's desk, and stood in a row with Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. It's like the one taught by Tobirama when I was a child. I only have 2 hours now, and in these 2 hours, if you can't convince me. So, Sarutobi abdicates. And Kaharu, Homura, you dismissed the positions of consultants and gave me all the logistics to raise pigs. And then Danzo, you too, Tobirama said coldly, you said you worked hard for the village. Then you show the performance of your hard work and see if you can overcome it. It can be said that among these disciples, Tobirama thinks that third generation is the least useful, and Danzo, a disciple he once gave high hopes, is the most stupid. Although I had already made a decision in observing Kitahara Kaede, small group, several disciples were all fired, but Tobirama also gave them a chance to justify sophistry. That's benevolent already, but the expressions of third generation, Kaharu and Mito changed rapidly. This, teacher, impossible, wow, how can there be a pig? In Konoha's profession, apart from what ninjas can do, there are also ordinary people who can do it. And the status of pig raising in logistics is very low level, and it is easy to be looked down upon by others, but what are their identities? Third generation is Hokage, and Mito, Kaharu are consultants. Who in the village doesn't know that they are high-level people? If the people in the village know, do they still have the face to live? Yes, teacher. Third generation was also sweating. Originally, he thought that being asked to abdicate and resign was a very unacceptable thing, but now, he was fine to raise pigs. How could he bear it? He was a kind and amiable grandfather in the village, but now his image is about to collapse. Tobirama sat on Hokage's desk, and he turned sideways to look at some papers on the desk. Third generation's eyes jumped instantly. Because these are the 3 questions just written. 1. Why did the Uchiha clan go extinct? 2. Why did Konoha's White Fang commit suicide so directly? 3. Why is Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the 4th generation, hated by the whole village? And these 3 questions were asked by Tobirama in the Forest of Death. It seems that you are very resistant, don't you want to learn Danzo at this time? Tobirama said calmly, But Danzo did not speak on the side. Danzo, are you willing to raise pigs? Sarutobi Hiruzen nervously walked over and stepped on Danzo. Although Tobirama looks like a young man now, but the few of them are old-fashioned, but the absolute momentum of the teacher in the past brought them back to the time when they were still disciples. So can't resist Tobirama, pig raising, Danzo smiled. I just told you about my achievements. The leaves have been falling all these years, but I have been supporting them all the time. And I don't believe the teacher will let me raise pigs. Danzo feels that he has regretted too much and lost too much, so his attitude is very firm now. Sarutobi can memorize any question. Danzo thinks he still has hope. Is it? Tobirama dragged his chin with one hand. Let's begin then. First it's about Konoha's White Fang. Tobirama is quite optimistic about Kakashi, so he chose Kakashi's question first. Why are you killing Hatake Tsukumo? Third generation. Kaharu, sensei, did Mosaku Hatake sue you in that world? Kaharu's voice faltered a bit. It was her habit of making mistakes in the past. Tobirama was taken aback when he heard this. Then I realized that none of these guys had died, so I didn't know that after the world of death, I was alone and would not meet other people. But they think that the world after death is common, so they think that it is the people after death who sue. Tobirama, although Kaharu and the others got it wrong, Tobirama thinks it's okay, so that they can hide their encounter with Huan Zai Bei Kong Gen _Xiaochun's Zhang. So he nodded. Yes, Tobirama said. So, if you have any excuses, come on. Sarutobi, tell me, I told you in advance that this is your last chance to retire Hokage if you can afford it, Tobirama said. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache for a moment. Because what this is saying is, the teacher is definitely going to lose his 3rd Hokage position. Let me speak for him. And Danzo, who just refused to speak, said, to help Hatake Tsukumo as Hatake Kakashi's father, played a considerable role in the Second Ninja World War. Important role, break the offensive of San Shinobi Village and force Chiyo to surrender in one fell swoop. That old lady Chiyo isn't dead yet, Tobirama said. Yes, Danzo continued, she is still alive, and her position in San Shinobi Village is also equivalent to a consultant. Hatake Tsukumo seems to be the hero of the village. He gave up the mission halfway through an important mission, and then chose to rescue his companions. And if he abandons his companions, he can complete the mission. And this task is very important, because he chooses his companions, and the village has lost a lot. Then, some people in the village started attacking Hatake Tsukumo with fishing boats, and he had no choice but to commit suicide, Danzo said. Tobirama, is that so? Sarutobi, Tobirama said. Yes, that's right, the master nodded quickly. You lied to me. However, Tobirama raised his head in an instant, and in an instant, the momentum like the sea pressed towards 3rd generation. The current Tobirama only has the power of the 3rd level of the peak thing, but with the development of time, the strength of the ninja has actually declined, so, for a genius like him, the coercion here is enough to make 3rd generation kneel on the ground with a snap. Danzo, tell the truth. Tobirama said. Danzo found that the teacher seemed to be more fierce than before. But he knew it was a good chance to trip Sarutobi, so he said. Hatake Mosaku is carrying out an important task, and the people in the village will know, which means it has been leaked. I think this matter has a lot to do with Sarutobi. Because Shigeru Hatake was the most popular and expected candidate for the next Hokage at that time, Danzo said. Sarutobi, is that so? Tobirama's tone didn't change, but 3rd generation's hands were on the ground. I'm very sorry, sir. 17. I didn't mean to kill him. At that time, I just wanted to suppress his arrogance a little bit. So let the fishing boat go. I didn't expect that he would choose to commit suicide. Third generation's hands and head were pressed down, because he felt that the teacher's coercion was now all placed on him. You have to tell Kakashi about this, Tobirama said. Sarutobi, you can't take on the role of Hokage anymore. Third generation, Third generation's head was completely lowered. He knew that the teacher didn't trust him at all. It was also at this time that he felt that the teacher's coercion disappeared. But, everything he's done in the past, has been denied. It was like the sky was falling. So, Tobirama pulled out another question from the note written by third generation. About Uzumaki Naruto. Minato complained to me that as a fourth generation, his husband and wife died for the village, but his son was treated like that. Why do people in the village only know that Naruto is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but no one knows that he is the son of fourth Hokage? And this, Tobirama looked at Danzo. Is it Sarutobi's fault too? Danzo hesitated for a moment. He looked at the third generation who lowered his head. The thing is like this. Koharu said hastily. At that time, when the Nine-Tails attacked the village, the Minato couple of the fourth generation passed away, and the orphan left behind was Naruto. Back then, because of the Nine-Tails problem, most of the middle-aged ninjas in the village died. So I was worried that the village would be attacked because of the emptiness, so I announced that there is still Jinchuriki in our village. It's a way to deter other villages, Koharu said. Then, Tobirama looked at Koharu and Mitokado Homura. Since the identity of Naruto Jinchuriki was exposed, why not tell everyone that Naruto is also the identity of Minato's orphan? Father was a Hokage, and then he died in battle. He became an orphan, and he was treated badly in the end. Don't your consciences ache? Minato is about to shed tears of blood. Tobirama said loudly. This is because we are worried that Naruto, as an orphan of the fourth generation, will be known and assassinated by the enemies of the fourth generation. Mitokado Homura added on the side. Tobirama, looks it makes a little sense. Koharu and Mito breathed a sigh of relief at Tobirama's seemingly softened tone. But, however, if you don't want Minato's enemies to know Naruto's identity, why not take him over and raise him properly, or just pretend to be the grandson of third generation? Third generation, you have a grandson. Why can't you make Naruto your grandson and let someone else bring your grandson first? Naruto is a child, why can't you give the orphans of the fourth generation a good growth environment? This, third generation said hastily. I took into account Naruto's identity, he is Jinchuriki, so. I want to ask if everyone treats him badly, and then I treat him. Give me a helping hand, and he'll trust me. Then, transmit the will of fire to him. Third generation said this carefully, then secretly observed the teacher's expression. Tobirama showed no expression. It really made me laugh. Tobirama laughed angrily. You can say this kind of reason. And using this kind of mind to trick a child, don't you think it's shameful? If he finds out, wouldn't it be more dangerous to fight Konoha directly? So, Sarutobi, this is putting the safety of the village at risk. Koharu, Homura, I'm disappointed in you too. Tobirama looked at the other two disciples indifferently. This matter. Koharu was at a loss for words. I'm very sorry. And third generation bowed his head. I will apologize to Naruto. Apologize? Does apologizing help? Tobirama, you really have more success than failure. Sarutobi, after you retire, you don't just raise pigs. Before Naruto is announced as the son of the fourth generation, you have to transform into Naruto every day, and then experience being called by the villagers. A blindfolded life, said Tobirama. This, third generation hastily raised its head. This kind of thing, that's what you did, Tobirama said. Give me the bitter fruit I planted. If you don't experience Naruto's experience, you won't understand it. Well, yes, third generation had no choice but to lower his head again. And when they were scolded together just now, Koharu subconsciously cried out at his age, while Mitokado Homura could only honestly stay aside. Then, Tobirama picked up the last note. What it says is Uchiha's problem. Uchiha's question. This question, Danzo, come. Tobirama sat back in his seat. Danzo stared at the teacher for a while, then quietly walked in front of Tobirama. In fact, Danzo looks expressionless now, but he is still very happy in his heart. The two questions that the second generation teacher wanted to ask have been solved, and Sarutobi, Koharu and Mito are all hated by the teacher. So, he is the last chance. If you can convince the teacher, then, the next Hokage will be him. Fifth Hokage, oh no, fifth generation at 5 o'clock is also available. By Uchiha's problem, I've solved it. 6 years ago, the Uchiha clan was extinct. The method used was that the Uchiha family rebelled against themselves, and then Uchiha Itachi, which we had been placing all along, carried out the liquidation of the traitors. 11. Concealed Uchiha's charges of treason, and then just made them bear the claim of being slaughtered by younger generations. In this way the reputation of the Uchiha clan is preserved. A reasonable method of removal. So, Danzo said hastily, snapped. However, Danzo responded with a big mouth. Danzo was dumbfounded, and his legs were thrown away. Danzo forgot to cover his face with his hands, he said hastily. Teacher, didn't you always think Uchiha was a problem? The people of the Uchiha clan had Uchiha Madara before them, and then they were belligerent, paranoid, and very unstable for the village. That's why you formed Uchiha's guard. It's actually the city management's job to get them involved in security. The purpose is to make them fight against the people in the village. And it will take time. As time went on, the Uchiha clan was hated by the village, so, just get rid of them at that time. And we implemented this policy seriously, first with the guards, and then moved the Uchiha family outside the village. And they really rebelled, so, we are justified. Perfectly solved the matter of the Uchiha clan. The people in the village accepted it too. Danzo spoke clearly and logically, as if everything was in accordance with the teacher's instructions. And Tobirama also seemed to have issued this kind of order. Tobirama, I'm furious. Danzo, Sarutobi was my wrong choice, he doesn't have the corresponding qualifications of Hokage. But, you are stupid to death. That, Danzo found that Tobirama was as angry with him as he was with everyone else, so he asked, Sensei, didn't I follow your attitude towards Uchiha? After decades of brewing, isn't Uchiha's problem solved? Danzo was puzzled. Could it be that? Danzo hesitated for a moment, then took off the bandages on his head and shoulders. Anyway, it has just been picked. So he said, this Sharingan belongs to a descendant of the Uchiha clan, who claims to be the #1 master of Uchiha, Uchiha Shisui. His Sharingan has reached Mangekyo and can be used to cleanse. Brain effect, but his vision was too small, and then he couldn't be sure if he was used against Uchiha rebels, so I took it. Danzo said, and these Sharingans were obtained by me after the Uchiha clan was officially destroyed. After all, the Uchiha clan is gone, so let's use it if we can. For these, Danzo did not hide. Because third generation must be abolished now, if he can get Tobirama's approval here, then he still has a chance. In the past, I thought about killing the third generation to get the position of Hokage myself, but, as expected, it would be better if I could get the teacher's approval. But, that's not what I was talking about. Tobirama seemed almost suffocated with anger. Can't you Hmph do something practical? Do you think I put the Uchiha clan on the guard? That's what I want them all to die. Yes, because of fighting the Uchiha clan in the past, I don't like them. Even some ninjutsu were developed specifically to counter Uchiha. But, I'm Hokage, even if I have emotions in my heart, but I am Hokage. What you need to look at is the whole village. Uchiha is the main force in building the village, if I specifically want to remove him safely. So what else to build? My brother is Senju Hashirama. As a younger brother, I took over the village from him. I don't mean to destroy him. What is the purpose of my Uchiha Kagami? First of all, Uchiha Kagami is good, that's for sure. He's also more talented than you guys. Uchiha Kagami should have been chosen as third Hokage in the first place, maybe it won't be what it is now. Tobirama went straight from the chair to the table. His emotions are almost out of control. Yes, I put the Uchiha clan on the guard. But do you think this is deliberately snubbing them? This is a reference to the eye-opening problem of the Uchiha family. The Uchiha family has always used negative emotions to stimulate the eyes. For example, a companion was killed. After all, wars are everywhere, so it's easy to open your eyes. But, one face of emotions, even when you deliberately experience negative emotions to open your eyes, then this person has a problem. Warrior, loves to kill. 1. These are the questions. So the Uchiha family is not welcome in the village, and is regarded as a paranoid pervert family. It always gives people a sense of terror. So I put them in the village and kept them away from the battlefield. Yes, this is to prevent them from going to the battlefield. If they don't go to the battlefield, there will not be so many people who are open-eyed, and they will be restricted. And I promoted Uchiha Kagami to ease the atmosphere of Uchiha. You wiped them all out. It's really crying. Now Tobirama really feels like giving up on himself. Deliberately spent decades to exterminate the Uchiha clan, extinct. How stupid is it to do such a thing? Maybe you think I'm not noble enough, so let me tell you the truth. It is very useful to appease the Uchiha clan. Although their strength is not as strong as Uchiha Madara, it is basically difficult to produce a strong player like Uchiha Madara. People with open eyes have accumulated for decades, aren't these all treasures and wealth? I was so relieved to sacrifice at the beginning because I thought I would leave you behind. Then Konoha won't be bullied even if he is the #1 in Ninja Village to unify the ninja world. But, Tobirama almost cried, what will become of Konoha now? Third generation retired, I couldn't find a successor. There are not many other strong people at Kage level, and the number of Jonin and elite Jonin is pitifully small. Then there was a situation where Cloud Shinobi Village failed to abduct people, and you arranged for people to die for them. It's really weak. The disciple was too weak and cowardly, Tobirama sighed. If I had known this before, I might as well go all out and shamelessly let the disciples back. He ran away and then took charge of Konoha himself. After hearing about Cloud Shinobi Village, third generation asked hesitantly. Yes, Hyuga Hizashi complained to you. But the coercion of teacher second generation came over again. Third generation quickly lowered its head. You can shut up Sarutobi. I'll give you such a big cheat, you don't even need it. And Danzo, you're more directly, destroyed. That, teacher, we don't understand. Kaharu said hastily. Tobirama sighed. Didn't I leave the sealed book behind? You should use some of the forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals when necessary. One of the forbidden techniques is called Impure World Reincarnation. This is the treasure and strength I left for you. And the object of this treasure is the Uchiha clan. I want you to breed the Uchiha clan, and then, use Impure World Reincarnation. In this way, when there are enemies or when strength needs to be strengthened, people from the Uchiha clan are used to fight. Of course, when the Impure World Reincarnation comes out, they may not listen to you, so you need to use the will of fire to influence them. So what I give you is, soften Uchiha, and then dirty Uchiha. Let the Uchiha clan dedicate their lives to Konoha. The emotions of the Uchiha family are easy to be agitated, so naturally it is easy to give fools and sweets for nothing. This is how the Uchiha clan really use it. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Black, so dark. After hearing the words from the heart of second generation, the four disciples froze for a moment. But, this, and third generation and Danzo immediately felt their scalps go numb. So, I have left you wealth, and none of you know how to use it. You trash. Senju Tobirama finally couldn't bear it any longer and yelled directly. The Konoha I left for you, you who I guarded with my life, what did you protect? And now killing Uchiha, keeping Uchiha out all the time, the filth has a fart. The Uchiha clan can become Konoha's strongest fortress, and as a result, there are no bricks left after you demolished it. I'm furious. I'm so mad, Tobirama said loudly. Konoha died, and died by your hands. What's the Hokage? What's the root organization? What's the consultant? You are only fit to raise pigs. The sound was so loud that Anbu outside also quickly lowered his head. They followed Sarutobi Hiruzen to the Death Forest, so they recognized it at once. It was Nadime's voice, so he stood guard quickly, so as not to be implicated in it. And it was also this night, and then there was the announcement of the 6th generation project and the 5th Hokage that the whole village was summoned to start the next day. Time travel back to the assembly below Hokage Rock. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Older leftover girl who can't marry. Now the identities of 5th Hokage and 6th generation project assistants have been announced. The old leftover girl who can't get married. Speaking of Master 2nd Hokage, these disciples of yours seem to have lost their souls. Kidney deficiency Hokage, no. When I was taken to Hokage's office, I found 4 applications on the table to apply for logistics. Kakashi's voice seemed hesitant. Then it was finally replenished. Kidney deficiency Hokage. They actually want to raise pigs. Senju Tobirama. Stop talking, I'm still angry now. Senju Tobirama. These guys really only deserve to raise pigs. Push an old book. Blackened Naruto, joined the Akatsuki organization at the beginning. Just search for Blackened Naruto. Chapter 065. So things turned around. The 6th Hokage is Kakashi, but the 5th Hokage is Kitahara Kaede. In the past 10 years or so, there has been a situation where the 3rd generation and the 4th Hokage are governed by 2 shadows. So both ordinary villagers and ninjas in Konoha are easy to accept. In other words, they are too late to accept it now but are full of surprises. Because not only the 3rd generation show, but also Mr. Danzo, and Kaharu and Homura in the water all left the stage. Does this mean, Ninja Village is going to be handed over to complete young people here? And no matter what they think, naturally some people will be happy. That is the 7th class. After the meeting broke up, Naruto and Sasuke came to the platform below the Hokage Rock. They are all students of the 7th class, and the guide Jonin Kakashi is the 6th generation, and then the companion is the 5th generation, so naturally they can't gather and leave. Hello, 5th generation, X2, Naruto and Sasuke said in unison. Don't call me that. Kitahara Kaede rested his forehead with one hand. I don't really want to be that. Isn't that great, Hokage? This is becoming Hokage. Naruto said with interest. Because Naruto, as the male protagonist of the original book, is very holy, but Naruto's quality is worth watching, because he is a person who does not give up in adversity and grows tenaciously. The people in the village treat him like this, what he thinks is to be recognized by everyone as a Hokage. And this is because he didn't know that he was Nine-Tails Jinchuriki before, but now, he wants to be recognized by everyone, he wants to tell others that he is not a demon fox. But in the end, he still wants to be Hokage. And this time, it's not about gaining the approval of the people in the village but about proving himself. Be a ninja, be a Hokage. This is his ideal. Yeah, this is Hokage. And Sasuke joined the conversation. He is Uchiha, but he doesn't know the truth about Uchiha, and growing up in such a simple way, his ideal is of course to become Hokage. Or, didn't the Uchiha clan always want to be Hokage? This is the wish hidden in my heart since Uchiha Madara. Even if it's passed down to Sasuke, it's the same. Regarding this, Kitahara Kaede said, to become a Hokage, 2 things are required. Responsibility, and death. So if you want to become Hokage, you not only have to open up your heart more, but also, your strength has to be strengthened again. Or, I am the 5th generation, and Mr. Kakashi is the 6th generation. So, the 7th Hokage may have come from either of you two. Maybe it can continue to the 7th Hokage and the 8th Hokage. Don't you think you can think about it? Kitahara Kaede said, us, to be the 7th Hokage in 8 generations. Naruto and Sasuke froze for a moment. Naruto, you are the 7th generation, and Sasuke, you can consider the 8th generation. Kitahara Kaede said, Hokage is not so much a position as a high evaluation. And you have this opportunity. In Wudanin village, most of the Kages evolved from the sons or disciples of the previous Hokage. And now, don't you think you two are unique? Kitahara Kaede said, their identities, unique. Naruto and Sasuke's eyes froze, then lit up. Yes, they are the 7th class, and the companion is Hokage, the teacher is Hokage, so, they themselves are also Hokage, don't they conform to the general Hokage regulations? So, Naruto got excited. What you need now is to increase your strength. Sasuke, your Sharingan or Goyu is up, and you haven't tested it yet. Don't you think it's time to pull Naruto to help test it? Kitahara Kaede said. Yes, that makes sense. Of course Uchiha's people would not give up on Hokage. But the Susanoo you drove before. Sasuke looked a little greedy again. As long as your strength reaches it. Kitahara Kaede said calmly. Of course you can. In that case, Naruto, come and play with me. Sasuke immediately abducted Naruto. Quote. Kitahara Kaede finally tricked these two people away. Kitahara Kaede breathed a sigh of relief. But what he said about Sasuke and Naruto 7th generation or 8th generation is not because he is a disciple of 6th generation or a companion of 5th generation. Rather, these two people seem to have nothing, but they are both cheating. And Naruto, the son of the 4th generation, plus 9 tails Jinchuriki, the heart that never gives up. This is what it takes to be a Hokage. And Sasuke here, from 1st generation, Konoha owes Uchiha a Hokage. And this makes people can't help but think deeply. Do all the ninja circles go through the back door through relationships? However, if Sasuke becomes Hokage, then, this time, Hmph world reincarnation, which saw Orochimaru shaking people, can be used against the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha family has always been deeply resentful, and eventually wanted to re-rebel and be exterminated, but this group of idiots is sweet, as long as they send a Hokage position or even just an alternate to their ethnic group. So isn't it, a super wage earner? So he took out his diary and made a record. Naruto's heart will surpass all generations of Hokage. The stronger his will of fire, the stronger he will become. Then in the future, you don't need guidance, and you will fight against the Dotongshu family by yourself. Quote. And Sasuke can refer to become a Hokage candidate. As long as Sasuke is promoted, then the extinct Uchiha clan can use Hmph world reincarnation to become a combat force. Closing square bracket. Beep. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. The small group of today's share is also reopened. But, as soon as everyone started, they found that the daily share of observing Kitahara Kaede had already started. Then saw his record. Everyone. Big Pillar Hanhan. Oh, sure enough, Tobirama, I said before that little Kitahara Kaede looks like me, but now he still looks like you. Senju Tobirama. Of course. Senju Tobirama. That's how it is, it's okay. Then my plan was overturned. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. What are your plans? What Izuna sees here is that Kitahara Kaede seems to want to promote Sasuke. And if the two pillars become Hokage, with the same face, Izuna thinks it's barely enough. Senju Tobirama. I left 3rd generation Danzo and the others behind. Senju Tobirama. I originally wanted to let these idiot disciples experience the life of raising pigs and let them reflect. Senju Tobirama. Then consider dealing with the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama. For example, let Danzo Kaharu, Mitokado Homura and 3rd generation apologize to Uchiha. Senju Tobirama. Let them carry all the blame, and then soften Uchiha's attitude. Senju Tobirama. In this way, it is still possible to use Hmph world reincarnation to pick up the Uchiha family. Senju Tobirama. Konoha's normal ninja combat power is not enough, can't it be made up in this way? Senju Tobirama. But I found that his plan is really more acceptable. Senju Tobirama. Rather than let Danzo and the others take the blame and let the Uchiha clan vent their anger, it is better to directly give them the identity of Hokage. Senju Tobirama. In this way, all the grievances they have suppressed for so many years will be converted into fanaticism, and they want to let everyone recognize themselves. Senju Tobirama. This is very beautiful. Senju Tobirama. As expected of someone I value, Kitahara Kaede analyzed the desire of the Uchiha clan in one click. Senju Tobirama. Just like their ancestors, Uchiha Madara actually wanted to be Hokage. If I hadn't said that the villagers recognized him as the eldest brother, then Madara would definitely do it. Big Zuzi Hanhan Tobirama, you haven't even told me this kind of thing. Big Zuzi Hanhan, is that what you said here? I asked Madara the name of the village, and then I suggested that he be the Hokage. Senju Tobirama. Brother, aren't you talking nonsense? Senju Tobirama. I am different from you, brother, I am a ninja of perception type. Senju Tobirama. So, of course I knew that Uchiha Madara was outside the window. Senju Tobirama. And he left the leaves and named the village Konoha, doesn't that mean he gave up? Senju Tobirama. But I didn't expect the Uchiha clan to be so obsessed with the position of Hokage in the end. The old leftover woman who can't get married, I always feel that I have heard the story of the past. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Hmph, Tobirama, you not only bullied me, but also lied to my elder brother. I remember this hatred. Senju Tobirama. Just remember, you can't do anything anyway. Senju Tobirama. My Hmph world reincarnation can't shake you. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Kurama. As long as it's Uchiha Madara's shitty thing, I like to hear it. Shuhei, you are really obsessed with Uchiha Madara. Kurama. What does your defeated general know? Kurama. Uchiha Madara is very annoying. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Don't speak ill of my elder brother in front of me. Kurama. Hmph, then one tail. Kurama. I'll just tell you directly, that Uchiha Madara guy won't lose to Senju Hashirama. Kurama. Kurama, if you want to compare, Uchiha Madara's strength is not inferior to Kitahara Kaede who caught you playing, so how do you fight? Shuhei. Heh, I can't beat him in this way, but I just don't accept it. Senju Tobirama. Absolutely, Senju Tobirama. By the way, I didn't see Kakashi and Might Guy today. I know Kakashi, it's a bit confusing to succeed 6th Hokage, but Might Guy is not online today either. Might Guy is indeed not online. Because he is with Kakashi now. The same goes for Kakashi when Kitahara Kaede is surrounded by Sasuke and Naruto. At the end of the session, he tried to turn around and a bouquet of delicate white flowers appeared before his eyes. It's a carnation, and the person holding the delicate bouquet in both hands is actually the blue beast Might Guy. Congratulations, Might Guy said, quote. Kakashi. Kakashi didn't react, his eyes seemed a little dazed. I say congratulations, Might Guy said, congratulations on becoming the 6th Hokage. While saying congratulations, Might Guy's expression turned serious, as if he was quite unhappy. Because his goal is also to become Hokage and get everyone's approval. But Kakashi has accomplished his goal, achieved his ideal. This made him, as an opponent, of course lose. And after you become a Hokage, then you can't just accept my invitation to the duel. Might Guy said, and Kakashi also reacted. This doesn't mean that we can't fight together again. Kakashi said hastily. Might Guy helped him a lot. In the past, when his father's death, then Lin and Kakashi's affairs, and the death of Minato's teachers made him very autistic, Might Guy was always by his side. Then I'll remember, Might Guy said. He showed his white teeth. I'm so envious, Might Guy said. Father was rehabilitated and now also a Hokage. That, Kakashi hesitated, your father. I'm very proud of my father. Guy said, although I have been a Genin for 15 years, I know that my father is the strongest. Of course, when Guy was still Genin, 7 mist shinobi invaded Konoha. At that time, Guy's father might open the 8 inner gates and kick them into 3 auspicious treasures. So, even though the identity is only Genin, Might Guy is really proud. Dad is the best. As long as he knows this, it will be fine. Then let's get to work. Kakashi's mood also eased. Actually, I have something to ask you. Me. Might Guy froze for a moment. Kitahara Kaede also exits under Hokage Rock. According to Konoha's development, if Hokage is changed, the first thing to do is to gather, and then, engrave the new Hokage's head on the Hokage Rock. He has seen craftsmen who specialize in carving start to work. Yes, the people who come to carve are not Earth attribute ninjas, but specialized craftsmen. After all, in the ninja world, most ninjas still focus on fighting rather than fine carving in life. Neither side is wrong. Ninjutsu can be applied in life, but before that, you need a strong strength to protect your village. That, when Kitahara Kaede came down from the platform of Hokage Rock, he found nearly 40 people gathered below. It is Mr. Iruka and the original ninja school students of the same period. Bayuan-kun, congratulations. Congratulations on your appointment as 5th Hokage. It is the same students. And the people here are not just Choji, Shikamaru who met in the Chūnin exam. There are also most of the contemporaries who passed the exam but did not take this Chūnin exam or fell behind. Teacher, I'm proud of you. Iruka is a nice guy. It is the students he organized to congratulate Kitahara Kaede here. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Isn't Konoha's atmosphere very good? Dazuzi Hanhan, although many are disappointed, I still think it is right to protect the children. Senju Tobirama. I hope Konoha will have a new beginning this time. Older leftover women who can't get married, that's for sure. Older leftover women who can't get married, I'm so envious. Senju Tobirama. Then the next thing to deal with is the matter of Cloud Shinobi Village. Dazuzi Hanhan. Does that mean that the destruction of Cloud Shinobi Village has already been scheduled? 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Support the destruction of Cloud Shinobi Village. Older leftover women who can't get married, +1 for supporting the destruction of Cloud Shinobi Village. Kurama. Support the destruction of Cloud Shinobi Village +1. Shuhei. 9 Tails, why did you get involved in these human affairs again? Kurama. Cloud Shinobi Village has a bunch of nasty people, like the pair of gold and silver brothers, who once devoured me. Kurama. They want to capture me, and after being swallowed by me, they eat me very disgustingly in my stomach. Kurama. I had to spit them out. Shuhei. Is it so disgusting? Kurama. Try the feeling of the internal organs being swallowed. Shuhei. FK, don't talk nonsense, I don't want it. Dazuzi Hanhan, the gold and silver brothers mentioned here are the brothers who caused a rebellion, then fought with Tobirama and finally Tobirama died. Big Zuzi Hanhan, I want to support you even more when you say that. Big Pillar Hanhan. Sorry Tobirama, I died too early, and then I let you shoulder such a heavy burden, and then you yourself. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Having said that, I also really want Cloud Shinobi Village to be destroyed. 3rd Raikage. You guys are really deceiving people too much. 3rd Raikage. It is true that 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage are very strong, but don't forget that I fought 10,000 Iwagakers ninjas for 3 days and 3 nights and then died of exhaustion. 3rd Raikage. So, my son I was carefully cultivated by me. 3rd Raikage. He will definitely not be killed so easily. Senju Tobirama. Is it? Tobirama dragged on, and soon, Kakashi also arranged someone to invite Kitahara Kaede to the Hokage office building. And Anbu who came to Kitahara Kaede this time is a woman with purple hair. She carries 2 swords on her back, and has a fox mask on her face. But there is only one person in the original Anbu with this kind of dress, and that is Uzuki Shiin. Quote. Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede thinks that Kakashi is unreasonable. Uzuki Shiin and Moonlight Hayate were lovers in the original novel, but now that her boyfriend has died, you still let others continue to work. Simply heartless. But, even after going through the pain, it seems to be good to keep her busy. When I'm busy, I can't think about so many things. If negative emotions keep entangled, there may be problems with the body. Then, if Anbu's identity is lost due to a mistake, the blow to her may be even greater. Kitahara Kaede came to the Hokage office building behind Uzuki Shiin, who was trying to calm down her emotions. This time is different from before. All the Anbu who were only responsible for guarding the gate or hiding, all bowed to him. Of course, despite his young age, he is also a 5th Hokage. Uzuki Yugao pushed the door of the office open, and Danzo, 3rd generation, Kaharu, and Mitokado Homura were also there. But they are looking at the office and reluctant to part. Finally, 3rd generation looked back at Kitahara Kaede, and left with the other 3 in a depressed mood. The direction of the 3 of them was not their own home, but Konoha's animal husbandry area. And Kakashi sorted out the information in his head. He wears glasses, and it seems that he didn't just start tidying them up now, but was busy here last night, and the evidence is that the eye he covered with a mask has a black eye. Ah, Kitahara-kun, it's just in time for you to come. Kakashi said, I've been here last night doing handover work. And then on the left side of the table here are the files of the ninjas in the village. And the one on the right is the fiscal alternation. Then on the ground was the alliance peace book that Iwagakure and Kurigakure had just delivered. Although Kakashi seemed to be speaking in an orderly manner, the room was actually quite chaotic. Various materials are piled up in piles. Then I'll come back later, Kitahara Kaede said. Let me know when you're done. Kakashi. Kakashi. Ah, this. So, is his 6th generation project just a collection of data? Kakashi-sensei. You know, being a Hokage is troublesome, said Kitahara Kaede. And I still don't understand a lot of things. So it's all up to you to sort it out, Kitahara Kaede said. Kakashi. This. What Kakashi saw instead was the scene where Kitahara Kaede went to the next room to drink tea. Kakashi couldn't help but look at the large amount of information in front of him and feel embarrassed. Could it be that? He suddenly thought of why Tobirama-sama asked him to be the 6th generation in the 2nd generation, but Kitahara Kaede was in the 5th generation. Because Tobirama, who is Hokage, knows very well that there are a lot of government affairs to deal with. The average person just knows that being a Hokage is the highest point of recognition for oneself. But, who knew Hokage was so busy? And Kitahara Kaede was brought by the 3rd generation since he was a child, and he has been fascinated by it, and wants to be a fart Hokage. Too tired, endless work, so just name Kitahara Kaede to be Hokage, he will definitely refuse. See 3rd generation there. So, now 2nd generation named Kitahara Kaede to be 5th generation and he is 6th Hokage. His position is government assistant. Oh no, the secretary of Kitahara Kaede. Kakashi is a bit closed off. But he also found that his strength to become Hokage is far from enough. Life is not easy, Kakashi sighed. After 4 hours, Kakashi brought Kitahara Kaede back to the office here. And he also sorted out all the reports of the data. The office is finally clean and tidy. And because there are 2 Hokages, a table is also added. Asking for flowers, Kitahara Kaede looked at the compiled materials. Information about ninjas in the village, and financial reports. Over the years, Sleepy Leaf's strength has indeed declined a lot. The number of ninjas has reached more than 30,000, but the number of real ninjas who are still alive is less than 20%. In other words, the current number of ninjas in Konoha is only more than 6,000. Among the more than 6,000 people, most of them are Genin and Chūnin. There are also some who are injured and cannot fight anymore. The number of advanced special Jonin and Jonin is also badly distributed, and they are basically the products of major families. For example, the total number of Jonin in Konoha is 433 people, but the Jonin here includes elite Jonin and special Jonin. In particular, Jonin refers to some ninjas who are far from Jonin in all aspects. And the number of this part is 77 people. For example, the poor and unlucky Moonlight Gale a few days ago is also a special Jonin. His penetrating shield is good at concealing breath and is suitable for eavesdropping. So was promoted to be special Jonin, but the strength is only elite Chūnin. And then the other Jonin, there were a dozen of them from the Sarutobi family in their 60s, then elders or something. These people occupy the pit, but they won't listen to you. And in your 60s, do you still want to send people to the battlefield? Do you have a conscience? Not just apes. The Fei family, and the young daughter's family. Bah, it's the Aburame family, who raise bugs. And the Nara family, who grow medicinal herbs and raise deer. Etc. Jonins are basically distributed in these families, and in these, there is a special force. That is the Hyuga clan. It is obviously a later family, but after the Uchiha clan was wiped out, they appeared. Because the Hyuga family can roll their eyes naturally, the number of Chūnin and Jonin is terrifying. Jonin has more than 50 people, and Chūnin has more than 100 people. In other words, what appears in front of you now is, the family gathering of ninjas is too troublesome. As for the Hyuga clan with the highest proportion, although they seem to be very loyal, they belong to the silly and sweet kind. The third generation asked the Hyuga clan to hand over the patriarch to eliminate the anger of Cloud Shinobi village, and then they handed over. In the end, Hiyashi's younger brother Hazashi died instead. And then they actually did. It shows that this family has no decisiveness and boldness, that is to say, those who are loyal to Konoha. As long as you're Hokage, they'll listen to you. And Kitahara Kaede also has Hinata, but in this case, Hyuga's family is even more difficult to handle. Not a good plan after all. So, this is probably why Kakashi showed him the information first. Because, the big reason why the third generation project has not done anything over the years is also that it cannot control the balance of ninjas. As a Hokage, you have to shoulder and direct your subordinates, Kakashi said. But the family gathering effect of the current ninjas is too strong. About that, Kakashi said, is it not very good? And Kitahara Kaede is expressionless. He clapped his hands lightly. Azuki Shion comes in, he said. Anbu, the woman at the door, froze for a moment, probably because she didn't know why Baiyuan Fengnong said her name all of a sudden. But he still came in obediently. Go to the sealing room, Kitahara Kaede said. Bring over the sealed book. X2. Both Kakashi and Azuki Shion were stunned for a moment. Go get it and there will be a solution, Kitahara Kaede said. Kakashi. Kakashi was a little skeptical. Still nodded. Then you go. Kakashi and Azuki Shion are a bit close in age, and both have worked in Anbu. In the past, Kakashi was the Anbu captain of the 6th class where Azuki Shion was, so he knew very well. Azuki Shion is loyal to Konoha. So arrange for Shion to get the important thing that only Hokage can read, and the sealed book that Hokage will guard is okay. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. But the people in the small group were a little confused. Big Zuzi Hanhan, what are you doing with the sealed book? Big Zuzi Hanhan, could it be that you want to learn forbidden technique? Namikaze Minato. This possibility is not ruled out. Namikaze Minato. But with the current strength of Kitahara-kun, do you still need to learn ninjutsu? Big Zuzi Hanhan, I don't think it's necessary. Older leftover women who can't get married, I don't think it's necessary either. Shuhei. Don't learn from this guy. Shuzuru, who was rubbed against the ground, had a deep experience, and Kitahara Kaede didn't use all his strength when he did it. So if this kind of guy gets stronger, then let the tailed beast live. It has said that Kurama said that Uchiha Madara is very strong, even if it can't beat him, it still refuses to accept. But Kitahara Kaede, it doesn't want to fight anymore. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, so what does he want to learn? At Senju Tobirama, Senju Tobirama, Senju Tobirama. I am also thinking. Senju Tobirama. Before Naruto showed the sealed book to Kitahara Kaede, do you still remember? Big Zuzi Hanhan, Namikaze Minato, but Kitahara-kun doesn't want it. Instead, let Maimingbao learn multiple shadow clone techniques. Dazuzi Hanhan, so, what else does he want to see now? Senju Tobirama, Big Pillar Hanhan. Tobirama, use your clever head to think about it. Senju Tobirama. Brother, think for yourself. Senju Tobirama. Wait a minute. Senju Tobirama. I seem to understand. Senju Tobirama. Absolutely kill this person. Senju Tobirama. It seems that my pattern is small. Namikaze Minato. Nadaime. Minato feels that only he understands Tobirama now, but they are still confused. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Then I said it. Just now you saw the little book recorded by Kitahara Kaede, it said that it was for Sasuke Hokage's alternate or the position of the 8th generation Hokage, so dirty. Out of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan will still support Konoha. Senju Tobirama. And people like Uchiha will continue to work hard for Konoha, right? Namikaze Minato. Well, I see. Senju Tobirama. I think so too, but I find that the layout is too small. The impure world reincarnation I left for the younger generation is not just a dirty Uchiha. Senju Tobirama. What the Hokages of Konoha have left for the younger generations is the heritage of Konoha. Senju Tobirama. Decades have passed, how many talents has Konoha produced? Namikaze Minato. Could it be that? I seem to understand. Dazuzi Hanhan. So what is it? I want to know. Hashirama was still puzzled. Senju Tobirama. So let me read more books when you have time, my brain is still not working. Namikaze Minato. Well, Shodai, Nadaime means that his impure world reincarnation was originally used as tandem paper bombs. Namikaze Minato. But this impure world reincarnation can also be regarded as a companion in the past to assist oneself. Namikaze Minato. After so many years in Konoha, there have been so many brilliant and dazzling ninjas. Namikaze Minato. It should be said that this is the treasure that can only appear through the accumulation of time. Namikaze Minato seemed to be smiling. Namikaze Minato. Today's ninjas are either not easy to command, or they are in trouble because of their families. But if a large amount of power pours in at this time, they can still oppose or follow orders. Namikaze Minato. If you don't obey, you will be eliminated. Namikaze Minato. Yes, Kitahara-kun, these are the ninjas who are going to impure world reincarnation. Namikaze Minato. Ninetales attacked the village. In order to protect the next generation, ninjas sacrificed a lot. Therefore, now that they are out of the dirt, they who are willing to sacrifice for Konoha. still willing to continue to listen to the command. Namikaze Minato. And this is also a wish of people who are still alive. Senju Tobirama. So Kitahara Kaede not only solves the problem of the existing ninjas being difficult to control. Senju Tobirama. Then I played a wave of emotional cards. Let some existing ninja families immediately improve their favor with him. Senju Tobirama. This is to conquer even the hearts of people. Senju Tobirama. Ha ha ha, you are indeed the one I chose. Senju Tobirama. I was really blind at the beginning, how could I choose Sarutobi? Namikaze Minato. Isn't that because Kitahara-kun hasn't been born yet? Minato also felt relieved. To him, Kitahara-kun is indeed a friend of his Namikaze family. Because of his actions, it will undoubtedly make Mingbeo's situation better. This is completely different from the purpose of the third generation. Or, after the Nine Tails Rebellion, didn't the third generation ever think of using the dirt to revive so many loyal ninjas? He clearly has the treasure, but he doesn't know how to use it at all. Then just watch Konoha decay like this. Third generation, you seem to be really, not good. Even Minato, who has always been gentle and refined, sighed. Everyone finally understands. Can I still use Senju Tobirama's Impure World reincarnation like this? Older leftover woman who can't get married, can I resubmit a new alliance letter? The contract will be extended for another 10 years. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. I also want to extend it by 10 years. Third Reikage. Is it too late for me to surrender now? I, who was very fierce before, was discouraged. Because if Konoha starts shaking people like this, what will happen to Cloud Shinobi Village? No matter how brave his son, fourth Reikage, is, even if he is so young, he can't beat him. Hit, spank. P.S. Push down old books. I, Blackened Naruto, joined the Akatsuki organization at the beginning. Ninja World. You told me this is an ordinary ninja. How many? Chapter 066 Sarutobi and Danzo wash the pigsty, and Impure World reincarnation makes great contributions. Seek full order, ask for automatic. Really, as if to verify Tobirama's surprised speculation. Azuki Shion quickly brought back the sealed book, and Kitahara Kaede opened the sealed book, turned the page to Impure World reincarnation and then said to Kakashi. Pass the order. The families of ninjas who contributed to the Nine Tails Rebellion are to meet at the Hokage Rock at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Then go to the cemetery in the back mountain. Find the graves of your own relatives. You mean? Kakashi's eyes widened. Yes, Kitahara Kaede said calmly. Didn't you say that the current ninjas are made up of various families? Then, it will be very troublesome to establish a good relationship with these families and then use their ninjas. So, then there is no need to make a good relationship. If you like to be obedient, you will be obedient. If you are not obedient, there are many people who can replace them. The person who is willing to sacrifice himself in the Nine Tails Rebellion is not the expression of the will of fire. So, let the ninjas loyal to Konoha climb back from hell again. Let Konoha become strong again. Kitahara Kaede said, for the past, for the present, and for the future. Kakashi, can I trust you? Kitahara Kaede said, quote. Kakashi. Kakashi found that Kitahara Kaide's eyes were looking at him, touching the other's eyes. Kakashi felt that his heart had been touched. It's as if history and the future are about to bloom in his hands. Kakashi's heart surged with excitement. Of course, Kakashi said, if not, then I wouldn't be 6th generation and you would be 5th generation. Yes, saying this means that Kakashi has recognized his status as the 6th generation to assist Kitahara Kaede. Okay, Kitahara Kaede said, then you can rest after working for a long time today. Kakashi froze for a moment. Well, can I go to rest now? And are you going to use Impure World reincarnation tomorrow? Kakashi was a little dazed. Yes, Kitahara Kaede put away the sealed book. What is the problem? Kakashi thought that Kitahara Kaede didn't understand, so he said quickly. No, this is a forbidden ninjutsu of 2nd generation adults, and it will be troublesome to learn, and then. We still need experiments and things like that. If you pass those orders, then there must be many villagers waiting for their relative ninjas to be resurrected. That's it. Hearing this, Kitahara Kaede unfolded the scroll again, then I will study again. Looks very serious. But, observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama, is your ninjutsu difficult? Senju Tobirama. Of course, it is forbidden technique after all. Namikaze Minato. I can prove this point, Nadime's forbidden technique is really difficult to learn. Namikaze Minato. When I learned Flying Thunder God before, it took me 3 days to learn it. Senju Tobirama. My Flying Thunder God / has been researched and developed for a whole purpose. Senju Tobirama. It took me a week to master and match it proficiently. Senju Tobirama. So, 4th generation, are you mocking me? Namikaze Minato. No. The old leftover woman who can't get married. Hey, there are so many geniuses in Konoha. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Yes, I feel the same way, I am very envious. Big Pillar Hanhan. Well, Tobirama, just learn it. Big Pillar Hanhan, but I don't know if it's an illusion. I think little Kitahara Kaede just glanced at the sealed book just now. Dazuzi Hanhan, so I don't think he seems to be learning. Big Pillar Hanhan. You can see that he is making a seal, but the seal is not strong. Everyone looked over. It seems to be the case. This reminds everyone that Kitahara Kaede also used ninjutsu in the Zabujan incident, but at that time the fake ones could not be faked anymore, he was just a fake not seal. And now, also a fake seriousness. Senju Tobirama. As the person who wrote Impure World Reincarnation, I strongly condemn it. Kidney deficiency Hokage, well, Nadaime, before, 523, I suspected that he didn't want to use Tsukuyomi for me. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Wait a minute, I seem to think of something, but I don't think of anything. Big Zuzi Hanhan, well, that is a cruel memory for you, so don't think about it. Kidney deficiency Hokage. The man recognized by Uchiha Madara, I also think that Kakashi, you better not think about it. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Kidney deficiency Hokage. By the way, why do you wear the title, guy? The man recognized by Uchiha Madara, Hmph, you are 6th Hokage now, am I not qualified to stand in front of you without wearing something? Kidney deficiency Hokage. So it is like this. Beep. At this time, a new prompt appeared in the system. Congratulations to Hitaki Kakashi for obtaining a new identity and can wear a new title 6th Hokage Kakashi. Kidney deficiency Hokage. Huh. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Not bad, finally got rid of that terrible title. The man recognized by Uchiha Madara, congratulations. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Guy always feels that what you say is insincere. The man recognized by Uchiha Madara. That's your illusion. Dazuzi Hanhan, why do you think the relationship between Kakashi and Might Guy is a bit delicate? Dazuzi Hanhan, it seems to be a bit too much. Namikaze Minato. Well, I think these are normal fetters. Namikaze Minato. I am very grateful to Guy, if not for him, then Kakashi might still be depressed. Namikaze Minato. Kakashi's heart is very strong, but the blow he encountered was too great. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Teacher, I made you worry. Kakashi expressed his emotion, and immediately began to ask. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Speaking of Nadaime, is Hahara-kun's proposal of Impure World Reincarnation acceptable? Senju Tobirama. You can see it from the previous chat. Senju Tobirama. Feasible. Senju Tobirama. Impure World Reincarnation was originally used to make tandem paper bombs, but this ninjutsu can become a good treasure with the development of time. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Well, Mr. 2nd Hokage, can this ninjutsu? 3rd Tsuchikage Daimyu. Our Iwagakure was killed by 3rd Raikage in the 3rd Ninja World War, so. Although the real Impure World Reincarnation has not yet started on Kitahara Kaede's side, Onoki thinks it can be done. And if it succeeds, his Iwagakure, can the 10,000 ninjas reappear? For him, he is old and may soon abdicate, but he also hopes to leave a good fortune to the younger generations. But, Senju Tobirama. No way. Tobirama directly refused, or that there is no room for consent. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. In the battle that 3rd Raikage mentioned before, Iwagakure, suffered heavy losses, and because our ninjas could not return to the village, almost every household was wearing a white turban, and every family lost their relatives. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. So if there is an opportunity to reunite their families, it would be a great merit. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Sir 1st Hokage, please give us a word and sympathize with us. Big Pillar Hanhan. This. Tobirama. How about, Senju Tobirama? Brother, shut up. Brother, I'm not talking about you. Think about it for yourself, what will happen to your tailed beast after it's separated? Senju Tobirama. Don't forget that I will die young, and it is also related to the distribution of tailed beasts you gave to other ninja villages. Senju Tobirama. It's simply unreasonable, brother, what you are doing is like being an enemy, you know. Big Pillar Hanhan. Well, as a result, the small group immediately became a matter of Tobirama's big training in big pillars. Although there are other people from Ninja Village in the small group, everyone is also ashamed of the tailed beast, so they have to shut up. Quote. And Terumi Mei, who also wanted to learn a little bit about Impure World Reincarnation, could only shut up. Really, Senju Tobirama can't do it here, let's find a chance to continue hugging Kitahara Kaede's thigh, and then look for him to see if there is a chance. Among the ninja villages, Sand Shinobi Village is not strong because 4th Kage is a fool. Sand Shinobi's reliable strength may not have 400 ninjas, and her Kurigakure side can't win much. She alone can smash all Mist Shinobi ninjas. So, Impure World Reincarnation, that's very attractive to her. She wants to. In other words, if some ninjas don't come out, she, Kurigakure, might be cold. So, it was time for the next day, and this time there are fewer people gathered under the Hokage rock. Rough calculations also have close to 1,000 people. The population of Konoha is more than 30,000, so it is not impressive to gather 1,000 people now. It should be said that the new Hokage has taken office, and the management direction of the new Hokage is still unclear. Although most people are in a wait-and-see state, there are still some people who are hesitant. A total of more than 700 households were notified, and more than 500 households finally came here. Kakashi said in Kitahara Gen's ear. Then, Kakashi hesitated again. We changed Hokage. Kurigakure sent the Book of Alliance, and 5th Mizukage is also in the village. People from Sand Shinobi Village are still in custody. It has been confirmed that their 4th Kage was killed by Orochimaru, and Sand Shinobi Village actually came here this time with the purpose of attacking Konoha. Notified Sand Shinobi Village to redeem the person with money, but it seems to be hard to get the money together. Their Sand Shinobi Village has been reduced and owed by the Windy Kingdom for a long time. Then Iwagakure also sent the letter of alliance. It seems that third Tsuchikage Onogi is going to Konoha, but has not arrived yet. Kakashi looked at the people below, and then said to Kitahara Kaede, who was standing above the platform. Now that they have become Hokage, the clothes of the two have also changed. Anbu's life care members have prepared Hokage robes for them overnight. It was a white robe with 5th Hokage embroidered on the back. Although it's a bit earthy, I have to say that wearing it like this will make people subconsciously respectful. Kitahara Kaede is not wearing a hat though. Hokage's hat is really a bit earthy. And Kakashi is very well behaved, knowing that he is a secretary, so there is no part of pretending. And now he is reporting the summarized information to Kitahara Kaede. Then, the reply from the daimyo side of Hokage hasn't come back yet. The daimyo here refers to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The world of Hokage is a model of one village, one country. 5-da ninja village, then there are 5 great nations. Konoha corresponds to the country of fire, while Cloud Shinobi village corresponds to the country of thunder, Iwagakure corresponds to the country of earth, then Kurigakure corresponds to the country of water, and finally San Shinobi village corresponds to the country of wind. If you are a daimyo, just ignore it. Kitahara Kaede said, as you said just now, Mr. Kakashi, the Land of the Winds has been in arrears with San Shinobi village for a long time. Then it's a game between the Land of Winds and San Shinobi village. San Shinobi village is at a disadvantage, and then thinks, to attack Konoha is also to stand up in front of the daimyo of the Land of Winds. And I don't think that model is going to be good. Judging from the information you gave me, although the daimyos of the Land of Fire have always provided funds according to the time, they have never quarreled over this issue. But it's going to be a problem eventually. As it is now, the replacement of the village's Hokage still needs the approval of the daimyo's seal. Then the village votes. Although it's just a formality, Konoha has lost his right to speak. Speaking of it, this should also be the fault of the third generation. His son Asuma went to join the daimyo's guardian 12 ninja when he was young, and Hokage's son went to serve as a daimyo's guard. And Asuma still wears the mark of protecting the 12 ninjas until now. It's going to be misleading. For example, the village is under the Fire Nation, Kitahara Kaede said. Well, this one is. Kakashi thought it was reasonable. One ninja village, one ninja country was originally determined by first generation. Ninja village protects the country, and the ninja village provides funding for ninja village, and when the ninja village is in danger or something, Konoha also contributes. This was originally a collaborative model, but now it has gradually become that the replacement of Hokage also needs to be approved by the daimyo. So, what about the daimyo's refusal? Is your Konoha unable to use this Hokage? Not yet known. Although such a situation has not yet occurred, the information about the replacement of Hokage has been sent to the daimyo, and it is a bit interesting that the daimyo has not responded yet. Do you think he and Kitahara Kaede are young and easy to bully? These are all unknowns. So, ignore the daimyo for now, Kitahara Kaede said. This big name is disobedient, just change it. Daimyo is different from ninja village. It can be replaced at any time, not absolute. Yes, Kakashi nodded, but such a nod froze for a moment. How did he subconsciously become a subordinate? Never mind, Kakashi continued. As for Asuma, because he was attacked by thousands of snakes, his body recovered a life, but he really lost the chance to become a ninja. The left hand and left foot are missing at the same time, and the remains were found in one snake's body, but they have been melted and cannot be used at all. So are you going to save him? Kitahara Kaede said. The current medical ninjutsu in the ninja world still has a chance to make him recover. Get Asuma back, but Kakashi said, I don't know. I thought I was friends with him. But now he complains that I saved him. What he thought was that if I didn't push him, he wouldn't be disabled, but the reality is that if I didn't push him, he would die. So I'm blindsided now, Kakashi said. It was a real blow to him, too. It hasn't been long since he went from the darkness to the light, so he still cares about the ninja companions who come back to the light. But I didn't expect to meet someone like Asuma. Just do it. Kitahara Kaede put his hand on Kakashi's shoulder, regretting the pointlessness. The point is, what did your wife do at that time? Just do what you want. Better than, do nothing and regret it, said Kitahara Kaede. So, ask your heart. Why? Yes, Kakashi nodded. I was a little stunned before, but now Kakashi naturally obeys Kitahara Kaide's orders. Observe Kitahara Kaede, look down. The old leftover girl who can't get married. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Mizukage, what is your name? The old leftover woman who can't get married. I was thinking, it would be great if Kitahara-kun was in my Kurigakure. Senju Tobirama. This is not acceptable, he belongs to Konoha. Big Zuzi Hanhan. I also feel fortunate that this kid has a very strong commanding ability. Senju Tobirama. Not really. Before, I was worried that Kakashi would not adapt to his current status because of his age and because he was the teacher of Kitahara Kaede. Senju Tobirama. I originally wanted to do some Kakashi's thought work, but it is obviously not necessary now. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. This is not bad. In other words, why did I see Zuzi's BD? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Doesn't he also want to impure world reincarnation? Namikaze Minato. This means Sasuke wants to revive Fugaku. Senju Tobirama. In this case, the problem is big. Yes, Tobirama already knew the truth about the extermination of the Uchiha clan from Danzo. Although it has been dominated by Danzo and the others for decades, but After all, they did something wrong, and then the Uchiha clan was wiped out, and the dirt and the others will only attract their anger and the hatred of the leaves. And now Kitahara Kaede has not made Sasuke a Hokage alternate. So now the dirt Uchiha clan is out of date. Speaking of which, Sarutobi, Kaharu, Mitokado Homura and Danzo are the idiots. Play the good cards to pieces directly. It's really maddening. And the other side, Konoha's logistics processing department, pig farm. The smell smoked the nose. Konoha F4, who has only eaten pork but never seen pigs running, frowned instantly. It's just that a few people didn't speak. But if you know water style, it will be much more convenient. The manager introduced to third generation and the others with a delicate expression. Because it's so weird. Why did Master Third Generation, and then Master Danzo, and 2 Master Advisors, Void, come to raise pigs? He is confused, but still serious introduction, because who knows if this is the 4 adults who want to test him. He is not lazy, and now I will introduce the cleaning of the pigsty, which requires the use of buckets. There is no hose, so just use a bucket to fill and rinse. And the pigs are still very uncooperative, eating and pulling at the same time, so this scene is also very embarrassing for him. But raising pigs, of course, I wish they would eat all the time and get fat. Okay, I see, you guys go down. Third generation said, you don't have to come here for the rest of the time. Temporarily closed, well, let's close for a week first. This is the most authority he can do. 4 people were scolded by the teacher of second generation. And there are Uchiha clan, Konoha's White Fangya, and Naruto's identity and so on. They are not qualified to refuse. Certainly, just ignore second generation. B. The hearts of several people were suffering and did not dare. In addition, I completely misunderstood the meaning of the teacher, and my own side is selfish and eccentric, which is really embarrassing. You have also heard the precautions for raising pigs introduced by the administrator just now. Then I will assign a task. I'm in charge of the pigs after they've been slaughtered. And Mitokado Homura is in charge of eunuchs and vaccinations for the breeding pigs. Kaharu is in charge of feeding the pigs. Then Danzo cleans up. Any comments? Third generation said, no. Mitokado Homura glanced at the pigsty next door. Now is the time for breeding pigs, so there are a lot of piglets with thick legs, and the eunuch here refers to castrating these piglets, so that they don't have much idea, just eat and grow up. It's a bit of a hassle, but it shouldn't be difficult. And Kaharu took a look at the feeding of pig food. As long as the ready-made pig food is put into the trough, it seems that it is not so troublesome. Then no problem. But, that's not okay. Danzo said hastily, why should Kaharu replace the pigs, and I have to clean them up? Danzo glanced inside the pigsty, the green ones, the gray ones, the blue ones, it was really hard to see. Who's going to do the cleanup? Then you want me to clean it up. Third generation said, Danzo, you be guy, I haven't forgotten that you worked your off in front of your teacher. I am responsible for everything. How old are you? You still think about Hokage's position. Third generation was furious when he thought of this. Because almost all of Tobirama's anger and aura are on him. Obviously he wasn't the only one at fault. That's where the talented and the capable lie. Danzo said, but shut up, the teacher has been spouting things about Uchiha, and it's not because of you. Third generation was indifferent. Quote. Danzo, but how could I do such a shameful thing? The pigsty is disgusting, Danzo said. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Danzo's tone was not as strong as before, so he said. Aren't you a chakra with water attributes? So use water style. Third generation said as it should. You still have wind style, water style to wash, and wind style to blow dry. This is the workload that best suits you, third generation said. Then you should be more. Danzo is unwilling, you have chakra with 5 attributes. So not only can you use water style, but you can also use wind style. Of course, there is also fire style. Isn't it great that fire style can be washed directly and then dried? This makes sense. Both Kaharu and Mitokado Homura looked at Sarutobi eagerly. None of them have the relevant chakra attribute, so if you want them to wash the pigsty instead, you have to carry a bucket to do it. Not only tired but also humiliated. Using ninjutsu will be much more convenient. Ba 1 inch but Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately refused. Do you think that the full attribute chakra is doing this kind of thing? He doesn't want to wash the pigsty. Because there are only 0 and countless times of this kind of thing. You have to persevere, so you let me come. Danzo said, isn't this nonsense? Third generation didn't budge, so it seems that they are going to quarrel, oh no. Then, feel headache. Mitokado Homura of Mitokado took over the cleanup. Because if no one does it, then, the progress of the work will become 0. The other 3 decided to take turns working on other projects. Anyway, raising pigs is not something that can be done in a day. But when I really sit up, I found it seems to be quite convenient. Danzo used the Sharingan illusion to impress the pig, so that the pig would eat or move away obediently for easy cleaning. Our hypnosis piglets, the piglets are just waiting to be castrated without struggling. Sharingan seems to work that way too, Danzo concluded. F3. If people in Uchiha know that you use Sharingan to raise pigs, it really is. I have a headache, Kaharu complained. Speak up. Mitokado Homura, who was castrating the piglet, raised his head and said, some villagers reported to me that Kitahara Kaede and Kakashi are going to use Hmph world reincarnation. Ninjas who died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. But it's unlikely to be that much filthy. It's a dozen or so at most, Danzo said. Although I recognize the strength of Kitahara Kaede, but the teacher's Impure World Reincarnation teacher uses up to 3. And Kitahara Kaide's strength is developing toward first Hokage, and it is impossible to reach 30. So it should be selective and dirty. So, will Minato appear from the dirt? Third generation said immediately. You know you're guilty, Danzo said. But it should be unsuccessful. Because Minato was sealed with ghouls, so the soul is with Shinigami. As that's so, third generation patted his chest lightly, but found that his hands were sticky from pinching the pig food just now, so he rubbed it on Danzo's body with some disgust. Danzo didn't know yet, he just thought third generation patted him on the shoulder. So it's all your fault, Danzo said. Now you know you're afraid of meeting the Minatos, right? I can say that I am for the village. Even if it's wrong, it's for the sake of the village. Although part of it is for myself. But, I have a clear conscience about what I did in the past, Danzo said. So Danzo, did you hand over your roots? Third generation said. The teacher is very disappointed in us. I haven't been able to endorse Kakashi and Kitahara Kaede. So I haven't unleashed the members of Root. Danzo controls the Root, the first thing to do is to brainwash. Then there is control over them. The worry is that the brainwashing is not complete enough, and then the members of the Root organization betray. Although it is not the caged bird of Hyuga's family, the members of the Root organization can't say anything about him. Then naturally there are some things that cannot be expressed on the paper version, so his roots were disrupted and incorporated into the new Hokage's Anbu, but the relevant information was not handed over. Danzo said, Kitahara Kaide's strength has exceeded my expectations. But for Kakashi, I think the two of them will not be able to grasp Konoha immediately when they cooperate. After all, you all know the distribution of Konoha's ninjas, it's very complicated. So you have to come back and ask us for advice. So, I won't keep raising pigs. Danzo said firmly. Makes sense, said Sarutobi Hiruzen. The number of Jonin and Chunin of my Sarutobi clan is also quite large. So in order to control this part of the people, Kitahara-kun and Kakashi will also let me stop raising pigs. Finally, it's okay to be old without being ashamed. Quote, so what do I do? Kaharu said hastily. She's just a consultant, and, there are no sleep-swapping people in the village, so, isn't this useless? Don't worry, Danzo and Sarutobi won't leave us behind, said Mitokado Homura. I'm still pretty sure of that. Hmph. Danzo clasped his hands behind his back. So, who's going to scrub the floor now? I'll do it. Kaharu immediately let go of his girlish reserve. When Konoha F4 finally let go of his restraint and started rushing to the pigsty, Kitahara Kaede at Hokage Rock had already obtained the information of the villagers at the scene. 721 households were notified, and 12 households have been extinct, but there are still 711 households that still have relatives. And now there are 533 households arriving here. It shows that there are still some villagers who are in a wait-and-see state. But Kitahara Kaede does not hesitate. That, Lord 5th Hokage, Lord 6th generation. The person who is talking now is one of the identities of Jonin in several households. She has beautiful long black hair, and beautiful rose-red sunset-red eyes. This is Jonin, the guide of the 8th class, and also the daughter-in-law of the 3rd generation in the original book. But that's all in the second part, which is the later period of Shippuden, and it's still the beginning, so it can't be confirmed. Certainly, none of this has much to do with Kitahara Kaede at the moment. What can be confirmed is that Kurenai Yuhi's presence means that her relatives died in the disaster that Nine Tails attacked the village. The news is accurate, said Kakashi, who took up the position of secretary. 5th Hokage learned the special ninjutsu for the purpose of the 2nd generation. The name is Impure World Reincarnation. And this ninjutsu is also known as Dream Realization Technique. Through Impure World Reincarnation the souls of those who have passed can be brought back. After all, this is against the 3 views, so if you think it's not good, please quit at this time. But after saying that, the crowd didn't move. Because if you quit, you won't be here. Then it's assumed that you both agree, Kakashi said. Then let's start now. However, this forbidden technique requires offerings. As for the sacrifices, they are living people. Of course, it doesn't mean people from our village, or you. The village sent ninjas last night to loot all the robbers in the Kingdom of Fire. All these unforgivable people are used as sacrifices. However, due to the distance, some people have to wait a little longer to catch people back. Now, we can only prepare 200 sacrifices first, so naturally we can only produce 200 dead ninjas first. So later, the family members of those who are willing to obey the command will be resurrected first. Kakashi said seriously, but it's a bit confusing, because these lines were spoken by Kitahara Kaede after letting him watch them first. For example, a large number of sacrifices were prepared early tomorrow, but now it is said that there are only 200. You must know that there are now more than 1,000 people gathered here. And when Nine Tails attacked the village, the real loss of ninjas, not just 1,000 but more than 4,000. And these 4,000 people are different from Iwagakure's 10,000 ninjas. Konoha's ninjas have always been elites rather than numbers. So these 4,000 people are very scary. But now there are only 200 places. Kakashi was a little puzzled, but still notified seriously. That is to say, can only 200 people first. Then let's take a look. Immediately, someone was finally persuaded. But there are also people who will support it. If that's the case, Shihahong said, can you revive my father first? My father Yuhi Mako, who is good at illusion, is Jonin of Konoha. When the Nine Tails attacked the village, he and the other Jonin died protecting the next generation. I hope to see him again. I hope he can see me grow. Then Hong didn't say come. The last words of her father in her memory were, Red, don't make trouble, you're just a genin, what you can do. If you have not bred the next generation to fulfill the duties of a woman, then you should not think about sacrifice. This is quite cruel. It seems to be treating her daughter as a reproductive machine, but Hong would rather believe that this is a target that her father found for her because he wanted her to live. Let's get started. Then, Kitahara Kaede said. To the cemetery. So in about half an hour, everyone arrived at the cemetery area in the back mountain. This cemetery is very large, with ashes in large and small graves. Because this is the collection of Konoha's ninjas who sacrificed their lives for missions and to protect the village over the past few decades. Obviously did not speak, but also let people feel the heavy breath. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big pillar Han, so many graves. Senju Tobirama. The mood of the two Hokages was very low. Because it is much different from what they imagined. This shows that I want to pursue peace, but I have lost too much. But there are also people who want to relax the atmosphere. Namikaze Minato. I also saw my grave. This is very interesting. He looked at his own grave. And with a little luck, 4.8 people who believed in Kitahara Kaede had already started digging the graves of their own relatives. Like Sunset Red, she has mixed feelings, but she doesn't trust Kitahara Kaede so much, but a nurse who was specially invited. It's just that when it was time to actually dig up his father's tomb, he was a little hesitant, because it was considered a big treason. But she is a special Jonin, and Kitahara Kaede told her that as long as she completes today's task, she will be promoted to become a Jonin instead. And even if the strength is not enough, it doesn't matter, he will give her a special promotion. If this was said by someone else, she thinks it must be a lie, but the wood style used by Kitahara Kaede controlled Shukaku in less than a minute. This absolute strength makes people have to trust. In this way, sorry father, this is an order from 5th Hokage. Closing square bracket. Shouting an apology in her heart, Raihong took out some of her father's ashes. Impure world reincarnation requires 2 prerequisites, a part of the flesh body and then a sacrifice. Then let's start. Kitahara Kaede lightly raised his hand, and one by one Anbu threw a gagged bandit over. All eyes are on Kitahara Kaede. Yin Si Shu Chen. He began to seal. The speed of his sealing is not fast, but it gives people a powerful momentum. There was a change on the body of the sacrifice, a faint light was emitted, and the body began to be covered with things like folded paper and tiles, and then completely covered him. But from the very beginning there was a change. Impure world reincarnation. Kitahara Kaede clasped her hands together. The sacrifice screamed, but in the next second, Shihahong subconsciously shed tears. Because the appearance of her father has appeared. This is the young and strong appearance when his father died. The dirty man's body froze for a moment, but he quickly regained consciousness. Yuhi Junhong, who came out of the dirt, turned his head left and right. What's wrong with me? Here it is. You are. He looked left and right and found that there were people everywhere, looking at him, and looking forward, he saw a young woman with black hair and red eyes. And this woman gave him an inexplicable familiarity and blood attraction. Are you, Hong? Yuhi Junhong said. Yes. Hong found that her emotions became very agitated. Yes, after 12 years, we finally meet again, father. Is it so? I am in the state of impure world reincarnation. Yuhi Junhong said. I used impure world reincarnation in 2nd generation, so as a Jonin, I still have a little bit of insight. Yes, you are now in the state of impure world reincarnation. Introduction. Kakashi said, this is 5th Hokage, Kitahara Kaede, who inherited Shodai's wood style, and now. 5th Hokage, Shodai's wood style. Yuhi Makoto's eyes lit up, so Konoha has developed, if you need to use me, please open it. Mouth. But now is not the time to watch him express the will of fire. Really impure world reincarnation, can talk, it really brings back the souls of the dead. My lord, 5th generation. Please revive my eldest brother. This is not resurrection, but impure world reincarnation. Kitahara Kaede corrected him, but, this is the resurrection, and I would love to have a conversation with him. 12 years later, I still want to talk to him. I want to tell him that I have become a Chūnin. And if there is one, there are two, and soon, the eyes of the people around turned from suspicion to surprise, and then changed to trust. Then there are those who are disappointed because there are only 200 sacrifices, so they can only register first and be resurrected first. However, either way it becomes. It turned out to be like this. Kakashi understood. Getting the support of people who believe in you is the most basic requirement of Hokage. And this task, Kitahara Kaede has been accomplished. In the shortest time, he won the approval of the 200, no, this 1000, no, the next 4000 outstanding ninjas and their families. Kitahara Kaede is a real Hokage even without the support of ninjas from big families. Chapter 067 Akatsuki organizes a team, 4th Raikage joins the chat group. Seek full order, seek automatic. Initially, only 200 bandits were prepared as sacrifices, but soon with the success of impure world reincarnation, Yuhi Makoto's father, Yuhi Makoto, it became insufficient. It turned out that more and more villagers felt that they should show their trust to Master 5th Hokage Kitahara Kaede earlier, and then take the opportunity to get their own family members first. Konoha village is a ninja-led family mode where ninjas gather. So as long as there have been ninjas in the family, the next generation may still be ninjas. So, like the original ninja who proposed that he wanted to see his relatives who were going to die to see how they grew up. Although these ninjas may only be at the level of Chunin or Genin, they are enthusiastic. As a result, the quota of 200 sacrifices for Impure World reincarnation was full in one fell swoop. But the rest of the people are also very lucky. Then with the ninjas returning to the village submitting tasks, the number of sacrifices that can be used as direct Impure World reincarnation on the spot has increased again. So more than 400 people came out of the dirt. It is not too far from the original estimate of more than 4,000 ninjas who all died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. And, what is shown now is the strong support of the descendants of these ancestors, as well as the excitement of the ninjas who came out of the dirt to see their descendants. Cohesion reached a terrifying height. After all, which ninja village can realize dreams and allow people from the past to communicate with the present? Can't do it. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Ababa. Onoki's condition is a bit bad. Yes, he wanted to share the Impure World reincarnation with Tobirama, but was rejected, but now the senior ninjas who watched Konoha were kicked out of the bed. Very envious. I'm really envious, although it's only over 600 years old, but, this is not the end, but a beginning. Just like selling things, there will only be more people tomorrow. Then, Konoha has really returned to the position of the one ninja village of the 5 great ninja villages. As third Tsuchikage, Onoda found himself as if he could only pretend to be a grandson. One must know that he is already very old, and in the end, he has to pretend to be a grandson. Really bad. The inner experience is a bit sad. As for Raikage, the situation is not much better. Third Raikage, my Cloud Shinobi Village, my Cloud Shinobi Village. Third Raikage, my Cloud Shinobi Village, my Cloud Shinobi Village. Third Raikage, my Cloud Shinobi Village, my Cloud Shinobi Village. If it is important, water 3 times. His form is similar to that of Sand Shinobi Village's 4th Kage who went crazy before. It's all heartbroken. Big Pillar Hanhan. By the way, Raikage seems to be unable to hold back. Older leftover woman who can't get married, of course. He thought that Mr. Bayuan could only produce a dozen or so people from the dirty soil. Older leftover women who can't get married, but now there are more than 600 people in the dirt, and there is no limit. No one knows where his limit is. Terumi May thinks it's safe to continue hugging Kitahara Kaede's thigh, don't think so much. Impure World reincarnation or something. In the last chapter, she wanted to say that she must get it, but now she feels that it is worth noting. Because after all, Impure World reincarnation is a forbidden technique, you can put a spell on the back of the ninja's forehead to control his body. But, it's also possible to not manipulate. Regardless of whether it is controlled or not, it has to be maintained by the user. So, how much more chakra and manipulative power is Kitahara Kaede to be able to so quickly filth and supply so many filthy chakra? And it goes to show, Kitahara Kaede may have overtaken first Hokage by now. One first Hokage makes the other 4 big ninja villages and other small ninja villages dare not act rashly. Only after the first Hokage is confirmed dead, other ninja villages start to dare to build rebellion declares war on Konoha. So, Mizukage-sama firmly believes that the current Kitahara Kaede is not defeated by the ninja god. Both Shungyu and He Shengliang. Since the strength of her Mizukage is so strong, why create such a powerful 5th Hokage? Terumi May's heart was a little shaky. Senju Tobirama. Even I can only produce 3 people at a time. Senju Tobirama. It seems that Kitahara has a deeper understanding of my Impure World reincarnation. Tobirama started talking, probably because Kitahara Kaede's mode of manipulating Impure World reincarnation is exaggerated, so he hastened to speak. The first idea of the current 2nd generation is Desheng is his original creation and his patent. Otherwise, the one used by Kitahara Kaede will be 6. Then other people will think that it is the original creation of Kitahara Kaede. This is worth it. The apprentice of the church is going to starve to death at 14. As the developer of forbidden technique, Tobirama can't stand this grievance. Namikaze Minato. Yes, presumably tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, the ninjas who died in the Nine Tails Rebellion will be able to Impure World reincarnation. Namikaze Minato. It is also my lack of strength, and then let so many people sacrifice. Big Pillar Hanhan. Minato, you have done enough. Big Pillar Hanhan, and you said that the ghouls you use are sealed, so the soul cannot be revived by Shinigami. Namikaze Minato. Senju Tobirama. The ghouls are sealed, this is the sealing technique passed down from the Uzumaki clan. Namikaze Minato. Yes, it belongs to the Uzumaki family. Namikaze Minato. My wife Abina is also from the Uzumaki family, she gave it to me, and then I wrote the method in the sealed book. Namikaze Minato. I want to become Hokage, but my own strength is not very strong, so I have to keep 1 or 2 at the bottom of the box. Namikaze Minato. Like this ghoul, the price is to use the caster's soul sacrifice to Shinigami, and Shinigami will drag the soul of your enemy to hell together. Senju Tobirama. Although I am dissatisfied with many 3rd generation projects, it is correct that he chooses you to become the 4th generation project. Namikaze Minato. Thank you Nadaime for your compliment. Namikaze Minato. So at that time, half of Nine Tails' soul and my own soul were taken by Shinigami. Namikaze Minato. Under such circumstances, I'm afraid I can't Impure World reincarnation. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Thank you for your hard work. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Thank you, teacher. Blue Beast as expected of the 4th generation, my father also admires you very much. Konoha's atmosphere looks good, older leftover woman who can't get married, an honest Bayu, really don't plan to go back to Kurigakure. Opening square bracket closing square bracket colon ... In this group, Kisame wants to keep his mouth shut and be a mute. So he doesn't talk. Terumi Mei has no solution. The old leftover woman who can't get married, speaking of which, if the soul is taken away by Shinigami, it doesn't mean that it is gone. Older leftover women who can't get married, so 4th Hokage still has the possibility of being released by Impure World reincarnation. Big Pillar Hanhan. What's the answer? Senju Tobirama. Could it be that Minato's soul was not taken away? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. By the way, are you all confused? Senju Tobirama. What did you say, Izuna? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, at Namikaze Minato came out to say a few words. Namikaze Minato. Huh, everyone. Yes, everyone has entered this group as a soul body, so, Minato has been there from before to now, doesn't this mean that Minato's soul, isn't it still there? Big Pillar Hanhan. Kakashi, ask about Minato's situation, Kitahara Kaede. Big Pillar Hanhan. Let's see if Minato can come out of the dirt. Namikaze Minato. If the dirt is dirty, can I have a body? Senju Tobirama. Yes, I have personally experienced that if Impure World reincarnation is not unlocked, the time it can exist is uncertain. Senju Tobirama. Although the strength cannot reach that of life, the use of chakra seems to be endless. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Can the body after the filth not lack chakra? Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, stop your dangerous thoughts. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Well, I didn't say I'm going to die and be filthy. Kakashi said quickly. Big Pillar Hanhan. Then Kakashi will do it and hand over Minato's situation to Kitahara Kaede. Big Pillar Hanhan. Let's see if Minato can get out of the dirt. Big Zuzi Hanhan. This guy has been talking about Mingbao in the group, so he should let him see his own child in person. Senju Tobirama. I also think the same way. Senju Tobirama. Whether it is Minato or Konoha, we are sorry for him. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Accept the task. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Speaking of which, I seem to have forgotten to tell Kitahara Kaede that Naruto is actually the son of the 4th generation. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Go tell him. So the topic of the small group began to turn. Kakashi has withdrawn the soul from the small group. Now the lights are on, although Kitahara Kaede still has the energy to continue the Impure World reincarnation. But since you are selling favors to people in the village, even if you don't feel hard, you have to take a little longer to make people think you are hard. Thank you very much, Lord 5th generation. But is there anything we can use? The crowd was moving. Let's go home first, Kitahara Kaede said. Other things will be announced later. Yes, Exon. The crowd that had gathered since the morning finally dispersed. However, some people did not leave. The Anbu team in charge of the guards did not leave, and then Kakashi was also there. But, I'm sorry, you should go back first. Kakashi had just quit the small group, and found that Yuhihong's father and daughter stayed behind, so he hurriedly said. He accepted Tobirama and first generation's request to inform Kitahara Kaede Naruto of Naruto's life, and it was up to Kitahara Kaede to announce this now. So now we can only get rid of Yuhihong first. North Plains. No, Lord 5th generation, that, actually. But Kurenai Yuhi didn't look at Kakashi but put her eyes on Kitahara Kaede. She will stay because she is a babysitter invited by Kitahara Kaede. As a nurse, Kitahara Kaede promised to give her power up. This thing is trustworthy. She is Hinata's guide Jonin, and it's no accident that Hinata can improve so much in a day. So she was also attracted by this condition, but after seeing her dead father reappear in front of her, Yuhihong felt that what she got was enough. So she stays not. Hope Kitahara Kaede can make her power up, but want to express my thanks. So what she wants to say is that she doesn't want the reward. But, I'll make it up for you later. Kitahara Kaede said directly, preventing her from making another sentence. There is no other way, but it seems that Kakashi really has something urgent to report. Yuhi Makoto and his daughter had no choice but to go home by themselves. Then let's talk over there, Kitahara Kaede said. The Anbu quickly distanced themselves and stood guard at a distance. And Kitahara Kaede put aside the ration pills that were used to pretend that chakra was insufficient and needed to be replenished. Actually, Kakashi squeezed both hands. I want to say that there are so many ninjas from the Nine Tails Rebellion now. Then is it possible to bring out the dirt of the teacher and his wife who died at that time? Well, my teacher is Namikaze Minato, 4th Hokage. However, when he faced Nine Tails, he used Ghoul Seal. So, Kakashi explained hastily, if it's about this matter, it can't be done. Bai Yuanfang said, observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Namikaze Minato, it doesn't seem to work. Namikaze Minato, well, then you can see Mingbao through the small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, but in this case, it must be better to meet and contact in person. Senju Tobirama. Yes, according to my experience, the 5 senses of the body after Impure World reincarnation still exist, so, as the elder brother said, you can personally touch Naruto's. Namikaze Minato, but isn't it impossible? Of course Minato knew, so what he said just now was also to appease the 2 ancestors of Hokage, the Senju brothers in the small group. Older leftover women who can't get married, listen more, why are you in a hurry? Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Mizukage, I always feel that you like to speak for Konoha now. The old leftover woman who can't get married, I have no strength, and I can't fight, so what else can I do besides joining me? Shuhei, does that mean you can join if you can't beat it? Kurama. Why do you follow this principle? Shuhei, what are you talking about? Stinky fox, I can't beat it, but I can't accept it. As expected of Shuhei, everyone let out a good-natured laugh, and Senju Hashirama also discovered that the tail beasts can also communicate. Perhaps, it might be better not to seal Nine Tails as a powerful force, but to cooperate with it to protect Konoha. So everyone continued to look at the video screen. So, it's okay to be humble, Kakashi said. But the spirit of the teacher still exists. I know that, Kitahara Kaede said. After the Shinigami devoured the soul, it didn't consume it. The most important things in ninja world are ninja and chakra. So don't worry about Shinigami and the like. Can you not worry? Kakashi said hastily. It's a Shinigami after all. Just like the Impure World reincarnation, the purpose of the second generation, isn't it just pulling the human soul back from the world after death? It's like now that someone says Sage of Six Paths isn't dead and I believe it. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Kurama. Is the Six Paths old man still alive? Shuhei. Who knows? Big Pillar Hanhan, little Kitahara Kaede said that, I feel a chill. Senju Tobirama. But it cannot be rejected. Senju Tobirama. As Kitahara Kaede said, my Impure World reincarnation can pull the dead back out. Senju Tobirama. Kitahara Kaede is really good, he admitted that Impure World reincarnation is mine. Okay, everyone found that the second generation project seems to have a very strong awareness of copyright. Kurama. But when you say that, I also think that the old man's Six Paths may not be dead. Shuhei. What are you talking about? Didn't Sage of Six Paths release as tailed beasts come and led us free because of the approaching longevity? Kurama. Because so many years have passed, our tail beasts are still not dead. Although the Six Paths old man gave chakra to humans. But they are stronger than us. Kurama. Otherwise, how can we become the Jinchuriki of R9? Kurama. So, do you think he died so easily? Shuhei, this seems to make sense. Shuhei. Well, who cares, anyway, if Sage of Six Paths is not dead, then I don't recognize him as the master. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Why? Shuhei. Hmph, if he is still alive to watch labor and capital being sealed, then what kind of good master is he? Labor and capital don't recognize him. In other words, Tobirama is thinking about copyright, while Shuhei is holding revenge. Everyone quickly analyzed their character traits. But the outside world is not over. Kitahara Kaede went on to say, the sealing of ghouls is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, so you can go to the ruins of the Uzumaki clan in the Uzumaki kingdom to see if there is any information. Since it is a sealing technique, there is always a time when the seal can be undone. I see. In other words, the soul of Mr. Minato may still come out of the dirt. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. So, I have a very important announcement to make, Kakashi said. I only found out some time ago. But it's too big for me to reveal. And now, the third generation has abdicated, and Mr. Bayuan, you are also the fifth generation, so you are qualified to know and decide this matter. Actually, Kakashi seems to have made up his mind. Naruto is actually the orphan of teacher Minato. In other words, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who is hated by the whole village, is actually the son of a hero. Even though he is the son of a hero, he doesn't get the treatment he deserves. On the contrary, he was treated the most viciously. This is indeed a big event. No matter how it gets out, it will be a scandal. Kitahara Kaede. Kakashi. So, aren't you surprised? Kakashi asked curiously. He was also taken aback when he just learned about it from the third generation project. But I feel that I have no ability to change, so I have been hiding it. However, looking at Kitahara Kaede's expression, it seems that she is not surprised. Surprised, Kitahara Kaede said, don't you think Naruto is similar to the portrait of the fourth generation? Kakashi. Oh too, Naruto and Minato-sensei are similar in appearance. Originally thought that Kitahara Kaede would be surprised, but there was no wave, and Kakashi was disappointed for a moment. But he still asked for instructions. So, do you want to announce Naruto's identity now? Now that Naruto's identity is known, and the high-level executives of the third generation project were also swept down by Nadaime, then Naruto's identity can be announced. Not yet, Kitahara Kaede said. Naruto has been treated as a demon fox for so long. Now he is told that it is the news of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and he has just accepted it in his heart. Then tell him that his parents are actually heroes, then his mentality will explode. So, wait for a while and let the fourth generation couple tell him themselves. Yeah, Kakashi nodded. Hey, let the fourth generation couple, what do you mean? Of course it's to get this model couple out of the dirt, Kitahara Kaede said. Don't you think it's a pity that the ninjas of the Nine-Tails Rebellion were brought out, and the couple who contributed most to the fourth generation project were left out? But, Kakashi hesitated, if Sensei Minato comes out, then these ninjas will speak highly of Sensei Minato. And now you are the fifth generation. So, Kakashi is worried that the right to speak will be taken away by Mr. Minato. After all, both he and Kitahara Kaede are new, while many ninjas are nostalgic. Isn't that nice? Kitahara Kaede said. Since the second generation, Konoha is not worried that the younger ninjas will surpass the seniors. Only if there are excellent Hokage, then the will of fire can be passed on to the lower layers. Oh 2. Otherwise, there are only 5th generation items and no 6th generation items. Kakashi found himself small for the first time. The pattern is small. Also, if you're worried about 4th Hokage stealing the limelight, you can do better yourself. So, Kitahara Kaede paused. So, Kakashi asked curiously, so I decided to filth out most of the ninjas who died in the village that Nine Tails attacked tomorrow. Then, he said, war on Cloud Shinobi Village. Declare war on Cloud Shinobi Village, if you directly destroy one of the 5 ninja villages that have been fixed since the first generation, and even have constant disputes, this part. The achievements are indeed beyond the 2nd generation, 3rd generation, and 4th generation. So, observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. 3rd Raikage I, my Cloud Shinobi Village, my Cloud Shinobi Village. 3rd Raikage AI, my Cloud Shinobi Village, my Murin Village. 3rd Raikage I, my Cloud Shinobi Village, my Cloud Shinobi Village. Once again, from Kitahara Kaide's mouth, very definitely said that to destroy Cloud Shinobi Village, 3rd Raikage is in a bad mood. So once again my heart is broken. Okay, everyone is used to it. But now everyone ignores him. Anyway, soon Cloud Shinobi Village will be gone, and Raikage will not be Raikage anymore. Namikaze Minato. This is really good news. Namikaze Minato. First of all, I can come out with Abina. Senju Tobirama. Yes, and his inheritance of the will of fire moved me very much. Big Pillar Hanhan, isn't this something I have passed down? Dazuzi Hanhan, we Konoha are not afraid that everyone will become Hokage, but we are worried that there will be no outstanding juniors. Dazuzi Hanhan, in the end, everyone is very good. Namikaze Minato. I owe another favor to Kitahara-kun. Namikaze Minato. Kitahara-kun is a lifelong friend of our Namikaze family. Then, after being separated from Kakashi, Kitahara Kaede returned to her home. He re-corrected today's record. Give the identity of Sasuke Hokage alternate, or the identity of 8 Dame Hokage, then the Uchiha clan can come in handy. Closing square bracket. And if 4th generation Minato comes out, not only can you get half a Nine Tails, but his Flying Thunder God technique surpasses the 2nd generation item, which can come in handy when the Otsutsuki era comes. Closing square bracket. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Namikaze Minato. Minato, who was so moved just now, was instantly stuck. Then, Namikaze Minato. Well, I'm used to it. Namikaze Minato. But in the future when I can really come in handy, I will definitely go all out. Dazuzi Hanhan. So what is this Otsutsuki era? Big Pillar Hanhan. At Nine Tails. Kurama. What do you ask me to do? I also don't know many things. Dazuzi Hanhan. At Shohei, Sashuhei, do you know? Shuhei, ha, does the god of ninja want to ask me for advice? Then, Big Zuzi Hanhan, then you know. Shuhei, of course I don't know. Everyone. Shish. Everyone booed and watched the crane. Senju Tobirama. Minato, your Flying Thunder God technique surpasses mine. Namikaze Minato. Nadaime, are you a little angry? Senju Tobirama. I am not angry. I just want to say, are you ahead of me? Namikaze Minato. Well, actually, I transformed a Flying Thunder God into the 2nd form of Flying Thunder God. Senju Tobirama. Hmph. Well, Yinjia also sighed for the 2nd generation project. Minato wiped his sweat quickly. The next day, because of the results of the Impure World reincarnation the day before, the remaining families also went to dig the graves themselves. After all, no one can resist seeing their dead ancestors. At the beginning, the idea of not defile the ashes of the ancestors was thrown away long ago. Then, in the evening of the 2nd day, 3,556 Konoha shinobi people appeared in front of Kitahara Kaede. 980 Jonin, 2,000 Chūnin, and then the rest are Genin. It has to be said that for the major ninja villages that have experienced several battles and then suffered serious injuries, just this force is terrifying. Just standing still gives a strong sense of impact. Although I was stared at by some ignorant villagers because of the large number of people in Impure World reincarnation and the fact that they were different from the real living people, but, the stares lasted less than 3 minutes. Because, most of the people who come out of these filthy soils are Chunin Jonin. And their era is even crueler than now, that is to say, their strength is higher than the current general standard. Even if the body of dirt can only use the strength of the peak 3 to 4 layer, it means that they are all strong. Ordinary people don't have that much courage to diss the strong. Therefore, even the order to silence was not needed, and the villagers shut up obediently. This is really bad. When he was in Naruto, ordinary villagers dared to mock Naruto, but they didn't dare to be in the face of these people who came out of the dirt. After all, I still think Naruto is weak. Hey, Kitahara-kun, is this going to war? Is there a war? Can you send me too? Asked the blonde-haired Uzumaki Naruto enthusiastically. Because of the grounding of the Chunin exam, Naruto, the way to gain recognition from others was temporarily cut off. Then if he is assigned to fight, he also hopes that he can come in handy. Then prove yourself. After all, both companion and teacher have become Hokage, but he is nothing yet. To fight, to destroy Cloud Shinobi Village. Kitahara Kaede was sitting in Hokage's office, and on his left, there was the Alliance Book of Iwagakure and Kurigakure. And there is still one place that is empty, that should be the Hokage identity approval letter sent by the Fire Country daimyo. The daimyo didn't seem to have made up his mind to send the consent form yet. But, Kitahara Kaede said, although the second generation purpose Impure World reincarnation appeared, but with so many people going against Cloud Shinobi Village, it can definitely be pushed over. But you also know that it is said in the textbook that Third Raikage once fought alone against a ninja named Iwagakure for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally died of exhaustion. And the Fourth Raikage is the son of the Third Raikage. The fourth generation shadow of Cloud Shinobi Village may also be thick-skinned and thick-skinned. Quote, even if we let the 3,588 Impure World reincarnation ninjas of R930 pass, it will take several days to fight. This is too much trouble. So what to do? Kakashi was at another table. So I posted the mission, Kitahara Kaede said. He pushes a document to Kakashi. It is an exclusive mission released by Konoha for the Akatsuki organization of Rain Shinobi Village. Shall organization, play group. Konoha applies to Akatsuki to attack 4th Raikage. Closing square bracket. Successfully kill Raikage will get 100 million in cash. Closing square bracket. Kakashi's eyes widened. 100 million. How many S-rank missions must this be? But the current finances in the village, you let most of them be distributed to ordinary ninjas as subsidies. And now all that's left. It's less than 200 million. Kakashi said quickly, and then there is a part that is submitted to the Nation of Fire every year. Just take down Cloud Shinobi Village and let Cloud Shinobi Village pay. When Cloud Shinobi Village is captured, the daimyo will automatically forget about the money, Kitahara Kaede said. Kakashi glanced at the empty daimyo's response, nodded, and signed his own name. Word quickly spread to Rain Shinobi Village. Shall organization, change the country and build a bridge of hope to world peace through communication between people. This is the original intention of the Akatsuki organization, but after Yahiko died, Nagato found that talking is useless. Thinking, to make others agree with you, what you really need is strength. Then, he recognizes the power of Rinnegan and uses the idea of violence to manage the Akatsuki organization. The goal is to capture the tail beast, and then balance the power of each ninja village, and finally achieve a kind of peace. Or feed all the tail beasts collected to 10 tails, let 10 tails become the strongest, and then deter the world. No matter which one it is, it's a good proposal. But before that, it is necessary to catch the tailed beasts, and to catch the tailed beasts is only on their own. They also have to pay wages. So the current Akatsuki organization is in a delicate state. Do tasks to make money, and then give money to let your members catch tailed beasts. And this task makes money by letting its members do it. So there is a feeling that the wool comes from the sheep. Could it be, is there no simpler way to collect funds? Or, let the members of the Akatsuki organization catch the tailed beast for free. But some money-loving members won't agree. Take Kakuzu for example. Leader, the most money-loving member of the organization arrives. Leader, Konoha sent us a mission. I just caught it. The person who loves money the most is Kakuzu. He is a 91-year-old old man, because the secret method of the human village in the past keeps him young, and he has 4 hearts at the same time. After living for such a long time, his strength is growing, but what has increased the most is his desire for money. His whole life has been in the business of making money. Then, for money, I often take my teammates to the gold exchange for money. Konoha Fang, the leader of the Akatsuki organization is Tiandao Pain. But this is just an appearance, there are 5 other bodies called Pain besides Tiandao Pain. These are just puppets of Nagato, the patriarch of the Akatsuki organization. But only Konan knows about this. Most of the members are still headed by Tiandao Pain. Nagato's parents were killed by Konoha's ninjas in the past, so he is sensitive to this title. But he is a person with broad goals, and he will not fluctuate his heart so easily. What mission did Konoha Fang have? Tiandao Pain asked. Kill Raikage, Kakuzu said. Quote. Isn't this an inherent mission? The heads of the shadows of Wudon Ninja Village are very famous in the black market, but not many people can complete them. After all, Ying represents the top strength of a village. Since the establishment of Anbu in second Hokage Senju Tobirama around Shadow, other ninja villages have followed suit, so it has become more difficult to assassinate Shadow. But the bonus is 100 million. Kakuzu said. Konoha said that they will arrange 1,000 Jonin and 2,000 Chūnin to attack Cloud Shinobi Village. And we are responsible for helping them dispose of Raikage, Kakuzu said. Quote. Nagato, Konoha Fang still has this kind of strength. I don't know if it's true or not, Kakuzu said. However, it is said that there is a shadow of Impure World reincarnation. Impure World reincarnation is the skill used by Senju Tobirama, the old Silver Force, the person who used Impure World reincarnation to complete his tandem paper bombs. It's equivalent to dropping a bomb on you at a fixed point. Very annoying. Kakuzu seemed displeased. Nagato, in other words, Jonin Chūnin is not here to be the strength, but is Konoha planning to use 1,000 plus 2,000 equals 3,000 bombs. As expected of Konoha, so disgusting. Nagato doesn't like Konoha, but, so during this Konoha attack, did Konoha Makata say anything about 8 tails in her way? 8 tails and 2 tails exist in Cloud Shinobi Village, and Shao organization needs tailed beasts. They don't think about the tailed beast. Kakuzu replied. Quote. Pain seemed to think about it. Okay, he said, add conditions to Konoha. If they're going to bomb Cloud Shinobi Village, whatever they want, we can give him Raikage, but give us Killer Bee and Wooden Golem, Pain said. And the bonus is gone. Kakuzu froze for a moment. Don't you want money? How can you not want money? Nagato said, glancing at Kakuzu. 50 million can give you 40 million. Okay. Kakuzu immediately cheered up. Kitahara Kaede read the reply given by Rain Shinobi Village here. Okay. He signed his name. So, on the third day, everyone knew the news of the collapse of Cloud Shinobi Village. Fourth Raikage was killed within half an hour. 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B, 2 Tails was captured by Wooden Golem. And Cloud Shinobi Village no longer exists. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. There is a new member in the small group. Welcome 4th Raikage to the group. Cloud Shinobi Village has been destroyed, everyone can laugh at him to their heart's content. Closing square bracket dot. Chapter 068. Cloud Shinobi Village is gone. Seek full order, ask for automatic. Today is also a day full of vigor. But Kitahara Kaede is resting on the bed, occasionally sleeping in. So even the daily share of observing Kitahara Kaede is just observing his quilt. But the small group is still very lively. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Tobirama. Speaking of come on, Kakashi, the information of Cloud Shinobi Village has been sent back. Big Pillar Hanhan, the layout of Wudaran Village has finally changed. The older leftover women who can't get married, yes, only Kurigakure, Iwagakure, San Shinobi Village and Konoha are left now. Older leftover girls who can't get married, and the total number of ninjas from Kurigakure and me is less than 700. The old leftover girl who can't get married, Konoha's future unification of the ninja world is just around the corner. Older leftover girls who can't get married, and San Shinobi Village can't even come up with the funds to redeem people. The number of ninjas may be 2 or 3,000, but it's still a drizzle compared to Iwagakure. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Hmph, Mizukage, don't put eye drops here. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. As long as I am still alive, Iwagakure will not start a war. Namikaze Minato. So what about the 3rd Ninja World War? 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. The atmosphere of the shadows in the group is very different. Because everyone knows that Cloud Shinobi Village is finished and even playing ball. Then, the structure of the 5 Dainin Village has changed, and Kurigakure and San Shinobi Village are both weak, so, now only Iwagakure has tens of thousands of ninjas. Then, isn't it the target of dangerous? And Iwagakure's Onoki has been in the group for a while, whether it is Kitahara Kaide's wood style, or the current Impure World Reincarnation Army is very scary, and Kitahara Kaede just wrote it in the diary and has not implemented Uchiha Sasuke, instead makes Uchiha filthy army. If it is general illusion, then the Rock Shinobi are not very afraid, but, the fear is that these Uchiha are masters of illusion, 90-90% of the skills. Not only that, what Susa? How to fight this, or even, if Konoha didn't recruit first Hokage or that Uchiha Madara, then it's a fart. Then you have to know that the current Mizukage is a licking dog of Kitahara Kaede who has no bottom line, so if he has a bad relationship with Konoha, and then Kitahara Kaede beats Iwagakure, then it is impossible to say that Mizukage will also immediately hostile over. Onoki doesn't think Mizukage